in an era where all of humanity traverses the myriad realms of civilization. When darkness descends, survival becomes paramount. Chapter 1. The Era of Multiversal Civilization and the Rise of the Lords. In Yunchi City, at the WNF Temple, by the pond in the rear courtyard, crimson lotuses bloomed like flames. Umitbot.as for me. Master Jingshan has attained nirvana 3 days prior and has been cremated in the lotus pond. Two individuals stood by the pond, a young man and woman, both in their 20s. The young man, clad in a flowing white garment, possessed a strikingly handsome visage, yet his expression was imbued with sorrow. The words of Master Jinyun from WNF Temple echoed in his mind. His name was Chun R.W. The character R was bestowed upon him by Master Jingshan, who had adopted him 20 years ago, naming him after the pure and true Sea of Tranquility. At the age of 10, he was taken in by the affluent Jiang Tianxiong and his wife, and it had been a decade since. As for why he bore the surname Chun rather than Jiang, it was a tale tied to the blood jade pendant inscribed with the character Chun around his neck. Yet, Chun R.W. knew only of two homes of the UNF Temple and the Jiang family. Now, the venerable Master Jingshan, both his mentor and grandfather, had departed to meet the Buddha. His family now consisted solely of three: Uncle Xiong, Aunt Xian, and his sister, Jiang Tang, who stood beside him. He remained silent for a considerable time, gazing at the serene pond where the lotus flowers swayed gently in the breeze. With his palms together, he offered a prayer to the pond. Ba. Beside him, the beautiful Jiang Tang, his sister, also bowed her head and joined her hands in reverence. Suddenly, a voice erupted from all directions, resonating like a thunderclap. All citizens have obtained entry qualifications for the multiversal civilization. Please prepare to enter the multiversal battlefield. Countdown, 10 seconds. Global channel. Congratulations, you have become a new lord. Your lord identity number is 015. Personal channel. Chun R.W. was momentarily taken back. Multiversal civilization? A new lord? As he glanced at the countdown timer. 10-9. Did you hear that? He turned to Jiang Tang, who wore a similar expression of shock on her fair face. Upon hearing Chun R.W.'s inquiry, Jiang Tang nodded in astonishment. Clearly, she had also heard the same proclamation. This was no mere illusion. However, at that moment, the countdown dwindled to 6 seconds, then 5 seconds, and swiftly to 4 seconds. Time was of the essence. There was no opportunity for contemplation, nor did it matter whether it was real or not. Chun R.W. hastily inquired, "What is your ID number?" The ID was the only useful clue from that voice. ID? Jiang Tang appeared bewildered. Nai Tang, my ID is 015, remember it. What? Just as Jiang Tang began to process his words, she heard Chun R.W. exclaiming, "Is it 4015 or 015? She had not caught it clearly, but with the time slipping away, there was no opportunity to articulate her thoughts. In an instant, darkness enveloped them, as if they were suffocating, and their minds spun in a dizzying haze. When Chun R.W. regained consciousness, he found the surrounding scenery had transformed entirely. The once tranquil temple was nowhere to be found. Now, he stood upon a damp, soft beach. The sky stretched endlessly in a cerulean hue, while before him lay an expansive ocean, its refreshing scent wafting through the air. Behind him stood ancient trees and rugged rocks, exuding an aura of unspoiled nature. Everything around was unfamiliar, and Jiang Tang's whereabouts remained a mystery. Chun Ruo was consumed by astonishment, recalling the events that had transpired, initially anticipating some form of upheaval. Yet, he never imagined such a drastic turn of events would occur. An unprecedented transformation shattered his worldview. Have I transcended? Just as Chun Ruo grappled with uncertainty, a palm-sized white jade tablet inscribed with enigmatic runes materialized before him, gliding into his grasp. It felt warm and weighty. What is this? A voice resonated beside Chun Ruo's ear. Esteemed new lord, welcome to the world of multiverse civilization. This is the battlefield of the multiverse. Each lord resides in a distinct little world, and your survival here is paramount. Strive to become an exceptional lord of the multiverse. The Lord Identity Token is the sole key to your ascendance. As a formidable leader, its preservation is critical for your survival. A novice treasure chest has been issued. Please claim your beginner's rewards. The mysterious voice abruptly ceased, leaving only the sound of waves crashing against the shore and the distant calls of birds within the forest. Multiverse civilization? Battlefield of the multiverse? Lords of the multiverse? This was the second time Chun Ruo had encountered that mysterious voice. The most crucial detail that each lord is in a separate little world implied that everyone was isolated. Did this mean he could not see Jiang Tang or contact Uncle Xiong and the others? Chun Ruo cursed inwardly, aware that succumbing to anger and panic was utterly futile. The most pressing matter was to comprehend all new information and grasp his current predicament, then seek solutions to resolve the situation. He then glanced down at the jade tablet in his hand. Is this the so-called Lord Identity Token? A prompt appeared. Lord Identity Token. Number 015. Lord, Chunruo, race, human, territory, none equipment, none title, none health points, 100 healthy stamina, 95 vigorous, hunger, 79 somewhat hungry, energy, 90. Well-rested, civilization points, 0 for trading and upgrades, talent skills, none, personal warehouse, 1M0, 10, Lord subtemplate, world communication channel, regional. Chat group, multiverse private messages, multiverse mall, manufacturing, check-in.as. He absorbed the information on the tablet. Chunruo fell into contemplation. Lords of the multiverse? He pondered, considering the prompts, and entered the world communication channel that a projection-style chat interface appeared, with messages rapidly scrolling by, transforming into fleeting shadows. At that moment, he had no idea how many millions were simultaneously sending messages, rendering the content indecipherable. Chunruo opened the subchannel for the world communication channel, the regional chat group, which displayed merely 2,000 individuals online. Many had already discovered this feature and were posting messages. What just happened? Am I transcending? Universal transcendence? This is absurd. I can't even fathom it. Zhang Xiao. Are you there? It's MOM'd-AS. I found myself inexplicably transported to this bizarre world. I had just managed to share a tender kiss with my girlfriend while shopping. Meanwhile, another individual, bewildered and driving with his wife, lamented the sudden disappearance of his beloved, nearly causing him to lose his composure. The air was thick with curiosity and chaos, as onlookers engaged in animated discussions, seeking answers and sharing messages, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Currently, the chat group boasted an impressive online presence of 2,000 participants. I observed the flurry of messages. I noted that the chat interface displayed only the avatars of the users, neat and orderly, devoid of any accessible group information or user lists. The sole options available through the chat interface were add friend and group private message. Upon noticing the phrase group private message, I hastily checked my universal private messages, only to find no notifications. Sighing inwardly at the empty search bar for private message IDs, I refrained from searching, as I had no knowledge of Jiang Tang's ID number, nor of Jiang Tianxiong and Aunt Xian's circumstances, that I was left wondering whether they had also been drawn into this peculiar realm. I can only wait for Nai Tang to add me. I hope she is safe. I mused, my concern heightened by the perplexed expression Jiang Tang wore before our parting. Yet, ruminating on such matters felt futile at this juncture. I turned my attention to the Universal Mall, only to discover that this feature remained grayed out and inactive. The manufacturing option indicated basic manufacturing technology and mentioned a single opportunity for creation today. What might this check-in entail? At that moment, my gaze fell upon a wooden chest on the nearby beach, which had evidently materialized out of nowhere. Could this be the newcomer treasure chest alluded to by the earlier voice? In a world where fantastical occurrences had already unfolded, the sudden appearance of a chest seemed hardly surprising. As my fingers brushed against the chest, a message flashed before me. Newcomer Lord's treasure chest. Open it to receive your novice rewards. Chapter 2. The Divine System of Hundredfold Rewards. As Chunru opened the novice Lord's treasure chest, a sudden voice resonated within his mind. Hundredfold rewards system activated. Surprised, Chunru paused momentarily. The chest revealed its contents. You have opened the novice treasure chest and obtained 1 stone axe. Then the hundredfold reward was triggered. Options for the hundredfold reward were presented. 1. 100 stone axes, quality, none. 2. 10 iron axes, quality, bronze, ordinary. 3. 1 refined steel axe, quality, bronze, superior. Hundredfold rewards? Chunru's expression shifted between astonishment and calmness as he silently chose the third option. In an instant, the stone axe before him transformed into a gleaming silver crescent-shaped steel axe, with an overall length of 50 centimeters and a blade that appeared remarkably sharp. The information regarding the steel axe appeared. Name, refined steel axe. Level, bronze, superior. Data, total length 57 centimeters, handle length 32 centimeters, blade width 18 centimeters, weight 11 kilograms. Durability, 2000. Traits, sharp, sturdy. Usage, besides chopping wood, can you think of other applications? Note, this is a quality steel axe that significantly enhances material gathering speed. But avoid direct confrontation with items of silver quality or higher. Is this truly the hundredfold reward? Could it be that this is my golden finger? Or do others possess it too? Chunru opened the chat group. Have you all seen that novice treasure chest? What a joke, just a stone axe. Are the rewards the same for everyone? I'll let you in on a secret. Check in at sign in. There are great rewards. Haha, I already claimed it. And it was just a stone pot, seriously? I just signed in and got a broken stone pot. No food. I'm losing it. I also discovered a secret. Using the stone axe to chop the wooden chest allows you to directly gather wood units, just like in survival games. Taking a deep breath, he gazed at the refined steel axe, his heart surging with tumultuous excitement. Am I the only one with a golden finger? Hundredfold rewards. This is utterly astonishing. Despite his shock, Chunru recalled something and clicked on the Lord Identity Badge S. Sign in. Sign in. Perseverance is rewarded by the heavens. Check-in daily to receive rewards. Continuous check-ins for a certain number of days will trigger different levels of treasure chest rewards. Sign in. Universal Civilization notification. Sign in successful. On the first day, received 1 stone pot. Simultaneously, another prompt appeared in Chun-Ru's mind. 100-fold rewards. Options 1. 100 stone pots. Quality. None. 2. 10 iron pots. Quality. Bronze. Ordinary. 3. 100 refined iron pot. Quality. Bronze. Superior. Indeed, it appeared once more. Chun-Ru was filled with delight as he decisively chose the 100 refined iron pot. On the ground lay a thick yet compact stone pot, which suddenly transformed into a black cauldron, its diameter slightly exceeding that of the cooking pot at home. It was lightweight, immaculate, and crafted from a sturdy material that reflected a glossy, deep black sheen. Name: Forged Iron Cauldron. Grade: Bronze, fine quality. Data: diameter 40. Depth 10. Durability: 2000. Attributes: heat resistant, quick thermal conduction. Usage: apart from cooking, can you conceive of any other applications? Remarks: this exquisite iron cauldron, forged 100 times, boasts excellent thermal conductivity, saving you considerable firewood, but do not expect any miraculous properties from it. Another bronze, fine quality? The previous hint mentioned silver. Should the grade above bronze be silver? And is there a distinction between ordinary and fine quality? I wonder if there are others beyond that. However, I am certain that there exist higher grades above bronze and silver. Someone just mentioned that wooden boxes can be converted into units of wood. As I pondered this, I glanced at the wooden box and soon received another hint. Empty wooden box can yield no quality, 2 units of ordinary wood. Harvesting with empty hands requires 4 stamina and takes 10 minutes. Stamina is still a factor? My current stamina is displayed as 95. If I were to gather and lose 4 stamina, the impact would not be significant, yet. After some contemplation, I resolved to give it a try. Picking up the axe that grants a 100-fold reward. You have acquired new equipment. Steel iron axe, weapon. Immediately, the hint regarding the wooden box changed. Empty wooden box. Can yield no quality, 2 units of ordinary wood. Using steel iron axe for harvesting requires only 1 stamina and takes 10 seconds. The harvesting time is remarkably short, merely 10 seconds, thus saving me 60 times the duration. Moreover, it requires 40 times less stamina than gathering with bare hands. Subsequently, I swung the axe down upon the wooden box. Instantly, the 100-fold reward was triggered. 100-fold reward, selectable, 1. Ordinary wood 200, quality, none. 2. Multi-purpose wood 20. Quality, bronze, ordinary. However, this time, there were only 2 options for the 100-fold reward. After some consideration, I chose the second one. The higher quality of multi-purpose wood suggests it will have more diverse applications. It is well known in survival games that wood and fresh water are indispensable resources. Personal storage space is full, unable to store more. Has it filled up so quickly? 1 cubic meter? To be precise, 10 units of multi-purpose wood filled the personal storage to capacity, 10 by 10. My axe, iron cauldron, and half of the remaining would have yet to be stored. And already the personal storage is full. It was quite sudden. Would you like to upgrade the storage? Upgrading storage level 2 requires 10 units of ordinary wood or 1 unit of multi-purpose wood. Upon seeing the new hint, I paused momentarily. Is there any question about this? Naturally, a larger capacity is preferable. Upgrade. Multi-purpose wood 1920. Upgrade successful, congratulations. Your personal storage has expanded to level 2. Upgrading to level 3 requires 20 units of ordinary wood or 2 units of multi-purpose wood. More wood is needed. Upgrade. Multi-purpose wood 1720. Upgrade successful. Congratulations on expanding your personal storage to level 3. Storage upgraded to 4. Upgrade. Multi-purpose wood 1320. Congratulations on expanding your personal storage to level 4. Upgrade. Upgrade failed. Insufficient materials. When Shunruo saw the requirements for upgrading the storage to level 5, multi-purpose wood 16, iron nails 8, iron plates 2. Civilization points 1. He suddenly realized that he lacked sufficient wood, and he also had no iron nails or iron plates. Not to mention that his civilization points were at 0. The materials required for levels 4 and 5 not only quadrupled the demand for wood, but also necessitated a significant amount of other materials. This seemed rather unfair. Shinruo frowned. If it were ordinary wood, it would likely require 230 units to upgrade from level 1 to 5. For someone else, how much stamina and time would it take to gather such an immense quantity of wood? At that moment, Shinruo recognized the terrifying nature of the 100-fold reward system. The cheat was formidable. Contemplating this, he decided to observe the situation of others, only to find them lamenting. Damn, what a frustrating world. Using a stone axe to gather requires 2 stamina and 5 minutes. Exactly. So with the addition of a stone axe, the requirements are only half compared to gathering by hand. Most importantly, 1 unit of wood occupies 1/10 of the space. What a waste. It appeared that the storage capacity for ordinary wood units was the same as that for multipurpose wood. Shinruo felt a sense of balance in his heart, even experiencing a touch of satisfaction. Has anyone discovered that the personal storage can be upgraded to level 2? This is intriguing. If space is insufficient, it can be expanded. Upgrade? Is it worth it? It requires 10 units of wood. If wood isn't reserved. This multiverse civilization feels like a survival game. One should take it seriously, or else you won't know how you meet your demise. It was evident that this conclusion was drawn by an experienced strategy player in farming games. Does anyone know how to obtain civilization points? Upon seeing this message, Shinruo paid close attention. Subsequently, information regarding civilization points was discussed, yet no one was certain how to acquire them. Based on a brief game prompt, some concluded, civilization points must be the currency of multiverse civilization. Until a new chat message appeared, I have discovered how to acquire civilization points. Chapter 3, 100-fold civilization points. Title, Forest Gathering Expert. It turned out that someone had utilized a free opportunity in the manufacture section of the Lord's Identity Badge, inserting the 2 units of wood just acquired, and was prompted to have crafted an item, Fire Starter, while also receiving 1 civilization point. The individual shared the information about the Fire Starter in the chat. Ordinary Fire Starter, quality none, made from 2 units of wood, can burn for 10 minutes. Can maintain burning by adding wood, and requires remanufacturing once extinguished. So it was fire? Shinruo realized. Nodding silently to himself, Shinruo felt a sense of satisfaction. It was quite advantageous to avoid the arduous task of kindling fire by friction, thus saving considerable time, effort, and trouble. He opened the manufacturing interface and noted the prompt. Basic manufacturing technology, 1 free usage remaining today. Basic manufacturing? Surely, there must be more advanced levels. The myriad civilizations reminded him of the manufacturing technology tier and the number of free uses available, yet, as before, no further information was provided unless one opted to utilize it. He learned that the quality of items produced through manufacturing depended on the types and quantities of materials used. After exhausting the free uses, one would require 1 civilization point to continue. As for future payment methods, that remained a mystery. With those who had taken the lead as pioneers, Shinruo realized that eavesdropping on the chat group had indeed yielded some benefits. The space had now occupied 1440 units. Each item consistently occupied 1 unit of storage. This could only be determined once he gathered more diverse materials. For now, he decided to survey his surroundings. Shinruo cast his gaze across the expanse, the ocean, the beach, and the forest. Should he stroll along the sandy shore, or venture into the woods? The forest undoubtedly posed a greater danger than the open beach. Thus, he chose to walk along the coastline first, hoping to discover something new. The towering trees of the forest, though majestic, did not seem ominous. They merely stretched endlessly, evoking a profound sense of desolation. However, the occasional chirping of birds and the rhythmic crashing of waves against the shore alleviated some of the fear. Everything felt so primal and untouched. Had he truly traversed to another realm? With his steel axe in hand, Shinruo walked along the beach for over 10 minutes, yet the end remained elusive. The coastline was stark and barren, devoid of any signs of life. The forest appeared unchanged, and he had not encountered any other creatures. After covering approximately 2,000 meters, he noticed that the coastline was not a straight line, but rather curved, albeit subtly. Shinruo could not ascertain whether he was on an island or the coast of a continent. Continuing in this manner seemed impractical. He glanced at his stamina, which had shifted from an initial 95 to 936. He was uncertain about the factors depleting this stamina, as it seemed to diminish slowly while walking. The hunger indicator suggested that he was somewhat famished. Indeed, he felt the pangs of hunger and realized he needed to find sustenance. Yet, the beach was so peculiar that he had not even spotted a single crab. Where could he procure food? Furthermore, he needed to seek shelter or establish a campsite promptly. Otherwise, once night fell, it could spell disaster. In an unfamiliar terrain, who knew what other dangers lurked nearby? In the chat group, someone remarked, I just utilized 10 minutes to calculate the time based on the sun's altitude. It is currently between 2 o'clock and 2:30 p.m., assuming celestial laws remain unchanged. Among the 2,000 members, a geography expert provided valuable insights. Impressive, Master. Awesome. Thanks for the reminder. Many expressed their admiration and inquiries. It seems to be late spring or early summer. Perhaps this place is a tropical evergreen wonderland. However, there are those who express concerns regarding sustenance and wilderness shelters. I recently ventured into the forest and stumbled upon a fruit tree, adorned with 5 fruits, each akin in size to an apple. Overcome by hunger, I hastily plucked one and tasted it. Can you guess what I discovered? As I continued reading, a multitude of inquiries erupted from the crowd. Poisoned? Someone asked. Did you also receive the title of Novice Gatherer and 1 civilization point? Another queried. The title grants a 20 increase in gathering speed for forest species below the bronze quality level, right? Indeed. I nearly burst from laughter. It consumed merely 1 point of stamina, and each fruit replenishes 10 points of stamina. Goodness, this is utterly delightful. I only found 4 fruits here. Why is that? Mine only yielded 2. Is this a trick? Hee, I discovered 7. Can I claim to have encountered an entire grove of fruit trees? The fortunate player, known for their luck, passed by, prompting a frenzy among the onlookers. Many began to privately message this fortunate individual, hoping to bask in their luck and cultivate a favorable relationship for future trades. I differ from all of you. I hail from a diving background and possess a unique perspective. Earlier, I explored the ocean and uncovered a wealth of marine life beneath the waves. In just 5 minutes, I expended 20 points of stamina and, lacking fishing tools, managed to catch 7 sea cucumbers by hand, thus earning the title of Novice Ocean Hunter and 5 civilization points. This title provides minor enhancements, such as a 20 increase in the success rate of capturing marine creatures below the bronze quality level. The notification further indicated that processing a single sea cucumber could restore 15 stamina points and satisfy 30 hunger points. It appears that sustenance and titles can be acquired not only in the forest, but also within the depths of the ocean. Yet, for those who cannot swim, this presents a daunting challenge, as rewards await only those who dare to explore the sea. Moreover, upon reaching 5 civilization points, the game notified me that I have unlocked the Universal Marketplace, as well as the Universal Messaging features, enabling search, delivery, and chat functions. With the marketplace open, we can purchase items. Let us go, brothers. The Universal Messaging function allows us to add friends and exchange resources. For many, this news was undoubtedly exhilarating. Yet some, like myself, felt a twinge of surprise. Is the search function for Universal Messaging also contingent upon reaching a certain threshold of civilization points? I was unaware of this stipulation, having never attempted it. I subsequently tried a random search, only to be met with the notification, messaging search function not activated. I fell silent. It seems I shall have to wait a while longer to connect with Jiang Tang. I wish her success. With a quiet sigh, I turned back toward the forest. After observing the flurry of messages and the many who led the way, I felt assured that the forest should be safe. Having walked merely 200 meters, I spotted a fruit tree ahead. Upon closer inspection, the tree stood merely 2 meters tall, adorned with 5 red fruits, each comparable in size to an ordinary apple. Suddenly, a prompt materialized before me. This is an unknown wild fruit tree. Exercise caution, as it may be toxic. I, Chenru, noted that this description matched precisely with what others in the group had recounted. It appeared that our experiences were strikingly similar. Tentatively, I decided to pluck one of the fruits. You have harvested a fruit, stamina -1. For non-grade food gathering, a deduction of 1 stamina applies for quantities below 20. Actions of the same nature within 30 minutes do not incur additional costs. Exceeding this limit will be calculated separately. Simultaneously, a 100-fold reward was triggered. The options for the 100-fold reward were as follows. 1. Sour and sweet wild fruit 100, attribute none. 1 fruit restores 10 stamina. 2. Sour and sweet fruit 1. Quality bronze, ordinary. Attribute, juicy and sweet, replenishes vital elements in the body. 1 fruit can restore 50 stamina, 100 hunger, and 20 energy. Overjoyed, I contemplated my choices and selected the third option. With 4 fruits remaining unharvested before me, I anticipated further 100-fold rewards. Opting for the first choice seemed excessive, while the third option boasted formidable attributes, increasing my stamina limit by 10 points for a week. Another prompt appeared before me. Congratulations, Lord, on successfully gathering food. You have earned the title of Forest Gathering Novice. You have gained 1 civilization point. You have unlocked the Universal Species Compendium, civilization point 1. Indeed, my experience mirrored that of the others. Just then, the 100-fold reward was triggered once more. The options were as follows. 1. Forest Gathering Expert, title. Attribute, increases gathering speed by 50 for items of silver quality and below, with a chance to receive an additional 20 gathering reward, consumes less than 5 stamina. Requiring under 10 minutes for gathering, reduces stamina consumption to a minimum of 0. 1 for 10 seconds. If consuming 6 stamina and gathering time exceeds 11 minutes, a uniform reduction of 3 stamina occurs for a period of 5 minutes. Note, non-gathering activities do not qualify for reduction. Gathering reductions limited to 100 times per day. 2. Civilization points 200. Chapter 4. The Universal Marketplace. Free mode. This 100-fold reward did not present multiple options. It was granted directly. Upon reviewing the details, I gasped in astonishment. If my eyes had not deceived me, the title acquired by others was Forest Gathering Novice, which only enhances gathering speed by 20, correct? However, my 100-fold reward bestowed upon me the title of Forest Gathering Expert, endowed with 2 attributes, far surpassing the former. It was overwhelmingly powerful. As I marveled at this realization, another prompt emerged. You have gained 200 civilization points, with civilization points exceeding 5. Congratulations on successfully unlocking the Universal Marketplace. Universal Marketplace, official products, quality assured. Note, currently, the Bronze Region World Marketplace is open. More features of the Universal Private Message have been unlocked. A Bronze Region Universal Marketplace? As Chunru opened the interface, a merchandise rack of the marketplace materialized before him. The rack exhibited a plethora of categories including equipment, materials, food, medicine, seeds, pets, buildings, and special items. Upon exploring these categories, he noted that prices range from a modest 1 civilization point to a staggering 99.99 civilization points, the latter representing the upper limit for the bronze tier. The most affordable items, such as ordinary wood, common seeds, stones, and stone shards, were priced at 120 civilization points per unit, devoid of any quality distinction, with prices seemingly fluctuating around this baseline. Bronze quality items varied significantly, with ordinary quality priced at 20,200 points, refined quality at 200,1500 points, and perfect quality at an astonishing 1,200 points. After surveying the offerings, Shinru contemplated the distinctions among the 3 different qualities of bronze items. Equipment and certain goods were classified into ordinary, refined, and perfect qualities, while some herbs, plants, and animals transitioned from refined quality to superior quality. However, it was intriguing to note that the prices of items of differing qualities sometimes overlapped, reminiscent of game skins where some epic ones were priced at 88 while others were merely heroic. Within this bronze marketplace, items exceeding 8,000 civilization points were rather scarce, amounting to merely 50. Only 9 items surpassed the 9,000 point threshold, all classified as special and priced at 9,999 points each. Among these was an item known as the Heart of Bronze. Upon examining the specific details of this item, he was prompted with a notification. Are you ranked? It increasingly resembled a game. Here I am, a mere novice, yet to reach even bronze rank. Indeed, he had stumbled into a peculiar world, one where the myriad civilizations operated without explicit quest indicators, relying solely on the exploration of the Lord. Observing the dynamics within the chat group provided useful insights. Yet he realized that with his 100-fold rewards, resources should not pose a limitation. There was no need for hesitance. He could not wait for others to furnish him with answers. Boldly, he decided to embark on his own explorations, aiming to surpass the paths of others. Shinru speculated that this cohort of new players likely enjoyed a protective mechanism during their initial period, minimizing the likelihood of encountering danger. In the chat group, someone remarked that it was afternoon and preparations for establishing shelters were necessary, lest they find themselves without a place to sleep that night. However, he noted that he could procure items for a campsite or shelter from the marketplace, with 200 civilization points being more than sufficient to acquire a tent or a basic shelter. Weapons were currently abundant, and there was no immediate need for replacement. Necessities could be addressed in due course. Thus, he resolved to delve deeper into the forest to ascertain if any new discoveries awaited him. After traversing 2,000 meters along the beach without encountering anything of interest, he decided to explore the primeval forest. The notification from the civilization system read, "You have harvested 1 fruit. Title effect, stamina reduction triggered. Stamina, 0. The 100-fold reward was activated. Options for the 100-fold reward appeared before him. In the realm of wilderness, one encounters the sweet and sour wild fruit, a humble entity devoid of attributes, granting a mere 10 points of vitality per piece. The sweet and sour fruit, of bronze quality, offers a luscious experience, replenishing vital elements within the body. 1 piece restores 50 points of stamina, 100 points of hunger, and 20 points of energy." Shinruo diligently gathered 4 wild fruits, contemplating his choices. You have obtained 2 elemental fruits and 20 sweet and sour fruits. Before embarking on his journey, Shinruo collected the remaining 4 fruits. Yet, these 2 varieties occupied only 240 slots. Even 20 of the same fruit merely consumed 1 slot. With a personal storage capacity of 440 slots and 13 utilized for versatile timber, along with 1 slot for a refined iron pot and 2 for the fruits, he found himself with a total of 164 slots occupied. It appeared that timber was a significant burden, Shinruo mused, wielding his steel axe. 1 unit of wood occupied 1 slot, a stark waste of space in his backpack. The multiverse civilization provided a reminder. Chopping down quality-less wild fruit trees yields 10 units of ordinary wood. Collection time. Barehanded harvesting requires 20 points of stamina over 60 minutes. Using a steel axe consumes 2 stamina over 8 minutes. Title effect activated. Using a steel axe for ordinary wood harvesting requires only 1 stamina over 10 seconds. As Chunruo prepared to collect timber, a notification appeared before him. However, he chose not to proceed with the felling. The forest was abundant with wood, and the most significant consideration was that his storage would inevitably overflow under the 100-fold rewards. While he could chop wood or upgrade his storage, there was no immediate need. Excess timber would only lead to waste. Shinruo relished his myriad options, feeling at ease. Yet, the majority of participants in the regional chat lamented. Chopping down a small tree with a stone axe consumes 10 stamina and takes 30 minutes. Under the novice title effect, isn't it 8 stamina and 24 minutes? My friends, I just acquired the title of Oceanic Novice Hunter. I discovered that I could purchase items in the marketplace, including sleeping bags and shelter camps. I suggest we first buy a simple sleeping bag, which only requires 5 civilization points. I would, but my civilization points are insufficient. I'll have to build my own. Oh, how I envy those adept in swimming. However, Shinruo did not choose to venture into the sea immediately. The deeper he traversed the forest, the denser the underbrush became, and the path grew increasingly arduous. As he advanced, he murmured to himself. He had just climbed to the treetops for a better view and observed two towering mountains ahead, which promised different discoveries. Previously, he had ascended a tall tree to survey the surroundings. To the direction he had come was an endless expanse of ocean, while his current location was a lush, boundless forest. Two adjacent mountains rose abruptly amidst the verdant landscape. Estimating his progress, Chunruo surmised he had ventured over 1,000 meters into the forest. His vitality remained robust, yet his stamina had dwindled to 87 points, partly due to the energy expended clearing obstacles. His hunger level had dropped to 57, very hungry, and his energy stood at 78, feeling unwell. The depletion of stamina is rather swift, I mused, furrowing my brow, given my usual endurance. It should not have diminished so rapidly. After all, I have trained in martial arts at a Buddhist temple since childhood, mastering the Arhut body technique taught by the abbot. And I have made significant progress. Even now, I maintain a rigorous physical regimen. While I may not claim to vanquish 10 foes single-handedly, I can certainly handle 5 without difficulty. Yet, traversing such a short distance, merely cutting through some vines and clearing obstacles, has consumed 1/20th of my stamina? How pathetic. No wonder there are murmurs of discontent regarding stamina in the chat group. Display personal life attribute values. Lock mode and free mode each come with their own merits and downsides. Players are encouraged to explore these independently. The implication is clear. Spend money to grow stronger for greater freedom. Catering to newcomers? I pondered, realizing there might be some truth to that notion. These glaring numerical indicators create an ever-present sense of urgency, as if the decline of these values heralds dire consequences. One must tread carefully, lest they meet their demise. After proceeding a bit further, a notification appeared before me. You have encountered a thorny wall. Passage is obstructed. The thorny wall possesses self-repair and evolutionary capabilities. Its spiky branches serve as an ideal territorial defense barrier. Please treat it with respect. Fire is the arch-nemesis of the unclaimed thorny wall, once set ablaze. It cannot regenerate for a month. Before me stood a 3-meter-high wall of thorn-covered vegetation, barring my path and obscuring the view beyond. This thorny barrier spanned approximately 4 meters in width and stretched endlessly to the left and right, seemingly extending for miles. Its uniform growth suggested it was not a wild formation. I resolved to search for any possible gaps for passage. Chapter 5. The Crescent Moon Mountain Axe and the Claiming of the Thorny Wall. Suddenly, I recalled the earlier notification, an ideal territorial defense barrier? If this thorny wall serves as a city defense, then what lies within must be designated as territory, enclosing land and establishing domains. Otherwise, how would the so-called lords of all realms acquire their territories? Yet, this thorny wall, albeit only a few meters wide, would not yield easily. I grasped my steel axe, preparing to carve a path through the obstruction. Another notification materialized. Bare hands cannot directly clear a passage through the thorny wall. An axe designed for chopping wood is not the optimal choice for dismantling the thorny barrier. Must it truly take so long? I was taken aback by the notice. Was it due to the improper tool? I examined the steel axe in my hand, then scrutinized the slender, flexible, thorn-laden branches of the wall. The axe, suited for heavy cleaving, struggled against the pliable thorns, which lacked a solid point of leverage, making them difficult to sever. Each weapon has its strengths. Expertise lies in specialization. While the axe is adept at felling trees and splitting wood, it proves cumbersome against the delicate, pliable vines, with its short blade easily ensnared, rendering the task laborious. A machete would certainly prove advantageous. Chunru thought back to his childhood days at the Wenfo Temple, recalling the time he accompanied the senior monks to clear and cultivate the land on the back mountain. A machete was undoubtedly one of the best choices for forging a path through the current wilderness of underbrush. Subsequently, Chunru searched for a suitable weapon in the Myriad Realms marketplace. Name, wide-edged machete. Level, bronze, ordinary quality. Data, blade length 77 centimeters, blade width 10 centimeters. Straight back, straight edge, weight 4 kilograms. Durability 1000. Characteristics, sharp. Usage, an essential tool for clearing mountain pathways. Though somewhat heavy, it will consume additional stamina. Price, 60 civilization points. This machete was longer and wider than the one Chunru had previously known, its imposing appearance striking. The drawback was evident. The blade weighed a hefty 8 kilograms. After a moment's hesitation, Chunru decided to make the purchase. With 200 points at his disposal and the 100-fold reward divine system backing him, resources were not a concern. As the saying goes, small wealth should not be squandered, lest great wealth elude one. Civilization points, 60, purchase successful. Congratulations, Lord, on acquiring one wide-edged machete, bronze, ordinary quality. At that moment, the 100-fold reward was triggered. 100-fold reward, selectable, 1, wide-edged machete x 100, bronze, ordinary quality. 2, improved machete x 10, bronze, fine quality. 3, crescent moon machete x 1, bronze, perfect quality. Indeed, another 100-fold reward. Chunru's heart leaped with joy. How delightful. He promptly selected the third option. Before him materialized a blade approximately 1 meter in length, adorned with azure flowing patterns, a crescent-shaped long sword. Name, Crescent Moon Machete. Level, Bronze, perfect quality. Data, total length 89 centimeters, blade length 60 centimeters. Average blade width 78 centimeters, blade shape, crescent, weight 15 kilograms. Durability, 4000. Normal characteristics, sharp, cuts through iron like mud, lightweight, and easy to wield. Unique characteristic, Moonlight Blade, consumes 30 stamina points, can activate a blade aura, doubling attack power and sharpness for a length of 1 meter, lasting 5 minutes. Cooldown time, for hours. Additional characteristic, Shatter. When using the blade aura, contact with weapons or items below perfect bronze quality ignores defenses, creating a shattering area of width 6 and thickness. Weapons or items of perfect quality or above are unaffected. Usage, effective for both combat and clearing paths. This is a fine blade, but do not attempt to clash with silver-grade weapons directly. This long sword is indeed impressive. It even comes with special effects. Without a doubt, a perfect quality blade was what he desired. Had he chosen a fine quality bronze weapon, would the 100-fold reward not yield a silver-grade weapon? Logically, it should. However, such considerations were not of immediate concern. The blade he held was sufficient for now. At present, the most pressing issue is how to swiftly forge a path through the thorny barricade to reach the other side, with the long knife at hand. The subsequent task of clearing the way should, in theory, be straightforward, Shunrumo mused. He wondered if anyone in the group had encountered a similar predicament. Suddenly struck by this thought, he opened the regional chat group. The online count stood at 2,000. The barrage of messages read, "Friends, have you seen that wall? No. I'm still splashing around at the beach. I saw it and burned it down. It went up quickly, and I even obtained some charcoal. I opted to burn it as well and discovered a 1-star civilization landscape, earning 20 civilization points and territory." A 1-star civilization landscape? Shunrumo pondered to himself. Continuing to peruse the conversation, it became clear that the world lord mentioned in the hints referred to this, the Lord Construction and Conquest game. The crowd expressed their sentiments. But some well-meaning individuals offered caution. I advise against using fire on the thorny wall, as it has been indicated that the thorny wall serves as an ideal territory barrier. If we burn it, the protective wall will be lost. As lords, should our territory face peril, we might need to consider alternative means of passage. Shunrumo glanced at the avatar of the person who had made this suggestion. It belonged to a young woman. Her advice indeed held some merit. While fire is undeniably the bane of the thorny wall, the hint had prefaced it with the term ownerless. Surely, this was not an arbitrary distinction. If one were to speculate boldly, what would happen if it had an owner? However, tempted by the allure of conquest, some individuals dismissed her counsel, opting to retaliate. That avatar is clearly female, long hair but short understanding. What do you know? What danger could this possibly pose? Is there anything more perilous than crossing over? If we survive that, what is there to fear? I burned it down, what of it? Without fire, how would you pass? Exactly. Without fire, how could you make it through? In any gathering, discord inevitably arises. The 153-pound weapon was not particularly lightweight, yet it was far more manageable than the 8-pound broad axe he had previously wielded. Nevertheless, Shunrumo did not dwell on this. As a new prompt appeared before him, touch the end of the knife handle to activate the unique ability of the Crescent Mountain Knife, Blade Light. Gently, Shunrumo stroked the end of the handle. His stamina dropped from 87 points, robust, to 57 points, exhausted, limbs feeling weak. With a hum, the originally 50-centimeter blade instantaneously extended into a 1-meter-long silver blade light. The elongated blade, now 1.7 meters in length, resembled a laser weapon, carving a deep groove several centimeters into the ground as he inadvertently swept it across the earth. The knife in his hand appeared extraordinarily striking, akin to an unparalleled artifact wielded by a master swordsman. Shunrumo's eyes widened in astonishment, and he gasped in disbelief. How cool. Yet, he soon wore a wry smile. However, having my stamina reduced to 57 is rather unpleasant. The hint about feeling weak in the limbs resonated deeply with him. He indeed felt as though his entire body had been drained of energy, leaving him languid and weary, like an individual unaccustomed to physical exertion suddenly sprinting 2,000 meters. The subsequent morning brings a delightful soreness upon rising. Soon after, Shunruo retrieves a sweet and sour fruit, and a prompt materializes before him. Sweet and sour fruit 1. Quality, bronze, ordinary. Attributes, juicy and sweet, replenishing essential elements in the body. One piece restores 50 stamina points, 100 hunger points, and 20 energy points. Shunruo takes a bite, the tangy juice igniting his taste buds. With one fruit consumed, his eyes widen in disbelief. Full? Moreover, he feels an immediate surge of vitality. Glancing at his personal attributes, he notes, health, 100, healthy, stamina, 100, vigorous, hunger, 100, satiated, energy, 98, fully charged. Remarkably, his statistics are instantaneously maxed out. Without further contemplation, he brandishes the crescent moon blade, activating its radiant edge, and strikes at the thorny wall. With a swift motion, akin to slicing through tofu, he effortlessly carves a smooth incision, a gap 6 centimeters wide and over a meter long. Shinruo's eyes gleam with excitement. He quickens his pace, determined to cleave a passageway. As he hacks away, he clears the thorns, and soon, a passage approximately 2 meters high, 12 meters wide, and 4 meters long pierces through the thorny wall. Subsequently, a series of prompts appear before him. Congratulations, Lord, for successfully conquering the thorny wall, earning the title Thornbreaker, and receiving the Thorny Wall 1 as a reward. Thorny Wall has been successfully claimed. Congratulations, Lord, for acquiring a non-quality Thorny Wall, evolvable. Upgrade and transform it. And you shall obtain a fortress as solid as a rock, steadfast and impenetrable. In tandem with this, a 100-fold reward is triggered. 100-fold reward, non-selectable, Thorny King, title 50 comprehensive attributes of Thorny Wall, perception contract. Thorn Spirit 1, drop the royal seal of the Thorn clan, capable of doubling the potential and growth rate of the Thorny Wall. Chapter 6, The Abyss of All Realms. Establishing territory, Jiangchun. Is it truly possible for the Thorny Wall to recognize its master, Thorny King, Thorn Spirit? Upon witnessing these notifications and noticing the additional Thorn Spirit in his inventory, Shinruo feels a sense of astonishment. Concurrently, a three-dimensional model materializes in his mind. It is a miniature representation of the Thorny Wall, accompanied by its data. Thorny Wall, title 50 comprehensive attributes shield of the territory. Level, non-quality. Data, perimeter 15 kilometers, width 6 meters, height 45 meters. Belonging Lord, Shinruo. Passive attributes, would attribute, beginner defense, beginner repair, beginner resistance learning. Sharp thorns and formidable self-repair capabilities can deter most ordinary beasts from breaching the wall. Defect, cannot directly withstand impacts from bronze quality items or the destructive force of bronze good quality beasts. Resistance learning, 0 to none. Note 1. The wall of thorns devoid of quality requires the absorption of nutrient energy to upgrade, in order to thwart the monsters that descend with the night. Note 2. The better the quality of the absorbed resources, the more robust the wall of thorns becomes, enhancing its growth potential and protective capabilities. Not only that, but Shinruo also seemed to have opened a third perspective, with the wall of thorns acting as his eyes, monitoring the surroundings within a 5-meter radius on either side. It was remarkably powerful. However, the abilities of the wall of thorns extended beyond this. Shinruo stood on the inner side of the wall, softly uttering a command. Before the naked eye, countless thorny branches swiftly intertwined and grew, filling the passage he had previously opened in less than a minute. Shinruo spoke again. Open. Instantly. The wall of thorns contracted, arching to create a passage 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. Truly magical. After surveying the area, Shinruo turned and ventured deeper. As the wall of thorns restored itself, ahead lay a valley, enclosed by a 15-kilometer-long wall of thorns. The wall possessed even more miraculous functions, though he had little time to explore them thoroughly, as twilight was approaching. You have discovered a first-tier civilization landscape, valley in the forest. Congratulations, Lord. You have received a reward of 20 civilization points. Will the Lord establish a territory here? Simultaneously, a 100-fold reward was triggered. Civilization points, 2,000. A total of 2,140 points. When civilization points were in single digits per capita, he had already surged into the 4-digit realm. Shinruo instantaneously found himself affluent. With these 2,000 points at his disposal, he could procure most items from the Myriad Realms marketplace, alleviating his concerns for sustenance and shelter for the time being. Shinruo gazed at the 2 towering mountains before him, the very peaks he had previously observed. One mountain stood barren, with sparse trees, while the other was verdant and lush. However, Shinruo, upon reviewing the prompt, did not rush to establish a territory immediately. He opted for a more cautious approach. This valley was neither too large nor too small. Towering nearly 100 meters high on either side, a stream flowed through the center, cascading down from the mountains. The valley was devoid of weeds and shrubs. Apart from bare rock and lofty trees, it appeared clean and spacious. Which side should the territory be established on? Shinruo pondered, contemplating a position on the mountain. Typically, territories are chosen for their advantageous geographical locations, essentially places that are easy to defend and difficult to assault, with convenient access to resources, much like bandits, who often set up camp on high ground. Subsequently, Shinruo, wielding a long knife, made his way toward the densely wooded mountain. This mountain was filled with trees and vines, along with various wild flora and fauna, yet he did not encounter any sizable beasts. The location was not particularly ideal for resource gathering, Shinruo mused after descending. The mountain he had just climbed boasted an abundance of timber resources, with the spring water flowing from the rocky crevices at its midsection. However, there are numerous drawbacks. The trees and vines are abundant, and the terrain is steep, making the paths difficult to traverse. Most critically, the summit is not a flat platform, but rather a narrow apex resembling a pyramid, unsuitable for establishing a dwelling. This mountain has its merits. Subsequently, Shenhua chose to ascend another peak, which he temporarily named Rock Mountain. Although the adjacent Rock Mountain has sparse vegetation and the slopes are strewn with larger, exposed rocks, its summit is relatively flat, with two large boulders providing shelter from the wind, making it suitable for setting up camp. Nevertheless, Shenhua did not rush to declare this as his territory. He is a rather prudent individual. A cave? While patrolling the midsection of Rock Mountain, Shenhua discovered a cave. The entrance was engulfed in darkness, as if it had devoured all light. Suddenly, a notification from the 10,000 Realms civilization appeared before him. Congratulations, Lord, for discovering the entrance to the 10,000 Realms cavern. Civilization points, 20. The 10,000 Realms cavern is a high-risk, high-reward mysterious location within the 10,000 Realms battlefield, where civilizations converge and all lords embark on joint explorations. Filled with resources, opportunities, and the specter of death. Entry ticket to the 10,000 Realms cavern not yet obtained. Entry is impossible without it. The 10,000 Realms cavern? Shenhua initially thought it was merely an ordinary cave, not anticipating its significant implications. Where could one acquire an entry ticket? To his surprise, the 100-fold reward system activated once more, granting him an astonishing 2,000 civilization points. Shenhua's civilization points surged to 4,140 in an instant. The 100-fold reward proved to be exceedingly formidable. It turned out that the entry ticket to the 10,000 Realms cavern was available for purchase in the marketplace. He discovered this so-called ticket listed on the special item shelf of the 10,000 Realms Mall. The entry ticket to the 10,000 Realms cavern was priced at 50 civilization points, represented by an icon of a torch. It appeared quite affordable, merely 50 civilization points. Yet, there seemed to be an additional barrier. Shenhua was inwardly astounded. He sensed a faint layer obscuring the cave's entrance. When he struck it with his crescent-bladed axe, he found his weapon halted by an unseen force. No matter how he probed, he could not penetrate it, and before him materialized a luminous wall, adorned with shimmering runes that rippled like water. It seemed that some form of entry ticket was indeed required to gain access. Shenhua marveled at the sight, and then turned to depart. The cautious Shenhua did not hastily purchase the entry ticket. The 10,000 Realms civilization had already warned him of a 95 mortality rate. This revelation left him feeling that this world was becoming increasingly extraordinary. The 10,000 Realms civilization? Lords? Marketplace? Caverns? Everything here felt increasingly reminiscent of a game. Does the Lord wish to establish a territory here? Upon receiving the notification from the 10,000 Realms civilization, Shenhua silently confirmed his intent. He had previously surveyed the surrounding forest from the summit and noted that this location was the highest elevation. The forest was dense and expansive, and in the distance, a hazy blue mist seemed to embrace the horizon, reminiscent of an ocean. Was this an isolated island? Shenhua clenched his palm tightly, feeling a profound sense of disappointment. As he resolved to establish his territory, the Lord's identity badge in his pocket suddenly soared out, hovering before his eyes. A visible beam of light radiated from him, swiftly expanding in all directions. The myriad realms of civilization announced, "Congratulations, Lord, on successfully establishing your territory, encompassing an area of 100 square units. Please bestow a name upon your new dominion. Congratulations, Lord, on creating your first territory, securing a minuscule foothold amidst the vast battlefield of myriad realms. May you swiftly conquer the darkness within this arena. Let the era of lords illuminate the heavens." Final gentle reminder. Beware of the encroaching darkness. Naming the territory? Observing the illuminated grid patterns emerging on the ground around him, he mused. This must delineate the boundaries of the territory. 100 square meters is not particularly vast. Even smaller than his family's swimming pool. Simultaneously, the 100-fold reward system was triggered once more. 100-fold reward, territory area 100. The previously defined grid area instantly expanded again. The luminous boundaries of the territory radiated outward from beneath his feet, spreading across the rocky terrain in all directions. The 100-fold of 100 square meters amounted to 10,000 square meters, or roughly 15 acres, equivalent to over 20 basketball courts. At that moment, a new perception blossomed in his mind. Within a radius of 10,000 square meters, any movement or occurrence was visible to him. This divine perspective felt akin to the third-person view previously granted by the Thorny Wall. Territory name, Jiangchun. Level, 0, not yet promoted. Belonging Lord, Shenhua. Population of territory, 1. Core territory area, 10,000 square meters. Outer territory range, 90,000 square meters, 0.09 square kilometers. The outer area is 9 times that of the core territory. Territory buildings, none. Territory features, special products, Forest Valley. Jiangchun was the name Shenhua chose for his territory, combining his surname with that of the Jiang family. He was quite astonished to discover the outer territory was 9 times larger than the core territory. Thus, his total territory size expanded to an impressive 150 acres. This area was indeed larger than that of an average secondary school. However, his awareness of the outer territory was somewhat diminished, only allowing him to vaguely perceive its general state. This is my territory. Standing atop the mountain, surveying the surroundings, Shunruo felt a swell of emotion. Chapter 7. One-Star Civilization Landscape. Thorny Wall Pass Tutorial. In less than half a day, from the moment of his crossing to the establishment of his territory, Shunruo had come to terms with all that transpired before him. Civilization Landscape name, Forest Valley. Level, 1 star. Resources, trees, forest creatures, freshwater. Special products, none. Attribute bonus. The growth recovery speed of plant species in scenic areas is 10. The appearance rate of bronze level rare items is 10. The fruit-bearing rate of forest fruit trees is 20. The mutation rate of plants is 5. And the breeding suitability value of forest animals is 20. Observing the information regarding the 1-star civilization landscape, Forest Valley, within my territory, I, Shinru, pondered why this landscape did not offer a 100-fold reward. There was no answer. I decided to check the situation in the chat group. In the regional chat group, 19992000. The chat messages were lively. Add me as a friend for mutual assistance. Just established my territory. Hehe. I acquired a core territory worth 100 and an outer territory worth 900. Feeling fantastic. Hey, big shots. Did you set up your territory on the mountain or at the foot of the mountain? I chose to build halfway up the mountain with abundant trees, ample resources, and good cover. It's the best choice. Mountain Forest 1. I have a method to bypass the thorny wall without burning it. It requires purchasing or crafting a 3-meter-long ladder and a thorn-proof outfit to climb over and then dig through. What do you think? I walked along the thorny wall for a long time without finding an entrance. I can't wait any longer. I'll just burn the wall. Haha. Surely there aren't still fools who believe this thorny wall is effective? It's such a hassle to complicate something that can be resolved with fire. What a waste of time. I, Shinru, took out my lord's identity badge and observed the bustling chat in the group. Most people opted to burn the thorny wall to enter and become lords, while a small fraction chose to outsmart the wall. There were also some who decided against both options, camping outside the wall and waiting for an opportunity. The chat group seemed to have divided into 2 factions. I murmured in surprise. The most apparent flaw of the unclaimed thorny wall is its vulnerability to fire, but seeking passage without fire is no simple task. I fear that only I possess the means to traverse the thorny wall unscathed. After all, not everyone can attain a 100-fold reward. I reflected for a moment and decided to share the general information regarding the thorny wall before the 50 enhancement for titles in the regional chat group. Thorny wall, shield of the territory, territorial protection, no quality, can be claimed, can be upgraded. Perimeter, 10 kilometers, width, for meters, height, 3 meters. Passive attributes, primary wooden defense, primary repair, primary resistance learning. Sharp thorns and strong self-repair capabilities can repel most ordinary beasts from the wall. Soon, the chat messages suddenly paused for a moment. Is this the information about that thorny wall? Why haven't I seen this? Brother, did you make this up? The wall's data seems somewhat plausible. Something that can be burned away with a fire has so many attributes? It's fake. LOL, you burned the wall, besides charcoal. What useful information can you still see? The group was abuzz with chatter. Before long, I received several private messages. But most were inquiries about the first 2 questions. Is this news true? Big shot. Did you pass through without burning it? Can you tell me how to get through? Please add me as a friend. Thank you. The information regarding the thorn wall is indeed accurate. If set ablaze, it will not regain vitality for an entire month. Therefore, it is ill-advised to incinerate the thorn wall. Is that so? I revere your wisdom. How impressive. Does this mean the thorn wall possesses remarkable qualities? A wall that can grow. Ridiculous. Regardless of your assertions, I remain skeptical. If fire cannot be used, how did you manage to pass through? It was quite effortless. A mere swipe of my blade unveiled a passage. His candidness was met with disbelief, as others perceived it as absurd. Starting with a stone axe. Relying solely on resource gathering through chopping? Can your stone axe even sever those thorny vines? I chuckled. Perhaps the items you procured from your treasure chest differ from ours, like a 40-meter-long blade? Consequently, a multitude of people expressed their disbelief and mocked him. A 40-meter blade? How could that be? My sword is merely 7 meters long. I, Shinru, shook my head in silent derision. Yet, my attention was soon captivated by another message in the chat. The information shared by that esteemed individual was indeed correct. I just cleared the level and obtained the title of Thorn Conqueror along with relevant information about the Thorn Wall. The group erupted in astonishment. Is that true? Is this a staged act? As the crowd raised their doubts, that person posted a guide to completing the level. The principle is quite simple. Leveraging the Thorn Wall's aversion to fire while avoiding igniting the thorns themselves. One can utilize the crafting opportunity granted by the Lord's identity card to create a spark. Then, by scattering the superheated charcoal from the burning process at the base of the Thorn Wall, one can instinctively create a narrow passage. After reading this, I couldn't help but marvel at the ingenuity of individuals. Although I was uncertain if there were any gambling elements involved, it undoubtedly demonstrated the person's cleverness. By utilizing today's complementary crafting opportunity and the 2 units of wood gathered from the novice chest, a fire could be created, subsequently opening a passage through the thorn wall. This approach, seemingly a loophole, appeared to align perfectly with the rules of this realm. Should any single element be absent, passage would not be easily granted. Those within the group who had not destroyed the thorn wall began to test the veracity of this guide. Soon, the answer emerged. It was indeed true. Many successfully acquired a growing thorny plant wall. However, those who initially burned down the thorn wall to establish their territory felt a tinge of envy and scoffed. What use is this plant wall? A single fire can obliterate it. Exactly. What purpose does something that can be burned serve? We possess titles, do you? We can observe situations through the thorn wall. Can you? You may not fully grasp the significance of a growing weapon, do you? Those familiar with games understand its power. It is akin to a divine artifact. Do you comprehend? The thorn wall possesses defensive regeneration capabilities and learns resistance. Do you know what resistance learning entails? It means that after being scorched, it will develop a resistance to fire, and next time, the thorn wall may not fear flames at all. A group of territories without walls remained smug. A dispute erupted between two factions within the group. Have you all noticed the entrance to the myriad realms abyss? What does the warning, beware of darkness descending, signify? Someone inquired suddenly. Could it be that the darkness poses a threat? Surely, there can be no real danger, merely a frightful exaggeration? Have you observed that the thorn wall has an explanation stating it can withstand monsters that strike at night? Could the darkness refer to this? If darkness descends, will terrifying monsters emerge? Wait, have you noticed that not long ago, there were 2,000 members online, and now suddenly, one is missing? It has dropped to 1999. The quarrel in the chat abruptly fell into an eerie silence. The members noticed that one of the avatars had turned gray. If they are dead, how did they succumb? The atmosphere in the chat gradually became somber, as if a heavy storm loomed on the horizon. A chilling wind swept through, sending shivers down everyone's spine. Beware of darkness descending? Chunruo, upon reading this alert, was taken aback, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The Lord? Strive to survive, to grow stronger. Personal data. Although everything experienced here had been smooth sailing, a string of keywords began to manifest in his mind, incessantly reminding him that what lay before them was far from a leisurely game. Yet, some in the group scoffed, remaining optimistic. Is that all? Mere triviality. With civilization points to purchase goods, territories to build shelters, and walls for protection, what is there to fear? However, the truth is that the real appetizer of the myriad realms battlefield has yet to be served. Well, let the soldiers face the soldiers, and the water face the earth. Chunruo muttered. With 100-fold reward at stake, it should not be a significant issue. He was uncertain about what the so-called darkness would truly bring. But it was far better to be proactive in preparedness than reactive in despair. Big shot, can we be friends? Just as Chunruo was preparing to exit the chat and purchase some items from the Myriad Realms Mall, another person sent him a private message. Glancing at the avatar, he noticed it was a girl, the same one who had previously advised others against burning the thorn wall and shared the tutorial for overcoming it. A young, beautiful girl with bangs. She exuded an air of youthful charm. After accepting the friend request, she messaged him again. Big shot. You are amazing. The first to clear the challenge. She continued. My name is Li Yu, and I feel like your avatar looks somewhat familiar. Huh. Chunruo raised an eyebrow, having no recollection of her. Is your surname Chin? Chapter 8. A fellow villager? Having purchased his first house in Myriad Realm civilization, after some conversation, it turned out she truly knew him. She was a freshman from his university, and given his notable reputation there, it was reasonable for her to recognize him. It was indeed a stroke of luck to connect with a fellow villager in such a strange place. However, Chunruo felt a bit awkward, as he did not know this girl. Senior Chin, how did you manage to pass that thorn wall? You should be the first to succeed. That is truly impressive. Li Yu messaged, inquiring further. My method is tailored solely for my own use. However, you are quite astute to have discovered an alternative approach to success. Chunru and I exchanged compliments, engaging in mutual flattery. Yet, as I am not well acquainted with her, and given the peculiar circumstances at hand, our initial conversation with Li Yu concluded rather swiftly. Though the chat group buzzed with chatter, it proved to be a significant gain for Chunru. Beware of the encroaching darkness? The mere thought of this warning rendered Chunru's expression increasingly grave. A glance at the private messages revealed no new notifications, though the group chat overflowed with a multitude of messages. Why hasn't Tinai Tang added me yet? According to the timeline, her civilization points should have exceeded 5 by now. Could it be that she misheard my identity? This isn't difficult to recall. Surely, it's easily searchable. Moreover, with one person inexplicably absent from the 2,000-member chat group, Jiang Tang had yet to connect with him, which stirred a sense of unease within Chunru. Casting his gaze around, he sighed softly and murmured, the sun is setting. I should secure a place to stay. Observing prior discussions in the chat regarding effective utilization of the 42 civilization points at hand to establish a long-term resting area, suggestions ranged from purchasing an inexpensive sleeping bag from the Wanjia Mall to seeking refuge in a cave, with others proposing the acquisition of tools to gather wood and construct a shelter. This exemplifies humanity's adaptability, a formidable trait indeed. However, Shinru need not fret over limited finances. While others received a mere 42 points, he would acquire 4,200 civilization points, a staggering 100-fold advantage over the rest. Additionally, the quantity and quality of items he could procure would also increase 100 times, alleviating any concerns about depletion. Which type of dwelling should I choose? Shinru opened the Wanjia Mall and perused the buildings category. The options for houses were rather limited and rather mundane. Stone houses, wooden houses, and iron houses, though varied in appearance, the materials fundamentally boiled down to these three. The minimum purchase threshold for the basic model, measuring 151,812 meters, required 100 civilization points, categorizing it as a low-quality option. Had it been any other item, 100 civilization points would have already classified it as bronze level. Given such exorbitant prices, it is no wonder that those in the group contemplated constructing their own shelters or settling for a cheap sleeping bag. This one seems suitable. After sifting through the options, Shinru opted to purchase a wooden house valued at 2,000 points. Name, exquisite wooden house. Level, bronze quality. Dimensions, 664 meters. Length, width, height. Durability, 15 years for 1,000 points. Characteristics, warm in winter, cool in summer. Purpose, a 36 square meter wooden studio. Is it not meant for sleeping? Note, do not play with fire indoors in the wooden house. With 2,000 civilization points, one can acquire exquisite grade items. I never anticipated the steep housing prices here. Shinruo thought with a resigned shake of his head. The 2,000 civilization points had already reached the bronze perfect quality tier, enabling the purchase of weapons, food, and other goods. However, he felt there was no need to be miserly. If he was to buy, it should be of superior quality, regardless of the cost. Additionally, he was intrigued to experience for the first time whether a bronze exquisite grade item, upon receiving a 100-fold reward, would transform into a silver grade item. Indeed, after Shinruo procured a bronze exquisite grade boutique wooden cottage, the 100-fold reward was triggered once more. The options for the 100-fold reward were as follows. 1. A 2-story boutique villa, dimensions 1087 square meters, material wood, quality bronze perfect. 2. A boutique storage room, dimensions 20,204 square meters, material wood, quality bronze perfect. 3. An elven tree house, dimensions 565 square meters, material elven tree, quality bronze perfect. Once again, 3 options for the 100-fold reward. Yet, Shinruo wore a look of perplexity. Exquisite grade items should not yield a 100-fold reward of bronze perfect items, should they? All were of bronze perfect quality, and unlike the previous rewards, the quantity was not multiplied by 100. Among the reward options, the first 2 were available in the Myriad Worlds marketplace, albeit priced over 4,000 civilization points, quite exorbitant. As for the elven treehouse, he could not find it in the marketplace. Might it be something special? Thus, he swiftly dismissed the villa and storage room options, opting for the third option, the elven treehouse. Name, Elven Treehouse, Young, Level, Bronze Perfect Quality Data. Treehouse, 565 square meters, 13 rooms. Young Elven Tree with a diameter of 15 meters and a height of 35 meters. Durability, 100 years, 10,000 points. Traits, warm in winter, cool in summer. Infused with the aroma of wood spirits. Unique trait, wood attribute shaping. Purpose, this is no ordinary house. Remark, home of the young sprites of the Myriad World's wood spirits. Remember to water it. Upon reading the description from the Myriad World civilization, Shinruo gazed in astonishment at the gradually materializing silhouette of the elven treehouse before him. This house, a quaint wooden cottage perched upon the robust trunk of a large tree, the thick trunk seemingly cradling the cottage as if held aloft by 2 hands. The small wooden house rested beneath a mushroom-shaped canopy, high above the ground among the branches. Delicate vines swayed gently in the breeze, creating a scene of natural harmony. Is this the elven treehouse? Its unique design was truly refreshing for Shinruo. Please select a location for the building, the Myriad World civilization prompted. At that moment, Shinruo heard the notification. He quickly marked the spot for the elven treehouse on the cliffside near the valley of the Rocky Mountain. The towering 8-meter tree and treehouse slowly materialized, taking root before Shinruo's eyes. To think that purchasing a house could also come with a tree? What a delightful little profit. Shinruo unconsciously touched his chin, smacking his lips in delight. However, at the same time, within the vast battlefield of Myriad Realms, a sudden absence was felt in the towering elven forest, home to the Wood Sprite clan, where an 8-meter-tall sapling had mysteriously vanished. This left a group of diminutive sprites, no larger than an adult's palm, playing and frolicking nearby, utterly dumbfounded as they watched the elven sapling gradually fade away and disappear. That was Ya's home. She was still sleeping inside. Oh no, Ya and her house have been stolen. I must inform the elder. A swarm of little sprites scattered, and the news swiftly reached the elders of the Wood Sprite clan. Chapter 9. Purchase a little elven cottage for the sprites. Elvenya, cursed thief. The elders of the sprites were incensed. Before long, The Wood Sprite clan directed their ire towards the spatial shadow demons among their rival faction, the Abyssal Demons. The spatial shadow demons were notorious for their thievery within the battlefield of myriad realms, having pilfered treasures and kin from various clans, including the elves. This was the root of the Wood Sprite's indignation over their missing kin. The disappearance of a little sprite along with the sapling was attributed to the spatial shadow demons' misdeeds. War soon erupted between the realms. Civilizations across the myriad realms were embroiled in conflict, a commonplace occurrence for all lord civilizations. Yet, as a novice lord newly entered into this battlefield, Shinruo found himself marveling at the little treehouse before him. This house is rather tall, he mused. However, he soon encountered a dilemma. He could not discern a way to ascend. The tree was broad and its surface smooth. Should he buy a ladder to climb? Just as Shinruo hesitated beneath the tree, the sapling seemed to sense his predicament. Suddenly, the hanging vines thickened and elongated, forming a long ladder that extended from the tree to the ground. Shinruo was taken aback by this astonishing transformation. How intelligent! He exclaimed. Is this truly a house of perfect bronze quality? Remarkable, it is worth every bit. As Shinruo ascended the tree ladder and gazed downwards, a tightness gripped his heart. Below him lay a narrow path of branches, a meter thick, suspended over 3 meters above the ground. For those with a fear of heights, their legs would surely tremble uncontrollably, yearning to leap down. Shinruo beheld the treehouse before him, its structure and exquisite patterns resembling the work of divine craftsmanship, seamlessly integrated with the great tree, showing no trace of human creation, as if it were born to be so beautiful. How splendid! He whispered in awe. He then gently pushed open the wooden door of the treehouse. As he cast his gaze within, he was suddenly startled. Before him appeared a tiny creature, entirely green. With a pair of brown twig-like horns atop its head, pointed ears, and translucent cicada wings, resembling a small girl no larger than a palm. This unfamiliar being took Shinruo by surprise. She seemed equally bewildered, having just awakened with sleepy eyes, rubbing her emerald green orbs while fluttering out to catch some fresh air, only to be met with the sight of the door swinging open. A giant, unlike any she had ever seen, stood at the entrance. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the two. Shinruo's clear black eyes locked onto the little girl's emerald green ones, resulting in a moment of astonished mutual staring. Ya's eyes widened in shock, her small face displaying panic as she exclaimed, "Eek!" A faint surge of elfin energy erupted from her. Caught off guard, Shinruo felt an unexpected force push him. In a bewildering twist, he found himself airborne, tumbling backward. Goodness! Shinruo's heart skipped a beat as he realized he had been thrust out of the treehouse door, propelled 3 meters into the air. Falling unceremoniously, he braced for impact, knowing a light bump could simply scrape the skin, but a heavier fall might shatter bones. Just as he was about to plummet 3 meters down, a vine from the elfin tree suddenly shot out, wrapping around him and gently lowering him to the ground. Shinruo's back was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing as he exhaled in relief. That was close. Thank goodness for the vine's intervention. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. What was that just now? An elf? As he rubbed his chest, a frown creased his brow, tinged with indignation as he looked up at the treehouse. Bewildered, he pondered what had transpired. Wasn't this house the one awarded to him with a 100-fold bonus? Did he truly need to battle monsters to reside here? Confusion clouded Shinruo's thoughts. Soon, he noticed the creature, let's call her an elf, was cautiously emerging from the treehouse entrance, seemingly assessing the situation. However, on the other side, upon realizing the giant was staring at her, Ya's expression turned to one of alarm. Just as Shinruo was about to speak, he was struck by the absurdity of the scene. Did I really purchase this house with 2,000 civilization points, only for an elf to occupy it? Or was this elf summoned by the 100-fold reward system? The thought left him feeling strangely unsettled. It seemed plausible, as the information about the elf's treehouse had indeed been noted in the records of the myriad civilizations. Note: home of the elfin clan of the myriad realms. Remember to water it. The more Shinruo contemplated, the more he sensed something amiss, secretly speculating. Could it be that I inadvertently awarded the elf's home through the 100-fold reward system? Remove the seams. This is my home, Yo exclaimed, her voice laced with distress. Shinruo, finding the situation both amusing and exasperating, felt his earlier irritation at being pushed dissipate. He had not anticipated such a scenario. Hey, my apologies. It appears this may be a misunderstanding. He called out into the air. Can you hear me? The surrounding atmosphere was so quiet that the sound of falling leaves could be discerned. Suddenly, Shinruo recalled something. Did the elf understand human language, or Mandarin? For that matter? Probably not. Meanwhile, inside the wooden house, you trembled with fear at the giant's roar, exclaiming, "That giant is terrifying." The atmosphere here is not that of the forest of life. The air felt strangely foreign, and I felt as though I had been ensnared by a demon. You could not help but recall the various rumors surrounding the elven race. Tales of elves being captured and reduced to slaves or pets, and of sinister races that sought to consume them as delicacies, roasting and steaming them for feasts. The more she pondered, the more fear gripped her heart, and she began to weep softly. Oh, "Great mother of the elven sacred tree, please come to save your child." You resolved to forsake her slothful slumber, for she did not wish to be roasted by the terrifying giants that roamed outside. Meanwhile, beneath the tree, Chun, unbeknownst to him, had frightened the very sprite that had momentarily unleashed elven power to push him down. It appeared that this abode was no longer habitable. Although he had purchased the house with the hope of securing a better dwelling, he had not anticipated that the original owner would be assigned to him. This system was truly remarkable. A home purchase that came with an elven companion, offering the experience of exotic passion. The world had grown increasingly mysterious. Chun cast a glance at the treehouse before murmuring to himself. Subsequently, he spent 800 civilization points in the multiverse mall to acquire a set of 564 houses. This time, he opted for a stone house of common bronze quality. The price of the house was indeed higher than similar items in the mall. However, 100-fold reward soon followed. This time, there were 3 tiers of rewards: common bronze, fine, and perfect quality. Chun was somewhat astonished to discover that there were perfect level rewards available. Previously, the fine level items he had purchased had all yielded perfect level rewards after the 100-fold boost, without any silver level items appearing. He had assumed the house would only reach fine quality. But perhaps that was for the best. Before long, Chun chose the perfect quality bronze house. A majestic 2-story castle, standing 7 meters tall, materialized before him. The house gracefully descended, firmly establishing itself atop the flat summit of the rocky hill, beside the elven treehouse. To his surprise, he found himself in possession of not one, but 2 splendid houses. As he explored the new residence, he discovered that the first floor encompassed 100 square meters. However, upon entering, he found it utterly empty, devoid of furniture save for doors and windows. He then spent 200 civilization points to purchase a simple wooden bed of 122 meters, accompanied by bedding and a set of table and chairs. The 100-fold reward was triggered, ultimately bestowing upon him the following items: bronze fine level 2, 3-meter luxurious fragrant wood bed, exquisite winter and summer bedding sets, and a fine mahogany table with 2 chairs. The elven treehouse had cost him 2,000 points, while the 2-story castle had required 1,000 points. Despite the 3-digit expenditure, his account maintained a balance of 40 points, not less than that of his peers. There were still many who had not yet amassed the requisite 40 civilization points. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, Chun stood upon the balcony of the 2nd floor, gazing out at the westward slanting rays. He murmured softly as the remnants of the sunset bathed his face, a gentle breeze tousling his hair. In that fleeting moment, he felt a sense of disorientation and questioned, is this the world of survival for lords? Is this the realm that the civilizations of the multiverse urge us to strive to survive within? Unbeknownst to many, one might assume he is vacationing in a quaint mountain villa. This perhaps epitomizes the disparity between those who excel effortlessly and those who toil. Chun Rumo shook his head with a smile. He then stepped outside, casting a glance at the nearby fairy treehouse. The door of the treehouse remained firmly shut. It appeared that this new neighbor was too timid to face the world. Subsequently, Chun Rumo descended the mountain, not pausing for a moment. He had another task at hand: to utilize the Thorn Spirit stored within his personal inventory. Thorn Spirit 1, drip, a royal insignia of the Thorn clan, capable of doubling the potential and growth rate of the Thorn Wall. In his hand, Chun Rumo held a small azure vial containing the Thorn Spirit, revealing a single drop. Yet, this solitary drop felt remarkably heavy, perhaps weighing 7 or 8 pounds, indicating a high density. He arrived at a thorn wall situated at the edge of a wooded valley. Observing the towering plant barrier, Chun Rumo sensed the joy emanating from the thorn wall through their bond, as if it were welcoming its master. Simultaneously, he marveled at the wonders of this extraordinary world. Communicating with plants was once merely a fanciful notion. Now, everything seemed possible. For instance, who could have anticipated that purchasing a house would come with a little fairy? Little one, allow me to present you with a gift. Chun Rumo chuckled as he uncorked the vial. Before him, a slender, spiny branch of the thorn wall extended, gently swaying as it brushed against the bottle in his hand. Sensing the urgency within the thorn wall, Chun Rumo expressed surprise. It seems you are quite eager, aren't you? Here, will you take it yourself? He extended his hand with a smile. The branch tilted the vial, releasing a drop of luminescent green liquid that flowed down its spiny surface. The visible glowing liquid was swiftly absorbed by the thorn wall. Witnessing this, Chun Rumo could not help but exclaim in wonder. Suddenly, a notification from the multiverse appeared before him. The thorn wall is undergoing evolution with the thorn royal insignia. Expected completion in 5 hours. A simple notification, and then it vanished. Is that all? Chun Rumo was taken aback. He had anticipated a spectacular effect or an immediate transformation of the thorn wall. Soon, he discovered that the information regarding the thorn wall had changed too. Name? Evolving. Owner, Chun Rumo. All other information had transformed into question marks. Initially, he had intended to explore the thorn wall's resistance learning, but it appeared he would have to wait. Chun Rumo gazed at the imposing thorn wall before him and chuckled wryly. As he surveyed the tranquil valley, the forest, and the darkening sky, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. What was I to do next? The foremost desire in his heart was to reconnect with his sister, Jiang Tang, and Uncle Xian and Annie Xian. Yet, the harsh reality was that he had no means of contacting them at present. Even Chen Ru, who I placed my hopes upon and was the only one aware of his lordship identification number, Jiang Tang, has yet to add his message in the myriad realms. I remain uncertain whether she is unable to do so or if something has transpired. This thought inevitably stirs a sense of agitation within me once more. After regaining my composure, I rose from the stone by the stream, intending to procure some sustenance from the marketplace of the myriad realms using my lordship identification badge. Suddenly, a look of bewilderment crossed my face as I gazed at the food section of the marketplace, which displayed, the food stock for the bronze domain has been completely depleted. The next restock countdown is set for 6 days, 150 hours, 07 minutes, and 11 seconds in the time of the myriad realms. The countdown was so precise it even measured in milliseconds, down to the thousandths of a second. I was somewhat taken aback. Had the marketplace truly run out of food? This seemed implausible. I distinctly recalled the marketplace offering a plethora of goods, a cornucopia of items in abundance. How could it be that food was now lacking? Unbeknownst to me, the issue of food scarcity had long been prevalent within the foundational chains of the myriad realms battlefield. What shall we do for food? If the marketplace has no food available, how are we to sustain ourselves? Are we being subtly encouraged to hunt? A peculiar notion began to take shape in my mind, and I felt an inkling of understanding regarding the essence of this world. Hunting was indeed a viable option. I lifted my gaze to survey the dense forest before me. If my observations were accurate, there appeared to be a considerable number of prey within. This forest likely teemed with flora and fauna. However, my upbringing in a wealthy household, coupled with my long-standing exposure to Buddhist teachings, had rendered me unaccustomed to taking lives, as I had always been cared for by servants and had never needed to worry about sustenance. Chopping down a low-quality tree yields 10 units of ordinary wood. Gathering time. Using a steel axe consumes 5 stamina over 10 minutes. The effect of the forest gathering expert title activates, allowing collection of ordinary wood with the steel axe to require only 0.1 stamina over 10 seconds. I retrieved the steel axe from my inventory and stood before a tree approximately 3 meters tall with a diameter of less than 30 centimeters. As I observed the tree, a prompt from the myriad civilizations appeared before me. Judging by its size, I knew that had I used a knife previously, it would have been impossible to fell it in under 10 seconds. This is the wondrous nature of this world, where everything seems to be imbued with potential through various states. Let us give it a try. I raised the axe and struck the tree with force. In that moment, I felt a surge of power envelop me, enabling me to swing the axe repeatedly against the tree. It was an odd sensation. It felt as though I was both exerting my own strength and yet somehow not fully in control. With each swing, I could distinctly perceive the impact of the axe against the wood. However, this strange experience was fleeting, as 10 seconds swiftly elapsed. The 3-meter tree soon toppled to the ground. Just as the entire tree fell, a marvelous scene unfolded before my eyes. As the great tree fell to the ground, it instantaneously transformed into 15 square, elongated wooden pillars, meticulously stacked upon the earth. Subsequently, the prompt from the myriad realms of civilization appeared. Title attribute triggered. An additional harvest of 20 obtained. You have acquired 12 units of ordinary timber. Simultaneously, the 100-fold reward was activated. 100-fold reward, selectable, 1. Ordinary timber 1200, no quality. 2. Multipurpose timber 120, quality bronze, ordinary. 3. Multipurpose timber 12, quality bronze good stock. Chapter 11. The Nightfall of the Battlefield of the Myriad Realms. Witnessing the ordinary timber escalate from 12 units to an astonishing 1,200 units truly astounded Chen Ruo. The divine system was indeed formidable. However, his personal storage could not accommodate such an abundance, thus he opted for the third choice. Soon, the multipurpose timber vanished from the open space, having been swiftly claimed into his personal storage, occupying an additional 12 slots. Chen Ruo surveyed the forest, where the calls of animals and birds echoed. Yet their figures were nowhere to be seen. Upon returning to the summit of the rocky mountain, the sun had already been swallowed by the horizon, leaving only a piercing orange-red remnant in the corner of the sky. The new lords of Earth were on the brink of experiencing the battlefield of the myriad realms. As the first night descended, alas, there was no electricity here. Chen Ruo lamented, gazing at his dimly lit dwelling. How careless of me. In such a desolate wilderness, devoid of human presence, where could one possibly draw power? I wonder if the myriad realms market offers such items? There were none of the essentials like generators, wires, or light bulbs. However, a few luminous items were available. Name, inferior oil lamp. Level, no quality. Durability, 30 days, 200. Use, illumination, ignition. Full oil burns for 24 hours. Price, 15 civilization points. This requires fuel and is of rather poor quality, Chen Ruo muttered, continuing to peruse the options. Name, Half Moon Night Pearl. Level, bronze, ordinary quality. Durability, 15 days, 1000. Use, illumination, small area mosquito repellent 2. Brightness lasts for 15 to 24 hours. Price, 60 civilization points. The Half Moon Night Pearl? This shall suffice. After a moment's consideration, Chun Ruo purchased one Night Pearl, deducting 60 civilization points from his account. Account balance, 880 civilization points. In that instant, the 100-fold reward was triggered. 100-fold reward, selectable, 1. Half Moon Night Pearl 100, quality bronze ordinary. 2. Sea Tribe Small Night Pearl 10, quality bronze fine. This time, the 100-fold reward presented only two choices. Adhering to the principle of choosing the superior over the inferior, Chun Ruo selected the second option. Name, Sea Tribe Small Night Pearl. Level, bronze fine. Durability, 1 year, 2000. Use, purification illumination, bright light repels insects 8. Soon, 10 Sea Tribe Small Night Pearls appeared in his personal storage. He retrieved one to examine. That night, the luminous pearl atop the dark mountain suddenly radiated a brilliant glow, yet its physical diameter was less than 2 centimeters. Indeed, the small luminous pearl was quite diminutive. However, its illuminating capability was remarkably bright, approximately 15 watts, perhaps. As I gazed at the dazzling yet gentle orb, I found myself momentarily speechless. Subsequently, I searched for a higher spot at the entrance to place another luminous pearl. Upon returning to my new home, I positioned one in the hall on the first floor, on the staircase, and in the hall on the second floor, each illuminating the space akin to a light bulb. The advantage of the luminous pearl lay in its independence from electricity and its ease of placement. The mechanism to turn it on and off was equally simple. A quick double tap would suffice. Before long, under the cloak of night, a 2-story villa illuminated like a beacon appeared atop the mountain. After I resolved the lighting issues in my home, I ascended to the balcony on the second floor to survey the surroundings. The sky was gradually darkening, with a lingering hint of grayish light. Beneath the expanse of the heavens, the earth was shrouded in profound darkness, and the forest lay in an eerie silence, devoid of any sounds from the creatures within. As I inadvertently cast my gaze towards the nearby location of the elfin treehouse, I was momentarily taken aback. A peculiar sight unfolded before my eyes. A grand tree radiating a bluish-green luminescence, its crystalline branches and leaves shimmering delicately as they swayed gently in the night. While I reveled in the luxury of my villa, my fellow players, who had entered the realm of universal civilization alongside me, found themselves engulfed in darkness, lamenting their plight. The night was oppressive, and within numerous regional chat groups, some members began to withdraw, leading the once full roster of 2,000 to dwindle to 1999, and in some groups, the numbers fell by dozens. An unsettling atmosphere loomed like storm clouds over everyone's hearts. As night fell, the suffocating weight of darkness descended upon all, instilling a sense of unease and confinement within each individual. At that moment, everyone teetered on the brink of anxiety and despair, their only solace resting in the identity token of lordship they held. It represented hope, a means to alleviate their pent-up emotions. In the regional chat group, the discourse was rife with complaints. The prices in the universal market are exorbitant. I can't afford anything. I've only accumulated a little over 40 civilization points, barely enough for a coffin, let alone a proper dwelling. I bought a sleeping bag, but now I'm lying on the ground exposed, feeling panicked. Brothers, do you have any good strategies? It's pitch black outside and quite unsettling. I'm so hungry. The chat among the new lords was a torrent of messages, an outpouring of emotions. They exchanged information, lamenting their fates, and the conversation was a chaotic mix of various sentiments. Particularly, those who had chosen to establish their territories in the dense forests without a fire felt themselves nearly paralyzed by the oppressive silence surrounding them. In this dark wilderness, even the insects remained silent, unwilling to utter a sound. Alone in this eerie place, my mind involuntarily conjured terrifying scenes reminiscent of horror films like Silent Hill and Sadako. A chilling sensation seemed to waft from behind, an unsettling reminder that only by immersing oneself in such an experience could one truly comprehend its essence. Nevertheless, the vast majority of items in the multiverse mall remained unattainable for them, exacerbating their already dire living conditions. Yet, there were a few astute new lords who maximized the value of their scant 40 civilization points. One erected a makeshift shelter using broad palm leaves and wooden sticks, while another crafted a sleeping mat in a cave. Some generously purchased oil lamps, while others, more frugal, merely acquired sleeping bags, opting to huddle on the ground without lighting a fire. Overall, the situation was grim. Everyone was impoverished, enduring a harsh existence in the wilderness. As for spacious houses and comfortable beds, such dreams were fanciful illusions. In the civilized world where Chun Zhuo resided, he stood on the second floor, his gaze fixated on an elven treehouse. To his astonishment, the tree radiated light at night, resembling something out of a fairy tale, a truly beautiful sight. He stroked his chin, marveling at the glowing elven tree, but lamented that the exorbitantly purchased house was uninhabitable. Chun Zhuo felt a sense of resignation regarding the unexpected turn of events. However, having an elf as a neighbor was a comforting thought. At least he was not alone in this unfamiliar world. As he savored a sweet and sour fruit to satiate his hunger, He admired the enchanting beauty of the elven tree by night, contemplating the challenges that lay ahead. Meanwhile, the last remnants of dusk faded from the sky, plunging the earth into complete darkness. A long, crimson eye, akin to a walnut, slowly ascended on the horizon. Chapter 12. The Night of Catastrophe. What? Chunju's attention was drawn to a phenomenon in the eastern corner of the sky, causing him to gasp in disbelief. Momentarily lost in thought. At that instant, the blood-colored pendant around his neck flickered softly before falling silent. Night had fallen. In place of the moon, a bizarre, red-hued entity emerged, resembling a giant crimson eye adorned with elongated red lines, casting an eerie glow across the inky night sky. The sight sent shivers down one's spine. The Night of Catastrophe has arrived, triggering the protection mechanism for new lords in the multiverse battlefield. Lord number 015. Your territory has been granted 7 days of protection under the auspices of multiverse civilization. Within this protective barrier, your territory will be shielded from the effects of the Night of Catastrophe. Darkness descends. The Night of Catastrophe looms overhead. Suddenly, a thunderous alert jolted Chunju from his reverie. A hazy light barrier rose at the edge of his territory, resembling a semicircular dome enveloping the air above. What is that? Chunju snapped to attention, his expression still tinged with terror. Just moments ago, he had merely cast a fleeting glance at that crimson giant eye. Suddenly, he found himself unable to restrain his thoughts, as a torrent of unfamiliar and terrifying images flooded his mind. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Countless heads with bulging eyes dripping black blood, ghostly infants gnawing on severed fingers, and grotesque, twisted limbs pieced together, evoking an unspeakable horror. The hint from the civilization of myriad realms saved him. Chunju, with a hurried glance around, noted the surrounding tranquility. In the distance stood a small, elven tree radiating a soft glow in the night. A sight of exquisite beauty that starkly contrasted the nightmarish visions that had just plagued his mind, like the stark difference between heaven and hell. What had just transpired? Protection from the civilization of myriad realms for the new lord? Chunju exhaled a heavy breath, frowning as he murmured to himself. He soon discovered significant changes in his territory information. Territory name, Jiangchun. Level, 0, unpromoted. Owner, Chunju. Territory funds, 880 points of civilization credits, private to the lord. Population, 1. Core territory area, 10,000 square meters. Peripheral territory range, 90,000 square meters. Territory structures, thorny wall, evolving. Elven tree house, double-story luxury villa. Territory features, scenery, specialties forest valley, elven tree. Protection of myriad realms, under the aegis of the civilization of myriad realms. All beings and the environment within the territory are immune to the effects of the disaster night. Protection duration, 700 days. The information regarding the territory, its funds, and the structures exhibited notable changes. Moreover, an additional formidable aspect of protection from the myriad realms had emerged. Previously, the hint suggested a duration of 7 days. Yet now it indicated a staggering 700 days. Chunju was taken aback by this revelation. It appeared to be yet another merit of the hundredfold reward system. However, this was indeed fortuitous. While others would receive merely 7 days of protection, he had been granted an impressive 700 days. Was this not delightful? Was that ominous red eye the source of the disaster night as hinted by the civilization of myriad realms? Chunju cast another glance at the crimson orb. Despite the shield of protection, the grotesque images had ceased to invade his mind. Yet, the sight of that red eye still sent tremors of dread coursing through him, his body trembling uncontrollably, as if prolonged eye contact would yield unpredictable consequences. What on earth was that? Why was it so eerie? He could not linger outside for long. It was too bizarre. Remarkably, in the brief moment he had just consumed a sweet and sour fruit, his physical attributes were still at full capacity. However, after casting a glance at that uncanny red eye, his energy plummeted from a full 100 points to a mere 30. He had transitioned from a state of vibrant vitality to one of overwhelming fatigue, his mind clouded with drowsiness. Thankfully, with the protective barrier of the myriad realms now in place, he felt considerably safer. One sweet and sour fruit could replenish 50 points of stamina, 100 points of hunger, and 20 points of energy. Currently, he possessed 15 ordinary quality bronze sweet and sour fruits, and 3 bronze quality elemental fruits. Chunju, after letting out a belch, felt a sharp pang of acidity in his teeth. A morsel that could satiate his hunger had to be consumed several times. In times past, he would have already been sick from overeating. Yet, with nothing else to eat at present, he could only endure and make do. He wondered how the others were faring. Suddenly, Chunju recalled the players in the regional chat group. Surely, their conditions were not too favorable? Little did he know, their situations were beyond dire. Tragic scarcely sufficed to describe their plight. At that moment, the majority of individuals were enveloped in darkness, huddled within their sleeping bags, relying on a meager campfire for illumination. Those who had reveled in the indulgences of urban life just this morning were now forced to take refuge in desolate caves, their bellies empty, and the ground serving as their bed in this wilderness survival scenario. The stark contrast underscored their misery. When Chunru produced his lord's identity badge, he discovered that there were no new notifications in the myriad private messages. His expression darkened. Jiang Tang had yet to reach out to him. With a quiet sigh, he reluctantly opened the chat group. The barrage of messages in the world chat was as chaotic as ever, making it difficult to discern what was being communicated. Upon accessing the regional chat group, his pupils constricted slightly. The number of online participants had dwindled to 997, 200. 2 more had logged off. 3 avatars had already turned gray. Observing the conversations among the group members, Chunru sensed a palpable atmosphere of anxiety and fear. The number of people willing to engage in chat had suddenly decreased significantly. Please, don't go outside. I can't hold on any longer. The terrifying red giant eye. The blood moon is too frightening. There are so many ghosts. Many spoke in fragments, their messages abruptly ceasing. Those huddled in their sleeping bags were frightened nearly to death. What on earth is happening? Is this a joke? Can someone clarify? For heaven's sake, stop startling me. What is going on? What do you mean by a red eye and blood moon? Inquiring minds, clueless of the situation, continuously sent messages seeking information. Seeing this, Chunru furrowed his brow, as he seemed to deduce the reason behind the sudden silence of some speakers. Exhaustion had overcome them. Were it not for his own supply of sweet and sour fruits and elemental fruits to replenish his energy, he too might have succumbed to slumber on the ground. If all went as expected, everyone else's experiences were likely akin. Now, a peculiar red giant eye had appeared in the eastern sky, which he suspected was connected to the calamity night warning issued by the myriad civilizations. If one had not received the myriad civilizations' protective alert, he advised against looking up at that eye, for it could lead to terrifying occurrences and an additional drain on energy. A reduction in energy could result in drowsiness and fainting. Chunru shared his conjectures in the chat group. Such information would inevitably come to light. There was no need to conceal it. Is that true? Then I want to go outside. I'll stay tucked in my sleeping bag for safety. Calamity night? I just heard a warning about that. Huh. This avatar looks somewhat familiar. Isn't this the individual who previously informed us about the thorny wall? Soon, the members of the chat group discovered the identity of the individual who had informed them about the current situation outside. It appeared that this esteemed figure spoke the truth. How remarkable. They had uncovered the reality. Esteemed one, could you elaborate? What is the situation regarding that ominous red eye? Is it possible to take a closer look? Wait. How did they come to know this? Chapter 13. Attempting private messaging. Utilizing creation. Observing the inquiries and doubts from the crowd, Chunruo shook his head with a smile, finding it unnecessary to explain. Senior Chen, do you plan to stay in the cave? He inquired. I intend to reside in the cave at the entrance of the Wanjie Abyss. I wonder if you have any valuable suggestions. Senior, could you share details about the situation with the red eye of Disaster Night? I was just setting up a bed in the cave and am not quite aware of what transpired outside. I seek your guidance. Upon opening his contact list, Chunruo noticed several messages from his junior, Li Yu. Some were inquiries she had sent earlier regarding his thoughts on wilderness survival, while others were recent messages asking about the situation of Disaster Night. I do not have comprehensive knowledge regarding Disaster Night. However, my advice would be to refrain from gazing at that eye indiscriminately, lest you find yourself plagued by nightmares. If there is a protective prompt from the Wanjie civilization, it might be worth trying to understand the situation further. Recalling the grotesque and horrifying images he had previously encountered, Chunruo felt the hairs on his arms stand on end. For those with a more timid disposition, it could lead not merely to nightmares, but potentially to deep psychological trauma. However, with the protection of the Wanjie civilization, he believed that viewing it again would not conjure terrifying images in his mind. Yet, an inexplicable sense of discomfort remained. That eerie giant eye was likely something he would eventually have to confront. After all, what would happen if the protection from the Wanjie civilization were to vanish? 7 days is not a long time. All right, I shall heed your advice, Senior. Caution is indeed prudent. Before long, Liu sent another message. Senior, are you feeling hungry? The wild fruits I gathered earlier are insufficient to satiate my hunger. After a while browsing through items in the Wanjie marketplace, another message from Liu appeared. He smiled quietly. It seemed that Liu had already begun to see him as a confidant. After all, she only knew him here, and their bond as schoolmates was certainly better than confiding in a complete stranger. Yet, a voice within him insisted that everything that had transpired today could not possibly be fabricated. Another world civilization. Once more, an endless darkness loomed, with a colossal crimson eye floating in the sky, coldly observing the earth below. At this moment, on a rocky mountain with sparse trees, the cave entrance halfway up the slope flickered with dancing flames. Inside the cave, a bonfire crackled, supporting a stone pot for boiling water. There sat a young girl, her long black hair cascading down her back, her complexion delicate yet slightly pallid, with an air of weariness. She curled up, wrapping her arms around her knees on a sleeping bag, clutching a luminous jade token in her hand. This was Liu, the junior who had been chatting with Chunruo. Those familiar with her affectionately called her Carp or Little Koi. Suddenly, Liu glanced at the new notification in her private messages, momentarily taken aback. A friend's private message read, Your friend has sent you a sweet and sour fruit. Accept or decline. Upon opening it, she discovered that Shinruo had sent her a fruit through the message. Overwhelmed with surprise and delight, Liu gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Is this really a gift from Senior Chin? An overwhelming sense of gratitude surged within her. She never imagined that the senior she had only heard of but never spoken to would unexpectedly send her a gift. This gesture arrived at a time when she felt the most fearful and lonely, bringing her the warmest of gifts. Her admiration for him soared, leaving her utterly stunned. I cannot accept this. Liu quickly came to her senses and thought to herself, if he gives this to me, might he not have any left? I cannot accept it. Meanwhile, Shinruo was taken aback to see that Liu had declined the sweet and sour fruit he had sent through the interdimensional message. He soon noticed her new response. Senior, I cannot take this from you. If you give it to me, you will have none left. Shinruo chuckled softly, shaking his head in amusement. He had just been contemplating whether the interdimensional message truly possessed the ability to send items across distances. After all, he still had several fruits on hand, and with the 100-fold reward, he expected to acquire even more the next day. With an abundance of resources at his disposal, he had no reason to worry. Thus, he decided to be generous and test the sending function of the interdimensional message. If successful, it would not only help Liu, but also serve his purpose. He never anticipated that the junior would decline. This unexpected turn of events increased his fondness for her. Rest assured, this fruit can be a bit sour if consumed in excess, and I do not particularly enjoy it. It possesses nutritional properties that can satiate hunger. Take it, as it is but a single piece. You need to nourish yourself to have the strength to face the challenges around you. Ultimately, under Chun Ruo's persuasion, Liu accepted the sweet and sour fruit he had sent. Sweeter and sour fruit 1, quality, bronze, common. Attributes, juicy and sweet sour, replenishes bodily vitality. One piece restores 50 stamina points, 100 hunger points, and 20 energy points. What? Isn't this a bronze level item? As she read the information about the fruit sent by Chun Ruo, her face displayed astonishment. Liu recalled the wild fruits she had gathered previously, which were of no quality and tasted sour and astringent, lacking any sweetness. In contrast, this fruit from Senior Chun was akin to a superior variety of the wild fruit, and it was her first encounter with a bronze level item. How precious! She contemplated declining again, but hesitated as she recalled Chun Ruo's previous messages. He mentioned having eaten several pieces himself, and even complained about their sourness. Liu swallowed hard, her cheeks flushed with uncertainty. Yet, deep inside, she sensed that someone's fondness for her was steadily increasing. Thank you for the fruit, Senior. I will remember this. She planned to take a bathroom break, perhaps enjoy a shower, and check the interdimensional marketplace for any items available for purchase. Indeed, I recall that today's manufacturing still has one free opportunity for basic crafting that is yet to be utilized. I nearly overlooked the chance to earn those 100 civilization points. Universal manufacturing. Basic crafting technology can forge items of no quality and bronze-grade quality. Details. Input materials for random crafting or utilize blueprints to conserve materials, expending civilization points for guidance in the process. Note, the quality of the manufactured items is contingent upon the materials used, with a certain rate of failure. The higher the quality, the greater the likelihood of failure. One can craft weapons, delicacies, and more. As I, Chun, employed this opportunity, the manufacturing on my lord's identity badge revealed more detailed information. Food can also be crafted? This revelation surprised me. This is certainly intriguing. However, I do not intend to produce food at the moment, as sustenance is not my immediate concern. Instead, I ponder whether I could create a restroom facility, such as a toilet, to address the pressing need for convenience. The house I purchased, despite having 3 rooms and a living area on the first floor, lacks any designated space for such necessities. Humans have urgent needs, and I initially thought to browse the Universal Mall for any restroom-related structures. Yet, to my dismay, not only were toilets absent, but even basic latrines seemed non-existent, as if everyone were devoid of such bodily functions. Or perhaps, they expect one to relieve themselves in the wilderness? I seem to have discerned a pattern. While the Universal Mall offers a plethora of items, it appears to lack certain categories. Thus, I resorted to utilizing manufacturing to directly design a restroom. Toilet, bronze common required materials, 30 stone blocks, 20 stone slabs, 6 bronze common quality multi-purpose wood, 1 iron sheet. However, upon reviewing the required materials, I hesitated. While I could gather many of them from outside, the circumstances beyond my door were hardly conducive to venturing out. Additionally, the design fee of 30 civilization points felt rather steep. The materials themselves were affordable, so I proceeded with the purchase. Manufacturing complete. Congratulations to the Lord for acquiring 1 toilet, bronze common. You have successfully crafted a bronze item, earning 5 civilization points. Ultimately, I expended 150 civilization points to create a restroom. Yet, upon receiving the notification from the Universal Civilization, I was somewhat astonished. 5 civilization points? Not just 1. A 100-fold reward would yield 500 points. Does that not mean I have struck gold? There was no immediate answer. What followed was the activation of the 100-fold reward. Meanwhile, As I busied myself with manufacturing at home, a peculiar transformation transpired in the darkness beyond my territory. Chapter 14. Night falls, day breaks. A haunting howl echoed faintly from the distance. What is that sound? While installing the toilet, I suddenly paused in alarm. I hurriedly stepped outside. Standing in the glow of the luminous night pearl lamp, gazing toward the pitch-black forest below, straining to listen. A sound reminiscent of a baby crying in the night, akin to a cat's mournful wail, resonated from the distant woods. The eerie noises surged from all directions, rising and falling in intensity, instilling a sense of dread. The entire forest suddenly came alive in the night. Yet, amidst this bustling scene, an aura of terror pervaded the atmosphere incessantly. Not only did it startle Shinrumo, but it also left the other novice lords trembling in fear, their hearts racing. The unsettling sounds seemed to emanate from beyond the confines of my territory. Furrowing her brow, Shinrumo hastily established a connection with the perception of the thorn wall. Through the eyes of the thorn wall, she beheld a chilling sight beyond her domain. Within a 5-meter radius of the thorn wall, it appeared as though thousands of eyes, glowing with a sinister red light, swayed in the darkness of the night. The forest, devoid of light, and the absence of infrared capabilities in the thorn wall rendered it impossible to discern the nature of these crimson-eyed entities. Yet, the sudden emergence of countless glowing red orbs amidst the pitch-black surroundings was undeniably unsettling. Were they attempting to breach the thorn wall? To invade her sanctuary? As Chunrumo gleaned the situation through the thorn wall's perception, her brow furrowed with concern. However, the 6-meter-thick, 4.5-meter-high wall, brimming with thorns, was not easily traversed. Were they ensnared? Soon, Shinrumo realized that the unknown creatures attempting to force their way in were indeed caught within the thorny barrier. The most ferocious of the red-eyed beasts had penetrated 4 meters deep, but was quickly ensnared by countless thorns, wounded and unable to advance. Upon witnessing this, Shinrumo breathed a sigh of relief. At least they could not enter. Yet, did the thorn wall absorb the viscous substances exuded by those creatures? Was it blood? Unbeknownst to her, Shinrumo stood at the entrance, observing the live broadcast of the night forest's invasion by unknown entities through the thorn wall, transfixed for over an hour. Hundreds, if not thousands, of these creatures incessantly assaulted the wall, yet none perished within the thorny confines. They were trapped, motionless. Little did Shinrumo know that a pair of green glowing eyes watched her curiously from the side. In a small tree house atop the elven tree, the little sprite Yia gently fluttered her bioluminescent wings, peering through a small opening in the window, secretly observing the world outside. Upon spotting Shinrumo's brilliantly illuminated new dwelling, Yia, raised amidst the life-giving forest of wood sprites, had never encountered such a foreign structure. Wow, is this the home of that giant? A mixture of fear and curiosity spread across her face as she hid behind the window, her eyes blinking in fascination at Chunrumo's abode. Suddenly, upon seeing Chunrumo emerge, Yia's expression shifted to one of panic. A giant. Run. She hurriedly concealed herself, pressing against the wall beneath the window, her eyes wide and breath held in trepidation. After a while, she dared to inch upward slightly, peeking outside to see if the giant still lingered. To her astonishment, Yia's eyes widened in alarm. The giant was still there. Wait, something seems amiss, she pondered. After a moment, she decided to take another look. Why isn't the giant moving? Blinking in disbelief, she wondered, could he be dead? A glimmer of mischief danced in her eyes. Yia felt that her experiences today had been overwhelmingly terrifying, and now she dared not venture outside her home. As night descended, upon awakening, she beheld the giant still wandering in the vicinity of her home, striking terror into the heart of the little sprite. I am in such dire straits. Help me, O great tree spirit, exclaimed the sprite, terrified and retreating beneath her covers. The giant emerged once more, wielding a crescent-shaped axe in one hand and a luminous pearl in the other as he made his way down the mountain to fetch water. Cautiously, I descended the mountain. The surrounding darkness was eerily silent, a stark contrast to the distant, horrifying cries echoing through the night. Upon reaching the stream, I surveyed the area, shrouded in darkness. After a while, I lowered my gaze to inspect the water, relieved to find no monstrous creature with bared fangs lurking beneath the surface. From my personal storage, I retrieved a wooden barrel with a capacity of 10 liters and filled it with stream water, having purchased it from the Multiverse Mall. At that moment, the 100-fold reward activated once more. 100-fold rewards, selectable 1. Ordinary stream water 7L, quality, none. 2. Sterile stream water 7L, quality, bronze, ordinary. 3. Elemental spring water 7L, quality, bronze, superior. Such rewards abound. I was somewhat astonished, but accepted it with ease. I scanned my surroundings, murmuring to myself. I chose the first 100-fold reward, securing 700 liters of water. After purchasing a container from the Multiverse Mall and filling it, I thought to myself, at last, the water issue is resolved. Half an hour later, I surveyed the house, ensuring the doors were locked and the windows secured. My territory exhibited no anomalies. The thorny walls had thwarted all intruding species. Now, I could only wait for dawn to devise my next steps. I murmured again, aware that outside various eerie cries and wails persisted, yet I knew there was little I could do at present. I had no idea of the hour, nor the true nature of this so-called disaster night. I could only hope for a turn of fortune with the arrival of dawn. The night stretched on interminably. The once pitch-black sky gradually transformed into a deep crimson, as if an endless stream of blood had been smeared across the heavens, casting the entire world in a red hue. A terrifying, scarlet giant I loomed over the earth, gazing down upon the realms sheltered beneath the protective veil of the multiverse. Its gaze seemingly filled with cold mockery. On that first night, many found it difficult to sleep, gripped by fear and unease. The night, though long, eventually yielded to dawn, dispelling the shadows. The ominous eye in the sky disappeared, and tranquility returned to the land. The heavens exhaled light, the first rays of dawn heralding what appeared to be a beautiful new day. When I awakened the following morning, I stepped out onto the balcony from my bedroom. The sky was painted in hues of dawn, the morning sun illuminating the balcony, with a soft blue palette adorning the heavens. The giant I had vanished? Does this mean it shall not appear during the day? Upon witnessing the scene outside, free from darkness, I let out a quiet sigh of relief. Simultaneously, I felt a subtle pang of realization. I was awake, still in this unfamiliar world. How could it possibly be a dream? I chuckled wryly, dismissing further thoughts. Utilizing my lordly abilities to sense the state of my territory, I found no anomalies within either the core or outer realms. In two simple words, safe. As Chun Ruo surveyed the thorns of blood, he was utterly astounded. Chapter 15, Mutated Evolution, The Blood Thorn Wall, compiled in the bestiary of dark creatures. Upon arriving at the location of the thorn wall, a chill surged from his tailbone to the nape of his neck, rendering him completely speechless. The thorn wall before him had drastically transformed from his previous understanding of this plant barrier. Once adorned with green leaves and brown spiny branches, it had inexplicably turned a deep crimson overnight. Before him stood a circular, seemingly boundless wall of blood, captivating in its presence amidst the forest. The thorn wall, nay, it should now be referred to as the blood thorn wall. Chun Ruo inhaled sharply. Such a transformation was staggering. Had it mutated? Despite the apparent danger emanating from the blood thorn wall, Chun Ruo could distinctly sense an affectionate and joyful emotion radiating from it. A deep red thorn extended towards him, swaying as if awaiting praise from its master. Yet, he dared not touch this spiky entity. Name, Blood Thorn Wall, Shield of Territory, Title, 50 Comprehensive Attributes. Level, Bronze. Normal Quality, Royal. Data, Perimeter 6,000 meters, width 6 meters, height 6 meters. Belonging Lord, Chun Ruo. Attributes, Wood, Dark, Passive Talent. Intermediate Defense, Intermediate Repair. Intermediate Resistance Learning. Sharp Bloodthorns skilled in strangulation possess formidable control, undoubtedly a nightmare for foes. Deficiency, unable to directly withstand silver-level weaponry or the impact of ferocious beasts. Resistance Learning, 0 for none. Note 1. The blood of enemies is undoubtedly the finest sustenance for the blood thorn wall. Note 2. The higher the quality of absorbed resources, the sturdier the blood thorn wall becomes, enhancing its growth potential and protective capabilities. What a significant transformation! Chun Ruo murmured as he reviewed the information on the thorn wall. Both its level and abilities had strengthened, yet it had shrunk from 15 kilometers to 6 kilometers, encircling his territory and the forest valley. What exactly is resistance learning? Chun Ruo pondered. It seemed that the thorn wall needed to grow an inner wall, which would connect to the roots of the outer wall. The antibody genes would then transfer to the outer thorn wall guarding the territory, providing immunity against certain attributes, such as a specific level of fire or frost. Creating the inner wall was straightforward. It merely required the thorn wall to produce it. Chun Ruo realized he could easily control the growth speed of the thorn wall to form the inner wall. You can place the inner wall halfway up that mountain, he instructed, pointing to the rocky mountain where he resided. To his surprise, the thorn branch nodded up and down, seemingly indicating comprehension. Remarkably intrigued, he then declared, "Open a passage. I wish to assess the situation." He sought to unveil the nature of the red-eyed creature that had invaded the previous night. Surely, the area beyond the blood thorn wall had yielded a plethora of spoils. Subsequently, the wall of thorns swiftly opened a passage 3 meters wide and high for its master. Hiss! When Chun Ruo finally beheld the scene beyond the wall, his pupils constricted abruptly. A shiver coursed through him, leaving his scalp tingling and his body chilled. The ground at the edge of the wall was stained crimson, transformed into blood-soaked earth, with scattered, bloodied bones lying haphazardly beside it, accompanied by grotesquely disfigured skulls and severed tails. What horrified Chun Ruo the most was the multitude of skeletal remains embedded in the surface of the wall of thorns. When he commanded the wall to regurgitate a corpse, he discovered that the desiccated body, encrusted with blood, bore an eerie resemblance. It had humanoid limbs, standing roughly 1 meter and 30 centimeters tall, yet its entire body was cloaked in black fur, with sharp fangs and claws, and a tail, thick and rough, extending a meter long. Strangely, the head bore the visage of a wild dog. However, this corpse had long since been drained of blood and flesh by the wall of thorns, leaving only a layer of black fur clinging to bones and hollow eye sockets stained with remnants of blood. What manner of creature is this? Shinrumo pondered gravely, furrowing his brow. A dog-headed being? He then commanded the wall to expel several corpses of those who had intruded and been slain the previous night, discovering that they all bore a similar appearance, belonging to the same species. There had been quite a few attempting to breach the wall last night. But from whence did these beings emerge? Shinrumo's brow furrowed deeper, engulfed in confusion. He had entered from the outside as well and had seen no trace of such creatures. At the same time, he felt a tinge of relief for having avoided an encounter with them. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Suddenly, whilst Shinrumo was lost in thought, his lord's identity token unexpectedly soared into the air, projecting the image of a book. Is this the compendium of species from the 10,000 realms? Upon seeing the tome, he revealed a look of dawning comprehension. The compendium of species had appeared during his initial gathering of wild fruits. As the compendium opened, a white sigil emerged, imprinting itself onto one of the corpses lying on the ground. Soon, information regarding the unknown creature's remains manifested in his mind. Name: low-level canine dark creature. Level: no quality. Attribute: dark. Description: commonly found as cannon fodder during the night of catastrophe, relying on scent to seek out living beings. Beware of its toxic claws. Weakness: entire body is a weak point. And that was all, a succinct introduction. Following this, Shinrumo once again heard the prompt from the civilization of the 10,000 realms. Congratulations, Lord, for documenting a new dark creature in the compendium. You are awarded 30 civilization points. Dark creatures will surge during the night of catastrophe. Please ensure adequate defensive preparations before the sanctuary of the 10,000 realms dissipates. The 100-fold reward had been triggered again, instantly granting him 3,000 civilization points. However, Shinrumo did not feel elated. Instead, he furrowed his brow, contemplating the grave issue before him. The dark, mutated beings, the repulsive and peculiar corpse before him was indeed the species that had frantically assaulted the wall of thorns last night. And there were not merely one. The numbers were terrifying, potentially in the hundreds or thousands, swarming in droves. Had the wall of thorns and the sanctuary of the 10,000 realms not existed, the outcome would be unfathomable. Would survival be possible? No. Shin, in a moment of relief, was grateful for the presence of the thorn wall. However, he shook his head at the thought of the lords who had astutely burned it down yesterday. It seemed that recklessness had no place here. As he surveyed his surroundings, the forest resonated with the vibrant sounds of birds and insects, restoring the primal harmony reminiscent of the previous day. The trees outside seemed. He lifted his gaze to the towering trees above, observing them intently, but failing to discern anything amiss. Was it merely an illusion? He furrowed his brow and murmured, have so many people truly vanished? Chapter 16, the second day of check-in. The battle system Aoki Elemental Battle Attire. Originally, the chat group within this region boasted 996 members, but after a single night, the number plummeted by 27. The current total stood at 969, 200. Shin furrowed his brow in concern. It was madness. They had been driven to insanity. Just moments ago, someone had mentioned contemplating suicide. How terrifying. Was it genuinely that dreadful? Please, do not instill such fear. Suicide. His brow knit tightly. He scrolled through the day as chat records. It appeared that many had spent the night awake, continuously communicating in the group to alleviate their fears. Numerous individuals had witnessed the colossal eye in the sky, and some had even experienced the horror of being besieged by dark creatures in their territories without the protection of the thorn wall. Their territories were far less expansive than Chinese, totaling a mere 1,000 square meters, especially for those who had chosen to establish their lands within the forest and had burned their thorn walls. They were fortunate, as they were separated only by a protective barrier, facing terrifying dark creatures throughout the night. For a modern individual, this was undeniably a profoundly frightening experience. It was no wonder that upon waking, some had succumbed to madness, while others had tragically taken their own lives. Sighing, Shin shook his head and closed the regional chat group. This incident had made it clear to him that logging off from the regional chat group equated to death. He had not anticipated such chaos in just one night. Casting a glance at the world chat group, the barrage of messages continued to flood the screen as before. Naitang glanced at the messages from across the realms and sighed silently once more. He was uncertain what had transpired with Jiang Tang. Ideally, she would have already reached out to him through the inter-realm messaging system. Nevertheless, Shin held on to a glimmer of hope, believing that Jiang Tang simply hadn't remembered or had some other reason for being unable to contact him, and that she was still safe and sound. After bolstering his spirits, he retrieved the Crescent Moon Mountain opening blade from his storage. Strengthening himself was the only way to ensure survival. Today, he had yet another opportunity for crafting. And it was also time for check-in. The inter-realm marketplace, crafting, and check-ins were opportunities bestowed by the civilization of the realms, and they must be utilized wisely. If Chin's instincts were correct, The interrealm abyss on the mountain was likely an unknown dungeon, one that promised high risks and high rewards. He would inevitably have to venture into it. First, he would check in. Chen made his way to the valley, scanning his surroundings without noticing anything out of the ordinary. Check-in. Perseverance will be rewarded by the heavens. Every day, by signing in, one can receive rewards. And maintaining this practice for a certain number of days will trigger various levels of treasure chest rewards. The universal civilization prompts. Sign in successful. Congratulations, Lord. On completing your second day of sign-in, you have received an Elemental Lord set chest. This time, a set chest as a reward? Shenruo was somewhat taken aback. On the first day, he wielded a stone axe, and now, on the second day, he was gifted equipment? What a delightful surprise. He then gazed at the wooden chest that had suddenly materialized on the ground, its exterior adorned with intricate patterns. The chest featured 5 different colored crystal buttons, securing its opening in hues of red, blue, yellow, green, and white. The universal civilization prompted once more. Please select one of the buttons to open the chest. Can I press them all at once? Shenruo inquired suddenly. Yet, he had already acted, pressing all 5 buttons simultaneously. However, the chest remained closed, seemingly confirming his suspicion. Pressing them together would not yield results. The elemental set, combined with the 5 colors before him, suggested, if he was not mistaken, a correspondence to the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Which colored button he pressed would signify his choice of element. Alas, this selection was singular. Which element should he choose? Faced with this dilemma, Shenruo found himself in a quandary. As he pondered, it occurred to him that the Elemental Lord set might bestow certain elemental skills, such as fireball techniques or water and earth transformations. Yet perhaps he was overthinking it. Green it is, then. After careful consideration, he pressed the green button. You have opened the Elemental Lord chest and received 1 set of quality less green wood Elemental Lord armor and 1 bronze black market token, 1 day. Indeed, it was the wood element. Simultaneously, a 100-fold reward was instantly triggered. 100-fold reward, selectable 1. Battle type green wood Elemental Lord armor, set, quality, bronze, perfect. 2. Defense type green wood Elemental Lord armor, set, quality, bronze, perfect. 100-fold reward, selectable 1. Bronze black market token, 1 day, x100. Quality, bronze. 2. Silver black market token, 1 day, x1. Quality, silver. However, the choices for this 100-fold reward were somewhat unexpected for Shenruo. Battle type? Defense type? He had assumed it was merely a straightforward elemental set, not realizing there was a distinction between attack and defense. The most crucial aspect was that he had now encountered a silver-level reward. Previously, he had deliberately purchased a quality bronze item. Yet his attempts at 100-fold rewards had not yielded silver-level goods. Unexpectedly, this time he had received, congratulations. You have obtained a bronze perfect quality battle type green wood Elemental Lord armor, 1 set. And congratulations, you have obtained 100 bronze black market tokens. This time, however, Shenruo did not hesitate, promptly making his choice. He then proceeded to examine the specifics of the set. Name, battle type green wood Elemental Lord armor, set of 7 pieces. Level, bronze, perfect quality. Durability, 10,000. Equipped by Shenruo. Data, crown of the Lord, Lord's garb, Lord's gloves, 2. Lord's pants, Lord's boots, 2. Capable of withstanding perfect tier, bronze destructive attacks. Elemental attribute, battle attack type, wood. Equipment commonality, wood escape, initial consumes 10 energy points. Allows the user to utilize trees and other wood-based elements as carriers for stealth. The duration of wood escape can last up to 12 hours, consuming 10 energy points per hour. If the energy falls below 10 points, wood escape becomes ineffective, with a cooldown duration of 2 hours. Set characteristic, entwined wood chain. Initial requires 50 stamina points and 50 energy points, capable of condensing wood elemental attributes within a 10-meter radius to form a 7-meter long chain, with a maximum of 2 chains that can directly strangle creatures of perfect bronze tier or lower. The activation lasts until the entwined wood chain is destroyed, with a maximum existence of 1 hour and a cooldown duration of 12 hours. Set characteristic, vitality enhancement. Initial requires 50 stamina points and 50 energy points. Allows the user to forcibly inject wood elements into creatures within a 10-meter radius, resulting in their demise. The activation lasts for 5 minutes, followed by a cooldown of 12 hours. Wow, this is quite impressive. Shenru looked at the set of battle attire adorned with pale green patterns, his eyes wide with amazement. This complete set of 7 pieces was rich in detail regarding its attributes, particularly the 3 active skills, which were formidable. At least, this was his belief as an ordinary individual. Upon donning the entire ensemble, methods for wielding this elemental gear surfaced in his mind. However, before activating any skills, Shenru first took a bite of an elemental fruit to replenish his energy. The elemental fruit, a bronze quality item, enhanced his personal attributes for a full 3 hours. It was significantly more delectable than the sour sweet fruit he had previously consumed, exuding an enticing aroma. though at that moment, he paid little heed to such details. Would escape. With 10 energy points consumed, but bolstered by the effects of the elemental fruit, his energy swiftly replenished. Chun-Ru silently chanted, and then he seamlessly passed through a nearby tree, defying all barriers. After a while, he emerged from the tree's interior, realizing that would escape enabled him to move freely within the wood, breathing and hiding, utilizing the trees as a medium. The principle was quickly comprehended. Entwined wood chain. Consuming 50 energy points, but again, energy was rapidly restored. Chun-Ru subsequently unleashed another skill from his set. Chapter 17. Wall of Blood Thorns. Fire Resistance 1. Bronze Black Market Order. Suddenly, the ground before him heaved, and a brown-green figure burst forth, rising swiftly like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Before him appeared a twisted, thick vine, roughly 10 centimeters in diameter and 6 or 7 meters long, swaying gracefully. This was the entwined wood chain, a twisted vine formed from condensed wood elements. It resembled a warped piece of timber, seemingly devoid of lethality. Let's test it on that tree. Chun-Ru maneuvered the elemental vine and suddenly swept it towards a nearby tree with a diameter of 4 to 5 decimeters. A sharp, slicing sound pierced the air. Whoosh. Bam. Effortlessly, as if slicing through vegetables, he severed the large tree in an instant. The elemental vine remained unscathed, standing firm in its place. Quite powerful, isn't it? Let's try again. Chun-Ru felt a surge of exhilaration as he deftly manipulated the elemental vines, sweeping them violently against the towering trees that surrounded him. The majestic, upright trunks crumbled into mere, ordinary timber. What a delight! Observing the hollowed expanse he had created, Chun-Ru exhaled a breath of pent-up frustration. Having vented a considerable portion of his suppressed emotions over the past few days. To his satisfaction, he received a 100-fold reward. 1. Versatile Timber 120, Quality, Bronze Ordinary. Additionally, he garnered an extra 120 units of wood. His inventory, however, was reaching its limits, even after purging it before his departure, with 35 storage slots still available. It was far from sufficient. Moreover, he had recently acquired a bronze black market token. He needed to procure supplies from the Multiverse Mall to upgrade his inventory. The requirements for upgrading his storage to level 5 included 16 units of versatile timber, 8 iron nails, 2 iron plates, and 1 civilization point. In his eyes, these resources were trivial. Swiftly, Chun-Ru expended 90 civilization points to purchase the necessary iron nails, iron plates, and diamond soil. He then utilized 112 units of versatile timber, 56 iron nails, 14 iron plates, and 3 diamond soil to elevate his personal storage, his spatial backpack, from level 4 to level 7, altogether costing him 99 civilization points. He grimaced at the sight of the 8 units of wood left at his feet, realizing he had miscalculated. The resources required for the upgrade had unexpectedly multiplied. Had he been using ordinary timber, the numbers would have inflated significantly, rendering it an insurmountable challenge for an average individual. Such a pay-to-win game is hardly suited for common players. Employing the still active entwined vines once more, he swiftly harvested timber until his inventory brimmed with 6,470 units. As for the excess on the ground, he reluctantly discarded it. Was this the power of life enhancement? Subsequently, Chun-Ru dispelled the entwined vines and consumed 50 points of stamina to activate the life enhancement ability again. He gazed at a sapling, barely half his height, and infused it with wood element energy, witnessing its astonishing growth into a towering tree, reaching heights of 5 to 6 meters. However, this rapid growth tree soon dulled and, with the slightest breeze, disintegrated into a flurry of fine dust. This must be the consequence of overexerting its potential, he mused. With this equipment, he felt a sense of security. Had he encountered those dark creatures from the previous night, the outcome might have been drastically different. Yet, he pondered the Lord's crown atop his head, pausing to reflect on his green attire. How splendidly healthy and natural it appeared. Bronze Black Market Token, 1 day after use. Allows a stay of 1 day in the Multiverse Bronze Black Market. Obtained through Treasure Chests, Multiverse Dungeons, Black Market. The Black Market? I think I understand that concept, but... As he casually produced a Black Market token, a thoughtful expression crossed Chun-Ru's face. The Multiverse Mall and the Multiverse Black Market. Perhaps they were interlinked? However, the Multiverse civilization provided no further details regarding the Bronze Black Market. This was something to explore later. The thorn wall had grown rapidly, establishing an inner circle. As he approached, the thorn wall graciously opened a wide passage for him. The wall is not particularly thick, measuring at most 50 centimeters in width and 2 meters in height. Compared to the formidable blood thorn wall outside, it appears significantly smaller, akin to a diminutive version of the blood thorn wall. Resistance learning. Why not begin now, young one? The adage holds true. One must endure hardships to ascend to greater heights. As I, Chun, communicated with the blood thorn wall, I encouraged my master to exert himself. I can withstand it. Subsequently, I purchased a torch from the universal marketplace. Is it permissible to set it ablaze? He inquired. After all, the thorny wall, despite evolving into the blood thorn wall, still inherits a critical vulnerability. It fears fire. Upon confirming that the inner walls of the bloodthorn could indeed be ignited, I nodded and ignited the torch against the crimson thorny wall. Suddenly, the bloodthorn wall erupted as if doused with gasoline. To my astonishment, it ignited at the slightest touch. The flames surged rapidly, a roaring inferno enveloping the bloodthorn wall, encircling it with a ring of fire halfway up the mountainside. Within merely 10 minutes, the once 2-meter-high bloodthorn wall had been reduced to a layer of ash upon the ground. Had the bloodthorn wall been vanquished? Not quite. I understood that the outer bloodthorn wall was interconnected with the roots of the inner wall, making it difficult to damage the core foundation. Sustained by the vitality of the outer wall, the inner wall quickly began to sprout new buds, bolstered by its intermediate defenses, repair mechanisms, and resistance learning. Before my very eyes, vibrant red thorn seedlings emerged from the ground. In less than 5 minutes, I beheld the restored appearance of the inner blood-thorn wall. Its branches appeared more vivid, and were there new patterns adorning them? Had resistance learning been achieved? I accessed the information on the bloodthorn wall, yet its resistance learning still registered as 04. It seemed I would need to continue the burning. Clearly, this was the case. Akin to the principle that only through repeated trials does the skin thicken enough to endure strikes. Thus, I continued to ignite the inner wall while the outer wall provided vitality and repair, allowing the blood thorns to thrive amidst the flames. By midday, I discarded the third torch, observing the fierce blaze before me, where numerous thorn branches and leaves had been scorched and severed. However, more significantly new, stronger branches and leaves capable of withstanding the inferno emerged continuously from the blood thorns, which stood resilient against the flames. The scene of the fiery wall was nothing short of magnificent. Your territory shield has learned basic fire immunity, resistance 1. Upon receiving the notification from the universal civilization, a smile graced my lips. It worked. Gazing at the inner bloodthorn wall, which gradually consumed all the flames, I noticed the surface revealing translucent red branches and leaves, akin to crystal, adorned with flickering flame-shaped patterns. Truly beautiful. I tentatively plucked a leaf, placing it in my palm to observe, marveling at this extraordinary plant, impervious to fire. Thus, the bloodthorn wall was no longer vulnerable to flames. It still possessed 3 slots for resistance learning, which I must utilize wisely. Meanwhile, as I set fire to the mountainside, my actions were witnessed by a small creature nearby. A corpse, a giant beast. Chapter 18. Activating the Bronze Black Market Token. The White Tiger Clan's Qianshan White Tiger, an epic-level powerhouse emerges. Does this little sprite not need to eat? Upon returning to the summit of Rock Mountain, my gaze drifted towards the small treehouse of the sprite. I had already noticed the sprite when it flew out of the treehouse. After all, this was its core territory. It was evident that the sprite belonged to a benevolent type, appearing somewhat timid. However, for me, as long as it was not of the same ilk as the dark creature from last night, all would be well. Lunchtime. I glanced at the clock hanging on the wall, a purchase from the Universal Marketplace. I wasn't particularly hungry at the moment, but perhaps I should prepare some rice and meat tonight to change up the flavors? I pondered while seated. The effects of the elemental fruit I had consumed earlier were just beginning to wane, yet my physical vitality was abundant, and my hunger level was satiated, leaving me without any real sense of hunger. Nonetheless, my palate craved a meal. Perhaps I should try this bronze black market token? As its name suggests, the black market is an unofficial and clandestine venue for trade. Currently, the only locations worthy of my exploration were 2, the Universal Abyss and the Bronze Black Market. However, prior warnings indicated that non-bronze level lords entering the Abyss risked immediate demise. Although I was clad in a perfect bronze level ensemble, capable of withstanding primary attacks, I was not inclined to act recklessly. One's life is singular and precious. Soon, a prompt appeared before me. Would you like to activate the Universal Bronze Black Market one-day token? Yes. I silently nodded in affirmation. Immediately, a black door materialized before me. Entrance to the Universal Bronze Black Market. I scrutinized it for a moment before stepping inside. In an instant, a column of light enveloped me. The scene before me transformed dramatically. Universal Teleportation Passage. I observed the large characters beside the passage, unfamiliar and unseen before. Yet their meaning was clear to me. Following the illuminated path, I arrived at the end and opened a door. Upon witnessing the scene beyond the threshold, my pupils constricted slightly, and I was momentarily taken aback. I found myself in an incredibly vast chamber, towering over 20 meters high, spanning at least 1,000 square meters. What astonished me most was not the room itself, but the enormous creature seated before me. As I raised my gaze along its thick, furry thighs, I noticed a table magnified 100-fold atop them. At that moment, a humanoid tiger, entirely clad in white fur, was rotating a pin several meters long. The giant tiger's lantern-like eyes casually glanced down at me. It was utterly terrifying. Human, what is your name? Which black market do you seek? Additionally, please proceed to the side for registration. Just then, the colossal tiger spoke, its voice booming like thunder. However, I could not comprehend its words. The giant tiger frowned. A mere human child? How troublesome. With a flick of its finger, the colossal tiger propelled a pill-like object directly into my mouth. where it dissolved instantly. You have learned the universal language of all realms. I savored the taste, pondering what I had just consumed. Simultaneously, a 100-fold reward was activated once more. 100-fold reward. You have learned the languages of the top 100 races in the multiverse. This reward was beyond my expectations. I had never considered that foreign languages existed in this world. Human, which black market do you wish to visit? Additionally, proceed to the side to register your card. The giant tiger repeated. At this point, I comprehended that the beast bore no ill intentions. Black market staff? I would like to inquire what differentiates this black market from others. What does the card signify? I asked. The tiger cast a sidelong glance at me, responding coolly. The black market is categorized into various levels. You currently possess a bronze market token, which permits you to remain in the bronze black market for 1 day. The card refers to the black market token. The tiger's explanation was succinct, lacking any further elaboration, and it seemed rather aloof. Subsequently, I approached the designated card registration wall, retrieving the bronze market token. To my astonishment, the token was drawn into the wall by an immense force. Immediately, a swirling black vortex materialized before me, accompanied by a countdown on my wrist, 23 hours and 59 minutes in a 24-hour format. Just as I was about to step through, the giant tiger called out, "Wait." Startled, I instinctively tensed, casting a puzzled glance at the imposing creature. Could it be harboring ulterior motives? I suspected I could withstand only one of its strikes. You are a new lord of the human race, are you not? The tiger inquired suddenly, its sharp gaze appraising my attire. What does that mean? As I hesitated, the tiger curiously asked, "What is your lord identification number?" Fear not, I mean no harm. What could it possibly want from me? The question felt as abrupt as a stranger requesting my phone number. Unexpectedly, upon hearing my response, the tiger's eyes widened in disbelief. You have only a 3-digit number? Nothing more? I hesitantly nodded. At that moment, the tiger seemed to tremble, dropping the pen it held, which clattered to the ground with the impact of a fallen tree. Human newcomer 015? It then visibly shrank before my eyes, transforming into a 2-meter-tall figure resembling a robust man with tiger features. I am Baihu Qianshan, a new lord of the human race. Please accept my friend request, the tiger said, now adopting a much friendlier demeanor. I was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Why the sudden request for friendship? Was it related to my identification number? Yet, observing its amiable intentions, I contemplated retrieving my lord identification token. The tiger also produced a jade tablet, though its engravings differed from mine. Baihu Clan Baihu Qianshan, Multiverse, Tiger 7719 requests to add you as a friend. Upon their encounter, the prefix tiger accompanied by an extensive string of numbers heralded a new message notification in his interdimensional private messages. Successfully added Baihu Qianshan, Epic, as a friend. Baihu Qianshan spoke, his tone initially aloof, yet seemingly softened. Do you not have a duty to attend to? Chen Ruo's heart felt a twinge of curiosity as he inhaled sharply in shock. The epic designation that followed the name, could it possibly signify a rank akin to that of bronze or silver? Just how formidable could he be? Someone will take my place. Follow me, he continued, and in the next moment, their figures vanished into a swirling abyss of darkness. In an instant, Chen Ruo found himself beneath the grandeur of a bustling metropolis. The towering city walls loomed high into the heavens, monumental and breathtaking. Surrounding the city were various creatures he had never encountered before, their names eluding him. There were stunning, ethereal fox maidens alongside grotesque, oddly shaped orcs, some shopped leisurely, while others set up stalls hawking their wares. Even more astonishing, some vendors had suspended their stalls against the walls, floating mid-air, and there were numerous such setups. Of course, there were also instances of bullying, brawling, and robbery. Hand over your money. Chapter 19. The epic level strongman as a black market guide. Why can't Zhang Tang be added? However, as Chen Ruo and his companion emerged at the outskirts of the bronze black market, they immediately found themselves in peril. Upon their arrival, a group of fearsome creatures fixated their gaze upon them. Bipedal lizardmen and towering, one-eyed black wolves encircled Chen Ruo and his companion. Seeking death? Before Chen Ruo could utter a word, Baihu Qianshan huffed dismissively. As soon as Baihu Qianshan's words fell, the creatures attempting to rob Chen Ruo were instantaneously crushed into a pulp by an overwhelming force. Hiss! Chen Ruo's eyes widened, a chill coursing through him. The surrounding carnage, a mosaic of crimson, sent shivers down his spine. This individual was no ordinary foe. Oh no, he was a fearsome tiger. The sight of such brutality caused all nearby races to retreat in terror, fearing they might be the next victims. This was the bronze black market number 2021, a mere fragment of the interdimensional black market. Here, bronze-level denizens from myriad realms congregated to conduct trade, with most items being of low quality or bronze grade. Furthermore, fighting was strictly prohibited within the black market. Violators faced confinement, and the most egregious offenders were executed. Outside the black market, however, such rules did not apply. Thus, some races, emboldened by their predatory nature, exploited the loopholes to prey on the weak and amass wealth. Baihu Qianshan spoke with an air of nonchalance. as if he had merely crushed a few ants. Chen Ruo took a deep breath and nodded, staying close to Baihu Qianshan while surveying their surroundings. Additionally, do not disclose your lordship easily to others. Consider this a piece of advice. Should any misfortune befall you, do not blame me for not warning you. Baihu Qianshan suddenly cautioned. Senior, is lordship truly significant? Chen Ruo inquired, curiosity piqued. Baihu Qianshan cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, some are significant, while others are akin to refuse. I advise you to refrain from asking too many questions for now. Knowing too much without the strength to back it up may not serve you well. Nodding and understanding, Chen Ruo grasped the gravity of the situation. Senior Qianshan, I wish to inquire about a matter, Chen Ruo began, hesitating slightly. It pertains to a friend of mine whom my lord instructed to add me. Yet, I have yet to see any sign of her adding me. The name that sprang to Chen Ruo's mind was Jiang Tang. Upon hearing Chen Ruo's query, Baihu Qianshan appeared to have an epiphany, as though a thought had struck him. Your lord is likely unsearchable. Unsearchable? Does that mean others cannot find them? A realization dawned upon him. So, that explains why Jiang Tang cannot find me either? If one cannot be found, how can they possibly add someone? This also clarified why he had not received any new notifications in his interdimensional messages over the past few days. Senior Qianshan, how can I ensure that others are able to search for and add me? Chen Ruo pressed again, compelled to seek clarity on this issue. Baihu Qianshan regarded him with a knowing glance, as though he could perceive the turmoil within Chen Ruo's mind, and replied slowly. Once a new lord ascends to the bronze level, your lord's identity card will upgrade, granting you the necessary permissions. Only those who survive in the battlefield of myriad realms are entitled to enjoy all that it offers. Currently, the only method for someone to add you as a friend is through an encounter, just as you did with me. This was also one of the reasons Baihu Qianshan wished to add Chen Ruo as a friend. Such opportunities are rare and fleeting. At this, Chen Ruo appeared momentarily bewildered. Yet a question lingered in his mind. But why was someone able to add me yesterday? It was not face-to-face. She reached out to me in a private chat within a group. Baihu Qianshan felt exasperated internally. Why does this individual have so many questions? Were it not for the peculiar status of this seemingly weak human, he would have dismissed him outright. A group? What group? Baihu Qianshan probed, though he was somewhat puzzled, having no knowledge of any such group. The regional chat group, Chen Ruo replied. Understanding dawned on Baihu Qianshan. It was the exclusive group for lords. That situation is different. All right, newcomer, refrain from asking so many questions. My time is limited, and I must introduce you to this place before I depart. Subsequently, Baihu Qianshan guided Chen Ruo to the entrance of the bronze black market. Beyond this threshold lay the domain governed by the bronze black market, while the trading order outside was of no concern to it. To enter the black market, one must pay a fee of 1 civilization point, which would be automatically deducted upon entry. As they stepped into the black market, a diverse assembly of beings could be seen. Humans, various anthropomorphic creatures, plants, and an elf strikingly similar to the wood elf from Chen Ruo's territory, though this one bore a crimson hue. That is a member of the fire elf tribe. Here, you will also find individuals of your own kind, yet their status may differ from yours, as they are lords. Noticing Chen Ruo's gaze, a gentle voice chimed in nearby. In the battlefield of myriad realms, remember one essential truth. All beings are divided into 3 categories: lords, subjects, and dark creatures. Chen Ruo nodded silently, committing this to memory. In this realm, one can buy or sell anything. Items unavailable in the marketplace of myriad realms may very well be found here. In this bustling marketplace, the sustenance most essential for newcomers can be effortlessly procured, provided one possesses the requisite wealth. Should you aspire to engage in commerce akin to those around you, merely secure a vacant spot and remit the rental fee. The neighboring shops offer wares of superior quality compared to those displayed on the streets, albeit at a higher price. Most establishments within the black market are enterprises under the dominion of formidable lords. The tallest edifice in this shadowy realm houses the bronze branch of the multiverse auction house, entry to which necessitates a minimum of 2,000 civilization points. Along the way, Baihu Qianshan serves as a guide, elucidating the intricacies of the market to Chen Ruo, seemingly intent on extending a personal favor. Chen Ruo gratefully accepts this assistance. Without Baihu Qianshan's guidance, he might have floundered through the black market like a headless fly, oblivious to potential deceptions and mistreatment. Dear newcomer of the human race, I must take my leave. Remember, the most crucial thing is to survive. Baihu Qianshan advises before departing. Senior, wait. I wish to know how I can swiftly ascend to the rank of a bronze lord. Chen Ruo urgently inquires. Patience is essential. Seek special items or venture into the multiverse abyss. Baihu Qianshan vanishes without further elaboration. Patience, special items, or the multiverse abyss. Chen Ruo furrows his brow, feeling the urgency of his situation. Time is of the essence. Where would he procure such items? The multiverse mall would not stock them. It appears he must seize the opportunity to embark on an adventure to the multiverse abyss. Resolutely, he decides to take the risk. He must ascend to the bronze rank swiftly to ensure Jiang Tang's safety. Each passing day, given the circumstances of the current novice lords, Jiang Tang's predicament grows increasingly perilous. Of course, This assumes that Jiang Tang remains unharmed. First, he shall scour the black market for any necessary items. Donning a concealing mask as he murmurs to himself, he hopes to strike a lucrative deal within the black market, preparing himself for his journey into the multiverse abyss. Chapter 20, Strategic Resources, Meat Fields. Top 3 of the Multiverse Abyss Illustrated Guide. In the black market, premium quality weapons are being sold at an astonishing price of 688 civilization points each. Dried fish, meow, for merely 30 points apiece. Freshly unearthed from the multiverse abyss. Copper-level meat field seeds are available for 3,000 points. Securing one would be a fortune. Timber, wholesale lumber at a mere 10 civilization points. Look at the children. Shenrua strolls through a street in the black market, where a cacophony of various races clamors to sell their goods, creating a vibrant atmosphere. One vendor, a plump cat, reclines on a table, hawking its wares, while dozens of dried fish dangle enticingly nearby. The cat's stock rapidly disappears, indicating high demand. As Shenrua overhears someone mention the coveted 3,000-point copper-level meat field, he intends to investigate what makes it so valuable, only to witness it snatched away in an instant. Brother, what is a meat field? Shenrua queries a monkey clad in tattered garments who lingers nearby. 10 points of civilization. I'll enlighten you. The monkey glances at him, appraising his attire before responding nonchalantly. Hey brother, I don't need 10 points. Just give me 5, and I'll tell you, interjects a masked figure who approaches, raising 5 fingers and grinning mischievously. There are indeed many individuals like me, Shenrua, who don masks to obscure their appearance. Frowning slightly, I was taken aback to discover that even a single inquiry here incurs a fee. My companion, rather straightforward, chuckled and said, considering we are both of the human race, I shall honestly share the information with you, without deceit. It seemed as though the other party harbored intentions of trickery. How profound their schemes are, I mused silently. However, the 5 points of civilization credits I spent to gain this insight were worth the wisdom I acquired. I must remain vigilant in the future. After I promptly transferred the 5 points of civilization credits, my interlocutor cheerfully elaborated. Meat fields are rare structures commonly found within powerful territories, divided into food meat fields and specialty meat fields, typically appearing only in dungeons and black markets. The meat field that was just sold was merely a seed for a bronze-quality food-type meat field, and it was damaged. Otherwise, it could not have fetched a mere 3,000. Upon hearing this, I began to grasp the essence of the meat field. It resembled a plot of land capable of yielding produce, though the harvest would not necessarily conform to the ordinary grains I was familiar with. Suddenly, I found myself intrigued by such novel concepts. However, this venture is not one that just anyone can afford, I thought with a smirk. My companion, grinning, remarked, brother, I suspect this is your first visit to the black market? Would you care to spend a little money for an explanation? I shrugged and waved my hand dismissively. No need. I have already gleaned a considerable amount of information from Baihu Qianshan. There is no reason to squander my funds. After approximately an hour of surveying the various stalls in this black market, I had not made significant purchases, acquiring only a fruit that restores energy. Source recovery fruit. Bronze quality. Restores 100 energy upon use, priced at 30. It could be deemed quite expensive. Yet, it led me to a valuable conclusion. Engaging in trades with others will not trigger the 100-fold reward. Only rewards, gains, or purchases from the multiverse mall will activate it. I had initially assumed that acquiring a bronze-quality fruit from another's possession would yield a 100-fold return, enabling me to sell the surplus for profit. However, upon purchase, there was no discernible change. This realization extinguished my hopes of leveraging the 100-fold reward for infinite wealth. I could only attempt to resell through the multiverse mall. Before long, I entered a shop, but shortly after, I emerged with an additional item in my personal repository. Top 3 of the Multiverse Dungeon Compendium. It appeared I had come to the right place. The Multiverse Exchange, as introduced by Baihu Qianshan, is a store rich in information. The most resourceful venue within the multiverse battlefield, where one can inquire about any news or trade exclusive information. The caveat is that one must possess wealth and be prepared to pay the price. This singular tome, Top 3 of the Multiverse Dungeon Compendium, cost me 1,000 civilization credits. However, to me, it was well worth the expenditure. 1,000 credits are not to be taken lightly. Even some bronze-level lords may not possess such savings. In the realm of weapons, I can procure them from the Infinite Realm Mall, where the rewards are exponentially greater. Presently, I possess 3,000 civilization points. And with a modest purchase of sustenance, I can secure all else that the Infinite Realm Mall offers. I murmured to myself, strolling along a shadowy street of the black market, my gaze sweeping the surroundings. What is this? My eyes lingered on a particular stall. Purchasing surplus black market tokens. Bronze black market token, 1 day, 10 civilization points. Bronze black market token, 7 days, 100 civilization points. Soon, I discerned several stalls along this street eager to acquire bronze black market tokens, though their purchasing prices exhibited little fluctuation. There were also stalls displaying signs for the acquisition of various other items. Are these prices exorbitant or reasonable? A single black market token, 1 day, costs merely 10 points. And I possess 99 of them. If I were to exchange them all, it would amount to only 990 civilization points. However, if I refrain from exchanging, I could access the bronze black market for 99 days. Given my 100-fold rewards, the conversion of black market tokens for points seems unwise. Subsequently, I purchased 10 pounds of grain akin to rice, half a pound of salt, and an assortment of small bottles of seasonings, incurring nearly 800 points. The prices for food here are utterly outrageous. Were it not for the scarcity of provisions in the Infinite Realm Mall, I would vehemently refuse to be such a fool. If others from my era were present, they might struggle to afford even a pound of rice. A pound of unrefined rice costs 50 civilization points, while half a pound of salt demands 200 points. If one cannot afford a meal, how can they hope to develop their territory? No wonder survival is emphasized. The scarcity of food could lead one to starvation. Without further contemplation, I found an empty spot and paid 5 civilization points to establish a stall. What shall I sell? I produced my lord's identity token, noting I still had just over 2,200 civilization points. I intended to engage in a bit of trade, leveraging my 100-fold rewards to buy and sell items between the Infinite Realm Mall and the black market. I observed the classifications on the shelves of the Infinite Realm Mall: equipment, materials, food, medicines, seeds, pets, buildings, and special. For the time being, I set aside food, as it is currently out of stock. I could not afford anything from the special category. Aside from food, it seemed that medicines and pets were also in high demand. I mused. Upon seeing the section for pets, an idea struck me. Unrefined, venomous spotted snake hatchling, 15, wild hen hatchling, 20, forest dog hatchling, 30, bronze common, two-headed alarm bird, 50, forest wolf king pup, 200, undead soldier, 300, such a variety of animals. I wonder if they are edible? It appears I have stumbled upon a new source of sustenance. The pets category in the Infinite Realm Mall encompasses a vast array, from ants and insects to fierce tigers and undead creatures. The Infinite Realm civilization prompted, "You have purchased 1 undead soldier." Simultaneously, the 100-fold reward was triggered. A 100-fold reward, optional, 1, undead soldier, pet, 100, quality, bronze ordinary. 2, undead warrior, pet, 10, quality, bronze good breed. Although this time the 100-fold reward consists of only 2 items, the undead soldier 100 has caused Shinruo to blink in surprise, feeling a thrill greater than when he previously acquired a weapon of 100. The opportunity for a lucrative venture has arrived. Chapter 21. The Wealth of the Merchant. Civilization points, 40,000. Departing from the bronze black market. Clearance sale. Low-priced pets for sale. Forest Wolf King, official genuine product, good breed. Priced at 599 each. Undead Warrior, official genuine product, good breed, priced at 699 each. Many were taken aback upon hearing this. Following the sound, they saw a figure shrouded in mist, wearing a mask, calling out from a stall. What? The Forest Wolf King, valued at 1,500, is being sold for only 599? The Undead Warrior at 699? This must be investigated. At the stall brimming with various types of pet eggs. It was evident from the surface patterns what kinds of pets were sealed within and their respective qualities. Boss, are you sure that the Forest Wolf King is only 599? It wouldn't have any defects, would it? Someone inquired of Chunruo. If this is true, it would be an absolute steal. We support on-site inspections. Our products are genuine. If they are not like those from the Myriad Realms Mall, I will directly refund you. Chunruo replied with a smile beneath his mask. He sensed that this business was about to flourish. Purchasing a pet for 200 civilization points and reselling it for 599 would yield approximately 400 civilization points in profit per pet. The most crucial aspect is that with one purchase, he would possess either 100 of the same quality or 10 of a higher quality. Some might ponder, is he not foolish to sell at such a low price? Why not raise the price? But for Chunruo, this was already a guaranteed profit. Is a 20-fold return not substantial? I'll test the waters with an undead warrior for 699, someone suddenly declared. Please make your payment. Chunruo smiled slightly beneath his mask. Soon, the 699 was secured, and a pet egg with black patterns was handed over to the buyer. Various bronze lords and their subjects gathered around, watching as the individual pricked their finger and initiated the contract with the pet egg. Crack! The pet egg shattered, releasing a plume of black smoke. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed a 2-meter-tall, robust skeletal figure with large bony fists and sharp bone horns adorning its head. Recognizing the skeletal being, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It truly is a good breed undead warrior. Is this real? Others urged. Hey brother, hurry and verify its authenticity. The buyer drew a bronze, ordinary quality sword and struck the undead warrior. Clang. The sound echoed as a chip was knocked out of the sword's blade. The skeleton bore only a faint mark where it had been cleaved. A collective gasp of astonishment resonated through the crowd. Boss, I would like a skeletal warrior, egg, please. And a forest wolf king, 1. Boss, does this 2-headed serpent possess the same quality? I would like one as well. In no time, the throngs of onlookers were fervently clamoring to make purchases. The Forest Wolf King, typically priced at $1,500 in the Universal Mall, was available here for merely $599. The price was nearly $1,000 less than the official Universal Mall rate and several hundred cheaper than some black market establishments. A purchase here was undoubtedly a lucrative investment. The overall strength of a territory is significantly influenced by the presence of companion beasts. Why are there so many people gathered there? Someone inquired, puzzled. Brother, are you unaware? They are selling companion beasts at a bargain. High-quality companion beasts are going for just a few hundred. If you wait too long, they might all be gone. Really? The crowd swelled, with more and more eager buyers joining in. Meanwhile, my personal wealth surged dramatically. $599, $699, it swiftly surpassed $10,000, then $20,000. However, the good fortune was short-lived. Everyone, clear the way. A booming voice commanded. The crowd turned in surprise, their expressions shifting to alarm. Run. It's the people from the Beast Hall. This establishment was a property under the auspices of the great lord of beast civilization, and they were also involved in the companion beast trade, likely alerted to the competition. The throng dispersed in a panic, not daring to linger. I lifted my gaze to see a towering figure, a man with a horse-like visage, peering down at my stall. Brother, we from the Beast Hall would like to purchase your goods. What do you say? The horse-faced man smiled slightly. I furrowed my brow but stood my ground, replying, at this price? Gesturing toward the price tag. Of course, we from the Beast Hall conduct our business fairly and do not take advantage of the small. The horse-faced man nodded. Acquiring at this price is still a good deal. Very well, I consented. I could have refused his offer, but it seemed unnecessary. Although fighting was prohibited in the black market, he could easily dispatch individuals to obstruct my stall, preventing potential customers from purchasing my items. In such a scenario, I would be left with no recourse. The abbot of purity had once advised me that it is better to avoid trouble than to seek it. Is this all you have left? The horse-faced man inquired, observing the limited number of companion beast eggs at my stall. I nodded. Indeed, this was all that remained. I could covertly restock from the Universal Mall, but the timing was not right. After all, it is prudent to keep one's wealth concealed. I appreciate you, brother. Here is our membership card from the Beast Hall. The horse-faced man collected the remaining 15 companion beast eggs, valued at 385 civilization points, and after payment, left behind a card. Let us connect as friends. If you have good items or need supplies, you can contact me. There is no need for that. If I have stock, I will consider you first, I replied, accepting the card and shaking my head. The horse-faced man regarded me with a penetrating gaze, nodded slightly, and then departed. I promptly closed my stall and left the area. Many in the crowd lamented, if only I had bought more. Now, I have capitalized on a tremendous bargain from the Beast Pavilion. It is likely that such inexpensive beasts will be hard to come by in the future. For the majority, these beasts serve as indispensable allies. Securing them now is undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. However, a few individuals have quietly set their sights on me, stealthily following my movements. Yet, I remain unperturbed. In the black market, one need not fear ambushes. The rules of order are clear. The first to strike is the first to perish. A total of 60 beast eggs were sold, netting an impressive 940 civilization points. Coupled with the remaining 300 points from previous purchases, I now possess a sum of 42,000 civilization points. A swift flipping of assets has yielded a staggering profit of 40,000 points. I have inadvertently become quite wealthy. Unbeknownst to me, I have lingered here for nearly 4 hours. It is likely afternoon in my territory now. Gradually, the elation subsides, and I assume a serious demeanor. If I remain here for the remaining 20 hours until time concludes, could I potentially evade the night of disaster? If so, this mechanism would be exceedingly benevolent for most new lords. But can it truly be so advantageous? The 40,000 points at my disposal must be utilized wisely. I ought to explore specialized shops, or perhaps the auction house might be a worthy option. I have no desire to spend an entire day in the black market, nor do I fear the night of disaster. My urgent need is to ascend to the bronze level. I must swiftly enter the abyss of all realms. With financial resources in hand, my confidence swells. Treasure Pavilion. 2 hours later, I emerged from the Treasure Pavilion. Take care, esteemed sir, do visit again, a mature, voluptuous elven woman, who had been lingering beside me, remarked with lingering glances. I could not help but smile wryly, my wallet nearly emptied. Yet it was worth it. As I exited the bronze black market, I discovered a dozen individuals of various races brazenly trailing behind me, seemingly harboring ulterior motives. Are they all here to serve as my bodyguards? I scoffed derisively. Chapter 22. Enhancing Territorial Structures. Cultivating Perfect Dual-Type Bronze Passionfruit Fields. The moment I stepped out of the bronze black market, I silently recited my intentions. A smirk danced upon my lips as I vanished into thin air. Damn it. We nearly had him. We should have apprehended him within the black market, preventing his escape. A group of fools, lacking the necessary tools and permissions to confine him. How could they stop his departure? The assembly of bronze-level lords and citizens at the entrance erupted into a quarrel. I had gleaned much about the black market's regulations from the White Tiger Chinchan. However, items like those are not inexpensive. they started around 300 points. Hence, I departed the black market with such composure. The sun was setting. While the light still lingered, I must set up defenses for my territory before entering the abyss. I glanced at the clock within my home and assessed the dimming daylight, mentally preparing my plans. Would you like to enhance the territorial castle? I retrieved my lord's identity badge, stepped outside, and commenced the construction of my territory. Initially, he chose to fortify the two-story villa in which he resided. He reinforced the walls and secured the doors and windows, in addition to installing water access facilities. However, with each additional request made by Chunrumo, the resources required for construction multiplied exponentially. Wall defense level 1 requires 200 rock blocks, 30 pounds of sturdy clay, 100 meters of steel bars, and 50 units of multipurpose timber. Window and door defense level 1 requires 20 units of multipurpose timber, bronze grade, 10 meters of iron bars, 50 steel plates, and 30 pounds of quartz. Complete set of plumbing equipment requires 20 pounds of resin and 3 pounds of iron. Upon reviewing the resources needed, Chunrumo waved his hand, purchasing all but the multipurpose timber from the Universal Mall. He acquired the original quantities suggested by the Universal Civilization, expending just over 1,200 civilization points, a remarkably economical choice. Consequently, the 100-fold reward multiplied his resources 100 times. Inexorably, he allocated the surplus materials towards the construction of his abode, enhancing its overall aesthetic appeal and defensive capacity, raising the comprehensive defense value to 7. Furthermore, a pathway of over 2 meters wide made of stone bricks was laid outside, leading directly to the entrance of the Bloodthorn Wall halfway up the mountain. Not too shabby, Chunrumo mused as he surveyed the surroundings. Although he had upgraded, he felt there was not much difference. However, with a defense value of 7, the structure could withstand a level 10 earthquake, resist gale force winds of level 16, and withstand charges from creatures of the ordinary silver grade. Where should he plant this precious meat field seed? Chunrumo retrieved a palm-sized red jade box from his personal warehouse, which had reached level 15 since leaving the black market. Inside was a diminutive meat field seed of perfect bronze quality. Dual-type fragrant meat field, seed bronze perfect quality. Produces specialty foods and medicinal beverages. Growth maturity cycle, 30 days, subject to soil fertility. This treasure had cost him 30,000 civilization points at the black market's Wanbao Pavilion. Such is the nature of rarity. Moreover, since the Universal Mall did not stock it, exorbitant pricing by black market merchants was to be expected. Yet, for Chunrumo, it was a gamble worth taking. This was a complete meat field seed, far superior to the ordinary bronze-grade defective seeds he had previously heard of. Additionally, the one he purchased could yield both specialty food and medicinal products, a 2-for-1 advantage. According to the representatives at Wanbao Pavilion, this dual type could produce not just a single flavor, but, once matured, the products from the meat field would vary in taste based on the concentration of energy absorbed, capable of generating 100 different flavors of food and medicinal wines. Such extraordinary meat fields were highly sought after among lords in the Universal Civilization. However, the prerequisite was proper nurturing, requiring fertilization to supplement energy, all of which demanded resources. He decided to place it beside his house. Besides the flat summit of the Rocky Mountain, the only suitable location for the meat field to grow was next to the Valley Creek. Yet, with such a precious item, he felt uneasy about planting it at the mountain's base. Soon, Chunruo positioned the planting center for the meat field seeds and estimated the need for an empty space of approximately 200 square meters. Congratulations on successfully cultivating Meat Field 1, acquiring a special territory structure, and earning 10 civilization points. Simultaneously, a 100-fold reward was triggered, 1,000 civilization points. The originally barren rocky terrain of 200 square meters transformed instantaneously into a soil field divided into shades of green and red. The myriad civilizations indicated, the meat field seeds are in the process of germination, requiring a water source and fertile irrigation. Expected to yield 5 food-type treasure seedlings and 5 medicinal-type bottle flower seedlings after 1 day, maturing in 30 days. The quality of the water source and fertility will enhance the growth of more seedlings, accelerate the production cycle, and increase yield. Upon receiving this notification, Chunruo nodded in approval, surveying the dual-type meat field before turning to descend the mountain. He retrieved 2 buckets of stream water from his personal storage. The 100-fold rewards available were 1. Ordinary stream water, 30 liters for 100 points, no quality. 2. Sterile stream water, 30 liters for 10 points, bronze quality. 3. Elemental spring water, 30 liters for 1 point, excellent bronze quality. Contemplating the rewards, Chunruo silently acknowledged that ordinary stream water, totaling 3,000 liters, or 3 tons, would suffice for irrigating the 3-acre plot. However, he desired to use the higher quality elemental spring water, though the quantity offered was insufficient. Should he procure a larger tank to hold 1 or 2 cubic meters of water at once? Yet, he could not lift such a volume. Perhaps he should acquire a pumping device? Chunruo opened the Myriad Realms Mall and found some equipment under the buildings category. He made a purchase. A device of no quality cost merely 20 civilization points, but each additional meter of water pipe incurred an extra charge of 5 civilization points. Thus, after Shinrua installed the pre-configured pumping device from the stream to the mountaintop, the Myriad Realms Mall deducted 750 civilization points from his account. The 100-fold reward was triggered. The pumping device he had just acquired transformed instantly into a bronze-grade, high-pressure, fully automatic water pumping and irrigation system. Perfectly. He could also add an interface to connect to his home water system. Wait, directly using water did not yield a 100-fold reward? Shinrua attempted to spray with the high-pressure water pipe. The stream water was successfully sprayed, but it was merely the ordinary stream water from below. This was not what he desired. It seemed he would need to collect water bucket by bucket to earn the 100-fold reward. The answer, as he suspected, was that he must fetch the water himself. However, the following hours were clearly not suitable for irrigating the meat field, as the sun was setting and darkness approached. Given the harrowing experience of last night's disaster, he wondered if it would return tonight. In Chapter 23, The Water-Stealing Sprite, The Dangers of the Black Market, Shinrua devised a plan. He could utilize the manufacture function to construct a water tower, attaching the outlet of his pumping device to the tower. At that time, he planned to place a large barrel to collect the water, filling one large barrel after another, storing it in the water tower. This was the only method he could currently conceive, as the 100-fold reward could only be activated through his own efforts. However, he would have to attend to this matter tomorrow when he had time. Half an hour later, Shinruma had collected 20 barrels of elemental spring water, transformed from the stream's 100-fold reward, and simply watered his 3 acres of meat field. Meat field seeds are currently germinating, absorbing elemental energy. Expected to yield 20 food-type treasure fruit seedlings and 20 medicinal-type wine bottle flower seedlings in 2 hours, maturing in 9 days. That would suffice for today. Shinruma wiped the sweat from his brow, his pants soaked from the water. Evening approached, and he glanced to the east, where the sun was setting, casting a warm orange glow across the sky. First, he would eat something to replenish his energy, then purchase a few items before heading to the Myriad Realms abyss. As for whether the night of calamity would come and how fierce it might be, that was not a concern for him at the moment. There were still 699 days until the Myriad Realms protection ended, so what was there to fear? Shinruma was far more concerned with how he could swiftly ascend to bronze rank and become a true bronze lord. If possible, he would unlock permissions to see if his sister, Jiang Tang, could add him. Congratulations, you have successfully cooked a pot of undercooked rice, with no quality. After a while, Shinruma had washed the rice, cleaned the pot, built a fire, and began cooking. To his surprise, he received such a notification in the end. 100-fold reward triggered, half-cooked scorched rice, 2 tails, bronze ordinary, consumption effect, hunger value 100, stamina value 20. Side effect, indigestion. Was this a failure of epic proportions? Even the 100-fold reward system couldn't bear to look? Was my culinary skill truly this dismal? I can't even cook rice properly? Shinruma couldn't help but laugh and cry, questioning the meaning of life. Nevertheless, he resolved to eat the meal he had prepared, tears included. The rice was paired with salted fish purchased from the black market. Not bad at all. It was merely a bit dry and tough. Having not had a single grain of rice in the past 2 days, Shinruma found his first meal in this otherworldly realm surprisingly delightful. After finishing his meal, he took a bath in his luxurious bathroom while checking the regional chat group to see how everyone was faring. Meanwhile, next door in the elven treehouse, the door suddenly swung open, revealing a small head adorned with 2 wooden branch-like horns. This was the elf, Ya. At that moment, Ya sniffed the air outside, her eyes widening with surprise. It seems to smell of elemental water? That giant must be sleeping in his house, right? Having gone a day without food, she was quite famished. No, she needed to water some elemental water to help her little tree grow some food. Otherwise, she would starve. Quickly, a palm-sized elf stealthily opened the door, glancing around to survey the surroundings for any threats. All clear. Then, Ya cautiously flew out of the treehouse, her wings shimmering like gossamer, swiftly heading towards the half-barrel of elemental spring water that Shinruma had left behind. However, as she passed by the dual-element fragrant meat field, she paused slightly and sniffed the air. The scent of the soil here seems to suggest something delicious is being grown, but it's not ripe yet. As a wood elemental sprite, Ya possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to the realm of flora. It seems she is of the giant species, perhaps. With a playful blink, she glanced at the brightly lit house of Chunru, and then down at the swine field below. Another blink followed, her expression hinting at a burgeoning idea. Oh, what bliss. In the next moment, Ya found herself reclining in a wooden tub, her entire form immersed in the half-filled elemental spring water, bubbling contentedly. She murmured to herself, "All right, little tree, I shall deliver it to you now," as if something were urging her onward. After shaking off the droplets of elemental water clinging to her, Ya grasped the tub's handles, preparing to transport the elemental water along with its vessel. However, she soon discovered that the tub was too heavy to lift. Ultimately, it was only through harnessing her elven powers that she managed to elevate the tub, wobbling unsteadily as she flew towards the little sprite tree. Watering time. Don't forget my dinner. With a splash, half a tub of water cascaded onto the roots of the sprite tree. The water elemental was then absorbed by the tree, which gracefully unfurled its branches, gently swaying and beginning to emanate a soft glow. Simultaneously, two translucent azure fruits formed beside the sprite treehouse. Unexpectedly, someone had indeed thought to utilize the bronze black market order to evade the impending disaster of the night. Shinru observed the chatter among the group, astonished. Yet, from his perspective, those resorting to the bronze black market order were squandering resources. Their multiverse sanctuary shield still had 6 days of protection. As long as the barrier remained intact, the dark creatures of the night could not breach it. Why not wait 6 days to reassess the situation? If they were unable to withstand it, they could then retreat to the black market. Would that not be a prudent course? In truth, Shinru was unaware that the choice to enter the black market at this juncture was made by only a select few. Predominantly, the lords who had burned the thorn wall. Some sought to take a gamble, while others had already lost their composure. The majority, however, opted to remain observant, allowing others to test the waters first. Shinru shook his head, continuing to monitor the group's conversations. Finding sustenance in this place was indeed a formidable challenge. Fortunately, luck had smiled upon him, as he had managed to catch a fish in the brook. Bro, there are plenty of fish in the shallow sea, someone remarked. But diving is another matter altogether. Earlier today, a fellow claimed that while he was out gathering clams and fishing, he was targeted by a 7 or 8 meter sea creature. Now his avatar is pitch black. That was merely an accident, right? Haven't many others successfully gathered seafood today? Shinru pondered, his thoughts deepening. However, he also noticed someone frantically shouting, "Help! The black market is perilous. You will be robbed. Do not enter. Damn it. The black market is teeming with monsters. So many bizarre and grotesque races. My points have been stolen. I'm doomed." In quick succession, others in the group began to inquire about the unfolding events. Soon, the unfortunate lords who had encountered misfortune in the black market painted it as a dark, chaotic realm, rife with robbers, where theft and violence went unpunished. A wave of panic swept through the crowd. Another flicker of hope extinguished. At that moment, someone suddenly began to unveil detailed information about the black market. The black market, a clandestine realm teeming with myriad civilizations and races engaging in discrete transactions, serves as a veritable treasure trove of goods for trade. Upon our arrival at the outskirts of this enigmatic marketplace, our foremost task was to swiftly locate the entrance and pay the requisite fee for entry, thus ensuring our safety within. Though the periphery was fraught with the threat of robbery, a quick reaction or a well-armed stance could potentially turn the tables on any assailants. It should be noted that not every black market is rife with such dangers. One may inquire with the registrars about which markets are deemed safer. As the crowd turned their gaze towards the individual who had shared this information, a sense of familiarity washed over them. Was this not the very figure who first divulged details about the thorned wall and the calamity of the Night of Despair? Could it be that his revelations concerning the black market were equally credible? As night descended, preparations were underway to explore the subterranean realms of the multiverse. Shinru, affirming the veracity of his earlier statements, recounted insights drawn from his experiences that day, as well as information relayed by the legendary figure by Hu Qianshan. Not all black markets are subject to the audacity of thieves outside their gates. Some are discreetly controlled by powerful races and lords who maintain order both inside and out. Those who dare to disrupt the established norms face but one fate: death. Within the tapestry of civilizations, life itself holds little value. Intriguingly, such black markets, compared to their more chaotic counterparts, flourish with prosperity and safety, rendering them irresistibly enticing. Observing the throng of individuals eager to add him as a friend through private messages, Shinru conducted a cursory scan of the crowd, promptly rejecting all requests from unfamiliar faces. In the black market, the most coveted commodities include food, medicinal supplies, and rare items, while the most commonplace resources, such as timber and stone, hold negligible worth. For those seeking to earn a little coin, procuring food items for sale, such as jerky, dried fish, or fresh game, might prove fruitful. After succinctly briefing the crowd on these matters, Shinru exited the group chat. Yet for many, even the prospect of sustenance was daunting, let alone the idea of selling it. "Senior, are you currently at the black market?" Liu inquired through a message. "No," he replied. "Oh, it must be evening over there too. Are you hungry? I caught 3 large fish today. I had one for lunch. Shall I send you one?" Shinru was taken aback by her message. While he had no intention of accepting her offer, he couldn't help but feel a sense of fondness for this enthusiastic junior. After all, a young girl venturing alone into an unfamiliar world, surrounded by wilderness and the ominous atmosphere of mortality that loomed over the group, could hardly be devoid of fear. With only Chun-Ru as her acquaintance, it was only natural for her to be more proactive in their conversations. "By the way, Senior, have you finished building your shelter?" Liu sent another message. "Shelter?" Chun-Ru glanced around at his opulent, pristine bathroom. "Yes, I've prepared a bed for sleeping and fashioned a door for the entrance." Meanwhile, as dusk settled, flickering flames danced at the cave's mouth. 3 damp garments hung by the campfire, while 2 slender branches roasted fish over the flames. Nearby sat a girl clad in a delicate blue Lord-S ensemble, her figure slender and complexion fair. She rested upon a soft patch of grass, the flickering firelight illuminating her exquisite features. This was Liu, who was engaged in conversation with Chunrumo. However, Liu appeared to be in a rather poor state, both mentally and physically. The makeshift bed she had fashioned consisted of long wooden strips bound to form 3 supports, with a frame of wooden slats beneath. It was adorned with broad leaves and a smattering of dry grass as a mattress, alongside a folded sleeping bag. The living conditions appeared exceedingly rudimentary, a quintessential representation of a wilderness shelter. Many of her contemporaries among the lords were in a similar plight, reflecting the unfortunate reality of the latest generation of nobles. Their circumstances regarding sustenance and shelter were quite disheartening. That is good, Chunrumo remarked thoughtfully. Utilizing the third-person perspective of a lord to gauge the situation of the territory will ensure your safety. Although he had been raised in a Buddhist monastery, he was not one to indulge in excessive compassion. He would not feel compelled to unconditionally assist Liu simply because his own circumstances were favorable. If she were someone he was familiar with, he would not hesitate to lend her support. However, having known this junior for merely 2 days and never having met her in person, she felt akin to a newly acquainted online friend, not deserving of his earnest investment. Nonetheless, he appreciated her understanding of propriety and gratitude, at least for the moment. I will. Thank you for your reminder, senior. May I ask you something? She inquired, a blend of despair and hope coloring her voice. If circumstances do not improve, will we be unable to withstand the dark creatures that shall descend upon us after the protection of the myriad worlds vanishes in 5 days? Is the heavens toying with us all? Perhaps, Chunrumo pondered before responding earnestly. If we disregard the myriad worlds protection at the borders of the territory, did the thorny wall outside your land hold back the dark creatures last night? Indeed, his thorny wall had successfully repelled the dark beings, leading to the absorption of the thorn spirit and prompting its evolution into a more formidable blood thorn. That sounds just right, he continued. Doesn't it resemble a game where monsters level up? Remember, the thorny wall also requires nutrients to grow, and the essence of those dark creatures is precisely what it needs. Ah, Liu exclaimed, her eyes widening in realization. That makes sense. Indeed, her thorny wall had experienced growth last night, albeit modest. It had indeed strengthened slightly. If you have established an inner wall, the dual protection will greatly enhance your safety, Chunrumo reiterated. Thank you for the reminder, senior. You are remarkable. She responded gratefully. Not at all, he replied modestly. I believe that this myriad civilization will not easily permit our demise. Certainly, it is imperative to proceed with caution. One must refrain from undertaking foolish acts akin to burning down the thorny walls. This world is far more magnificent than we can fathom. Should you encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to call upon me. Chunru, having swiftly concluded his conversation with Liu, emerged from the bathroom clad in his battle-ready green wood element armor. He had no intention of resting tonight. He organized the items within his personal storage, utilizing 30 of the 150 compartments for various tools and weapons. As for the cumbersome multi-purpose lumber that occupied space, it had long been placed in a vacant area adjacent to his home. Night had fallen once more. Chunru cast a glance at the colossal crimson eye rising again from the east. The multiverse shielded him, obstructing the terrifying radiation emanating from that monstrous orb. Nevertheless, he could not shake off the primal fear that gripped him, accompanied by unsettling palpitations. Outside, the same horrific cries echoed once again, reminiscent of the previous night. Yet today, he felt a sense of calmness, as though he had begun to acclimate to life in this realm. Tonight promised a sumptuous feast at the Bloodthorn Wall. Through the eye of the Bloodthorn Wall, Chunru sensed numerous dark entities approaching its exterior, only to be met with an immediate counterattack from the wall itself. The wall was growing stronger, and Chunru sensed its elation, a knowing smile gracing his lips. It appeared that he too must not lag behind. He murmured to himself, "It is time to summon a wave of allies." In the next moment, he pointed his sword towards the depths of the multiverse, aiming for a promotion to bronze. Chapter 25. Entering the Multiverse Abyss. With a drop of blood to establish dominion, 5 creatures of various forms materialized behind Chunru, loyal companions he had acquired from the multiverse marketplace, following a 100-fold reward. They had all ascended to the perfect quality level of bronze. Ordinary bronze lords would find it impossible to afford or maintain such a multitude of perfect companions. Among them was the largest, a brownstone golem known as the Master of Quarrying, who would take the lead in forging a path ahead. The smallest, a luminous rabbit called the Light Orb Rabbit, was tasked with illuminating the abyss. Others had roles in hunting, protection, and alerting him to danger, each possessing additional capabilities that need not be elaborated upon. And so, they set forth. Chunru, leading his 5 loyal companions, descended the mountain with great fervor towards the entrance of the multiverse abyss halfway down the slope. The commotion startled the little sprite, who was secretly observing from a nearby elven treehouse. What was the giant planning? A confrontation? Had also discerned that the giant harbored no ill intentions towards her, emboldening her spirit. Should she follow him stealthily? The little sprite shook her head vigorously, dismissing her own thoughts. In no time, Shinru arrived at the cave halfway up the rocky mountain, the very entrance to the multiverse abyss. Upon touching the luminous wall of the cave, a notification regarding the multiverse civilization appeared before him, Multiverse Abyss. In the vast battlefield of myriad realms, a place of high risk and high reward lies hidden, a mysterious locale where civilizations from various worlds converge, a realm of exploration shared by all lords, teeming with resources and opportunities, yet shadowed by the specter of death. The previous notifications had already warned of the necessity of possessing a ticket to enter the abyss of the myriad realms. Shinruo, having just acquired his abyss entrance ticket, which resembles a torch-shaped key, understood that it could sustain his presence for a distance equivalent to 10 cavern spaces. Should the torch extinguish without renewal, it would signify his imminent expulsion from this realm. The Lord has entered the first layer of the abyss of the myriad realms, the notifications chimed. Companions carried 5, meeting the current layer's maximum capacity of 5, entry permitted. A knowing smile graced Shinruo's lips as he recalled having perused the essential information regarding the first 3 layers of the abyss in the illustrated guide to the abyss of the myriad realms. Although the pathways within the abyss are subject to countless variations, the rules and information concerning encountered monsters or treasures had been meticulously catalogued by numerous predecessors. Let us proceed, Shinruo declared, surveying the rocky caverns around him, with one hand clutching the torch and the other wielding a crescent-shaped mountain cleaver. A luminous orb of light, a rabbit, illuminated his path from above. Thus, encircled by his 5 companions, he ventured deeper into the cavern. The areas shrouded in darkness, where light dared not tread, cast an eerie ambience. With a resolute voice, he instructed, if the path is obstructed, simply clear it. He stepped back slightly as the rock cleaver master nodded in understanding. Its massive stone hand swiftly morphed into a sharp, elongated claw, effortlessly dismantling the impenetrable stone wall as though it were mere tofu. Companion, Rock Cleaver Master. Level, perfect bronze quality. Special abilities, path carving, petrification defense. Note, an excellent tunneling and tanking tool within the bronze domain, thriving on a diet of rock. The obstruction was not particularly thick, measuring less than 50 centimeters. And within half a minute, the Rock Cleaver Master had flattened it. Upon breaking through, they were greeted by a new cavern space, where a glowing chest awaited on the ground. Let us see what treasures lie within, Shinruo instructed his combat companion, the humanoid stone puppet soldier. In no time, the puppet soldier opened the chest, which vanished, leaving behind 2 glimmering items. You have acquired 2 loaves of bread, edible. Bread? Shinruo was taken aback, though it was not entirely unexpected, as the illustrated guide to the abyss of the myriad realms had hinted at the possibility of encountering fresh food, seeds, crafting blueprints, and even rare items such as high-level strategic resources or hatching nests. However, the more valuable the items, the less likely they would appear in the shallow layers of the abyss. Of course, treasure chests were not universally found. The contents of different cavern spaces were random and ever-changing. Perhaps, just beyond the stone barrier, dreadful beasts, malevolent entities, or hazardous toxins awaited him. It appears that allowing the pet to collect will not yield a 100-fold reward for oneself. Shinruo quietly mused as he stored the bread in his personal inventory. No sooner had he taken 10 steps than another stone wall obstructed his path. He continued to forge ahead, without Shinruo's command. The Rock Master took the lead and cleared the way. Upon entering another cavernous space, Fortune smiled upon Shinruo as he beheld a treasure chest. Personally, he opened the chest and received, you have obtained shovel 1, piece. The 100-fold reward was triggered. 100-fold reward, optional. 1. Shovel 100, no quality. 2. Improved shovel 10. Quality bronze, ordinary. 3. Excellent shovel 1, quality bronze exquisite. Indeed, only through his hands could the 100-fold reward be activated. Congratulations, you have obtained excellent shovel 1. Shinruo casually placed the shovel into his personal inventory and continued onward. Such meager spoils were hardly worth his notice, especially since what he sought was not among them. He pressed deeper into the abyss. The third cavernous space yielded no treasure chest, but he did find 10 units of ordinary timber. Shinruo did not linger to collect it and pressed on. Upon reaching the fourth cavernous space, he finally encountered a subterranean creature. However, this particular creature was far from benign. Cavernous creature encyclopedia, seed pod parasitic flower, no quality, resembling a sunflower. By coming into contact with the pollen on its buds, it can infiltrate the surface of other organisms through their pores, eyes, mouths, and ears, draining the blood and fat of its hosts to grow. Bronze-level lords are immune to parasitism. Physical countermeasures include saline immersion, alcohol application, and fire. Should one fall victim to such an abomination, it would undoubtedly be a torment beyond human endurance. Shinruo wished to avoid this repulsive creature and commanded the Rock Master to clear the path once more. However, upon reaching the fifth cavernous space, he was confronted with 3 additional passageways, each entrance blocked by stone walls. Which to choose? Shinruo glanced at the 4-eared warning beast beside him and inquired. Pet, warning beast, Level, bronze perfect quality. Innate ability, crisis listening, early warning. The warning beast lay upon the ground, its ears pressed against the earth. Soon, it pointed towards the left and middle passages, indicating safety, while the right was deemed toxic and perilous. Shinrumo took note. Upon entering the sixth cavernous space, he discovered a treasure chest containing a packet of rice seeds. He accepted it, which instantly transformed into a high-quality, fast-growing fragrant rice, seed 1, packet. It seemed that food was not in short supply, Shinrumo pondered. Suddenly, the warning beast urgently signaled for its master to be cautious. At that moment, the rock master had already breached the seventh cavernous space. Had he finally encountered trouble? Chapter 26. All can become noodle machines. Obtained a new title in the caverns. Discovered hatchery 1. Noticing the warning beast's alert, Shinrumo became vigilant. For in the seventh cavernous space ahead, a faint glow had begun to emerge. Shinru finally chose to step into the seventh dungeon space to assess the situation. If there were dangers, it was prudent to first ascertain whether he could cope. If not, retreat would be the only option. The crocodile swamp? As Chunru surveyed this dungeon space, he noted the stark contrast to the previous ones. The area was significantly more expansive, with walls emanating a luminous glow, and beneath lay a marshy mire of over 100 square meters, replacing the rocky terrain. Within the mire, several crocodiles peeked above the surface, fixating their gaze on Chunru and his companions. How could there be crocodiles in an underground dungeon? This was the marvel of the myriad dungeons. Even freshly baked bread could materialize, so what was peculiar about harboring a few crocodiles? Never mind, the passage ahead extended for another 20 meters. It would be wise to take a detour. A fleeting glance revealed several shattered bones near the swamp, hinting that this place had been traversed by many before. Each dungeon space could potentially connect to the vast multiverse, and it was not uncommon to encounter other lords exploring the myriad dungeons at any given time. Such information was outlined in the Illustrated Guide to the Myriad Dungeons Volume 3. As for whether items within the dungeon could be reclaimed and subsequently refreshed, that delved into the secrets of the myriad dungeons, an intricate matter indeed. The path ahead was clear, yet yielded little in terms of treasure. Only commonplace items and creatures appeared, such as ores, timber, and weed seeds. The dungeon creature encountered was a mundane stone golem, swiftly shattered by the path-clearing master ahead. You have discovered the Noodle Machine Blueprint 1, quality, bronze, ordinary. However, in the ninth dungeon space, Chunru encountered something novel. A Noodle Machine Blueprint? He picked up the parchment, and simultaneously, a 100-fold reward was triggered. 100-fold rewards, selectable, 1. Coarse Grain Pasta Machine Blueprint 1, quality, bronze, perfect. 2. Universal Noodle Machine Blueprint 1, quality, bronze, perfect. Upon seeing these two rewards, Chunru's curiosity was piqued most by the second option. A universal noodle machine? What could that possibly mean? Could everything be transformed into noodles? In truth, he was more inclined towards the first reward, the coarse grain pasta machine blueprint. Yet, curiosity proved stronger than desire. He selected the second option. Congratulations, you have obtained the universal noodle machine blueprint. Soon, the blueprint in his hand transformed into a different design. Name, Universal Noodle Machine Blueprint. Level, bronze, perfect. Information, all things can be turned into noodles. Further information can be unlocked through crafting. All things can be turned into noodles? A peculiar thought flickered in Chunru's mind. Nevertheless, he carefully stored the blueprint and pressed onward. In the 10th dungeon space, he encountered yet another dungeon creature. Wolf-headed spider nest. Not just one, but a swarm of spiders the size of calves, exuding an aura of terror. However, Chunru reacted swiftly. Upon recognizing the nature of the creature, without the slightest hesitation, I exited the 10th dungeon space, casually igniting the web-covered passageway and parting. After a brief wait in the 9th dungeon space, I calculated that enough time had elapsed. Dealing with the lair of the wolf-headed spider, a relatively low-tier dungeon creature, a mere flame sufficed. Such tactics were outlined in the Diverse Dungeon Compendium Volume 3. Had it been anyone else, they likely would have been ensnared by the swiftly ejected silk before they could react, meeting an untimely demise. Stepping once more into the 10th dungeon space, I surveyed the surroundings, noting the acrid scent of charred remnants. The wolf-headed spider's silk served not only as an effective means of ensnaring prey, but also as excellent tinder for incineration. Observing a few remaining wolf-headed spiders stirring, I promptly drew my blade to deliver the final blow. Congratulations, you have eradicated the wolf-headed spider lair and earned the title of Dungeon Hunter, gaining 10 civilization points. The title was attained so swiftly? I was taken aback by this new accolade. Dungeon Hunter? I was somewhat familiar with this designation, otherwise. The information purchased for 1,000 points would have been in vain. The title of Dungeon Hunter is on par with those of Forest Gatherer and Ocean Hunter, all classified as novice titles. In contrast, my earlier acquisition of the Gathering Expert title, earned through a 100-fold reward, is categorized as an intermediate title, offering a more potent enhancement to my attributes. Simultaneously, the 100-fold reward was activated. 100-fold reward, non-selectable 1. Dungeon Hunting Master, intermediate title. Additional attribute damage. Inflicts an extra 20 damage to creatures below silver grade in the diverse dungeon. Attribute Hunter's Intimidation. Terrifies enemies with a negative status for 115 seconds. With a slight chance to tame dungeon creatures. 2. Civilization Points. 1,000. Upon witnessing this 100-fold reward, a surge of joy filled me as I mused. Indeed, an intermediate title. A modest profit. My gaze swept the area, landing on the ground where half-cooked wolf spider meat X3 lay. I chose not to collect it. Such meat was rather unappealing to me, especially since it was half-cooked and harbored parasitic risks, being mildly toxic. The compendium indicated it was consumable. Yet weaker races would experience adverse effects. Continuing onward, a new notification emerged. The entry ticket to the diverse dungeon is about to expire. Have I really traversed 10 dungeon spaces? I regarded the dimming torch in my hand, its flame flickering weakly. Subsequently, I purchased a new entry ticket to the diverse dungeon, rekindling the torch's brightness, albeit with slim chances of success. In the 11th dungeon space, I discovered merely an ornamental flower, which I collected. The 12th and 13th spaces yielded 2 units of timber, while the 14th revealed a snake den and the 15th a wild boar trap. It was not until I reached the 17th dungeon space that I finally procured something as valuable as snake meat. The rest were either absent or unworthy of my attention. I consumed a sweet and sour fruit, feeling my condition gradually improve. His stamina and energy had already been replenished several times within the dungeon. You have discovered a hatchable nest, Eagle 1, quality, bronze, common. Would you like to collect it? My eyes widened in astonishment, overwhelmed with joy. A hatchable nest? This is a remarkable find. The significance of a hatchable nest is akin to that of a meat farm. A 100-fold reward has been triggered. Choices for the 100-fold reward. 1. Hatchable nest, Eagle 1, quality, bronze, perfect. 2. Hatchable nest, Assault type Falcon 1, quality, bronze, good. 3. Hatchable nest, Guardian type Wind Eagle 1, quality, bronze, good. Oh, I noticed that this time, the 100-fold rewards were somewhat different. One option involved an upgrade in quality based on the original, while the other introduced an additional species upgrade. This left me in a quandary, as all choices seemed rather appealing. The mere discovery of a strategic resource such as a hatchable nest was already a significant gain. However, having even more enticing options layered on top of that was rather vexing. Chapter 27. The Mysterious Merchant of the Dungeon. Found, Newcomer Promotion Declaration. I'll choose the second one, I decided. You have obtained a hatchable nest, Assault type Falcon 1. However, this single unhatched nest consumed a staggering 80 slots of my inventory space. With only 20 slots remaining in my 15 cubic meter, 150 slot inventory. I gazed at the nest's icon alongside that of an egg and murmured to myself. Continuing onward, the cavernous passage ahead widened significantly, and the once pitch-black walls of the cave began to shimmer with glistening crystals. Soon, another stone wall obstructed my path. The rock-cleaving master continued to forge ahead. Caution! There is a nest of anesthetic mosquito wasps ahead. Upon heeding the warning from the alert beast, I also noticed a reminder from the myriad of civilizations. Anesthetic mosquito wasps? A single sting from one could potentially incapacitate even an ordinary giant. I cast a glance at the 6 enlarged wasps before me. Through the Myriad Realms dungeon compendium, I swiftly gathered information regarding these dungeon wasps. Most critically, the anesthetic mosquito wasp measures over a meter in length, boasting a proboscis that is several decimeters long, designed to siphon the cerebral fluids of intruders. Coupled with its venomous tail stinger, a dual threat emerges. Should I inadvertently encounter such a creature, death would be instantaneous. I took a few steps back and spoke. Rock-cleaving master, giant scythe mantis, and puppet warrior. You shall confront them. The toxicity of the anesthetic mosquito wasps is formidable, yet they possess numerous weaknesses that can be exploited. In the next moment, my 3 pets engaged in combat with the 6 anesthetic mosquito wasps, facing 2 adversaries each. The rock-cleaving master and the puppet warrior, being constructs rather than flesh and blood beings, were impervious to anesthesia, allowing them to withstand the wasp stings as they seized the opportunity to capture and swiftly decapitate the wasps. Meanwhile, the giant scythe mantis revealed its signature ability for the first time, a rapid advance and harvest, executing strikes with breathtaking speed akin to a masterful assassin wielding scythe-like appendages. In an instant, the remaining mosquitoes were cleaved in twain. Among the 6, 4 had been vanquished by his efforts. Remarkable indeed, Chunruo nodded in acknowledgement. There was no need for him to intervene. Even should he choose to, he might struggle against such a multitude of cavernous creatures. Furthermore, with the elemental battlesuit's skill cooldown yet to conclude, it was prudent to exercise caution. You have discovered 6 drops of anesthetic liquid, quality, bronze, ordinary. He cast a glance at the liquid suspended above the corpses of the mosquitoes, where a new prompt materialized before him. Anesthetic liquid? A valuable find. Chunruo collected it in a vial. You have acquired 6 drops of anesthetic liquid. Simultaneously, a 100-fold reward was triggered. 100-fold reward, optional. 1. 600 drops of anesthetic liquid, quality, bronze, ordinary. 2. 60 drops of potent anesthetic toxin, quality, bronze, fine. Shinruo promptly selected the latter, opting for quality over quantity. With no further treasures to be found, he chose to proceed. A vast expanse of vegetation? Upon reaching the 20th cavernous space, Shinruo discovered the entire grotto adorned with thick, winding vines. These vines bore numerous trumpet-shaped blue flowers and bore lantern-like blue fruits, exuding an enticing fragrance. At first glance, he could not identify this cavernous organism, but he did notice a heap of bones partially concealed at the base of the vines. Goodness! Was there truly no creature in this cavern that was simple? Were it not for his advantages, it would likely have been arduous for him to arrive at this point. Moreover, having traversed so many cavernous spaces, he was still within the superficial confines of the first layer, highlighting the perilous and intricate nature of the myriad realms. Soon, Shinruo ascertained the identity of this flora. It was a plant known as blue lotus vine, whose fruits and flowers were toxic. However, aside from the toxicity of its fruits and flowers, it bore no particularly remarkable traits compared to other plants. Shinruo had no intention of plucking the fruits of the blue lotus vine. It was not merely a matter of toxicity, but rather that the fruits would burst upon exposure to external pressure. The entry ticket to the myriad realms is about to expire. As Shinruo was on the verge of breaching the 21st cavernous space, the alert regarding the impending expiration of the entry ticket reappeared. Shinruo checked the remaining space in his personal storage, realizing he could find no information or items to elevate his status to bronze. Although he had initially entered the myriad realms and obtained treasures such as an incubatable nest, for Shinruo, the lack of achievement meant returning empty-handed. Continuation of salary successful. The brightness of the torch in his hand intensified once more. You have discovered the heart of the earth, spring water. You have discovered a slumbering werewolf. You have discovered a mysterious merchant of the cavern. Shinruo pressed on, slaying werewolves and vanquishing undead serpents. Upon reaching the 26th space, he finally beheld a creature unlike any he had encountered before. Mysterious merchant of the cavern. Description: a timeless entity within the myriad realms responsible for trade. Do not attempt to seize their treasure chest. Fortunate Lord, you have been granted 2 trading opportunities. What would you like to buy or sell? Enveloped in a shroud of dark mist, the enigmatic merchant of the cavern spoke up, his voice notably rigid and cold. Do you possess any items that can facilitate the ascension to bronze? Shinruo inquired, gazing at the figure before him. Indeed, you may find this useful, the merchant replied. As a small treasure chest materialized from the swirling darkness before Shinruo. With a soft click, the chest opened, revealing a white square jade tablet. This is the newcomer's declaration of war. Upon activation, it allows you to challenge other bronze civilization lords. Victory or surrender from your opponent will grant you ascension. The price is 500 civilization points. Upon hearing this, Shinruo was taken aback. How affordable? Just 500 points? That is exceedingly cheap for him. To others, however, this would represent a significant expenditure. Unbeknownst to Shinruo, the newcomer's declaration of war he beheld was quite rare, albeit seldom utilized. While some lords opted to declare war, they typically employed higher-tier declarations, such as those of bronze or silver rank, rather than this uncommon and elementary newcomer declaration. Do you require it? The cavernous merchant inquired. Yes. Shinruo nodded eagerly. After all, he had come here seeking an item or method to elevate his status to that of a bronze lord. Shortly thereafter, he paid the 500 civilization points. You have acquired 1 newcomer's declaration of war. However, no 100-fold reward materialized. Shinruo did not dwell on this detail. Hastily examining the information regarding the tablet. Item: newcomer's declaration of war. Description: upon activation, it will randomly issue a declaration of war against a low-tier bronze lord. The 2 lord civilizations will then open a world battle passage, determining offensive and defensive roles at random. To achieve victory and ascend, one must either eliminate the enemy or force their surrender. This must be it. Shinruo's heart raced with excitement, yet he quickly regained his composure, his demeanor turning serious. Eliminating the enemy? This implied the potential for fatalities. Fortunate Lord, you have 1 more opportunity for trade. Do you require anything? The merchant interjected. Chapter 28, Epic Search Declaration. Silver Skill, Heavenly Dragon Diamond Palm. Shinruo snapped back to attention, suppressing other burgeoning thoughts. I do have a need. He spoke swiftly. Do you possess any items or methods to search for the identity numbers of other lords? This was a question that had just occurred to him. Yes, but it can only be used once. You may need this. Once more, a small treasure chest emerged from the dark mist, revealing a blank sheet of paper. Epic Quality Search Declaration. It can filter and lock onto target information and location based on tokens, biological traits, names, and races. The cost is 100,000 civilization points. Upon hearing the merchant's words, Shinruo's eyes widened in disbelief. How much? 100,000 civilization points? I cannot afford that, he lamented, feeling compelled to abandon his pursuit. You have 1 more opportunity for a transaction. Do you wish to proceed? Shinruo nodded in affirmation. Yes, may I inspect your wares? Before him, 5 luminous orbs materialized. Shinruama glanced at the orbs, and the information within them resonated in his mind. The 5 orbs represented categories of goods, food, beasts, materials, equipment, and skills. What distinguishes your skills from the talent skills possessed by the Lord? Shinruama inquired. His Lord's identity card noted talent skills, yet it currently displayed none. These skills were acquired abilities, which, upon learning, did not conflict with the Lord's innate talents. However, Shinruama discerned that talent skills and the acquired skills offered here could coexist. His talent skills had yet to manifest, yet he could still learn these acquired skills, correct? Hiss, how exorbitant. Upon examining the information within the skill orb, Shinruama involuntarily inhaled sharply. Gliding technique, bronze, 10,000. Iron Giant's Might, bronze, 10,000. Fireball technique, bronze, 10,000. Explosive sword technique, bronze, 11,000. Diamond palm technique, bronze, 130,000. Sword mastery, silver, 50,000. All these skill tomes commenced at a minimum of 10,000 civilization points. Even the lowest price surpassed the most expensive special item of 999 available in the Multiverse Mall. Absurd. What does the suffix technique signify? Shinruama queried the enigmatic merchant in confusion. One consumes physical strength, while the other requires mental energy. Physical value and mental value? Shinruama comprehended. The principle of this skill seemed reminiscent of the attributes of the combat-oriented Aoki elemental battle attire he wore. Yet, when it came to making a choice, Shinruama found himself in a dilemma. Could I also purchase skills of silver and gold tiers? Would I be able to utilize them? Both. I could wield silver tier skills. If I unleashed a surprise powerful move, would that not be astonishing? He yearned to acquire them all, but what if he lacked sufficient funds? Shinruama gazed at his account balance of merely over 13,000 civilization points, a wry smile creeping onto his face. At most, he could afford one. And it couldn't be overly expensive. Truly, one laments the scarcity of funds when the need arises. Previously, the 40,000 points obtained in the black market had been largely spent on purchasing meat fields. Now, with only one transaction opportunity remaining, Shinruama reluctantly selected from the lesser options. I shall take the diamond palm. Will I need to practice? He inquired, producing his lord's identity card to pay 130,000 civilization points. Very well. Simply open the skill tome to comprehend it directly, the mysterious merchant replied. Upon receiving payment, he handed the tome of Diamond Palm to Shinruama. The transaction completed, he bid farewell. In the blink of an eye, the enigmatic merchant vanished. The cavernous space was left with only him and his 5 beasts. This sensation was truly dreamlike. Shinruama murmured, what a wondrous world. There is a certain regret that I did not receive the 100-fold reward. I gazed at the Azure skill book in my hand, lamenting the missed opportunity. My interest in the diamond palm was, in part, influenced by my upbringing in a Buddhist temple. Additionally, I had learned some basic physical cultivation techniques from Buddhism, though they were merely conventional methods of strengthening the body, not the exaggerated supernatural skills depicted in television dramas. You have learned the bronze level skill diamond palm technique. This time, the bronze level bore no quality distinction. However, at that moment, the 100-fold reward was triggered. 100-fold reward, selectable, 1. Demon Slaying Diamond Palm Technique, silver. 2. Heavenly Dragon Diamond Palm Technique, silver. What? My eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing the unexpected announcement of the 100-fold reward. This was undoubtedly the most melodious sound I had ever heard in the world. The Demon Slaying Diamond Palm, the Heavenly Dragon Diamond Palm, and they are both of silver quality. While elation surged within me, it was accompanied by a tinge of anxiety. Alas, which one should I choose? Never mind, I shall opt for the Heavenly Dragon. Correction, congratulations on learning the silver skill Heavenly Dragon Diamond Palm Technique. How audacious to flaunt one's skills before the master. The great Heavenly Dragon, revered as the Earth's store Bodhisattva, embodies the wisdom of all Buddhas. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind, and I shook my head, chuckling in disbelief. Skill, Heavenly Dragon Diamond Palm. Level, silver. System, combat attack. Consumption, 100 stamina points. 100 energy points. Effect 1, Heavenly Dragon Palm Force. Active, a dragon-shaped phantom energy can be unleashed from the palm, creating a destructive shockwave measuring 9 meters in length and 3 meters in width, capable of vanquishing silver intermediate, good quality, beings, or below. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Effect 2, Buddha's Palm from the Heavens. Active, an energy giant palm, 2 meters wide, can be condensed in mid-air within a 10-meter radius. Descending from above to strike, capable of defeating silver low-level, ordinary, beings, or below. Cooldown duration, 1 hour. Effect 3, Diamond Bodyguard. Passive, when using the Heavenly Dragon Diamond Palm, the body's defensive capabilities are doubled. Upon reading the skill description, I was utterly dumbfounded, petrified by the sheer power it promised. A 9-meter-long dragon-shaped energy, a palm technique descending from the heavens. This meant that I could strike down foes several meters away without moving from my spot. and at the silver level, no less. I couldn't help but feel invincible at this tier. Yet, I was reminded of the 100 points of stamina and energy required. My spirits dampened as I realized I could not utilize it directly. With my current physique maxing out at 100 points, absent any special items or resources, I was unable to wield this power. However, if I were to force its use, I risked my life dropping to zero, leading to my demise. There will be opportunities. I mused silently. This challenge would not defeat me. I had plenty of methods at my disposal. I then surveyed my surroundings and decided to conclude today's expedition in the dungeon. Chapter 29, Constructing the Tower. Establishing the Falcon Nest. With a swift motion, I reflected on the bountiful gains of this journey. Setting aside the myriad of miscellaneous rewards, simply acquiring the hatchable nest, the declaration of war, and the silver skill made the endeavor worthwhile. As Chunruo stepped out of the cave and gazed upon the world beyond, he noticed the scarlet giant I still suspended in the sky. The once piercing cries of the dark creatures had now faded into silence. It remained uncertain whether the retreating forces had ceased their assault or if they had perished entirely. How much time had elapsed? Chunruo felt as though he had lingered in the myriad realms abyss for an eternity. Stay within the confines of our territory, but avoid the blood-thorn wall and the adjacent flesh fields, he instructed as he returned to the entrance of his dwelling. Gently lifting the luminous orb rabbit from atop his head, he issued commands to his 5 loyal beasts, opting for a free-range approach. These 5 companions had proven invaluable that night and were deserving of a reward. Thus, he allowed them to graze where they pleased, consuming grass or stone as suited their needs. Goodness, they have grown so tall, Chunruo exclaimed. Aided by the radiant glow of the orb rabbit that illuminated the changes within the flesh fields, he observed that numerous seedlings now reached waist height. Only 7 days until maturity? Has it accelerated by 2 days? Confounded, he noted the properties displayed within the fields. Recalling that when he had watered them with elemental spring water prior to entering the abyss, there had been 9 days remaining. Had he truly spent 2 days within the myriad realms abyss? It seemed implausible, yet he was left without answers. 3 o'clock in the morning? What date is it today? How many days have we been in the myriad realms battlefield? Chunruo pondered, noticing activity in the regional chat group and sending a message to inquire. It was known that certain cavernous spaces within the myriad realms exhibited time dilation, where mere minutes inside could equate to hours passing outside. Day 3. Though the sun has yet to rise. Has this person lost track of time? It hasn't even been that long. He mused. Oh, that's the avatar of a prominent figure. Chunruo realized, feeling a surge of excitement. The esteemed individual was still awake at this hour. Perhaps they had significant news to share. Thus, I have spent 7 or 8 hours in the myriad realms abyss. He reflected. No updates? You are all awake at such an hour? Aren't you worried about depleting your attribute values? Surprisingly, my energy levels remain high. I feel no fatigue. The terrifying calls of the dark creatures outside keep me from sleeping, he sighed. Possessing attribute values felt akin to being an unceasing robot, requiring no rest as long as one's energy reserves were ample. Esteemed one, do you possess any methods to restore the thorn wall? Or perhaps a substitute to shield against the dark creatures? Others seized the opportunity to ask Chunruo. The initial lords who had torched the thorn wall were already experiencing the dire consequences of lacking protective barriers. In a matter of days, should their myriad realm's protective barrier dissipate, the aftermath would be catastrophic, a disaster of monumental proportions. The night of calamity heralded more than just the arrival of dark creatures. I cannot conceive of a more effective method at present, but perhaps you might discover something new through elemental sets, the black market, or the myriad realm's marketplace. He suggested. The only viable option for them at the moment remained their elemental sets. Their elemental armors were of significantly lower caliber than Chunruo's, comprising only a basic common elemental escape, such as wood, earth, or water escape. However, they could still leverage this to their advantage with prudent utilization. As the night of disaster descended, he took refuge underground. Although he did not feel particularly fatigued, he had yet to acclimate to the habit of foregoing sleep. Upon awakening, he discovered that merely 3 hours had elapsed. 6:30? He hoped to arrange everything today and expedite his advancement. After grooming himself, he stepped outside to assess the situation. His gaze drifted towards the nearby elven treehouse. He noticed a wood sprite flitting between the branches, seemingly collecting dew in a small wooden vial. How intriguing, he murmured, concerning this unexpectedly arrived neighbor. He had been monitoring her every move within his territory for quite some time, albeit without overtly disturbing her, for he feared driving her away would be undesirable. It appeared that the little sprite had begun to accept her circumstances. Dual type meat field, food type seedlings 20, medicine type seedlings 20. Status, healthy, flowering phase. 6 days and 22 hours until maturity. Originally, the meat field had not even sprouted, yet overnight it had grown to a height of 1.6 meters and had begun to blossom. Truly remarkable. He patrolled the meat field, diligently observing the seedlings. The seedlings within the meat field were markedly different from ordinary plants outside. For instance, each seedling bore unique, vividly colored patterns on its stem and leaves. akin to beauties among seedlings, setting them apart. Today, he decided to construct the water tower first. He recalled that he had not utilized the free manufacturing opportunity from the previous day. What a waste to squander a free chance. He shook his head and opened Manufacture. He input materials such as stones and wood. World Civilization Notification. Manufacturing complete. You have obtained a dwarf water tower, water capacity 3 tons, X1, quality, none. Simultaneously, a 100-fold reward was triggered. 100-fold rewards. 1. Inverted cone water tower, water capacity 70 tons, X1, materials, stone, quality, bronze, good. 2. Upright water tower, water capacity 70 tons, X1, materials, stone, quality, bronze, good. 70 tons? He was somewhat taken aback. After contemplation, he chose the first option. Soon, the phantom of the inverted cone water tower materialized. He opted to position the water tower near the site where the pumping apparatus had been installed the previous afternoon. Upon completion, a towering structure, 10 meters in height, instantly emerged atop the rocky mountain. It was reminiscent of the water towers from his school days, he mused. While 70 tons of capacity seemed considerable, it amounted to merely a cubic volume of approximately 662 cubic meters. He ascended the staircase along the pillar towards the top of the water tower. Oh, it could also serve as a lookout to observe movements? Upon reaching the summit, he realized that the panoramic view was significantly broader. He became increasingly certain that, encircled by the sea, this was indeed an isolated island. The expanse of the island was vast. First, he would focus on establishing infrastructure before contemplating conquest here, he murmured. Having utilized a portion of civilization points, I relocated the water extraction device to the pinnacle of the tower while also extending the pipeline. After laboring for 2 hours, I managed to fill the water reservoir of the tower halfway, using only the superior quality elemental spring water of bronze. The limited extraction speed coupled with the necessity of personally collecting water bit by bit contributed to the sluggish progress. Otherwise, the 100-fold rewards would not be triggered. Were it not for the meat fields requiring pristine water for irrigation, along with the territory's demand for other water sources, I would not have gone to such lengths. I murmured to myself. As I descended, I cast a glance at the vast ocean in the previous direction. You have irrigated the meat field once, enhancing its fertility. The water source supply has now reached its maximum capacity. Dual type meat field, food type fruit saplings 20, medicinal type fruit saplings 20. Status, healthy, flowering period. 6 days and 16 hours until maturity. Has watering reduced the time by 4 hours? How splendid. After tending to the meat fields, I proceeded down the mountain. Do you wish to place a hunting hawk's hatchery here? Yes. I stood slightly below the mountaintop and nodded in affirmation. I chose a location for the hawk's nest on a sheer cliff face, elevated and nestled near the middle of the valley. While the terrain was treacherous, it was an excellent site for raising birds. Hatchery placement successful. To hatch the first batch of hawks, you need to provide 100 pounds of any meat and 50 pounds of fresh water. 100 pounds of meat. I realized I had stumbled into a pitfall. How careless of me to overlook the resource requirement for hatching, particularly for the scarce food. I barely had accumulated 10 pounds of meat. Would noodles suffice? I inquired, recalling the noodle machine at home, feeling it was time to put it to good use. Let my hawks grow up on noodles, nurturing a non-picky eating habit. That is not too much to ask, is it? Chapter 30, Third Day Sign-In. The Lord's Battle and the Source of Subjects. A perfect silver item. It seems I can only take one step at a time and plan accordingly. I shook my head, offering a rueful smile. I arrived at the position of the bloodthorn wall at the mountainside and had it open a passageway. My 5 pets quietly trailed behind me. Outside the forested valley, it appeared that the number of dark creatures that had attacked last night had significantly diminished. Observing the outer wall of the bloodthorn, I noted the addition of several dark creature corpses and pondered. Bloodthorn wall. Next time, save some rations. I could find them useful. It seems the current dark creatures possess flesh, albeit toxic. However, they should be suitable for cultivating hawks, right? Perhaps to enhance their immunity in advance. If all else fails, I could transform them into meat noodles for feeding. After all, the bloodthorn wall can absorb the flesh of dark creatures to enhance its fertility. Hawkflock, you truly are a clever one. Go take a look at the seaside. This time, however, I would not be clearing the path myself. My 3 pets, Rock Splitter Master, Giant Scythe Mantis, and Puppet Warrior, would be at the forefront, clearing the underbrush and thicket. It was daytime now, so please do not rest on my head. Shinru, I will leap atop the head of the whimsical lightball rabbit, grasp it, and toss it aside. The alert beast, ever vigilant, nods in affirmation, ready to signal any impending danger. As I proceed, I discreetly survey my surroundings. Utilizing my lord's identity token, I send a message to Baihu Qianshan, inquiring about the recent rookie declaration of war and the status of lord promotions. Additionally, I shall check in for today's attendance. Attendance, perseverance yields reward. Diligence is rewarded by the heavens. Daily check-ins grant rewards. And sustained attendance over a period unlocks various levels of treasure chests. Attendance successful, cumulative attendance on the 3rd day. You have received a random ordinary seed packet. specifically chili seed 1 pack. Seed packet? Shinru expressed mild surprise. He had anticipated receiving something extraordinary upon signing in today, yet this seemed rather mundane. He already possessed seed rewards, having acquired fragrant rice seeds in the caverns just the previous night, though he had yet to find suitable land for planting. At that moment, a 100-fold reward was triggered. The options for the 100-fold reward included 1. Lantern chili seeds 100 pack of no quality. 2. Long chili seeds 100 pack of no quality. 3. Fiery chili seeds 1 pack of bronze quality. Fiery chili. Congratulations, you have obtained a pack of fiery chili seeds. Naturally, the choice would be the most intriguing and highest quality. Shinru gazed at the small half-pack of red cloth in his hand, feeling the seeds radiate warmth. Upon opening the seed packet, he beheld the vibrant red seeds within. Fiery chili seeds can be planted to yield fiery chilies. Please refrain from planting near water sources. A simple advisory, and then it was over. After placing the seeds into his personal storage, he continued onward. Suddenly, his lord's identity token vibrated, indicating a new message. A rookie declaration of war? Congratulations on your discovery. Such items are exceedingly rare. Do you wish to initiate the Lord's War? The message was from Baihu Qianshan, a contact from the black market. Indeed, the desire to ascend swiftly was palpable. Senior, may I inquire what prerequisites exist before activating this declaration of war? Shinru asked, aware of the prominent, epic, insignia following the name of his correspondent. Having guidance from such a formidable figure could undoubtedly help avoid many missteps. Though not a lord himself, he possessed some understanding of the Lord's War. Baihu Qianshan's identity was that of a citizen, which, in a strict sense, placed him beneath the rank of a lord. Shinru nodded to himself as he read the message from Baihu Qianshan. The Lord's War, akin to a civilizational conflict, entails a siege between two civilizations. Typically, one side is designated as the attacking faction while the other serves as the defender. In such scenarios, the battlefield is often set to favor the defending faction, granting them a fixed period to establish their defenses. During the conflict, lords may deploy citizens, territorial beasts, or other resources to mount attacks or defenses. Essentially, it is akin to commanding troops into battle. However, one must be mindful that once war is declared, the Lord's identity card will transform into the core tower of the territory, appearing within the central domain, rendering it unusable during combat. Should the Lord's core tower be destroyed, it signifies your defeat. Is this even possible? It feels akin to assaulting a crystal base. Shinru was filled with astonishment. Beyond securing victory by demolishing the core tower, there exist two additional scenarios. One is to compel the opponent to surrender, and the other, more extreme, is to eliminate the adversary. Do you currently possess any subjects? Inquired Baihu Qianshan. Subjects? Shinru fell silent. Aside from having encountered people in the black market, he felt utterly alone in his world. Even the animated beasts were purchased from the Myriad World's marketplace, and the wood sprite was a mere coincidence. Senior, where might one acquire subjects? Upon seeing this inquiry, Baihu Qianshan, far beyond countless civilizations, raised an eyebrow. Goodness, how audacious. The novice lord, lacking subjects, dares to initiate a lord's war. Even his superior lord does not possess such boldness. The primary sources of subjects include indigenous inhabitants of the local world, black market slaves, defeated captives, world immigrants, and cave dwellers. After some contemplation, Baihu Qianshan shared this knowledge with Shinru, anxious that this promising investment might perish through carelessness. After all, should the human race come to acknowledge a favor, or should the individual grow powerful enough to repay, it would undoubtedly be a venture of immense benefit. It seems there are numerous sources for subjects. Why am I unable to encounter any? Shinru pondered, posing the question, in my world, will there also be indigenous residents? There is a high probability, but they may not appear in the same location as you. As for acquiring them, one method is through proactive searching, while the other is simply waiting. Unexpected opportunities will surely arise. However, possessing subjects does not guarantee control over them. Upon receiving Baihu Qianshan's reminder, Shinru halted his steps, furrowing his brow. After their conversation, he felt a significant expansion of his knowledge regarding the rules of the myriad civilizations. Senior, I wonder if you possess any items that can temporarily enhance comprehensive attributes? For instance, can they elevate 100 points of stamina and energy to 150 or even 200? Shinru inquired at last. Before long, the other party sent 3 items through the Myriad World's private message. Name, Attribute Restoration Fruit X3. Level, Silver Perfect Quality. Effect 1. Upon consumption, personal attributes are maxed for 3 days, with an additional increase of 500 attribute points for engaging in silver level or lower activities without consuming attributes. Effect 2. Personal comprehensive attribute maximum limit increased by 100 points, limited to 7 days. Upon viewing the item sent, Shinru inhaled sharply. Silver perfect quality? Truly, this individual is formidable. Anything they casually offer is beyond his possession, and the attributes of these items seem extraordinary. Thank you for your generous gift, Senior. Soon, Shinru concluded his conversation with Baihu Qianshan, his expression filled with joy. even without the presence of subjects, relying solely on the heavenly dragon golden palm. A silver tier skill should suffice to contend with low-tier bronze lords, or so I thought. Yet, I gravely underestimated the attributes of this skill. Not only could it handle opponents, but it could also annihilate them with ease. One strike would suffice to dispatch even a mid-tier silver lord. Just then, the alert beast beside me suddenly emitted a warning. Something is amiss ahead. Chapter 31. The Arrival of Subjects? Pirates? Legends beyond the island at this moment. I had reached the edge of the forest. In the distance, on the beach, I spotted a battered ship that had run aground, along with a disheveled group of 10 individuals, both men and women, drenched from the sea. Their attire bore an ancient style, yet their countenances were fierce. Some sported scars across their faces, while others were one-eyed and bald. When had they appeared? Upon confirming that they were indeed human, a wave of confusion washed over me. Just moments prior, I had not seen any ships on the water from the watchtower. Could they have encountered a shipwreck before I constructed my tower? Could they be wandering refugees? This thought struck me as peculiar. The plot felt familiar. No wonder Bai Hu Qianshan mentioned that the issue of subjects would eventually resolve itself. Was this the moment he spoke of? It seemed such occurrences were commonplace within the myriad civilizations. As if orchestrated by an unseen hand, one could not apply logic to this situation. Yet, the mere thought of subjects appearing filled my heart with joy. I straightened my collar, raised my head, and stepped out of the forest, eager to greet the first batch of endearing subjects with the utmost poise befitting a lord. At that moment, a notification from the myriad civilizations chimed in. You have discovered 10 pirates. What? Pirates? Were they not the refugees seeking my protection? Why had they transformed into pirates? I was momentarily paralyzed by disbelief. The ominous red moon from last night had wrought havoc. Even the captain had succumbed to madness. Thankfully, we had escaped swiftly. Alas, the ship had struck a hidden reef. Look over there. Someone is approaching. The pirates began to murmur amongst themselves. Upon hearing the alert, they halted their movements, turning to behold a striking young man clad in blue at a distance on the beach. The presence of another signified that this island harbored a village. A village meant sustenance and shelter. As this realization dawned upon them, the pirates exchanged glances filled with excitement, a delightful surprise to plunder. This was their forte. Witnessing the 10 subjects approach with ill intentions, they brandished their large blades and encircled me. What are they doing? Must they be so aggressive? Ready to resort to violence at the slightest provocation? In a harmonious society, we should advocate for peaceful coexistence. My heart raced with a tumult of thoughts as I gazed skyward in disbelief. Simultaneously, I quietly summoned my 5 beast companions. Among them, aside from the adorable, glowing, or bunny, the other 4 bore fearsome appearances. A fight? I was never one to back down. Suddenly, the 10 destitute pirates halted in their tracks, their faces a tableau of astonishment as they beheld the 5 monstrous beings beside Shenruo. Shenruo had just activated his lordly attire. In an instant, the pirates cast aside their weapons and, with a resounding thud, knelt before the 5 entities, exclaiming in unison, "We pay homage to the esteemed lord." Shenruo, taken aback, pondered, "I have yet to lift a finger, and they have already surrendered? Is my charisma truly so overwhelming? Must it be so exaggerated? Yet, how do they recognize me as their lord?" Filled with confusion, he scrutinized the 10 men. Before long, Shenruo gleaned the specifics from their words. It appeared that these individuals hailed from a pirate lineage, having once resided on a place known as Amber Island. Their presence here was precipitated by a calamity that unfolded the previous night when the Blood Eye manifested, leading to unforeseen circumstances on the island. Some had inadvertently succumbed to magical transformation, while others, upon fleeing their hiding places, had unwittingly witnessed the disaster of the night, resulting in their own metamorphosis. The 10 pirates who had arrived here were, by a stroke of fortune, the fortunate ones. They had navigated the waters with heads bowed and eyes closed, fearful of the reflections cast by the Blood Eye. After drifting through the night, their vessel unexpectedly struck a hidden reef at dawn, forcing them ashore on this island. Their readiness to submit to Shenruo stemmed from a childhood legend that had lingered in their minds. There exists a deity among men, known as the Lord, who can guide humanity to triumph over the night of calamity. One must hold reverence for the Lord and yield upon encountering him. They recognized Shenruo as the Lord owing to the activation of the Azure Lord's mark upon him. Lord's mark? How come I cannot see it? Shenruo mused in confusion, asking the 10 men for clarification. They struggled to articulate their observations, merely stating that he suddenly emanated light. Resigned to the situation, and assured of the 10 pirates' allegiance, Shenruo proceeded to integrate them as residents of his domain, a process that unfolded with remarkable ease, leaving him utterly astonished. Was the legend of the Lord truly this enchanting, or was it merely a script set by the myriad civilizations? Congratulations, Lord, on successfully assimilating 10 pirates as formal residents of your territory. This marks a significant advancement in your domain's development. You have unlocked the attributes monitoring panel for your subjects. Civilization points, 100. Bread, 10. Upon receiving this notification from the myriad civilizations, Shenruo was somewhat taken aback. They even provide food? 10 loaves of bread. seemingly intended to satiate the hunger of these newcomers. If an ordinary lord were in his position, they might despair at the thought of additional mouths to feed. How am I to survive now, when I can barely sustain myself? To care for others is an impossibility. A 100-fold reward has been triggered. 100-fold reward, selectable 1. Wheat bread x 100, quality, none. 2. Creamy bread x 10, quality, bronze, common. 3. Elemental bread x 1, quality, bronze, superior. 100-fold reward, non-selectable civilization points, 10, 000. Shinru pondered for a moment, deciding this time to adhere to the principle of abundance rather than scarcity. You have received 100 wheat bread and 10, 000 civilization points. Simultaneously, Shinru utilized his lordly authority to examine the information of the 10 individuals before him. They possessed attributes such as health points, stamina, and energy, as well as a unique loyalty value, alongside their potential. However, their potential was merely of a low bronze tier. Additionally, Shinru observed their specialties, which were uniformly diving, fishing, and engaging in brawls and robberies. Gazing at the 10 new subjects, who bore an air of brigandage, Shinru could not help but silently lament. Heaven, why have you sent me a batch of wild men? I would prefer a group of troublesome citizens instead. Their fierce demeanor and intimidating appearance now transformed into that of compliant residents within his domain. This stark contrast left him both amused and bewildered, as it felt rather unfamiliar. Since you have submitted to me, you must obey my commands. Here, you are to act according to my rules. Any transgressors shall face execution. Although he was reluctant to embrace this role, he knew he must issue his commands with seriousness. The loyalty of these 10 individuals fluctuated around 50, teetering dangerously close to betrayal. Yes, boss, they all exclaimed in unison. Remember, from now on, address me as your lord. Yes, my lord. Pleased with their response, Shinru nodded approvingly. You can dive, can you? Chapter 32. Other effects of the Night of Calamity? The correct method to unlock a 100-fold reward. New titles to propose. Go explore the seabed and see if there are any fish available for hunting. Yes, my lord. They nodded in agreement. However, before you venture into the sea, let us first fill our stomachs. Shinru smiled, retrieving 2 pieces of fragrant wheat bread from his personal storage. Here, take 2 each. As the enticing aroma of the freshly baked bread wafted through the air, the onlookers could not help but swallow hard, their eyes fixated on the bread. It smells so delicious. What is this food? They had never encountered bread before. It was truly miraculous that their lord could conjure food at will. Remarkable indeed. Truly worthy of being the legendary deity who lingered among mortals. Unbeknownst to them, their loyalty values surged significantly, reaching approximately 70. Once they finished their bread, Shinru observed as 5 of them approached a beached wreck to retrieve fishing spears, plunging into the sea. Amberching, what was your primary food source before? Shinru inquired of the woman leading the group, the 3rd in command from Amber Island. The inhabitants of Amber Island predominantly shared the surname Amber, though there were a few others, all named after plants or objects. He had yet to encounter any homophones from the 100 surnames. Could you generally find enough to eat? Shinru asked. However, Amberching and her companions shook their heads. We can hardly ever fill our stomachs, as the crops we grow struggle to produce grain due to the harsh weather conditions. Upon hearing this, Shinru was taken aback. Harsh weather? The blood moon, which I have seen as the crimson giant eye. This is the night of calamity. However, Amber and the others had never laid eyes upon it, for those who had were either dead or had vanished into a state of demonic transformation. Thus, they never dared to raise their heads to gaze at the night sky. Upon hearing this, Shinrumo furrowed his brow. This was indeed not a favorable piece of news for him. At least for now, he had not experienced it. Yet, it was an inevitability, wasn't it? So, most of your food comes from plunder? Shinrumo inquired. Amber nodded, then shook his head, saying, in part, yes and no. Sometimes we seek to document the locations of fruit-bearing trees or islands rich in edible plants, harvesting them periodically. Shinrumo understood, glancing at the 5 of them. Do you remember the locations? They shook their heads, smiling wryly. We have never ventured into this stretch of sea, and with our ship damaged, we cannot ascertain even a rough location. Very well, Shinrumo replied with a slight nod. But at least it offers a glimmer of hope. Surely, some of you know how to cultivate. The group pointed to a middle-aged man named Xiangmu. He does. My lord, I can only grow rock quinoa. Xiangmu replied with a bitter smile. Rock quinoa is one of the native crops of this world, low-yielding yet resilient, with a short maturation period. That will suffice. If you do not know, you can learn, Shinrumo smiled. A territory cannot lack agriculture. The more farmers, the better. If we could recruit a few skilled cultivators or individuals from other races, it would be even more advantageous. While Shinrumo and the others conversed, the 5 who had gone fishing surfaced, each bearing their catch, some with fish speared, others with lobsters, sea cucumbers, or starfish. Yet, only 2 had successfully caught fish. Hand me the fish, Shinrumo instructed one of them. You have acquired sea fish, 12 pounds, X1, of no quality. Observing the notification from the myriad civilizations, Shinrumo waited a moment. However, the hundredfold reward did not trigger. It seemed that rewards from his subjects did not qualify for the multiplied bounty. Must he capture them himself? Drop the starfish onto the ground. Shinrumo suddenly proposed a different approach. The others were puzzled by this directive, but complied nonetheless. Still, it yielded no results. Shinrumo picked up the starfish from the ground and waited again, but the hundredfold reward did not manifest. Could it be that some medium was required? Perhaps the fish must be in water, and he must personally catch them for it to count as a true harvest? He sensed that this divine hundredfold reward system necessitated certain conditions to be met for activation, typically requiring personal collection under specific circumstances or purchases from the myriad marketplace. However, direct exchanges or trades with others did not suffice. Try placing the lobster back in the water, Shinrumo suggested. Put it back? The others looked bewildered but proceeded to follow his instructions. As the lobster splashed back into the seawater, its half-dazed state rendered it unable to escape. And Shinrumo swiftly seized it. You have successfully captured Lobster X1. First hunt of a marine creature. Congratulations on becoming a novice ocean hunter. At that moment, the hundredfold reward was once again activated. Hundredfold reward, optional. 1. Lobster, half a pound, 100, no quality. 2. Delicious lobster, 5 pounds, 10, quality bronze ordinary. Hundredfold reward, non-optional. Earn title, ocean hunting expert, intermediate. Success. Shinruo's heart swelled with joy. He had successfully achieved the card. This would save him a great deal of effort and yield a bountiful harvest of food. After selecting the delicious lobster, he proceeded to replicate the process, placing another fish and sea cucumber alongside the previously tested fish and starfish into the water. However, only the sea cucumber triggered the hundredfold reward. The other two may have already been harvested, thus no longer able to activate the reward. The lobster, after the hundredfold reward, did not trigger upon testing. As for the other fish, it seemed to have completely perished, yielding no hundredfold reward when taken from the water. Nevertheless, it was worth it. Shinruo laughed heartily in his heart. He had grasped the correct method for utilizing the hundredfold reward. Specific environments and actions were essential. Now, he no longer had to worry about food. Once again, it was proven that storing timber in his personal warehouse was a waste of space. Gather your belongings and follow me. My territory lies within, he instructed. Subsequently, Shinruo led them to the location of the blood-thorn outer wall. The 10 pirates were now residents of the territory, and upon seeing the imposing blood wall adorned with the corpses and pelts, their eyes widened, their scalps tingled, and their legs trembled in fear. It was terrifying. To them, this wall resembled a man-eating demon, more fearsome than any demonic creature. Noticing their fearful gazes, Shinruo smiled slightly. Do not touch this blood-thorn wall lightly. Otherwise, your fate will mirror that of the dark creatures hanging upon it. Do you understand? Yes, my lord. The 10 stood upright, their chests puffed and bellies tucked in, responding earnestly, though they occasionally cast glances at the blood-thorn wall, betraying their apprehension. Their loyalty had increased yet again. My lord, what kind of creatures are the corpses hanging above? Amberching suddenly inquired. These are dark creatures. Can't you recognize them? Shinruo raised an eyebrow and asked. My lord, do you mean the demonic monsters? The ones we have encountered do not resemble this. There is a distinction in appearance from what you describe as dark creatures. Based on Amberching and the others' descriptions, they were aware that the demonic monsters were transformed from humans. Primarily, these monsters retained a humanoid form but exhibited skin tones of red-black and green-black. With bulging eyes radiating a crimson glow, mouths adorned with sharp fangs, and hands elongated and softened, extending toward the ground with palms morphing into gory mouths. Upon detecting signs of human presence, they would transform into monstrous killing machines, their blood mouths capturing and devouring the living whole. In summary, they were indescribable abominations. No tail? Shinruo commanded the blood-thorn wall to discard a lifeless body, completely drained of vitality. They gazed upon the equally terrifying corpse of a dark creature, their faces flickering with expressions of dread, nodding in acknowledgement. Logically, the mutated monsters should belong to the same category as the dark entities. The difference in appearance might suggest a variation in species, Shinruo mused. Currently, the canine puppets were invading their territory, while they had encountered humanoid aberrations. It remained uncertain if other forms would emerge in the future. Besides those transformed from humans, are there any other plants or animals that have undergone mutation? Shinruo inquired. However, they shook their heads, admitting they had never witnessed such phenomena. In their memories, they had neither experienced nor heard from the elders of any other creatures undergoing transformation. Though the mutated monsters were fearsome, they mysteriously vanished at dawn, never to reappear. Had it not been for this unexpected incident, Amber Island could have enjoyed peace for a long time. The expressions of Amberching and the others were steeped in bitterness. Shinruo pondered in silence, nodding thoughtfully. This was reminiscent of the dark creatures invading his territory at night, emerging from unknown origins, with the surviving remnants vanishing without a trace. There would be opportunities to unravel these mysteries, he contemplated. Now, it was time to attend to pressing matters and organize the affairs of his subjects. Preparations must be made for the Ascension battle. Although it was only the third day, Shinruo felt he could not afford to delay. He had family to consider, though he was uncertain if he could reach them. Yet, ascending to bronze rank was the only path he could currently pursue. You reside in the valley, do you not? The terrain here is flat and spacious, with convenient access to water. I will be staying atop this mountain. If you need anything, simply call out. I shall be able to see you. Shinruo addressed the 10 new subjects as he led them to the forested valley, gesturing towards the rocky heights. There was nothing within his territory that eluded his sight. After experiencing the ferocity of the Bloodthorn Wall, the previously unruly pirates had transformed into obedient students. Now cautious and subdued. My lord, may we begin constructing houses now? Amber Ching inquired. There is no need for you to build, Shinruo replied. No need to build? Then where will we stay? The crowd was filled with confusion, only to witness Shinruo wave his hand. 5 exquisite wooden houses materialized before them, gradually solidifying. Their expressions turned to astonishment, each one rendered speechless. Is this truly where we will live? It is simply exquisite. Their shock stemmed not merely from the sudden appearance of the houses, but from their awe at the impressive capabilities of their newly recognized lord. With a mere gesture, the ethereal became corporeal, the houses arranged in a pleasing manner. Our lord is magnificent. As they knelt in reverence, it was as if they were in awe of his divine power. Shinruo cast a glance at them, his expression composed, offering no further explanation. You two shall share a house for now. If conditions permit, I shall provide you with something more upscale, Shinruo stated calmly. These 5 houses were, in fact, basic wooden structures he had purchased from the 10,000 Realms Mall, but upon manifestation, they had transformed into exquisite dwellings of 100-fold quality. However, he spent 500 civilization points. Yet, he was never at a loss. After all, he had just received a reward of 100 civilization points for accepting this group of individuals. Multiplied 100-fold, that amounted to a staggering 10,000. Thank you, my lord, for your generous gift. They all expressed their gratitude. I do not accept you for nothing. He replied. Rest assured, we shall remain eternally loyal to you. Amber and the others vowed, as I observed their loyalty value rising to over 80 points. It displayed loyalty level. He nodded in satisfaction, a serene smile gracing his lips. Fear not. If you labor diligently by my side and contribute to the development of this territory, I promise you will enjoy the finest of rewards. I shall assign you 2 tasks. The crowd turned their attention to him. First, select a few individuals to explore the mountains or the nearby forest to ascertain the availability of resources, such as fruits or game. However, do not act recklessly. Simply gather information and report back to me. He gestured toward the mountains on the opposite side of the valley and the forest surrounding it. They nodded, awaiting his second task. Secondly, enlist a few individuals to assist my beast in tilling that patch of land. I intend to cultivate some grains there. Within the valley, which belonged to the outskirts of his territory, he planned to plant the fast-growing fragrant rice seeds acquired from the myriad realms. The sooner he planted, the sooner he could harvest, mitigating any unforeseen circumstances. Amber and his companions remarked that the night of calamity might affect the weather. Although Shinruo had yet to encounter it, who could guarantee that it would not arrive in a couple of days? After distributing the tasks, Shinruo purchased 2 sets of farming tools from the Myriad Realms market, including hoes and plows. While he lacked oxen, he could enlist the help of powerful rock-splitting masters or puppet warriors in their stead. Work diligently. Those who perform well will be rewarded. But be cautious if you do poorly, he remarked with a faint smile. Though he had grown up in a Buddhist temple, it did not imply that he was soft-hearted. During his tenure as the vice president of the Tianxiong Group, he was known for his ruthlessness. He had no qualms about applying his business acumen to his territory. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shinruo then ascended the mountain. He intended for them to prepare the fields, and as for planting, he planned to wait until after the promotion battle to proceed. Shinruo could certainly delay, waiting for the falcon to hatch before initiating the promotion battle. However, he was reluctant to wait. You have used the bronze black market, one-day order. The familiar teleportation passage awaited him. But the receptionist in the transfer room was not by Hu Qianshan. All teleportation transfer stations were random. Please come and register. Would you like to choose a random black market or a designated one? This time, the receptionist was a rather petite cat girl with feline ears. Her delicate and fair face reminiscent of a lowly, yet her hands were adorned with fluffy cat paws, and a white tail swayed gracefully behind her. This gave Shinruo the illusion that she was indeed a cat girl. Chapter 34, Black Market number 818. Become a middleman and earn a fortune. Black Market Auction. Please register me. I wish to go to Bronze Black Market number 818. Thank you, Shinruo stated. Certainly. Soon, Shinruo was transported to the 818th Bronze Black Market. The 818th Black Market is under the indirect jurisdiction of a powerful lord. Outside the city, there is no occurrence of the strong oppressing the weak or acts of robbery. It is a relatively secure market. Please pay 4 points of civilization credits, stated the guard at the entrance with an expressionless face. This fee serves as a form of protection for a stable experience. Additionally, upon entry, another point of civilization credit would be deducted by the multiverse black market. Shinrumo paid without hesitation. The 818th black market appeared to be much more prosperous than the 2021st black market he visited the previous day, with a considerable increase in the number of traders. Shinrumo donned a concealing mask in a corner and secured a stand by paying the rental fee. Simultaneously, he purchased a batch of ordinary quality pet beast eggs from the multiverse mall, which transformed into perfect quality after a 100-fold reward. Engaging in the trade of reselling was indeed lucrative. Perfect quality conscientious pet beast eggs for sale. Please recognize Jiangchen Shop. Each for 999 civilization credits. Limited supply. Once this opportunity passes, it shall not return. Don't miss out. The pets he sold were among the more popular types within the bronze civilization of the multiverse. For instance, his rock-splitting master and giant scythe mantis were particularly favored by many. Thus, Shinrumo significantly raised the prices. Yet they still remained far below those in the multiverse mall. Before long, his sign caught the attention of passers-by. A perfect quality pet beast for only 999. Surely, it must have some flaws at that price. Inquiries arose as Shinrumo's first pet egg was swiftly purchased by a young boy, around 7 or 8 years old, who acquired a perfect quality air ribbon fish. The crowd instantly recognized the summoned fish's condition. No issues at all. Give me a giant scythe mantis. And 2 forest wolf kings. The crowd clamored to pay for their purchases, their faces etched with reluctance. Yet their excitement surged upon reviewing the data of the pet beast eggs they obtained. With 2 pet beasts, they effectively spent 2,000 civilization credits. However, in the multiverse mall, a single exemplary perfect quality pet beast would typically cost around 2,000. Thus, securing one now was a tremendous bargain. Whether they profited or not was beyond Shinrumo's concern. All he knew was that he was not at a loss, and the Lord's asset balance was steadily climbing. 999, 999. Before long, Shinrumo's profits had surpassed yesterday's 40,000, rapidly approaching 50,000 civilization credits. Not only was he selling, but he was also discreetly replenishing his stock from the multiverse mall. Utilizing the 100-fold reward divine system, he boldly embraced the role of a trader. However, his booming business soon attracted envy from competitors. Brother, we at the Beast Alliance will take the remaining pet beasts. We can discuss your supply channels. The price is negotiable. The scene unfolded just as it had the day before, yet this was the beast hall of the black market, number 818. With a faint smile, Shinruo shook his head and remarked, the pets on the table can be sold to you, but as for the source, I'm afraid not. Everyone has their sources. After all, the Universal Mall is right there. He could offer them at wholesale prices of 999 as well. However, this time, Shinruo harbored a new ambition. The Jiangchen Shop. He had commenced his sales under the banner of his territory's name. The suffix of the shop represented what he intended to establish. Shinruo yearned to build a reputation and launch a shop within the black market, not only to bolster the development of his territory, but also to expand his own influence. Furthermore, he aspired to erect a signal tower within the black market, hoping that Jiang Tang and Jiang Tianxiong could locate him through the Jiangchen Shop, a triple benefit. Yet, the conversation had strayed. Due to Shinruo's refusal, tensions had nearly escalated with the people of the Beast Hall. As they departed, they purchased over 20 pet eggs from Shinruo, adding more than 23,000 to his account balance. Brother, you've offended the folks at the Beast Hall, one Minotaur remarked. And what of it? Shinruo shrugged. Here, he had no fear of their retaliation. Upon hearing this, the crowd nearly choked, rendered speechless. It seemed this individual was no ordinary character. After all, to offer such a plethora of perfect quality pet eggs at a bargain was no trivial feat, reflecting on the apprehensive expressions of the Beast Hall members. It seemed to confirm something further. Brother, when will you have more stock? I missed out. Perhaps we should arrange a time. A voice emerged from the onlookers. Stock. There's plenty more, Shinruo replied with a smile, gesturing grandly. The stall was soon filled again with pet eggs. The crowd was taken aback. No way. Didn't he just sell all the pets to the Beast Hall? They thought they had missed their chance. However, despite their confusion, those with money who hadn't yet purchased began to seize the opportunity. Before long, a resounding bell tolled 5 times. The medium-sized auction held once every 7 days is about to commence. Let us go check it out. Shinruo noticed many were making their way in a singular direction. The towering structure of the Universal Auction House's bronze branch within the black market. An auction? Shinruo pondered, glancing at his current balance. Lordly assets, 114,090. He was uncertain how many pets he had sold, but his civilization points had soared to nearly 110,000. Everyone, I intend to join the auction for a bit of excitement. Today's business is paused. Remember my Jiangchen shop. Prices remain unchanged, and I shall return. Shinruo closed his stall and addressed the gathered crowd. Money can always be earned, but should one miss the opportunity to acquire treasures at the auction, it would be a loss indeed. Ignoring the throng around him, Shinruo found himself swept along to the black market branch 818 of the multiverse auction house. After surpassing the asset verification of 1,000 civilization points, he paid the entry fee of 50 civilization points and successfully gained access to the auction house. The layout of the auction house was markedly different from his expectations. Was this a private box? As he surveyed the surroundings and the colossal crystal screen on the wall, a sense of curiosity enveloped him. Just moments after paying the entry fee, he was transported into this chamber. The vast crystal screen displayed a universal language of the multiverse. Auction countdown. Half a multiverse hour remaining. This indicated that there were just 30 minutes left until the auction commenced. To his surprise, there were 100 items available for bidding. Shunromo discovered the list of auction lots, all starting from the ordinary bronze price, with the highest being of perfect grade. There were no silver grade items above bronze, yet a few were marked as uncertain, leaving their true nature a mystery. Upon meticulously examining the details of the items, he realized that a staggering 99% were unfamiliar to him, predominantly artifacts from other races. Among the myriad of beings, humanity was but one participant. Thus, he resolved to delve deeper into his studies. However, this exploration significantly enriched his knowledge of the otherworldly. The half hour swiftly passed. The bell for the auction tolled, and the immense screen in the room illuminated. Shunromo anticipated the appearance of an auctioneer to preside over the event, only to be taken aback by the astonishing scene before him. An online auction? 100 items simultaneously up for bid? Chapter 35, A Distinctive Auction. Buying slaves. The Blade Race. Departing the black market. The colossal crystal screen on the wall now displayed the starting bids for all 100 items. Alongside, it tracked real-time bidding prices and participant numbers. Witnessing this spectacle, Shunromo couldn't help but recall his previous experiences with online auctions. The resemblance was uncanny. Yet there were significant differences: the environment and the multiplicity of items up for bid. 100 items auctioned at once. Radiant Tree Bronze Perfect, starting bid, 1,000. Current participants, 30, highest bid, 1,300. Auspicious Beast Cub Bronze Perfect, starting bid, 1,200. Current participants, 101, highest bid, 2,210. 10 Gene of Grain Seed Bronze Quality, starting bid, 1,000. Explosive Fruit Flesh Bronze Ordinary, starting bid, 3,000. Shunromo cast a cursory glance. Nearly every item had active bidders. Nevertheless, the price increments were not exorbitant. Thus far, he had not seen any item exceed 6,000 civilization points. Even the most sought-after produce and hatcheries peaked at merely 5,410. With 2 hours remaining until the auction's conclusion, the outcome would not be revealed for some time, but if an item went unbid for over 10 minutes, it would be declared awarded to the highest bidder. Chun murmured to himself, well aware of the rules governing the auction. It appeared that there were no skills available for sale. He noted that this medium-sized auction did not feature any skills. Let the bidding commence. Chun possessed a substantial 110,000 civilization points. If he so desired, he could outbid all the bronze lords present without hesitation. In fact, even some silver lords would find it challenging to match such a sum. The quality of the items on offer seemed rather mediocre. After placing his bid, Chun mused to himself. The meat fields here boasted a perfect bronze quality. However, they were weapon-type fields, specifically designed to cultivate long swords of perfect bronze quality. Among the other 3 meat fields, only one was a food-type ice fruitcake field, while the remaining 2 were explosive fruit fields capable of producing bomb materials and a fabric field for weaving cloth. Chun began to bid. For the food-type ice fruitcake field, he placed a bid of 150,000 for the ordinary bronze quality. An explosion of astonishment ensued. Originally, this item had a maximum price of only 5,100, but he had inflated it threefold. The bronze lords who sought to claim the food-type meat field were disheartened, promptly withdrawing from the bidding. They simply couldn't afford it. Their maximum budget hovered around 10,000. Beyond that, it became impractical. With such funds, they could adequately prepare for promotion to silver. While the utility of meat fields held considerable value for a territory, they were not absolutely essential. Who could possibly be so outrageous? Is this how one raises the stakes? Soon, the attendees of the auction realized that many items were suddenly being bid up. And not just incrementally, but doubled. It was excessive. Meat fields, hatcheries, food seeds, and more were all experiencing price surges. In an instant, the entire auction devolved into an awkward atmosphere. As the countdown for the items loomed closer, bids were simply unaffordable. 2 hours later, the auction concluded, and as the crowd exited the venue, they couldn't help but grumble. Who was this esteemed individual casually stocking up at the auction? Meanwhile, Chun, the individual in question, discreetly slipped away, cloaked in anonymity amidst the throng. Half an hour later, he departed from the 818th Bronze Black Market Wanbao building. Money truly slipped away too easily. Chun chuckled wryly as he gazed at the welcoming pavilion before him. At the entrance stood 2 alluring, exotic women, their attire subtly suggestive, inciting vivid imagination. Ahem. He had no intention of entering. The welcoming pavilion was, in fact, a place within the black market dedicated to the trade of slaves. The audacity to sell slaves from various races indicated a formidable backing. Such establishments were quite popular among lords. No subjects? Are the subjects of poor quality? What to do? Purchase them, buy from the black market, or resort to force, igniting the lordly wars. Survival of the fittest. This is the universal principle of civilization across realms and battlefields. Sir, what do you require? Soon, a captivating fox woman approached him, her figure and attire undeniably seductive. You have been affected by charm magic. Your energy levels are diminishing. Chen realized with alarm that his energy was rapidly depleting. Friends, do you all greet guests with skills upon arrival? Chun-Ru silently recited the heart purification mantra while retrieving a fruit item to replenish her energy. The other party blinked innocently, sticking out her tongue. My apologies. This is an innate talent of our fox clan. Yet, her tail mischievously brushed against Chun-Ru's backside. If that is the case, I shall seek another establishment. Chun-Ru replied coolly. At last, she had witnessed the prowess of a foreign race. Without a certain resolve, she would have likely been utterly bewildered by the other's charm. Come now, good sir, let us negotiate amicably, the fox girl cooed, wrapping her arms around his. No wonder the term vixen exists. This is rather excessive. Chun-Ru furrowed her brow and coldly inquired, where is your manager? Oh dear, since you do not favor that approach. Shall I adopt a different style? Apologies, I am indeed the manager here. Suddenly, the fox girl released her hold and assumed a serious demeanor. Such a changeable nature. Chun-Ru thought, taken aback by the stark transformation. This way, please, we have just received a new batch of goods. Witnessing the swift change in attitude akin to two different individuals, Chun-Ru found it difficult to adjust to such a woman, though it was certainly preferable to the previous flirtation. Soon, she beheld a variety of slaves from different races in the myriad realms. From diminutive pixies and goblins to towering giants several meters high, there were all kinds of sea, land, and air beings. Yet, all were of bronze tier, none exceeding silver. According to the other party's claims, silver-tier commodities would not appear in the bronze black market. Chun-Ru also observed human slaves, men, women, and children, all with vacant, hollow eyes, resembling mere puppets. She scoffed silently, ignoring the fox girl. The presence of fox people for sale was evident, yet the overseer was a fox woman, illustrating the adage that one cannot judge character by appearances, especially when it involves those not of one's own kin. Turning her gaze to other races, she sought warriors, cannon fodder to face the impending Lord War. In the battlefield of myriad realms, showing kindness was tantamount to courting death. How much for this knife clan member? Chun-Ru asked, pointing at a uniquely shaped youth. The knife clan, humanoid, eyeless, with a knife mark on the forehead and a blade embedded in his back by nature. A flat price of 2,000. What do you think? The knife clan is quite rare. I have only this one. 2,000 for a slave lacking quality. How exorbitantly overpriced. I will take him, Chun-Ru stated decisively. Satisfied with her choice, she also acquired 10 ordinary bronze-tier wolf warrior slaves. In total, she expended 7,000 civilization points. While she felt little, the fox girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. A wealthy patron among the bronze tier. Hence, I shall generously offer 2 slaves skilled in cultivation as a gesture of welcome, with hopes of arranging an enticing experience during your next visit. Thus, Chun-Ru departed the bronze black market, accompanied by her newly purchased 13 slaves. Chapter 36. Jiangchen's Territory, Knife Clan Qindao. Manufacturing, All-Purpose Noodle Machine. New title, Scholar of Manufacturing. Upon returning to her domain. From this day forth, you shall become a part of my domain, a member of my realm, Jiangchen. Here, there exists no hierarchy of races. All are my subjects. As long as you pledge your loyalty to me, you shall receive ample sustenance, a warm abode, and the potential to evolve into a strength you cannot yet fathom. I, Chun, stand alongside 13 enslaved individuals and 10 newly arrived subjects from the territory, accompanied by 5 cherished beasts. Each person clutches a loaf of wheat bread, while a grand pot simmers nearby, filled with succulent lobster and savory snake stew, the aroma wafting throughout the valley, rivaling a sumptuous feast. After issuing my commands, I did not engage in lengthy conversations, but rather presented my expectations directly. I surveyed the 10 human subjects, 10 wolfkin warriors, 2 farmer slaves from the mountain tribes, and a young blade tribesman. With a serious demeanor, I declared, prepare yourselves mentally. A war is about to commence. Some among you may perish in battle. Yet, it is also possible that all shall survive and grow even stronger. Remember this. The victors are rewarded, while the vanquished perish. Yes, my lord, they responded. The master is the master, and the servant is the servant, regardless of their opinions. With the slave collars in place, I felt no concern over potential betrayal. As for the 10 former pirates turned subjects, they were already in awe. Intimidated by the newly appeared wolfkin and blade tribesmen, they had never encountered such fearsome beings and regarded me with increased reverence. Truly, the Lord is formidable, commanding such creatures. With a loyalty rating exceeding 80, I had no worries of immediate rebellion. What weapons do you possess? I inquired. 10 bronze-grade cleavers, 10 bronze-grade wolf clubs, and 2 hoes. They replied. One individual remained silent regarding weapons, the young blade tribesman. He stated, The blade upon my back is my weapon. Where the blade goes, I follow. If the blade shatters, so too does my life. Observing this unconventional young man without a name, who seemed to harbor a past he wished to forget, I bestowed upon him a name, Chen Dao. As he is my subordinate, he shall bear my surname. The weapons in your hands are all bronze grade, each possessing 1 or 2 inherent traits. Handle them with care, do not misuse them. As I glanced at them, I noticed their faces lit with delight at their newfound armaments. Thank you, my lord, for these treasures. To them, such weapons were akin to divine artifacts. Previously, they wielded weapons of no quality, never having laid hands on even a standard bronze weapon, let alone one of perfect bronze quality. The blades of the blade tribes are never inferior to those of humans. I shall grant you 1 hour to acclimate, I announced, turning to ascend the mountain. At this moment, atop the 10-meter-high water tower, within the reservoir of elemental spring water, a small green shadow was joyfully swimming in the water, occasionally bubbling forth a tiny fountain from its mouth. The giant is indeed benevolent, providing such abundant elemental water, mused Shinruo, who had long since discerned the movements of the wood sprite, Mia. Earlier, while boiling lobsters in the valley, he had noticed Mia peeking from the mountainside. Though she seemed disinterested in carnivorous delights, somehow, she had found her way to the newly constructed water tower's summit. Swimming? The sprite's bathwater? I shall speak with her later. Shinruo murmured to himself. Keeping a little sprite around would at least offer some companionship in his dwelling. Although his territory had gained several members, none were permitted to ascend to the mountaintop. Mia was the first being Chunruo encountered in this world, holding a certain significance for him. Would you like to spend 1 civilization point to use basic manufacturing? Chunruo activated his lord's identity badge and opted once more for manufacture. Having already utilized his free manufacturing earlier that morning to construct a water tower, further use would incur a cost. However, the second manufacturing attempt only required 1 civilization point, rendering it practically free. Would you like to use the perfect blueprint for the all-purpose noodle machine 1? Yes, Shinruo nodded in response to the prompt. Please add 10 all-purpose wood, bronze quality, 5 pounds of fine iron blocks, bronze perfect, and 1 pound of earth element sand, bronze perfect. He conveniently had 12 pieces of all-purpose wood remaining. As for the fine iron blocks and earth element sand, he would need to procure them from the materials section of the Multiverse Mall. It must be noted that perfect bronze items were rather expensive in the Multiverse Mall, typically priced above 1,200 or 1,500. This time, Shinruo spent a total of 2,600 civilization points, purchasing 1 pound of each. The 100-fold reward was then triggered. Upon reaching Chunruo's hands, it instantly transformed into 100 pounds. Subsequently, Chunruo placed the all-purpose wood quality on the vacant ground beside his house into manufacture, and, following the Multiverse Civilization's instructions, added the required fine iron blocks and earth element sand. Soon, the message, manufacturing complete, appeared before him. The Multiverse Civilization announced, "Congratulations. You have successfully manufactured 1 all-purpose noodle machine. You have obtained a new title, Apprentice Manufacturer. Civilization points, 20. Simultaneously, the 100-fold reward was triggered once more. 100-fold reward, non-selectable, reward 1. 100 all-purpose noodle machines, quality, bronze perfect. Reward 2. Intermediate title, Manufacturing Scholar. Reward 3. Civilization points, 20,000. Chunruo was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. 100 all-purpose noodle machines? Indeed, they were labeled as all-purpose noodle machines, not merely noodle machines. The scope of noodle expanded greatly, encompassing steamed buns, pancakes, dumplings, and all manner of cooking techniques from steaming to frying. To receive 100 machines outright was truly an unexpected delight, Chunruo exclaimed with joy. Moreover, he had once again acquired a new title. To his utter astonishment, he never anticipated that he would attain a new title, Scholar of Manufacturing. The attributes were extensive, yet I, Chun, distilled them into 4 key points. The products crafted possess a 20 chance of increasing the quantity of finished goods, and there is a 20 probability of enhancing quality, effective for items below silver tier. Another attribute is a reduction of 20 in material costs, and the final one, seemingly less significant, is a 30 discount on civilization points required for repeated manufacturing. As for any other unactivated hidden attributes, their existence remains unknown. An abundance of useful titles is undoubtedly desirable, Chen mused with delight. Soon, before him lay 100 universal noodle machines, each with the specifications of 12, 152 meters, and each equipped with a material input large storage bin. Name, Universal Noodle Machine. Level, Bronze Perfect. Durability, 8,000 points. Purpose, capable of transforming any material into noodles, distinguishing only between vegetarian and non-vegetarian flavors. Remarks, a miraculous food manufacturing device, capable of producing various noodle flavors even from stones and wood. However, do not input silver-grade ingredients into this device. Stones can indeed be transformed into noodles? Chen pondered curiously upon reading the description. Chapter 37. The Bloodthorn Wall is upgraded. Activating the Declaration of War. commencing the Lord-S War. Subsequently, Chen took a piece of multifunctional wood and activated one of the universal noodle machines. In no time, the piece of wood was swiftly consumed by the machine. Please select the type of noodle to be produced. Noodles, bread. Soon after, the universal noodle machine successfully crafted a fresh batch of brown bread. Wood juice flavor ration bread, quality, bronze ordinary, stamina, 10, hunger, 30. Evaluation, ordinary individuals may experience digestive discomfort after consuming this. Perhaps only herbivorous creatures would appreciate this flavor. Chen gazed at the still warm wood juice bread in his hands. This bread, labeled as wood juice flavor ration bread, requires no energy or fuel to produce. Merely inputting raw materials suffices. This defies the conventional characteristics of flour-based food. The notion that bread could be made from wood was previously unimaginable. It seems it is even edible? Chen squeezed it gently, finding the wood juice bread surprisingly soft. Typically, freshly baked bread emanates the delightful aroma of cooked flour and starch. However, the bread in his hand exuded a refreshing woody fragrance, an alternative and unique scent. Chen took a bite, revealing an expression of astonishment. Is it truly edible? The texture was somewhat coarse, with a mouthful of wood pulp flavor that rendered it challenging to swallow. It appears that the territory will not lack for a variety of bread flavors for the time being. If wood can yield bread, one can only imagine the possibilities with meat ingredients. Upon returning home, Chen recounted his gains from the black market today. He had profited nearly 110,000 from trading pets, leaving him with a balance of over 114,000. Subsequently, at the auction, I expended over 53,000, and then at Wanbao Building, I invested 5,000 to acquire the Bloodwood Water, which would enhance the Bloodthorn Wall by 1 level. Furthermore, at the Guest Reception Pavilion, I spent 7,000 to purchase 11 slaves, receiving 2 additional as a bonus. With the expenses incurred from weapon purchases, alongside the multipliers from rewards, my miscellaneous expenditures totaled up. My current balance stands at 47,890. The costs have been substantial, yet the rewards are equally impressive. 2 meat fields, an incubating nest, and an array of rare trees, seeds, and items. I, Chenru, lament slightly that the acquisitions made from the black market did not trigger the 100-fold rewards. I shall refrain from hastily organizing these matters. I will address them after I conclude this promotion battle, I mused. What if the items are not properly arranged and are subsequently destroyed? Both the meat fields and the incubating nest require time to mature. Ironically, what I lack most at this moment is time. Nevertheless, a sense of pride swells within me, for I possess numerous hidden cards, including a silver skill, a trump card of sorts. If I cannot defeat a low-tier bronze lord, I believe I need not wait for them to strike. I could simply find something to collide with myself. I have already gathered intelligence on the bronze lord from the black market. Each lord, upon becoming a new bronze lord, can learn or awaken a unique talent skill, which varies from individual to individual. An hour later, little one, I've brought you some delicacies. The Bloodthorn Wall has absorbed the special item, Bloodwood Water, attaining level 1 with a current growth quality of bronze good seed. It has indeed gained considerable strength, now capable of withstanding attacks from perfect-grade bronze weapons. I gazed at the increasingly enchanting Bloodthorn Wall, its crimson thorns and leaves resembling crystal, adorned with faintly flickering patterns. Not only has its level risen, but its defensive capabilities and overall size have also substantially increased. I have a premonition. I have truly become invincible among my peers. This very Bloodthorn Wall can effortlessly thwart the majority of bronze-level intruders. What does this imply? It rivals the defensive prowess of mid-tier bronze lords. While others of my caliber are still grappling with the harsh realities of survival in the wilderness, perpetually anxious about how to endure, I shall test my strength. Let me try a slash, I said to the Bloodthorn Wall. I drew a perfect-grade bronze crescent blade, instantly activating its blade aura. With a swift motion, the 1-meter blade aura struck the body of the Bloodthorn Wall. Unlike before, it did not easily shatter. It penetrated approximately half a meter deep, with the activated crescent blade becoming lodged within the wall. Upon closer inspection, I noticed the Bloodthorn Wall was continuously resisting the shattering of its thorny branches. The two forces seemed to negate each other. Meanwhile, the weapon's durability was rapidly diminishing. It appears that this blade will soon be rendered useless. Has it withstood the blow? The blade aura can obliterate items below perfect-grade bronze. Yet although the Bloodthorn Wall's level is beneath that threshold, it can still repel objects below silver grade. The properties of the two are at odds, yet the Bloodthorn Wall prevails. To comprehend the formidable thickness of the Bloodthorn Wall, one must acknowledge its impressive 6-meter stature, surpassing that of mid-tier recovery capabilities by a mere thread of restoration power. Furthermore, it possesses an alarming vampiric absorption ability. Even if one were to sever the thorns, attempting to breach its domain through sheer brute force would be tantamount to courting death, leading to one's demise within the embrace of the Bloodthorn Wall. I, Chun, once again wielded a finely crafted, perfect-grade bronze weapon, only to find it ensnared just as my crescent moon blade had been. Meanwhile, the blade's radiant aura dissipated, my stamina plummeted to 0. and it crumbled into fragments of iron. Though I had wasted a perfect grade bronze weapon, the insight gained concerning the Bloodthorn Wall's capabilities was worth the price. This must surely be the enemy's nightmare, I mused with a calm smile. The considerable sum I expended in the black market for an array of items was not intended to serve as heirlooms. As the proprietor of the black market's Wambao building remarked, it could even lead to the demise of a low-tier silver lord. Noticing the time was ripe, I retrieved the newcomer's declaration of war I had procured from the enigmatic merchant in the multiverse abyss. Activating it. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed. Humanity S015th. Domain. Lord has initiated the Lord War promotion mode. Shall you continue the challenge? Affirmative. I nodded earnestly. We are currently matching you with an opponent. Match successful. I took a deep breath, feeling a tightening in my chest. The moment had finally arrived. You have drawn the defensive faction. You possess a 24-hour window for defensive arrangements. Shall you utilize it? Negative. I shook my head. No further preparations were necessary. Commencing the establishment of the civilizational battlefield passage. As the words fell, the sky of the entire realm shifted dramatically. The previously azure expanse became suffused with ominous clouds. The vastness of darkness resembling a collapsing sky. Before the naked eye, an immense vortex gradually formed within the blackened heavens. A colossal beam of white light descended from above. Civilizational battlefield passage successfully established. The Lord War is officially underway. The opposing Lord has arrived. Chapter 38. War commences. Opponent. The bronze low-tier one-eyed silverback lizard lord. Sidon. Simultaneously, to the east of my island, an equally expansive giant island materialized in an instant. This newly emerged landmass was the domain of another bronze lord. Cast into my world from the multiverse battlefield. In an even more extreme scenario, a direct confrontation could occur on the true battlefield of all realms. At this moment, the beaches between the two islands had fused into a single connection. It has come, I sensed, murmuring softly. Defend. A frigid voice resonated in my ear. Concurrently, the Lord identity token in my hand suddenly levitated. The reverse side of the token revealed the characters, defense. In an instant, the token erupted with a radiant spectrum of light, soaring towards the summit of the rocky mountain. In the blink of an eye, a crystal tower, less than 2 meters in height, shimmering in alternating hues of blue and white, stood resolutely atop the mountain peak. I also received information regarding this Lord War. Conditions for victory. One of the three must be met. Defend the Lord Tower for 24 hours without destruction. The enemy Lord voluntarily withdraws or surrenders. Eliminate the enemy Lord. Reward 2. Gain a 1-hour experience card for the abyss of the battlefield of all realms. Reward 3. Upon victory, plunder half the resources from the enemy Lord. As Chen contemplated, he understood that defense did not strictly imply a singular approach. At times, offense could serve as a form of defense. Strategies are multifaceted, and the rules of the battlefield of all realms are not immutable. Likewise, the opposing side, having drawn an attacking lord, received a similar notice. He wondered which race's lord it would be this time. Standing atop the rocky summit, he gazed at the suddenly materialized giant island, murmuring softly. Behind him stood 21 subjects, each adorned with exquisite weaponry and armor. Only a silver-grade lord would be generous enough to equip their subjects with perfect quality bronze weaponry. Rarely would bronze-grade lords indulge in such extravagant behavior, unless for select elite warriors within their dominion. Otherwise, outfitting those of lesser capability would merely gift their opponents with equipment should conflict arise. However, what Chen lacked least were civilization points. To ensure victory, he naturally chose to prepare thoroughly. With rewards multiplied 100-fold, perfect quality bronze items were in abundance. On another island, a great mountain housed a cavern from which emerged 13 silverbacked lizards, varying in length from 14 meters, the largest among them measuring 4 meters. These creatures possessed striking green, slit-like eyes and bore a silver stripe the width of a palm along their backs. This race, known as the one-eyed silverback lizard, is a subspecies of the dragonkin. They represented the hostile lord faction that Chun would soon confront. Such is the allure of the civilization of myriad realms, within the vast expanse of existence. Not only do humans and humanoid races thrive, but countless other intelligent species of diverse forms also inhabit this world. Naturally, their intellect varies. The dozen or so one-eyed silverback lizards possess their own unique survival methods and modes of communication, albeit their cognitive abilities were somewhat limited. Yet, they shared the common traits prevalent among lords in the myriad realms, a leader and a territorial name. Their lord was known as Sidon, also the name of their territory, represented by the largest one-eyed silverback lizard among them. Distinctively, this particular lizard shimmered with a faint golden sheen on its skin. It was evident that it donned a defensive elemental lord set, ordinary bronze. Lord Sidon of the one-eyed silverback lizards hissed, flicking its forked tongue as its vertical pupils fixated on the colossal island across from it. Though their vision was not keen, it was aware that the island before it belonged to the human lord it would soon face. A month prior, during the ascendant battle for the bronze lord, it had successfully devoured a newly appointed human lord of comparable rank, thereby advancing to the status of a low-tier bronze lord. Unexpectedly, in this match for the promotion to the mid-tier of bronze, Sidon encountered a human lord. This revelation filled Sidon with elation. After enduring hunger for so long, the divine had finally bestowed upon him a blessing. He longed for the taste of humanity. Sidon flicked his serpent-like tongue, perceiving humans merely as a delectable dish on his menu, a weak race that would flee at the sight of him. Brothers, let us embark. A new flavor awaits us, Sidon proclaimed to the 12 one-eyed silver-backed lizards trailing behind him. In Sidon's territory, no structures had been erected. They resided in caves carved into the mountains, relying on instinct rather than fire for sustenance. Unlike humans, they wielded no weapons. Their tails, claws, and venom served as their most effective armaments. They prioritized the evolution of their physical forms over external enhancements, making them more adept than humans at surviving in the wilderness. As such, Sidon stood as the mightiest among them, possessing robust defenses and formidable attacks, achieving a commendable stature within the low-tier bronze rank. Weapons of the same tier found it challenging to inflict direct harm upon him. However, Sidon was the only one among them to attain such bronze-level prowess. The others remained as ordinary lizards without any rank. The subpar strength of his kin was a common phenomenon among Bronze Lord civilizations, which was hardly surprising. In the vast expanse of myriad worlds, such occurrences were nearly non-existent. The dozen one-eyed silver-backed lizards traversed their territory's shield, the venomous swamp, distinct from the thorny wall, emerging from the forest and crossing the beach to enter the island's wooded expanse where Chunru resided. They drew ever closer to Chunru's domain. Brothers, we have caught the scent of humanity. We are nearing the core of their territory, Sidon hissed, his vision limited, allowing only a vague red silhouette resembling a unique wall to come into focus. Fear not, leader, we shall not let them escape. We will devour them all. Haha. As they approached, the true nature of the bloodthorn wall came into view. The wall was adorned with the carcasses of numerous dark creatures, a testament to the spoils of battle. Leader, are those dark creatures hanging up there? One of the silver-backed lizards exclaimed in shock. Even dark creatures feared them. Sidon's vertical pupils widened in astonishment, yet doubt soon clouded his mind. This is impossible. A fledgling lord, with such a small territory shield, could not have slain so many dark beings. To Sidon, this was inconceivable. He failed to ascertain the level of the bloodthorn wall, noting only, territory shield of Jiangchun, level. There were no further indications. Given the cunning nature of humanity, Sidon suspected this was a ruse, an attempt to intimidate them. Leader, how do we proceed? The territory shield must encircle the human domain. Of course, we will burrow through it. Yet, such a humiliating act would only serve as fodder for our kin's ridicule. It is said that the shield of the territory, the plant wall, has a particular aversion to fire. Sabasi, ignite the wall, commanded Sidon, who exchanged a torch from the universal merchant. He clenched it between his teeth and tossed it to one of his subordinates to set ablaze the bloodthorn wall. Soon, a 3-meter-long one-eyed silver-backed lizard seized the torch's handle and, without hesitation, began its ascent toward the bloodthorn wall. However, as it approached the perimeter of the wall's surveillance, 6 meters, not only was it detected by the bloodthorn wall, but it also caught the attention of Chunruo. An alligator? No, a Komodo dragon? Chunruo, utilizing the bloodthorn wall, observed the large lizard with a singular eye and was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the creature confronting him was of a different race? He remained uncertain. Perhaps it was merely a beast of the opposing party. Yet, it was evident that they intended to set fire to the bloodthorn wall. Without hesitation, Chunruo issued a command, eliminate it. Meanwhile, he and his subjects hastened toward a section of the outer wall. The bloodthorn wall, responding to its master's command, unleashed a torrent of sharp, thorn-covered tendrils. Glistening like crystal, with the speed of lightning, akin to a barrage of crimson spears, they struck the one-eyed silver-backed lizard, piercing its heart. The creature, which had come to ignite the flames, perished in an instant, its flesh rapidly desiccating. The sudden assault from the bloodthorn wall startled Sidon and his band of silver-backed lizards. What just occurred? How is this territorial shield so powerful? How can we not defend against it? Our companion has fallen. What manner of beast is this? They hastily retreated, fear beginning to dominate their emotions. Even Sidon, the lord, who stood 10 meters away, was taken aback. His singular eye displayed a grave apprehension, and he was filled with confusion. Why is this thorn wall red? And how can its offensive power be so formidable? Sidon's eye darted as he exchanged another torch from the universal merchant. I shall burn you. I refuse to believe this creature is impervious to fire. Clenching the torch in his mouth, he swung his head violently, sending the torch flying 10 meters to strike the bloodthorn wall. However, with a crunch, the torch was shattered by the wall's branches, extinguished in an instant. Stunned, he exclaimed, what the devil? Is this possible? Brothers, we shall dig a tunnel. I refuse to accept that we cannot pass. Realizing the situation was dire, Sidon opted for a different method of attack. Soon, a 2-meter-wide tunnel began to bore beneath the bloodthorn wall. These silver-backed lizards exhibited remarkable aptitude for excavation, creating a 5 to 6 meter deep tunnel that deftly avoided the wall's deepest roots and evaded its perception. At this juncture, Shinruo had arrived at the outer wall. Prepared, he resolved to strike out. He did not wish to remain in a defensive stance. To take the initiative was the true path to victory. Why hesitate? Let the battle commence. Attack. As the crowd raised their weapons, glimmering with a cold light, a passage emerged through the wall of blood thorns. My pet beast, the rock-splitting master, took the lead as the vanguard and stepped forward first. When everyone finally emerged into the open, they beheld the corpse of a four-legged lizard. Yet no sign of any other figures was visible. Confusion quickly spread among them. Where had the others gone? There lay a pile of earth. They approached to investigate. My expression grew serious as I sensed something amiss. Master, there's a hole here. Upon closer inspection, indeed, a burrow was revealed. The soil appeared freshly disturbed, as if recently excavated. A sense of foreboding gripped my heart. Could it be that the enemy intended to tunnel and steal the tower? Yet, I swiftly dismissed the notion. It was implausible to reach the mountain from such a distance. Rather, it seemed they aimed to dig a tunnel to bypass the wall of blood thorns and infiltrate. You four, enter the hole and assess the situation. If anything seems off, exit immediately, I instructed the 4 werewolf slaves. The werewolves, with their night vision and keen sense of smell, were ideally suited to explore the darkness of the tunnel. The rest, follow me. However, as we ventured not far from the inner side of the wall of blood thorns, the warning beast suddenly alerted us, indicating the ground beneath our feet. Are they underground in this vicinity? I questioned, bewildered. The warning beast nodded, signaling us to vacate the area. Soon, I felt a slight tremor beneath us, which grew increasingly pronounced. The warning beast continued to caution, Master, they are emerging quickly. My expression hardened, and I gestured for everyone to take cover. Just then, the ground where we had been standing cracked ominously, followed by a resounding thud as the earth collapsed, revealing a pit from which clouds of dust billowed. Before our eyes, 1, 2, 3 one-eyed silver-backed lizards swiftly emerged from the ground. Name, one-eyed silver-backed lizard. Level, none. Affiliation, Lord Sidon. Before long, a message materialized before me. Lord Sidon. It seemed these were indeed our adversaries. I refrained from attacking immediately. The appearance of these alien one-eyed silver-backed lizards might intimidate ordinary folk. Yet, for someone like me, accustomed to otherworldly creatures, fear was not an option. After all, I had already enslaved beings such as werewolves. Why would I fear mere lizards? Though the one-eyed silver-backed lizards appeared formidable and imposing, I couldn't help but feel they were somewhat weak. On the other side, as the one-eyed silver-backed lizards completed their tunnel, they soon surfaced and noticed us. Delicious humans, declared the leading one-eyed silver-backed lizard, Lord Sidon, as it shook off the dust from its body and beheld me along with my companions, the werewolves. Goodness, why are there so many? And those are werewolves. What are those other creatures? Pets. So many of them. Sidon was taken aback. It had not expected to encounter such a formidable number of beasts, especially since it lacked the funds to procure any itself. Attack, I commanded with a cold tone. As the word kill escaped my lips, the pirates behind me, alongside the werewolves, the Blade Clan youth, Shundao, and several of their summoned beasts, surged forward in unison. Howl, kill, slay these four-legged reptiles. Let battle commence. However, the state of the conflict was exceedingly peculiar. It turned out to be a one-sided massacre. Even their leader, the one-eyed silverback lizard, Sidon, fell instantaneously to the relentless onslaught of the werewolf slaves wielding their wolf clubs. He was unable to utilize his innate skills before being struck down by a fatal blow. Initially, Sidon, the bronze-ranked one-eyed silverback lizard, could have evaded the counterattack. Yet, he faced 4 werewolves of equal strength, all of low bronze rank. Confronting 4 opponents, he stood no chance. Furthermore, the werewolves brandished perfectly crafted bronze wolf clubs, unable to withstand even the blows from bronze-grade quality weapons. Sidon could not endure the ferocity of the wolf clubs. Was victory achieved so easily? I found myself in a state of bewilderment. I had anticipated a grand battle, investing heavily in preparations, which kept me tense and focused throughout. Yet, the Bronze Lord, Sidon, did not even have the opportunity to utter a line or unleash a powerful move before being overwhelmed and beaten to death by the werewolf slaves I had acquired. In that moment, I felt a sense of absurdity. Was this victory too effortless? Or was the opponent simply too feeble? I gazed at my inventory, filled with various bronze-level combat items, hidden weapons, one-time suicide puppets, and more. My mind was a whirlwind of confusion and astonishment. My meticulously prepared silver skill deserved at least a chance to shine. Universal Battlefield Notification. The Lord War Advancement Mode has concluded, lasting 29 minutes and 11 seconds. The previously indifferent voice echoed once more. The island that had been deployed shattered into countless fragments of light. The luminous shards scattered across the island where I stood, nurturing its entirety. Some fragments shot towards the crystalline tower that represented the lordship of the Rock Mountain. The originally 2-meter-tall tower, adorned in hues of azure and white, transformed instantaneously into a 10-meter-tall azure glass tower, standing proudly atop the mountain. Grow quickly, I'd love to taste it. This commotion startled the wood elf, yeah, who had been secretly watering her dual-element meat field nearby. She hid beneath the leaves of the sprouting plants, peering cautiously at the towering structure. That tower looks somewhat familiar, albeit rather diminutive, she mused, recalling the tower that stood at the heart of their wood elf civilization. Did the giant just engage in battle? It seems they emerged victorious. Meanwhile, I received a notification from the universal civilization. Your current strength is low bronze rank. Your attribute panel has undergone changes. Congratulations. You have unlocked the universal bronze ranking. You are now qualified to appear on the leaderboard. You have received a 1-hour experience card for the abyssal realm of the universal battlefield. You have plundered half the resources of the Seton territory. Civilization points 300. Land resources including flora and fauna covering 6 square kilometers. The shield of the territory. Venomous swamp trench 4. Personal warehouse space 05. Your territory has undergone a transformation. The human lord number 015, Chenruo, has become the first to rise to the rank of bronze lord in the current region, earning a small speaking horn for the all-world bronze civilization channel. A ticket for the awakening path talent skill has been granted. Civilization points 500. An announcement is being made to the myriad realms, bronze domain. A radiant beam of light descends from the heavens, enveloping Chenruo's territory. Is this the sensation of being a bronze lord? Chenruo gazes in astonishment at his own transformation. How marvelous. However, at that moment, the god-level system for a 100-fold reward is triggered. Chapter 40. 100-fold rewards quadruple strike. Take off. Select rewards. 100-fold reward activated. Options for 100-fold reward. 1. Abyssal Realm, Border 1 hour. Experience card 100. 2. Abyssal Demon Domain, Level 1 1 hour experience card 10. 3. Abyssal Ghost Domain, Level 1 1 hour experience card 10. Options for 100-fold reward. 1. All-World, Bronze Civilization, Channel Speaking Horn, Small, 100. 2. All-World Heavenly Channel Speaking Horn, Gold, 1. Options for 100-fold reward. 1. Ticket for Awakening Path Talent Skill 100. 2. Ticket for Ancestral Source Talent Skill 1. Non-selectable 100-fold reward. Civilization points 30,000. Land resources including flora and fauna 60 square kilometers. Shield of the Territory 1. Venomous Swamp Trench, Bronze Ordinary, 12. Personal Warehouse, Space 50. Civilization points 50,000. Hiss. Upon seeing today's 100-fold rewards, Chenruo's eyes widen, and he gasps in astonishment. A quadruple strike? So formidable. The ascent to bronze comes with generous rewards. But who would have thought the 100-fold reward system would also yield such bounties? The non-selectable rewards alone are immensely powerful, granting a staggering 80,000 civilization points, an increase of 60 square kilometers of land area. Furthermore, an imposing territory shield akin to a thorny wall, an additional 500 slots of storage space. Not to mention the seemingly extraordinary selectable 100-fold rewards. The Abyssal Realm? Chenruo hesitates, as if he has heard of it before. Senior, may I inquire where the Abyssal Realm is located? Chenruo privately messages Baihu Qianshan. The Abyssal Realm? Congratulations on your promotion to bronze. At the Black Market Teleportation Hub, Baihu Qianshan is equally astonished by Chenruo's message. Truly swift. Indeed there, we can confront even more formidable dark entities and acquire substantial rewards from the all-world battlefield and civilizations. However, it is generally not recommended for lords below the silver level to venture there. A thought occurs. As for what items? You will know by checking the mall description. In any case, if you wish to grow stronger, such items are indispensable. The Heart of Bronze? Chenruo realizes. He is aware of the special item valued at $99.99, and there are 9 others like it. However, I have another inquiry. What is the World Channel Horn? Chenruo asked again. Since there are 2 types of horns to choose from, he was uncertain which one to select and wished to inquire about the origin of this item, wondering if it was indeed as he suspected. A means to communicate in the world chat group, akin to a golden barrage. Yet, Baihu Qianshan was unfamiliar with this item. Nevertheless, he speculated that it might serve as a communication tool among lords. Senior, I have one last question. Can a bronze-level lord only learn or awaken a single talent skill? Chenruo inquired once more. Additionally, the talent skills awakened by you lords will not be forgotten, with minimal restrictions. However, we commoners do not enjoy such privileges. There are risks associated with our awakening of talent skills. When comprehending a new talent skill, one might permanently lose the previously awakened talent. Is that truly the case? If one possesses multiple tickets for awakening talent skills, can they only learn one? He pondered, contemplating the prospect of exchanging for 100 tickets, each capable of awakening a unique talent skill. That would grant him 100 different talent skills. How powerful he would become. Once, a prominent figure from a top 10 race purchased 10,000 awakening tickets for his exceptionally talented great-grandson, hoping to secure a desirable talent skill for him. Yet, without exception, only one ticket proved effective. The subsequent 9,999 tickets bore no fruit. Chenruo gazed silently at the 100 unclaimed awakening tickets before him. Soon, He concluded his conversation with, "By Hu Qianshan. One must always guard against others." He did not need to disclose everything. It was prudent to keep some cards close to his chest, exercising caution and thoughtfulness, perhaps leading him to the answers he sought. Otherwise, if the other party deduced any secrets, the consequences could be dire. Nonetheless, Bai Hu Qianshan appeared to be quite reliable. It seemed he had much to attend to in the near future. Contemplating the hundredfold rewards before him, Chenru took a moment to make his decision. "I have made my choice. Congratulations, Lord, for obtaining the Abyssal Realm, Order 1 hour, Experience Card X100. Congratulations, Lord, for acquiring the world, Bronze Civilization, Channel Speaking Horn, Small, X100. Congratulations, Lord, for receiving the Talent Skill Ancestor Source Hall Ticket X1. The rewards this time were truly overwhelming, leaving him dazzled and unsure of where to begin. Meanwhile, the vibrant, multicolored light enveloping his territory dissipated. "Bring their bodies with us," Chenru instructed his subordinates, pointing at the dismembered one-eyed silverbacked lizards. He had not forgotten that his falcon nest had yet to hatch. 100 pounds of meat. So many one-eyed silverbacked lizards amounted to 2 tons of flesh. Although he was uncertain if it was edible, meat was meat. The hatching nest would not be picky. "My lord, some of the 4-legged lizards have been smashed beyond recognition and cannot be lifted," one of the subjects spoke up. "As for those that cannot be removed, we shall cast them to the blood-thorn wall, allowing it to absorb them." Thus it was decided. Aside from the lone, drained one-eyed silverbacked lizard outside, 12 others had been slain through a brutal melee, leaving only 9 that could be taken away. Chapter 41. The State of the Territory. The Falcon's Hatching. Ginger Sugar. Main Character Panel. Lord Identity Card. Number 015. Lord. Chunruo. Race. Human. Territory. Jiangshun. 100 square kilometers. Equipment. Battle Attack Style Aoki Elemental Armor Set. Bronze Perfect. Star Scar Sword. Bronze Perfect. Titles. Forest Gathering Expert. King of Thorns. Master of Cave Hunting. Ocean Hunting Expert. Scholar of Manufacturing. Health Points. 200. Healthy. Stamina 200. Hunger 200. Energy 200, Civilization Points, 127,890, Talent Skills, 01, Awakened, World Skills, Heavenly Dragon Diamond Palm Silver, Personal Warehouse, 2050, Lord Assistant Template, World Communication Channel, Regional Chat Group, Interworld Private Messages, Interworld Mall Bronze, Manufacturing, Sign-in Day 3, Subject Attribute Monitoring Panel, Pet Space 5. Firstly, the personal attribute data had doubled. Other aspects remained unchanged. Yet his territorial area had seen explosive expansion. From the original 100,000 square meters, 1 square kilometer. Following his promotion, it surged tenfold due to the expansion of interworld civilization. What was astonishing, however, was that on top of this tenfold increase, the divine level rewards granted him an additional hundredfold, resulting in a territory spanning 100 square kilometers. This was comparable to the scale of a city. Shenruo then proceeded to examine the state of his territory. He soon discovered significant changes in his territorial information. Territory name, Jiangshun. Level, 1 bronze. Belonging Lord, Chunruo. Territory funds, 127,890 civilization points. Lord's private. Territory population, 25. Core territory area, 10 kilometers. Peripheral territory range, 90 kilometers. Territory structures, Bloodthorn Wall, Elf Treehouse, double-story luxurious Lord Manor, Venom Marsh, 5 quality wooden houses. Territory features, landscape, special products Forest Valley, landscape, elf trees, Heart of the Lake, landscape, Interworld Caves, battle attack style Falcon Nest. Interworld Sanctuary, under the protection of Interworld Civilization. Life forms and the environment within the territory are immune to disaster effects. Protection duration, 697 days. Is this the sensation of being a Bronze Lord? Shinruo was astonished. Now the entire island and the adjacent sea were under his jurisdiction. He surveyed the vast island from a godlike perspective, observing the resources and secrets that lay hidden within. If one were to assume the role of an ordinary lord, even upon ascending to the rank of a Bronze Lord, the realm would merely expand tenfold, from 1,000 square meters to 10,000 square meters, or 1 square kilometer. How does that compare to my situation? The disparity is akin to a chasm of 100,000 miles. Nevertheless, upon becoming a Bronze Lord, one does gain the ability to proactively expand their territory, thus compensating for the modest size of their domain. The heart of the island lake. I shall find a moment to behold this 2-star civilization marvel, Chen mused. Upon witnessing the newly manifested landscape, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of delight as he noted that the territory had expanded by an additional 100 square kilometers, enveloped by the Universal Sanctuary barrier that cloaked the entire island. With the protection of the Universal Sanctuary, the encroachment of dark creatures was thwarted. The mountains had been elevated, requiring now an extra 2 steps to traverse. Gazing at the towering rock formations before him, Chun sighed with a bittersweet smile. He led his subjects to the designated area for the falcon nesting site, observing the mist-shrouded abode. Toss one in, he instructed. Soon enough, the requisite 100 pounds of meat for the falcon's incubation was procured. However, Chen noticed that the nest also required 50 pounds of fresh water. Standing still, an idea struck him. Utilizing his lordly privileges, he connected a new pipeline from the water tower directly to the falcon's nest. This, of course, consumed 30 of his civilization points. Incubation conditions met. The first batch of falcons is hatching. Expected to successfully hatch in 12 hours. Projected quality is bronze grade. These machines, known as universal pasta makers, can produce sustenance depending on the ingredients provided. Each of you shall receive one. Take it with you, Chen announced as he led the citizens to the mountaintop, to a clearing behind their dwelling where 100 universal pasta makers were arranged. After demonstrating their usage, he distributed one to each citizen, with only a few dozen remaining. As for housing, each of you shall possess your own abode. I have stated before, your loyalty to me will not go unrewarded, Chen remarked with a gentle smile. This expenditure was trifling in his eyes. Meanwhile, at the valley's foot, 20 new exquisite wooden houses materialized seemingly out of thin air. Thanks to Lord Xie's generosity, the citizens, unaware of the developments below, were already overflowing with gratitude for Chen's magnanimous rewards, even if he had not arranged for their housing. The mere possession of their bronze-level perfect gear would have been sufficient to inspire their loyalty and appreciation. As the citizens descended the mountain, their loyalty surged dramatically. With nightfall approaching, it was prudent to check the changes in private messages. I wonder if Jiang Tang has been added, Chen pondered. He glanced at his former residence, now transformed, with a new plaque reading Lord Jiang Chun's manor adorning the door. There was still much for Chen to explore, including the rewards for experience cards and ticket rankings. However, the matter that weighs most heavily on his mind at present is the hope of connecting with Jiang Tang. Yet, reactions vary. Some are accustomed, others are surprised and curious, while some gaze upon her with envy. In the vast multiverse, such broadcasts are not a privilege afforded to everyone, but they are not entirely absent. Perhaps 2 or 3 occur each day. To think that amidst countless celestial civilizations, being among those 2 or 3 is akin to finding a needle in a haystack. In a certain bronze domain, a nascent lordly civilization resides. Its territory is known as Yunshi, a grand primitive forest island. At the heart of the island lies a large lake, within which sits a small isle, crowned by a triangular shelter crafted from leaves and branches. Beside this refuge stands a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a light blue lord's attire, diligently hanging out her freshly washed garments before nightfall. The delicate fabric of her attire does little to conceal her fair, porcelain skin and graceful figure. Yet, her lovely face bears the marks of sleepless nights, appearing quite haggard. Were Chen Ruo to be present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as his dear sister, Jiang Tang. Sighing, Jiang Tang finishes hanging her clothes and approaches her fishing rod by the lakeside, only to find that the bobber remains still. Her beautiful eyes cast down towards the tranquil waters, a sigh escapes her lips. Each day, she yearns for home, for her family, for her parents and younger brother, wishing fervently that she might awaken from this ordeal to find it all a mere dream. The strangeness of this world, with its bizarre civilizations and the hardships of daily life, coupled with the terrifying creatures that emerge at night, has nearly driven her to the brink of despair. Moreover, the protective barrier of the multiverse will vanish in 4 days. What will she do then? Oh, her insufferable brother. You urged her to remember you, yet you fail to connect. Jiang Tang feels helpless. Over the past 3 days, she has faced countless request rejections. At one point, she even speculated that her brother, Chen Ruo, may have misdialed or overlooked something. Setting aside the possibility of the short number 015 being genuine, it remains unconnectable. She even attempted to search for 4015. Although she could not discern the name, a label indicating a king-level lord appeared. What does king-level even signify? Could this truly be her brother? Jiang Tang also tried to add the number, only to face outright rejection. Holding her lord's identity card, she sighed quietly, her heart sinking into despair, her hopes growing increasingly faint. At that moment, a voice resonated from the multiverse. Jiang Tang, startled by the announcement, gasped in astonishment. Chen Ruo? Chapter 42, Connecting with Jiang Tang. Sending items. Arranging a meeting. Chen Ruo? Isn't that his name? Her instinct seemed to whisper that the individual being broadcast was none other than her dear, yet distant brother, Chen Ruo. In an instant, a warm ray of hope illuminated her heart, dispelling the darkness. Could it truly be him? Jiang Tang found it hard to believe. Yet it felt somewhat inevitable. It must be him. After all, in her eyes, Chen Ruo had always been the most outstanding among them, until she received a definitive answer. She could not ascertain whether the outcome was as she had envisioned. It was not until she opened the global chat channel and the regional chat group that clarity began to dawn. Human race Chen Ruo has utilized the universal bronze horn. Hey, milk candy, can you see this message? Jiang Tang gazed at the chat group, where a suddenly pinned message had emerged, albeit only for 10 fleeting seconds. Yet, a spark of surprise illuminated her eyes as recognition dawned upon her. It was indeed that individual. The moniker Milk Candy was exclusively his. He had called her that since she was 10 years old, and now 10 years had passed. A heavy stone seemed to drop in her heart, creating ripples of emotion that spread through her being. Overcome with excitement, she instinctively covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes glistening with moisture as she gazed at the Lord Identity plaque. At that moment, Chunruo broadcasted once more. Human race Chunruo has utilized the universal, bronze, horn, Jiangtang, the daughter of the richest man in Yunchi City. Add me quickly if you see this. Upon witnessing this scene, tears cascaded down Jiangtang's cheeks as the torrent of negative emotions she had endured in recent days began to overflow, leading her to weep with joy. At last, she had found him. Simultaneously, the chat groups of all bronze lords erupted in astonishment. What the heck? Is this guy really that powerful? How did he manage to pin a message? He is not even one of us. Incredible. Can becoming a bronze lord be this impressive? Meanwhile, some bronze lords familiar with the usage of the universal horn chose to remain silent. Apart from the items granted upon promotion, one could indeed send a message for a fee of 2,000 civilization points. The angel race is Sayo Horn. Human race? Huh, just a newly promoted little lord. What is there to be so ostentatious about? Haven't you humans heard the saying that one shouldn't be too high profile? If you have the guts, challenge a lord to a duel. The celestial race is How You Foam Horn. Has the bird race actually spent their promotion horn? Such a horn wasted on trivial chatter, huh? Human race Wang Tianzhan. Bird race Sayo, do you dare to face me? Only you bird folk would stoop to battling a newly promoted bronze rookie with a seasoned bronze high tier. The prominent figures on the universal bronze ranking were all eager to voice their opinions, ensuring that others knew they too possessed broadcasting horns. Chunruo's message seemed to cast a stone into the still waters, sending ripples throughout the realms, igniting a lively atmosphere within the previously tranquil bronze chat group. However, Chunruo paid little mind to the commotion. He opened his private messages and awaited silently. At long last, a new notification appeared in his universal private messages. Upon opening it, he found, Human Race Jiangtang, Lord 7758 requests to add you as a friend. She had arrived. Chunruo inhaled deeply, filled with delight. You have successfully added Jiangtang as a friend. Before he could send a message, Jiangtang had already written, I miss you all. Chunruo's gaze sharpened. Softening slightly, he naturally understood who you all referred to. Her parents, Uncle Xiong, and Aunt Xian. Milk Candy, how are you faring? Are you well? Chunruo inquired. The situation is rather dire. Acquiring sustenance has proven to be a formidable challenge, particularly with the elusive fish. Nevertheless, I have constructed a dwelling on a small island, surrounded by serene lakes. As night falls, eerie creatures can be heard calling from across the waters, yet they remain unable to approach. Jiangtang confided in Chunruo about her recent experiences, which, though fraught with tension, have been devoid of true peril. However, the conditions are exceedingly harsh. She struggles with hunger, restless sleep, and is confined to this island. Chunruo, somewhat perplexed by Jiangtang's plight, mused that her arrival seemed to differ significantly from his own. Was it the island of the two-star scenery? Yet, he dismissed such thoughts, focusing instead on her immediate needs. What do you lack? I can send it to you, Chunruo inquired, for he was not in want of resources. As her only reachable relative, he was determined to ensure her well-being, refusing to allow any misfortune to befall her. I miss you so much, Jiangtang replied, her voice tinged with bitterness. She was uncertain of her own needs, feeling ill-equipped for this world, grappling with an innate fear and resistance, yet gradually acclimating. Gazing at the sunset and the encroaching darkness, her heart swelled with confusion, and in that moment, only Chunruo, engaged in conversation with her, represented a glimmer of hope. Have you used your bronze black market token? Chunruo asked. Listen to me. Activate it and step inside. If you encounter someone registering, choose the 818 number for the bronze black market, and we shall meet at the city gate. This was the only method he could conceive for a personal meeting. All right, Jiangtang replied, having never tried it before, but trusting his words. Chunruo nodded, assuring her, I will send you some items. Shortly thereafter, she received a new notification in her private messages. Your friend Chunruo has sent you 20,000 civilization points, a bronze black market, 1 day, token, 10 bronze elemental fruits, 1 bronze ordinary edible lobster, 5 pounds, 2 bronze perfect defense shield spheres, and 5 bronze perfect bomb birds. Jiangtang's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she momentarily failed to comprehend the influx of gifts. After wiping her eyes, she scrutinized the diverse offerings once more. Her delicate features illuminated with a dazzling array of emotions, her expression reflecting a profound existential doubt. 20,000 civilization points? She glanced at her meager savings, then back at the 5-digit sum he had bestowed upon her. The rest of the items were beyond her previous experience, yet she could grasp their meanings. What did bronze perfect level signify? If the prices in the Myriad Realms Mall were to be considered, it implied that each item would cost at least 4 digits in civilization points. Overwhelmed, she hesitated to accept Chunruo's generous gifts and instead inquired, what will you do with all these items you've given me? In response to her question, Chunruo smiled gently, just accept them for now. Among them are provisions to satiate your hunger, bread, and elemental fruits. If you desire meat, you can steam or roast the lobster. As for how I acquired these items, let us leave that vague. After all, a 100-fold reward may not necessarily be a fortuitous matter. Lord Jiangtang has received the items sent this time. Chapter 43, The Reunion. Chen Ruo plans to open a shop in the black market. Hello, which bronze black market do you wish to visit? Upon Chen Ruo's return to the black market transit station, he unexpectedly encountered the same cat girl from before. Bronze market number 818, thank you. Chen Ruo smiled slightly. All right, you are now registered. The cat girl noted his details at the desk and then raised her head. She nodded and then stepped into the teleportation passage that appeared in the wall, leaving the transit station. Watching Chen Ruo depart, her cat ears twitched. A look of curiosity flitting across her youthful face. Have I met this person before? She quickly dismissed the thought and welcomed the next lord needing to register for transportation. Chen Ruo arrived at the bronze market number 818 for the second time. He gazed up at the towering walls of the market, bustling and vibrant even outside, where various races and tribes were setting up stalls and doing business. Once I have arranged matters in my territory, I will open a shop here, he murmured, confident that this aspiration would soon materialize. He approached the entrance of the black market, but chose to wait for Jiangtang instead of entering. I've arrived. There are so many people. Those peculiar individuals look rather intimidating. Come to the entrance of the black market. I'll be waiting for you. It's that conspicuous black door. After a while, I'm here. Chen Ruo spotted a delicate azure figure waving joyfully, a smile breaking across his face. He watched as the figure dashed towards him, and the next moment, she leapt into his embrace. At last, we are reunited. I have missed you so much. Jiangtang held him tightly, tears slipping down her cheeks, sobs escaping her lips. I thought I would never be able to contact you again. Do you have any idea how fearful I have been these past few days? Seeing so many in the chat group perish, I was terrified I would not endure either. I have no idea where my parents are, and I fear I may never see them again. Chen Ruo gently patted her back, offering comfort. I am here. I have always been here. We will surely find Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xian. He understood she was releasing her emotions and allowed her to cry. One can only grow stronger after shedding tears. After a while, Jiangtang ceased her weeping, released him, and wiped her tear-streaked cheeks. A smile akin to the clearing of clouds emerged, as if she felt considerably lighter. And she beamed at Chen Ruo. I feel so much better now. Chen Ruo tucked a loose strand of her hair behind her ear and softly said, from now on, with Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xian gone, I will take good care of you. Rather than siblings, they preferred the notion of childhood sweethearts. Their relationship, resembling both that of siblings and lovers, was known to Jiangtang's parents, who did not oppose it. One reason was the absence of blood ties, and another was that Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xian had always cherished Chen Ruo as a child. If they could deepen their bond, it would be all the better. The relationship between Chen Ruo and Jiangtang, though intimate, maintained a certain distance, without making any declarations to anyone. Jiangtang lowered her head, her beautiful eyes glancing shyly as she nodded in agreement. Shall we converse as we stroll? Chen Ruo inquired, to which she replied, all right. Instead of venturing into the city, Chen Ruo chose to take her for a walk outside, recounting the events of the past few days. Does this mean that your point of arrival was not by the seaside, but rather on an island in a lake? Is this the case for everyone in your group? Chen Ruo expressed his surprise. If memory served him correctly, the members of his own group had all arrived by the coast. It appeared that not everyone shared the same experience upon their arrival. It was entirely possible that some may find themselves in locations that were not coastal or desolate islands, but rather in grasslands, hills, or even deserts. Is the island in your lake a 2-star civilization site? Chen Ruo inquired. Jiangtang shook her head, responding, no, it is only a 1-star. 1 star? Chen Ruo was taken aback. She nodded affirmatively. Yet, the heart of the island, discovered in my territory, is a 2-star civilization site. This led him to conclude that the heart of the island, in his domain, was not the same as her island in the lake. Curiously, Chen Ruo asked, what is the shield of your territory? Jiangtang appeared puzzled and replied, what is a territory shield? This was something she had never heard of before. Chen Ruo then proceeded to share information about the thorny wall with her. Jiangtang shook her head in confusion, stating, I haven't encountered that, and no one in my group has mentioned it either. Chen Ruo, equally perplexed, speculated, perhaps the territory shields in your area differ from those here. This thought reminded him of the venomous swamp, the territory shield of the previous Lord Sidon. It should be, Jiangtang nodded, expressing her desire for a protective wall for her territory. Have you discovered the abyss of all realms? Jiangtang nodded, confirming, yes, in a cave halfway up the mountain. Chen Ruo cautioned, do not venture there just yet, it is truly perilous. It seemed many places shared common characteristics. After discussing territories for a while longer, Jiangtang inquired, shouldn't you tell me how you became a Bronze Lord so quickly? And you even made a broadcast. You sent me so many expensive items, didn't you? She suddenly lifted her gaze to Chen Ruo's handsome profile. With a grin, Chen Ruo shrugged and chuckled. I was fortunate to discover a 7-star civilization site in my territory, allowing me to acquire some high-level treasures. Thus, I was able to earn money swiftly and develop my territory at an accelerated pace. However, upon hearing this, Jiang Tang gazed into his eyes, rolling hers as she lightly scoffed. You are lying. How could that be? Chen Ruo cleared his throat, realizing he could not deceive her. Nevertheless, I believe you. Jiang Tang giggled, her enchanting eyes shining like crescent moons. If he remained silent, she would not pry further. Witnessing this, Chen Ruo felt speechless. He adored girls who were perceptive. Ruffling her hair, which had grown slightly oily, he suggested, shall we explore the black market and purchase some items? A girl like Jiang Tang, who typically radiates cleanliness and fragrance, finding herself in such a predicament where even dressing becomes a challenge, must surely endure a torment of sorts. Half an hour later, the two had procured a considerable amount of daily necessities. Chen Ruo rented 2 rooms at a tavern in the black market, expending 400 civilization points. He spoke up, and Jiang Tang naturally heeded his suggestion, nodding in agreement. After they had taken care of their bathing and grooming, they proceeded to the dining level of the tavern. The food at the black market inn was quite extravagant, costing at least 200 civilization points for a single meal. Of course, this was the case for the average individual. However, for someone like Chen Ruo, a bronze tycoon with a 6-figure sum of civilization points, it was hardly a concern. Thus, he ordered several lavish dishes, celebrating his reunion with Jiang Tang. Once seated, they awaited the arrival of their dinner. Nai Tang. I plan to send out another trumpet call to see if I can reach Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xian, inviting them here, Chen Ruo remarked. He had not forgotten about the still missing Jiang Tianxiong and Aunt Xian. The reason he had not broadcasted earlier was simply due to the inopportune timing. All right, Jiang Tang readily agreed. However, she was taken aback by the multitude of fascinating communication devices Chen Ruo possessed. She was genuinely curious about what experiences he had encountered in just a few short days that had led to such a transformation in him. Seeing Jiang Tang's agreement, Chen Ruo nodded and continued, but before that, I would like to establish a shop here and put up a sign to facilitate their arrival. Open a shop? Chapter 44. The successful opening of the shop, Jiangchen Store, Bronze Market number 818. Chen Ruo affirmed and shared his intention to open a store in the myriad realms of the black market with Jiang Tang, if they wished to reconnect with Jiang Tianxiong. This was the most effective method. As for simply revealing their whereabouts in hopes that Jiang Tianxiong and his wife would reach out, such an approach was fraught with potential unforeseen consequences. Even if he were to disclose the information, it would not only be visible to Jiang Tianxiong and his spouse, but also to countless bronze lords and novice leaders across the myriad realms. Wouldn't his private messages then be inundated with responses? Thus, Chen Ruo opted for this middle ground solution, which he had previously contemplated. Opening a shop in the black market would serve multiple purposes and benefit the development of their territory, provided that Jiang Tianxiong and his wife were still alive. Do you know how to open a shop? Do you have enough civilization points? You've given me 20,000, Jiang Tang inquired. Yes, I have enough, Chen Ruo nodded. He had already inquired about how to open a shop in the black market. Having money was sufficient, everything else was secondary. The land lease required 1,000 civilization points for a year, with additional costs to be calculated separately. Shops operating in the black market were typically well-established enterprises. Chen Ruo believed that a modest space of 10 square meters would suffice for his shop. His primary aim was to simply hang a sign, with everything else to follow gradually. Then I'll defer to your judgment. Jiang Tang, who was not particularly versed in such matters, still wished to assist him. In times of need, do not hesitate to call upon me. Upon hearing this, Chen Ruo chuckled silently, inquiring, what assistance can you offer? Had he not reached out, perhaps Jiang Tang would still be wandering the wilderness, famished and in fear. Surely, she could be of help. You run the shop, and I shall be the proprietress. Managing the store and selling goods, she declared. Jiang Tang, sensing Chen Ruo's condescension, became displeased when she mentioned her intention to be the proprietress. Chen Ruo laughed heartily and nodded. Very well, you shall be the proprietress. Realizing the ambiguity in her words, Jiang Tang felt a flush creep across her cheeks as she glanced at Chen Ruo's face. Then, noticing his familiar teasing demeanor, she haughtily lifted her chin. Then it is settled. You are not the only one adept at managing a business. My abilities are quite commendable as well. Besides, with my beauty, I could serve as an eye-catching fade to attract customers to your shop. Chen Ruo replied playfully, an eye-catching fade? As if I were about to open a brothel. Is that your ambition? However, in the next moment, Chen Ruo felt a sharp jab to the top of his foot. Hiss. With the protection of the Lord's gear, it did not hurt much, but he had to feign discomfort nonetheless. Jiang Tang's brows furrowed, her eyes widening as she retorted. Repeat that? Uft. Opening a brothel was merely a jest. A beautiful proprietress sounds splendid. That idea is rather appealing, Chen Ruo replied with an awkward smile. In truth, Chen Ruo had a reality he refrained from voicing. Jiang Tang's beauty, by human standards, was undeniably striking. Yet, before other races, this might not hold true. Some races preferred a more robust appearance in their counterparts. In essence, aesthetic standards varied among races, leading to a phenomenon known as face blindness, where all others appeared similar. That seems more reasonable, Jiang Tang huffed. Dinner soon arrived, and the two indulged in their first communal meal in this strange new world. The peculiarities of this realm were indeed astonishing. As Jiang Tang sampled an unfamiliar meat, its texture reminiscent of braised pork, she voiced her concerns. Attributes and values are quite daunting. If they diminish to a certain extent, discomfort ensues. I dread the day when, through carelessness, they might plummet to zero. Would that truly result in death? Listening to Jiang Tang, Chen Rumo nodded. Indeed, you must remain vigilant. Do not hesitate to utilize the resources I provide. Those items that replenish energy and vigor are essential. He paused, then continued, there is one more matter. Tomorrow, during daylight, you must venture forth to assess the surroundings of your territory and locate your territory's shield. Jiang Tang and her fellow newcomers were not as fortunate as he. Jiang Tang's realm was protected by the multiverse shield, which was only valid for 4 more days. Failing to find the territory shield within that time could spell danger. Shun Rumo further cautioned, while you are exploring, be cautious and protect yourself. Utilize your protective items should peril arise. Yes, but if the multiverse shield dissipates, even if we find the territory shield, it may not suffice for protection, right? I have heard tales of those who encountered that giant eye and nearly perished. Jiang Tang expressed, her worry palpable. Shun Rumo's brow furrowed in response. He overlooked this point. It is worth noting that the last time, without the protection barrier of the myriad realms, merely casting a glance at that colossal eye had cost him 70 points of energy. Currently, he enjoys over 690 days of protection, rendering it unnecessary to worry in the short term. However, Jiang Tang is different, like other novice lords. She has only a scant 4 days remaining of her protection. Trouble is on the horizon. There must be a solution to this predicament, I remarked. After all, how else could so many ascend to the rank of Bronze Lord? If there were no means to overcome this, those lords would surely perish during their novice phase. Let us finish dinner, and I shall accompany you to inquire further, I suggested. Indeed, their hunger levels were already at maximum, yet they still needed to eat. After concluding their meal, they settled their bill, which amounted to 580 points, equivalent to consuming a piece of finely crafted bronze equipment. Hand in hand, they arrived at a shop named Myriad Realms Exchange, where they spent some civilization points to gather genuinely useful information. As the protection barrier approaches its end, one can apply for an extension from the Myriad Realms, though the cost varies with the area of protection. For individual protection, it costs merely 5 civilization points per day. Naturally, powerful lords require no such protection, as they can withstand the radiation of the colossal eye. Before departing from the Myriad Realms Exchange, I purchased 2 copies of Strategy Guide for Human Bronze Lords at various ranks, and acquired one for Jiang Tang titled Illustrated Guide to the Myriad Realms Caverns, Volumes 1 to 3. This set them back 4,000 civilization points. Alas, knowledge is a form of currency, significantly reducing the number of missteps one must take. As newcomers in this world, they were unfamiliar with many things. Exiting the Myriad Realms Exchange, I led Jiang Tang to the order office of the black market. This establishment oversees the regulations of the black market, ensuring that any violator of its rules is apprehended and subjected to dark penalties beneath the surface. Furthermore, anyone wishing to open a new shop must register here, or they will be deemed in violation of the black market's order. I wish to establish a black market shop, I stated, noticing a figure clad in black at the counter, which bore the inscription Black Market Affairs Registration. The shop, named Jiangchen Store, spans 20 square meters. Please remit 20,000 civilization points, came the prompt response. Without hesitation, I made the payment. The registration was successful, with a lease term of 1 year. Here is your shop key, please do not misplace it. Suddenly, a small piece of dark jade materialized before me. Upon inspection, the front was inscribed with the universal script of the Myriad Realms, reading Jiangchen Store, while the reverse bore the number 202288. Nodding in acknowledgement, I expressed my gratitude and subsequently exited the order office with Jiang Tang. I have the impression that individual may be a robot, Jiang Tang whispered after a moment. Their voice was monotonous. Never mind that. Let us go inspect the condition of our shop. Chapter 45, calling out to Jiang Tianxiong. The Jiangchen store at the 818th Bronze Black Market has ignited. Store number 202288 signifies that 200,000 shops have previously registered in this 818th Black Market. As for how many are currently operational, it surely does not exceed 2,000. Guided by the shop key, they finally located their newly opened store. The establishment, a modest single-story shop, appeared to encompass no more than 5 or 6 square meters. Its exterior bore no adornments, yet the sign on the door proclaimed, Jiangchen Store. A steady stream of passers-by meandered past, with various shops operating nearby. Many took notice of this seemingly spontaneous new addition. You've purchased a mud brick house, Jiang Tang teased as they stepped inside for a brief exploration. To their surprise, despite its small outward appearance, the interior was spacious, boasting a large room of 20 square meters. To make the house appealing, one must invest in renovations and additional stories, Chen Ruo remarked with a shrug. After contemplating, Chen Ruo submitted a request for the store's renovation through the shop key to the Wanjia Black Market. Following a meticulous selection process, Chen Ruo opted to add another floor to the shop while installing shelves on the first floor walls to accommodate merchandise. The first floor would serve as the commercial space. while the second floor would be divided into 2 rooms for rest. Soon, a brand new, 2-story establishment in a universal Wanjia style emerged. Wow! Jiang Tang exclaimed, marveling at the astonishing transformation of the interior. Tables, chairs, and shelves materialized out of thin air, with the floors and walls receiving upgrades, rendering them more exquisite. The renovations and additional story had cost him over 7,000 civilization points. Let us take a look upstairs, Chen Ruo suggested. There were no stairs leading to the upper level. Access was granted via a teleportation array. Through the small array, they arrived on the second floor, which featured a minimalist villa-style DCOR, designed by Chen Ruo to reflect their previous living conditions. Jiang Tang opened one of the doors, her astonishment evident. As long as you like it, Chen Ruo replied with a smile. We can come here often. What do you plan to sell in the store? Jiang Tang inquired. Everything. But we'll primarily focus on pet beasts for now. Everything sold in the Wanjia Mall will be available here, and at even lower prices. We will disrupt market prices. Establish our own brand. To thrive in the black market, one must possess unique offerings. Otherwise, why would anyone choose to buy from you among the sea of sameness? Pet beasts? Jiang Tang queried, her delicate features reflecting confusion. You'll understand in due time, Chen Ruo said, playfully ruffling her hair. We want to discuss this today. We'll save it for tomorrow. Right now, I'm preparing to broadcast a message, inviting Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xian to join us at the 818th Black Market. Jiang Tang nodded eagerly, wishing for a family reunion. Subsequently, the previously tranquil world group of the Wanjia civilization's bronze domain erupted once more with broadcasts. Chen Ruo utilized the Wanjia, bronze, small horn. Uncle Xiong, Aunt Xian, Jiang Tang, and I are waiting for you at the Jiangchen store. No. 202288 at the 818th Bronze Black Market. It's safe. 10. Chen Ruo shouted 10 times in quick succession, causing the broadcast barrage to freeze for 100 seconds. The world group of the bronze domain was inundated with his messages. The high-ranking bronze lords, having just settled down, were startled to see the newcomer lord re-emerge, sending out 10 consecutive messages. This flurry indicated he had expended 20,000 civilization points. With 20,000 points, frugality could elevate a bronze to silver status. Which prodigal second-generation heir of the human race is this? Not only has the name, Chen Rumo, gained notoriety among the bronze lords, but even the 818 Black Market and Jiangchen's shop have flourished. Numerous lords, both capable and those without a bronze black market order, hastened to teleport to the 818 Bronze Black Market. A tremendous influx of visitors surged in, and within mere hours, the 818 Black Market was thriving. This compelled the enigmatic overlord overseeing the market to dispatch additional personnel to maintain order. Meanwhile, Chen Rumo and his companion remained blissfully unaware of the ensuing events and the advertising effect of his announcement. I will rent a black market puppet guard to stand at the entrance and set a password, so Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xian can contact us through this. Chen Rumo remarked, turning to her. All right, Jiang Tang replied, nodding thoughtfully. Let's set the password as their real names, Jiang Tianxiong and Lu Xian. She nodded earnestly, hoping they would locate them soon. They will, Chen Rumo smiled, though internally he prayed for their safety, hoping they had not used the bronze black market order bestowed upon them, lest it lead to complications. Shall we sleep tonight? Chen Rumo inquired. But we've already booked a room at the inn. Jiang Tang hesitated, looking up at him. Booking is merely a formality. It matters not, Chen Rumo replied nonchalantly. After all, we have the means. No, we cannot waste the booked room. After an hour of exploration, both had significantly broadened their understanding of items from various realms. It seemed as if there were many more people on the streets. Perhaps the influx is due to those visiting the night market at the black market? Chen Rumo furrowed his brow, puzzled. Upon checking the regional chat group, Chen Rumo noticed an abundance of discussions surrounding the name, Chen Rumo, the Bronze Lords, and the 818 Black Market. It appeared they were unaware that he was among them. This was understandable, as the group consisted of avatars with no displayed information. The only one privy to his identity, Liu, had sent several private messages inquiring about his circumstances. I cannot sleep. My energy is unspent, he remarked. Observing Jiang Tang at the door, her lips pursed. What's this? Do you wish to expend your energy with me tonight? Chen Rumo teased, his gaze lingering deliberately over her. Flushed with indignation, she raised her hand to pinch his neck. You reckless brother. Chen Rumo laughed heartily, retorting, how do you know it stinks? As the door closed, their playful banter echoed within. Before sleep, Jiang Tang lay on her side, gazing at Chen Rumo, her voice softening. Meeting you has truly brought me joy. Chen Rumo smiled back, I feel the same. Jiang Tang's beautiful eyes sparkled as she looked earnestly at him. Chen Rumo playfully pinched her smooth cheek, assuring her, fear not. This is no illusion. She pressed his hand down gently, affirming with a soft sound. Chen Rumo reiterated his intentions, planning to focus on developing their territory and expanding their domain the following day. Let us rest now and rejuvenate. Tomorrow heralds a new beginning, he whispered. I cannot sleep. Jiang Tang expressed, a hint of distress in her voice. With boundless energy, she felt no inclination to sleep. Theoretically, as long as one's health, stamina, and vitality were abundant, sleep was unnecessary. Perhaps a release of pent-up energy? Shinruo smirked mischievously. In response, Jiang Tang rolled her eyes and huffed, turning away. After a while, she asked, "Why sleep so far away? Is it hot?" Suddenly, she turned back, her brows raised in inquiry. "I fear I might poke you," Shinruo replied with a knowing smile. With a swift motion, she kicked him off the bed. Rogue. Chapter 46. Returning to the territory. Acquiring a wood sprite as a gardener. The Falcon's emergence. The sun and moon were indistinguishable, blurring the lines between day and night. By the time they awoke, for days had passed since their arrival in the realm of myriad civilizations. Though the duration seemed brief, for these newcomers, each day felt like an eternity, a prolonged ordeal. They had experienced much in these few days. Last night, Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xian did not come to visit, Shinruo stated calmly. Through the gatekeeper puppet at the shop's entrance, he had learned of the previous night's events. It could be said that the 818th Bronze Black Market, specifically his newly opened Jiangchen shop, had become a sensation in the bronze domain. The street outside Jiangchen shop was teeming with lords from various races, all curious to discover the identity of Shinruo. However, since the shop had yet to formally open, he had not entertained any guests. The puppets at the entrance would inquire the names of each visitor, but alas, none provided the correct password. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tang's delicate brows momentarily reflected a hint of sorrow. Perhaps their access to the bronze black market had already been exhausted, rendering them unable to arrive here. When they eventually regained it, they would seek us out, Shinruo assured with a gentle smile. There was no need to cultivate a sense of oppression at this moment. Yes, perhaps my parents are still at home. They are the ones we should be concerned about. We have vanished, Jiang Tang nodded, her spirits lifting with a smile. Shinruo affectionately ruffled her hair. The two shared a tacit understanding, choosing not to dwell on the negative. Excessive worry would only add to their troubles without offering any solutions. For now, we shall refrain from visiting the shop, Shinruo suggested. The true foundation of a lord lies within their territory, and he had numerous matters yet to arrange. Indeed, Jiang Tang nodded. Remember the tasks I entrusted to you last night, along with the Lord's strategy guide and illustrated compendium I purchased for you. Make sure to study them. Shinruo reminded earnestly. Understood, I will handle my responsibilities. In the next moment, a shadow of unease enveloped his heart as he sighed quietly and stepped out of their quarters. Shinruo observed the dual-element meat field nearby, noting that the maturation cycle had significantly shortened, from 7 days to just over 4. Was it the effect of the elemental spring water? Or perhaps, Shinruo paused, noticing a small green creature stealthily collecting dew from the leaves of the meat field seedlings. Wasn't that the little sprite? Coincidentally, the sprite, Yaya, also spotted Shinruo, halting her actions of gathering dew. Her small face bore a look of confusion. Hi. With a gentle smile, Shinruo waved his hand. The little sprite, appeared somewhat frightened and hastily concealed herself beneath the leaves of a sapling. At that moment, Shinruo spoke in the common tongue of the Sprite clan. Dear friend of the Sprite tribe, I bear no ill will. This is my domain, and I have been aware of your presence for several days now. After a brief pause, you emerged from her leafy refuge, her demeanor cautious as she inquired, Giant, did you bring me here? Her voice was barely a whisper, spoken in the language of her kin. Shinruo shrugged, replying, No, I lack such power. It was the 100-fold reward divine system that facilitated this, not I. Where's this place? She pondered aloud. After a moment of silence, she gazed at Shinruo and asked, The Forest of Life? Where is that? Shinruo, perplexed, responded, The Forest of Life is simply the Forest of Life. Do you not know it? Ya's small face reflected her confusion as well. I am aware of your activities over the past few days, including your bathing atop my water tower and your clandestine watering of the meat fields and sprite trees, he continued. I believe we should coexist amicably. There is no need for you to fear me. If I were truly malevolent, I would have captured you by now. Noticing the hesitation on Ya's face, he gestured around them and added, If you agree to be my friend, everything here will be open to you, and you need not act in secrecy. What about elemental water? Is that permissible? Ya asked, still hesitant. Elemental water? You mean the elemental spring water? He nodded in affirmation. Then, may I have one once it matures? Ya pointed to the nearby saplings in the meat field, her expression revealing her uncertainty. Of course. If you assist me in tending the meat fields, how about we share the harvest at a 9-to-1 ratio? Shinruo smiled at her. What does 9-to-1 mean? She queried, clearly puzzled. Shinruo explained. It means if there are 10 fruits, I shall keep 9, and 1 will be yours. The more we harvest, the greater your share will be. Moreover, I possess more than one meat field. I have others as well. The fields, the saplings, and even the water and nutrients are all provided by me. Asking for a 9-to-1 ratio is hardly unreasonable, is it? She blinked, as if contemplating her response. All right, I agree. We shall forge a contract to solidify our friendship, she declared, summoning her courage. A contract? Shinruo was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he soon grasped the nature of her proposal. In essence, it was akin to a contract, albeit a unique one governed by the oversight of interdimensional civilizations. Should any terms of the contract be violated, the parties would face consequences. This contract posed no significant issues. It simply stipulated that you would befriend Shinruo, who could not consume her, and in return, she would assist him with farming, while he would ensure she received delectable rewards. Shinruo found her peculiar request to be both innocent and amusing. Recognizing that it posed no detriment to himself, he signed the straightforward agreement. Allow me to introduce myself once more. I am Chunruo, a member of the human race and the sovereign of this island territory. As I gazed upon the diminutive wood sprite before me, a subtle smile graced my lips. The little sprite, curious, pondered why the elves in the black market could grow to such a size. I am ya, the wood sprite, she ventured, cautiously locking eyes with me. She soon realized that this giant was, in fact, not frightening, but rather quite kind-hearted. I wonder if the rapid growth of this meat field is due to your influence? I inquired, convinced that it was the only plausible explanation for the sudden acceleration in growth. The sprite nodded thoughtfully, indeed. We wood sprites possess an innate affinity for the life of plants. They tend to flourish in our presence, and high-quality flora benefits our growth in return, creating a harmonious cycle. Upon hearing this, I was enlightened, my expression shifting as I proposed. I have 2 more meat fields here. Would you consider assisting with their cultivation? Thus, I successfully planted the remaining 2 fields, the dual-element meat field, bronze, perfect food and potion type, the explosive fruit meat field, bronze, ordinary weapon type, and the icy fruitcake meat field, bronze, ordinary food type, all nestled upon the mountaintop, occupying a vast expanse. As for my newly acquainted friend, Sprite Ya, she joyfully became the proud caretaker of the 3 meat fields, a diligent gardener. We amicably reached an agreement, allowing her to utilize the elemental spring water from the water tower and granting her the freedom to soar as she pleased. After exchanging a few brief words, I made my way to the falcon's nest, contemplating the prospect of making more friends like her. I chuckled to myself, never anticipating that events would unfold in such a manner. Was it the wood sprite's innocence? No, it was a mutual understanding. It may have appeared as if I was enlisting her labor, yet the truth was that wood sprites naturally revel in engaging with plant life. After all, they are called wood sprites for a reason. Shortly thereafter, I arrived at the falcon's nest, where the first batch of falcons had successfully hatched, though they remained nestled in slumber. Awaken, little ones, I beckoned, having already sensed their conditions within the nest. Then, a sharp call pierced the air, emanating from the depths of the nest. Chapter 47, Falcons and Subjects, My Task. Suddenly, a silver flash shot forth from the falcon's nest like a bolt of lightning, revealing the majestic birds soaring across their territory. From the misty confines of the nest, one, then another, and another silver silhouette emerged. Their resounding cries shattered the sky, echoing across the island, startling not only the other creatures inhabiting the island, but also the subjects residing in the valley below. They gazed skyward in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the flock, with one keen-eyed individual exclaiming, "What magnificent falcons!" On the mountaintop, I surveyed the battle-hardened falcons circling above, a satisfied smile crossing my face as I called out, "Come here." In response, the flock descended gracefully, landing softly before me, each bird folding its wings neatly, aligning like soldiers in formation. I scrutinized this first batch of falcons, 20 in total, each boasting a formidable stature, their wingspan measuring an impressive 1.20 meters. With beaks resembling golden hooks and eyes as bright as jade, the young hawks boast a tuft of soft, light blue plumage atop their heads. Their bodies are adorned with pure silver-white feathers, and their translucent claws, sharp as jade, grip the ground beneath them. Name, Battle Hawk, Juvenile. Level, Bronze Ordinary. Attribute, Battle Gold. Characteristic, Ruler of the Skies. In its aerial domain, the hawk reigns supreme, with a flight speed of 30 and an attack power of 50. Currently, its beak, claws, and silver wings can pierce through the defenses of bronze-quality weapons and can lift prey weighing up to a ton. Battle Talent, Flying Feathers, Awakening Pending. Battle Talent, Golden Wheel, Awakening Pending. Description, a burgeoning sovereign of the skies, yet once it descends, it becomes merely prey for the ground-dwelling fowl. Is this merely Bronze Ordinary? Such power already. Shinruo was taken aback. He knew that these hawks could potentially reach the pinnacle of Bronze Perfect level. Yet, even in their current juvenile Bronze Ordinary state, their ability to lift a ton of prey astonished him. A ton weighs 2,000 pounds. Shinruo considered himself strong, but he could not lift such a weight. Little one, try to grasp that large stone over there with your claws, he instructed one hawk, pointing to a boulder weighing around 500 to 600 pounds not far from the rocky hill. The designated hawk instantly soared into the air, swooping down upon the stone. Its sharp claws pierced through the hard rock with ease. With a powerful flap of its wings, akin to a gale, the hawk's silver feathers shimmered with a faint golden hue. With a piercing cry, it executed a remarkable feat. The stone was uprooted from the earth and lifted several meters into the air. How incredible! Shinruo marveled inwardly. This world truly defies all logic. A hawk can carry a boulder weighing hundreds of pounds? In the previous world, who would have believed it? Even the common folk below were left in awe at the spectacle. Fly higher, Shenhua commanded. The hawks ascended beyond the 200-meter mark of the Rocky Mountain. He dared to instruct them to shred the massive stone that was about to fall from the sky into fragments. It was a bold endeavor. As their master, the hawks understood his commands without needing further instruction. As the gigantic rock plummeted, the air resonated with their cries. In an instant, the flock took to the skies, silver streaks slicing through the air. The 500 to 600-pound stone was swiftly surrounded by the hawk's blade-like wings and claws, reducing it to shards scattered across the ground. If it had been a living creature, the outcome would have been far more tragic. Clapping his hands, Shenhua exclaimed, "Well done. Now, let us descend the mountain to find something to eat." Upon reaching the valley and the forest below, the common folk and slaves bowed in reverence, exclaiming, "We greet you, Lord." Shenhua nodded, inquiring, "How many one-eyed silverbacked lizards remain from last night? Bring them all out, but leave one alive. Dispose of the rest by the creek." Subsequently, 7 one-eyed silverback lizards, each weighing 200 pounds and stripped of their skin and entrails, were brought forth and placed by the stream. "Come down," Shenhua called out. The hawks, soaring above, instantly descended in a dramatic swoop. "All of this is your bounty, an exquisite feast for the hawks." The onlookers gazed enviously at the 20 majestic hawks. "Do you wish for one?" Shenhua inquired with a light chuckle. They eagerly nodded in response. "I would not be averse to allowing you to adopt one. However," he paused, "whoever can best one of them, or tame it by other means, shall be rewarded." The hawks had originally been designated by Shenhua for these vassals, contingent upon their utility. Upon hearing his words, the crowd's expressions fell. They had just witnessed the hawks' astonishing prowess on the mountain. If stones could be effortlessly shattered by them, how could they hope to withstand such might? "My lord, I wish to give it a try." At that moment, a werewolf warrior, a slave of the werewolf clan, stepped forward. "Very well," Shenhua grinned. This warrior seemed to be named Longjin, and he relished such spirited combatants. "My lord, may I use weapons?" Longjin asked. "Yes, I permit you to don defensive gear as well. Feel free to unleash your strength, as long as you do not slay the hawk." Shenhua replied nonchalantly. "Anyone may attempt. Strike freely, provided the hawk remains unharmed." He continued, emphasizing the necessity of cultivating a combative and resilient spirit among his subjects to enhance their overall combat capability. Only then could they rely on their vassals to vanquish foes and eradicate dark entities. Otherwise, how could he develop his territory with a retinue of timid subjects? "Owo, Ka, kill." Longjin petitioned Shenhua for a duel against one of the hawks, and the battleground was set in a flat expanse within the valley. The cacophony of hawk cries and wolf howls erupted as the clash commenced. Both combatants were of bronze, ordinary rank. One possessed lightning speed and formidable offensive power, while the other appeared as a mere target, yet wielded a bronze perfect-grade weapon and defense, along with commendable attack speed. As the battle unfolded, neither side gained a distinct advantage. To the hawks, they were still fledglings, lacking in combat experience, which rendered them somewhat clumsy at first, nearly succumbing to defeat. Yet as the skirmish progressed, the hawks grew increasingly ferocious, while Longjin's defensive stamina waned, evidenced by the crimson gashes adorning his visage. "Oh!" Longjin let out a howl towards the heavens, his entire form swelling to twice its size as he leaped 4 to 5 meters high. The hawk, diving in for the attack, was taken aback by this unexpected transformation of the werewolf. With a resounding thud, a piercing hawk's cry echoed through the air as Longjin seized the hawk by its wings and, with a powerful thrust, hurled it into the stream below. "Enough!" At that moment, Shenhua clapped his hands and declared. Both combatants ceased their struggle. Longjin's blood-red wolf eyes returned to their original state, though he staggered, appearing quite weakened. "The victor of this contest is Longjin. You have earned the right to possess a hawk," Shenhua remarked with a smile directed at him. "Thank you, my lord." Longjin knelt on one knee, bowing his head in gratitude. The falcon soared from the stream, scattering droplets of water as it approached Shenhua. It appeared to be only slightly injured. "From this moment forth, you shall be comrades and allies, standing equally in my presence," Shenhua stated calmly. Indeed, following this declaration, Shenhua's gaze swept across the surroundings. "Each of you may claim your own companion, your own partner. Anyone is eligible to obtain a falcon. The only condition is that you must tame the falcon." He continued, "I shall arrange 2 hours each day for the untamed falcons to descend and train alongside you." "Yes, my lord," the crowd responded, assuming a serious demeanor. "Now you are free to choose. The falcon you conquer shall be yours." With that, Shenhua disregarded the crowd and approached 2 individuals from the mountain soil tribe, who were responsible for the cultivation of slaves, and the pirate, Shi Yangmu. These 3 were in charge of managing the territory's agricultural matters. "The fields are ready, I trust?" he inquired, bringing them along. Nodding, he produced 3 bags of different colors from his hand. "I have a planting task for you. I require your assistance in cultivation." Once Shenhua organized the farming duties, he inspected the newly turned fields, observing their planting methods. However, the battles had reached their conclusion. The pirates had all been defeated, while the werewolves had learned from their mistakes. transforming immediately to successfully tame one falcon after another. Yet, the remaining falcons were not easily fooled. They recognized their adversary's strategies and resorted to a kiting technique to exhaust the werewolves, ultimately securing victory with ease. In the end, only 4 falcons had been tamed, all claimed by the werewolf tribe. Why not give it a try? Shenrua asked the Knife Clan youth who had refrained from participating. Chen Dao shook his head, his gaze fixed sharply on the falcon before him. I never engage in endeavors without certainty. When I act, it is with lethal precision. Shenrua regarded this Knife Clan youth with surprise, then laughed heartily, nodding in agreement. Well said. He patted the youth on the shoulder and addressed the gathered citizens. Now, I have a new task for you. Chapter 48. Hatching the Forest Horned Tortoise Nest. Activate the ticket, the Talent Ancestral Source Hall. Shenrua instructed them to send a group to clear away all excess trees and stones within the Bloodthorn Wall, preparing for the development of the territory. However, if they encountered fruit trees or any plants that appeared unusual, he instructed them to leave those intact, for he had his own plans. The others did not question his reasoning and promptly obeyed his orders. As for you little ones, Shenrua said, looking at the recently hatched falcons. They too had tasks to fulfill. Fly from the island, as far as you can, and scout the surrounding sea for any other islands or vessels. Should you encounter anything, relay the message to me. This was yet another role for the falcons, aerial surveillance. Beyond the massive island where he resided lay only the vast, boundless ocean. As for the island of the one-eyed silver-backed lizard, it had long since become sustenance for his territory. With the territory established, what Shenrua now lacked most was citizens. Currently, the population of the territory is merely over 20, rendering it exceedingly insignificant within this vast island of nearly 100 square kilometers. However, relying on the refugees adrift at sea may lead to an interminable wait for their arrival. There are also 2 methods to acquire individuals: purchasing slaves, which is prohibitively expensive, and instigating lord wars for plunder, which lacks both resources and opportunity. As for the inhabitants, a visit to the multiverse abyss for exploration seems prudent. I, Shenru, have resolved to delve once more into the multiverse abyss today, with the intent of advancing through its layers in search of valuable resources and perhaps discovering remnants of the past or other artifacts within its depths. Before embarking on this venture, however, I have 2 tasks to complete. First, I shall incubate the remaining hatchery I possess. This hatchery, like the recently cultivated meat field, was acquired from the black market. Shall the Forest Horned Tortoise hatchery be placed here? Upon seeing the prompt from the multiverse civilization, I nodded in affirmation. Soon after, another misty hatchery emerged at the base of a hill beside a rocky mountain, near a spring-fed stream, dragging the carcass of the remaining one-eyed silver-backed lizard. I cast it into the hatchery. Name, Forest Horned Tortoise Hatchery. Level, no quality. Incubation expected to complete in 8 hours. I rinsed my hands in the stream and glanced at this hatchery of mediocre quality. The forest horned tortoise, an amphibious creature with a sizable shell, possesses great strength and, crucially, the capacity to carry a person. Yet, before venturing into the multiverse abyss, I must first claim my talents, I mused. Since my ascension to Bronze Lord, I have yet to utilize the 2 tickets rewarded for my 100-fold achievements, 1 for the Talent Ancestor Hall and 100 for the Abyssal Border Experience card. The Talent Ancestor Hall appears to differ from the typical paths of talent awakening available to other Bronze Lords. Uncertain of its origins, I inquired about the Ancestor Hall at the Multiverse Exchange in the Bronze Black Market yesterday. However, the information concerning the Ancestor Hall required an exorbitant fee of 100,000 civilization points. How outrageous. Just for information, 100,000. This exceeds the price standards of the Bronze Black Market by far. Thus, I refrained from purchasing, opting instead to explore the matter independently. Shall Lord know? 015 Activate the Talent Ancestor Hall ticket. I produced the ticket for the Talent Ancestor Hall, quietly activating it, and subsequently received a notification from the multiverse civilization. Yes, you are about to enter the Talent Ancestor Hall. Please note, weapons, items, skills, and pets are prohibited, and your Lord identity card will be temporarily sealed. I was taken aback by this stipulation. Before I could ponder further, I felt a vigorous push against my back, causing me to stumble precariously. As I lifted my gaze, the surroundings transformed instantaneously. A chaotic whiteness enveloped me, as if the earth was shrouded in thick fog, rendering visibility non-existent. Is this the Talent Ancestor Hall? I was perplexed, my heart racing with astonishment. Surely, the Ancestor Hall must possess an actual hall. Where is it? Shenru thought for a moment and decided to venture further, hoping to escape the enveloping mist. However, as he took a step forward, 2 towering gates, each 1,000 meters high, suddenly materialized before him, standing one in front of the other and trapping him in between. Frowning, he gazed up at these grand gates reminiscent of the southern heavenly gate, where characters appeared above them. Front gate 7, back gate 5. Upon closer inspection, he noted the intricate patterns on the pillars. One was densely entwined, while the other exhibited sparse branches. What could the significance of this be? Shenru pondered deeply. How was 1's talent awakened? Was this the ancestral hall of talents? Did awakening occur here, or must one enter to experience it? There was no one to provide answers, leaving him to rely solely on conjecture and solitary exploration. Ultimately, he resolved to choose one at random. As he prepared to approach one of the gates, stepping halfway into its threshold, the jade pendant inscribed with the character Chin suddenly shattered, and in an instant, another entrance replaced the one before him. He was momentarily oblivious to what had just transpired, his mind bewildered by the new surroundings. The tranquil pastoral landscape revealed a wooden fence enclosing a rustic farmhouse. A dilapidated structure built of thatch stood before him, with a small vegetable garden to the left that appeared long abandoned, overrun with weeds. To the right lay a nearly dried-up pond, home to a solitary black fish. Behind the thatched house stood a grand willow tree. Was this truly the ancestral Hall of Talents? Shinru was utterly perplexed. He had imagined such an illustrious name would correspond to a magnificent place, yet it turned out to be an ordinary farmhouse, rudimentary at best. His emotions were beyond complex at this point. So how was one's talent awakened? Inside the house, Shinru sighed silently, regretting not spending a little to inquire about the process of talent awakening. As he gently pushed open the door, he found the interior to be exceedingly simple: a bed, a table, and a bookshelf. Yet, there was a conspicuous wooden box atop the table. Shinru fell into silence. The bed held but a straw mat, the table merely a box, and the bookshelf contained only a scroll of bamboo slips. The room exuded the scent of time's passage. So, was the talent skill contained within the box? Everything appeared untouched for ages. Thus, Shinru felt no hesitation as he reached for the box. Upon opening it, he discovered a plain, black seed, no larger than a bean. What was this? A hint would be appreciated. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, the black seed in his hand suddenly crumbled into dust. In the next moment, Shinru felt a kick to his back. When he hurriedly turned around, he found the scene around him had transformed once again. Welcome to the Ancestral Hall of Talents. Here lies the Hall of the Sovereign. Chapter 49, The Hall of the Sovereign. Unrivaled bronze divine skill, the true word of sovereignty. Entering the abyss of the 10,000 realms, Shinru stood in shock, his mind momentarily unable to comprehend the unfolding events. As I gazed upon the ancient grand hall, my attention was drawn to the wooden figure before me, which had just spoken. Not far away, I noticed 5 individuals seated in stillness, each radiating a resplendent array of colors. Is this the Temple of the Divine Sovereign? And what was that place I encountered moments ago? With a perplexed expression, I inquired, to comprehend the sovereign's power, please proceed to the enlightenment platform. Before I knew it, I found myself seated alongside the 5 luminescent beings. My mind was a whirlwind of confusion. What is the sovereign's power? I had come to learn and master innate skills. Could it be that the sovereign's power represents the innate abilities of this realm? Seizing the opportunity, I discreetly observed my companions. They appeared human, yet their physical characteristics varied significantly. Some bore jade horns, others sported tails, or possessed 3 eyes and 6 arms. My heart raced with trepidation. What manner of creatures are these? Suddenly, the 5 individuals, as if in unison, opened their eyes, casting a discreet glance in my direction before raising their brows in astonishment. It was as if they found it incredulous that a mere bronze warrior had wandered into their midst. Should I greet them? Just as I hesitated, they closed their eyes once more. Relieved, I followed suit, shutting my eyes in imitation. In that instant, I felt myself slipping into an enigmatic state. However, a frown creased my brow as I encountered an unexpected issue. I discovered that a black seed had materialized in my mind, unbeknownst to me until that moment. Wasn't this the very seed that had turned to dust earlier? How did it end up here? As I pondered, the seed abruptly cracked open, swiftly sprouting leaves, stems, and roots, embedding itself within my mind. Gradually, it evolved into a faintly discernible sapling. Simultaneously, a more brilliant cascade of colors erupted from my body, overshadowing the auras of those around me. The Temple of the Divine Sovereign emanated a mysterious and immense power, continuously nourishing the enigmatic seedling within me. At this moment, I found myself at a loss for words to describe my emotions. From activating the ticket to the Temple of Innate Origins, everything had unfolded beyond my expectations. I had intended to awaken an innate skill, yet I had encountered such unforeseen twists. Instead of acquiring the skill, I found myself grappling with an issue. A sapling had taken root in my mind. I could not ascertain how much time had passed when the sapling, resembling fine white jade, suddenly bore a luminous, colorful fruit. Congratulations, the Lord has comprehended the innate skill of Sovereign's true words. Reward, 1,000 civilization points. What? I exclaimed, what have I done? In the next moment, I emerged from this experience, bewildered and utterly confounded. A complete lack of experiential awareness led to an unbidden comprehension of his innate abilities, an unprecedented occurrence. Had it vanished? Shinrumo sensed the peculiar sapling in his mind had indeed disappeared. Subsequently, he examined his innate skill. Name, True Words of Control. Level, Bronze Divine Skill. Consumption, 20 life points. Description, 1 word a day, the galaxy reverses. The description was remarkably simplistic. True Words of Control? Shinrumo furrowed his brow in contemplation. At that moment, a character denoting move materialized in his mind, followed by numerous applications of this term. Move. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he softly uttered the word. 20 life points. Instantly, he vanished from sight. In the next moment, Shinrumo found himself atop a towering rock face, 200 meters high. Upon surveying his surroundings, his expression widened in astonishment as he inhaled sharply. Was this true teleportation? How astonishing. Nearby, the fairy Yaya, swinging beneath a tree that resembled a pokeball, gazed at the suddenly materialized Shinrumo with a dazed expression. She appeared utterly perplexed. When did the giant arrive? Move. Once more, Shinrumo disappeared. Yaya. In the next moment, Shinrumo reappeared on the shore of a tranquil lake, as still as a mirror. You have discovered the heart lake of a 2-star civilization. Civilization points, 200. Instantly, a prompt about the myriad civilizations unfolded before him, triggering a 100-fold reward. Civilization points, 20,000. Heart Lake. Shinrumo retrieved a vial of life-restoring potion and drank it, replenishing 20 life points, raising his total to 80. He surveyed the Heart Lake. Noting its considerable distance from the woodland valley he called home. If he were to walk, it would likely take an hour. However, with a single skill, he had arrived here instantly. Indeed, the true words of control were truly remarkable. A bronze divine skill, indeed. Was there anything particularly extraordinary about this 2-star civilization landscape? Shinrumo bit into an elemental fruit, only to discover it could not restore the life points he had just expended. Resigned, he drank another potion to recover to 100. He then circled the Heart Lake, which spanned 3 acres, but found no peculiarities. It seemed the lake's uniqueness lay within its very essence. The water was frigid to the touch, colder than ice itself. Oddly, neither the surface nor the depths were frozen. There was surely more than met the eye. Move. Contemplating this, Shinrumo employed his innate skill once more. In the next instant, he found himself at the lake's bottom. Yet, the immense water pressure and the bone-chilling cold enveloped him in an instant. Before he could fully assess the lake's depths, he was compelled to use his skill again. Sacrificing 20 life points. He had been careless. The lake's depths drained another 20 life points, leaving him with only 40. He felt the weight of his plight acutely. In a hurried attempt to restore himself, Shinrumo realized he must prepare adequately and devise a means to investigate further. There seemed to be secrets hidden beneath the lake's depths, he murmured to himself. Just moments ago, he had managed to endure a few more seconds underwater. Yet the chilling cold and immense water pressure had proven overwhelming, compelling him to refrain from any reckless bravado. Upon arriving at the bathroom and shedding his garments, Shinrumo furrowed his brow in dismay. His jade pendant was missing. When had he lost it? Was it at the heart of the island's lake? Or had it slipped away even earlier? Unable to recall the moment of its disappearance, he resigned himself to the loss. If it's gone, he sighed, shaking his head. After changing into a fresh set of attire, he dried his lordly battle garb and summoned his 5 companion beasts to gather at the hillside. It was time for a second expedition into the myriad caverns of the universe. Chapter 50, a serendipitous encounter with an alien lord in the caverns. The Bronze Non-Aggression Order. In the chat group of Chunrumo's region, 1918200, have you all signed in today? I have signed in and acquired a task template. Completing the tasks will yield rewards. I believe this represents our hope. If we strive, survival seems feasible. My attribute values are depleting too quickly. Does anyone have any sage advice? By the way, have any of you attempted to utilize the evasion technique of the Lord's battle attire? The cooldown period is excessively long, my friend. I'd rather save it for the night to ensure my survival. The number of participants in the group had diminished significantly, and I too was nearing my limits. Was there anyone willing to lend a hand? Among the newcomer lords, some had discovered methods to adapt to this life, while others struggled desperately, pleading for assistance. Such is the diversity of existence. Meanwhile, Shinrumo, far ahead of them all, had re-entered the myriad caverns once more. Within the caverns, the pathways he had previously unlocked remained intact. Thus, he opted to load his prior save and ventured to the 26th cavern space of the first shallow layer. The first layer of the myriad caverns could connect to countless cavern spaces, yet generally, upon reaching 100 cavern spaces, one could advance to the second layer. Therefore, to clear the first layer, one must expend at least 200 civilization points to purchase 10 entrance tickets. Of course, he did not need to concern himself with the consumption of entrance tickets. Pressing onward, Shinrumo allowed the rock-splitting master to lead the way. Surprisingly, the initial 3 cavern spaces ahead were devoid of any entities. Upon reaching the 30th cavern space, they finally encountered a cavern creature. Cavern creature, burrowing pig, female. Level, no quality. Attributes, earth. Description, this pig enjoys digging, though its meat is rather poor. Perhaps it can be utilized for something? Initially, Shinrumo contemplated slaying the pig, but after considering the prompt from the myriad caverns, he set aside his sword. Digging? The passage had already been established at this location. Without an entrance ticket to the myriad caverns, one could neither enter nor exit this space. Subsequently, Shinrumo continued forward with his 5 companion beasts. leaving behind a burrowing pig that trembled as it peeked out from underground. You have discovered wooden box 3. You opened empty box 2, yielding nothing. You open the treasure chest to find a plastic empty bottle, 500, and soon after, a 100-fold reward is triggered, optional. 1. Plastic empty bottle, 500, 100, no quality. 2. Resilient bottle, 3, 10, quality bronze, ordinary. An empty bottle? Shunruo raised an eyebrow but chose to accept the reward, opting for the second option, and continued onward. As he proceeded, Shunruo noted the warning beasts alerting him at the fork in the path. Today, the luck of the non-entity seemed to be lacking, having not gained any incubatable nests or other valuable items as he had previously. Just then, as the rock splitter master breached the stone wall of the 35th cave space, the warning beast suddenly shrieked, giving Shunruo a forewarning of imminent danger ahead. Shunruo raised an eyebrow. Unfortunately, the passage to the 35th cave space had already been opened. He decided to investigate the situation. When Shunruo illuminated the scene of the 35th cave space with the light from the luminous ball rabbit above him, he was astonished to discover that there were indeed other individuals present. 2 groups of people, both wielding torches, confronted each other. One group consisted of tiger-headed orcs accompanied by a fox-like pet, while the other comprised 3-eyed beings devoid of mouths or noses, accompanied by a serpent-like pet. Suspended between them was a glowing token. Upon noticing this, Shunruo's eyes sparkled with interest. He also observed the other 2 factions. Both were lords, albeit of the low bronze tier. Shunruo mused to himself that they would not be particularly difficult to handle. The 2 groups had also noticed the blinding light of the luminous ball, and having grown accustomed to the darkness of the cave, they were now reluctant to gaze directly at its brilliance. "Stay away. We discovered this first," shouted the tiger-headed orc as they adjusted to the light and recognized the newcomer. They exchanged knowing glances, intending to drive away this third party before competing for the prize. The reason was simple. The low bronze tier could command several pets, indicating a formidable adversary. "Then let us eliminate them," Shunruo said nonchalantly, feeling too lethargic to utilize his innate skills or equipment abilities. It is noteworthy that his innate skill, true words of command, could be cast freely within his territory. But here he was limited to movement within the cave space and could not teleport to other realms. As for how far he could teleport beyond his territory, he would need to test that outside. Thus, he directed the rock splitter master and the giant scythe mantis to engage the 2 foreign beings. While a perfect bronze tier pet might struggle against a high tier bronze lord, dealing with these 2 low tier bronze beings posed no challenge. Furthermore, their pets were of no quality. With a resounding bang, the rock splitter master clashed his fists together, producing a sharp sound before stepping forward with determination. The tiger-headed orc, accompanied by its pet, roared and charged without hesitation. With a dull thud, the orc's weapon struck the rock splitter master's stone waist directly. The blade shattered. "What?" The tiger-headed orc's eyes widened in shock. The master of rock splitting emerged unscathed, swiftly seizing the rather sizable tiger-headed orc and forcefully slamming its head down. The orc was immediately plunged into a state of severe injury, with a thunderous stomp of his colossal foot and a powerful punch. Both the tiger-headed orc and its beast companion met their demise in an instant. Yet, as he turned, his vision spun chaotically. A searing pain shot through him as the gigantic scythe of the 3-eyed creature cleaved him in half with blinding swiftness. Concurrently, the alert beast persistently warned Shunruo. He too discerned that the serpent companion of the 3-eyed creature was attempting a stealthy ambush along the cave wall from behind, a treacherous maneuver. However, before such cunning could bear fruit, the puppet warrior crushed it underfoot. "You have obtained the bronze peace token, 7 days, 1. Without hesitation, Shunruo claimed this remarkable artifact. The peace token was indeed a valuable item. Simultaneously, the 100-fold reward was activated once more. 100-fold reward, selectable, 1. Bronze peace token, 7 days, 100. 2. Bronze peace token, 30, 20. 3. Silver peace token, 5 days, 1. I choose option 1. Shunruo declared. This item seemed to be a treasure of considerable worth, yet he had no need for such an abundance. Should he find himself with excess, he could always sell it on the black market. Continuing onward, he stated that the team required no rest as he and his 5 beasts delved deeper. As for the 2 alien passages, they had already been self-repaired by the realm's subterranean forces. Thus, even if they were to attempt to breach that location, the original passage would remain elusive. At that moment, a notification from the multiverse civilization echoed once more. "Congratulations, Lord, on your victory. You have earned 2 Bronze Lord points, bringing your total to 3 Bronze Lord points. Current ranking in the multiverse bronze list, 50 million. The higher your rank, the greater the rewards. Every 7 days, rewards will be dispensed to those ranked within the top 100,000. Chapter 51, The Bronze List. Danger, Abyssal Demon General. Young Half-Blood Starry Dragon. 2 additional points were added to the bronze list. Shunruo pondered deeply. He had learned of the bronze list upon his ascension yesterday. This list includes all bronze lords across various races. The exact number of participants was unknown to him, yet despite having slain 3 lords, he still ranked beyond the 50 million mark. This indicated that the number of bronze lords was at least in the hundreds of millions. Not accounting for those newcomers without a ranking, one could only imagine the depths of the multiverse civilization. What kind of monsters occupied the top 100 ranks? Gazing at the leading lords, Shenruo noted that they were all advanced bronze ranks, hailing from a myriad of races including celestials, elves, humans, dragons, and demons. The diverse, powerful races he had passively learned the languages of were all represented. Alas, their lord points remained concealed from view, leaving him with a sense of regret. Furthermore, the 100-fold reward had not been triggered otherwise. One day, I shall ascend the rankings, I resolved inwardly. The rankings I refer to are, of course, the top 100, the top 10. Yet for now, I must first explore the depths of the cave, striving to reach the second level as soon as possible to unearth more valuable resources. You have discovered a nest of foul-smelling bluebird eggs. You have encountered a low-tier bronze cave wolf spider. You opened a treasure chest and found 2 loaves of bread. You cannot advance. Below lies an unknown abyss. I utilized another cave entrance ticket and pressed forward, yet my spoils remained mere refuse. You have found a temporary cave space entrance. Danger level unknown. Will you enter? As I stepped into the 49th cave space of the first level, I noticed a swirling vortex, 3 meters wide. Beside the stone wall leading to the 50th cave space, a temporary cave space entrance? I was somewhat taken aback, for I had never encountered one before. However, I recalled that the Compendium of the Myriad Realms did mention such phenomena. A temporary cave space entrance overlaps randomly with a fixed cave space and can only be entered once. What lies beyond the entrance is also randomly unknown. It could be worthless items, or perhaps ancient beings, cave dwellers, or even a terrifying abyss. The most perilous aspect is that once inside, there is no guarantee of exit. Can I sense the danger within? I inquired of the warning beast beside me. To my dismay, the creature merely shook its head, indicating it felt nothing. My brow furrowed in contemplation. Should I venture forth? Fortune favors the bold, yet life is singular, and reckless abandon is ill-advised. Simultaneously, I perused the Myriad Realms market, seeking any usable items. To my surprise, I indeed found one. Single-use adventure puppet. Within a range of 100 meters, it can be controlled to scout in dangerous areas, sharing vision and sensory perception. Bronze ordinary level, priced at 100 civilization points. A single-use bronze item, the price seemed reasonable, and if utilized wisely, it would undoubtedly prove its worth. Thus, I procured one. The 100-fold reward subsequently activated, transforming it into a perfect bronze-level adventure puppet in my hands. Though still a single-use item, its practicality had significantly enhanced. I commanded it to enter. Subsequently, a humanoid puppet, standing at 1.5 meters tall, ventured through the temporary entrance under my control. In an instant, I beheld the scene beyond the vortex through the puppet's eyes. A terrifying environment, alternating between blood red and darkness, revealed a colossal creature, monstrous and towering, ensnared by thousands of enormous chains, each spanning dozens of miles. Black-red blood flowed like a stream, cascading into the unknown depths. You have discovered a captive abyssal demon general. Your adventure puppet has been destroyed by an unknown force. Suddenly, I coughed up blood. I had suffered a backlash. Affected by an unknown force, your health points stand at 190, and your energy points also at 190. Shenruo's eyes widened in alarm as a myriad of negative states assailed him. Overwhelming fatigue, dizziness, and an excruciating headache that felt as though it might split him apart, leaving him with the sensation of impending death. In a hurry, he opened his personal storage and retrieved a silver-grade life-preserving item known as the Attribute Restoration Fruit. Name, Attribute Restoration Fruit 1. Level, Silver Perfect Quality. Effect 1. Upon consumption, personal attributes are fully restored for 3 days, with an additional boost of 500 temporary attribute points for 1 day, during which activities of silver grade and below do not consume attributes. Effect 2. The maximum limit for personal comprehensive attributes is raised by 100 points for a limited time of 7 days. The moment he consumed it, Shenruo felt his previously dwindling personal attributes surge back to life. Alongside his original 200 health and stamina points, he instantly gained an additional 500 temporary attribute points. All his attributes soared to a remarkable 700 points. Simultaneously, he gasped for breath, sweat beading on his forehead, as if he had just emerged from a terrifying battle. A flicker of relief crossed his face. Thank goodness for the gift from Baihu Qianshan. Otherwise, I would have been in grave danger. However, a serious expression overtook him. Could that place have been the Abyssal Demon Realm? Drawing from his previous 100-fold rewards and the insights gained from the borders of the Abyssal Realm, he discovered some clues. Coupled with the recent sighting and the reminder from the myriad civilizations about the Abyssal Demon General, he speculated that the entrance to this temporary cavern space must be a portal to some point in the Abyssal Realm. Yet, he could never have anticipated how terrifying that place truly was. He barely made any discoveries, and the exploration doll had perished in an instant. That doll was of perfect bronze quality, capable of withstanding perfect bronze-level attacks. Yet, it was annihilated in a mere breath, leaving him bewildered as to how it met its demise. Was that truly the abyss? Shenruo pondered with a hint of doubt. The abyssal demon general, whose origins remained a mystery, seemed to be in a peculiar state, bound by numerous chains, appearing to be imprisoned. Nevertheless, he resolved to avoid any encounter with such a being. Otherwise, he would quietly harbor a grudge. If he could not confront it now, he would bide his time for the future. Yet, he felt fortunate that he had made the right choice this time. Shenruo expressed his gratitude for the guidance of the cavern map and the assistance of the exploration doll. Otherwise, he might have unwittingly stepped into dire straits. He was also immensely grateful for the fruit gifted by Baihu Qianshan. This kindness would not be forgotten. As he observed the entrance to the temporary cavern space vanish, he continued onward. At this moment, his physical attributes had reached an unprecedented state of inflation. A single attribute stood at 700. If he could fully replenish the maximum temporary limit of 100 points, the rest would elevate to 800 points. Moreover, Shenruo was bursting with pent-up energy, eager to unleash his frustrations. He had initially believed that beyond the entrance of the temporary cavern space lay a gathering place for the remnants of the myriad realms, thus allowing him to acquire a substantial following. However, the reality proved far more perilous than he had anticipated, nearly costing him his life. This also validates a truth of the myriad realms abyss. High risk yields high reward, and the mortality rate is exceedingly high in such places. You have encountered a juvenile hybrid star dragon. Chapter 52, Battling a Dragon, Bringing It Down. Abyss creature, juvenile hybrid star dragon. Race, none. Attributes, combat wind system, ice. Level, perfect bronze. Description, an abandoned juvenile dragon lost within the abyssal space. Its attack and defense capabilities rival those of a high-tier silver. Confronting the temperamental hybrid star dragon, even a mid-tier silver would surely perish here. A word of caution, steer clear if encountered. One life is all you have. Shenruo inhaled sharply. Initially, he intended to vent his frustrations within the 50th abyssal space, shouting, "Stand aside. Leave the rest to me." However, upon seeing this colossal creature, towering at 5 to 6 meters, along with its formidable offensive and defensive prowess comparable to a high-tier silver, he fell silent. This juvenile hybrid star dragon bore the resemblance of a western four-clawed dragon, adorned with a pair of white jade-like horns atop its head and a pair of deep blue wings on its back, while its body was cloaked in black scales. The overall appearance struck an odd note, particularly with its lantern-like, crystal-yellow vertical pupils that sent shivers down one's spine. "Be cautious," Shenruo said, his demeanor turning serious as he addressed the 5 companion beasts by his side. Though they were all at the perfect bronze level, they seemed to pale in comparison. The adversary possessed attack and defense capabilities akin to a high-tier silver. While these 5 beasts could still be hatched anew from the myriad realms marketplace, they would not emerge unchanged. After 2 to 3 days of companionship, Shenruo had developed a slight attachment to them. In response, the luminous orb rabbit hovering above him grasped even tighter. With a disdainful gaze, the dragon regarded the humans before it as mere ants. With a flap of its wind attribute wings, a fierce gust of wind erupted, sending 4 of the companion beasts hurtling away, injuring them as they collided against the cave walls, each sustaining varying degrees of harm. The dragon's might was palpable. At that moment, Shenruo silently invoked his innate skill, evading the terrifying gale. Given the circumstances, a confrontation was inevitable to ascertain the victor. It was the perfect opportunity to engage directly. Activating his skill, his life points stood at 20. In an instant, Shenruo teleported behind the juvenile hybrid star dragon, catching even the dragon off guard. Without hesitation, he unleashed his silver skill, the celestial dragon's iron palm. Without a second thought, he erupted with energy directly behind the dragon. As the saying goes, even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, and he faced an abyssal creature dragon. A dragon-shaped ethereal shadow surged forth, a tremendous wave of force coalescing from his palm, erupting forth. Skill Effect 1, Celestial Dragon Palm Strike active. A dragon-shaped ethereal shadow can be projected from the palm, generating a destructive shockwave of 9 meters in length and 3 meters in width, capable of slaying mid-tier silver, fine breed, creatures, and below. Cooldown time, 1 hour. At the critical moment, the young hybrid starry dragon seemed to sense an imminent peril. In an instant, an unprecedented force erupted from within its being, enveloping its surface in a layer of azure luminescence. Simultaneously, a powerful wave of draconic energy surged forth, seemingly intent on piercing through the young dragon's back. However, my attack, the sky diamond palm, appeared to be thwarted by the dragon's instinctual protective barrier. Though it was successfully repelled, it could not withstand the terrifying impact of the heavenly dragon palm. The several-meter-tall juvenile dragon let out a mournful roar, forcefully propelled against the cavern wall several meters away. The echo resounded. Stalactites fell from the cavern's ceiling, littering the ground. What a resilient creature! Observing that the young dragon was seemingly unharmed, I furrowed my brow. It is worth noting that my silver skill could easily dispatch mid-tier silver creatures. Moreover, with the enhancement of the title, Cave Hunting Expert, I dealt an additional 20 damage to beings below the silver rank. Yet, to my astonishment, I could not slay even a bronze-perfect cave creature. Was my skill ineffectual, or was the dragon's vitality exceedingly robust? From afar, the young dragon rose to its feet, one of its once flapping wings now hanging limply. Clearly, it was injured. At that moment, the eyes of the hybrid starry dragon blazed with intense fury. It seemed ready to devour that insignificant ant-hole. With a furious roar, the temperature in the cavern plummeted. Roar. The hybrid starry dragon opened its maw, unleashing a tempest, transforming the surroundings into a frigid realm of ice and snow. As sharp icicles materialized, encircling it, poised to strike. My word, I stood aghast. I had not anticipated such a flamboyant display of power from the dragon. Yet, I had a trick up my sleeve as well. Skill effect 2, Heavenly Buddha Palm active within a radius of 10 meters. I can condense a 2-meter wide energy palm from the air, which descends to obliterate silver low-tier, ordinary, creatures, and below. Cooldown duration, 1 hour. Without hesitation, I teleported beside the dragon, conjuring a colossal palm above the cavern. Raising my hand, I uttered a single word, fall. The massive palm descended with a thunderous crash. Just as it was about to strike the young hybrid starry dragon, it instinctively lifted its head, only to be met by the colossal hand. Boom. The young dragon was slammed forcefully to the ground, immediately succumbing to a state of injury and disorientation. Phew. I landed, observing that the dragon had finally succumbed. Had it been any ordinary silver creature, it would have been defeated twice over. I cast a wary glance at it, then examined the situation of my 4 pets. My brow furrowed immediately. The warning beast had unfortunately been hurled onto a sharp stone spike, meeting its end. The scythe-wielding mantis had also lost a blade, while the puppet warrior and the rock-splitting master were unharmed. Fortunately, the light orb rabbit perched atop my head had managed to evade harm by staying close to me. Such terror? My brow furrowed further. The dragon flapped its wings, and one of my 4 companion beasts was instantly incapacitated, while the others bore injuries. Had this occurred in a more expansive setting, the devastation would have been far worse. Though all were of perfect bronze quality, it was evident that they differed significantly in caliber. You have purchased a perfect bronze quality creature capture ball. 1. As a thought crossed my mind regarding the dragon, 100-fold reward was triggered. 1. Creature capture ball, 100. Quality, perfect bronze. 2. Large creature capture ball, 10. Quality, perfect bronze. Upon witnessing the 100-fold reward, I opted for the second option. Large creature capture ball, designed for larger beings. Successful capture is considered subjugation and can be transformed into a companion beast or soul companion. I forwent any negotiation with the dragon and immediately employed the large creature capture ball. Capture failed. Capture failed. Chapter 53, Starry Dragon Soul Companion. Original skill. The title effect of Underground Hunting Master is triggered. Capture successful. The attributes of the Underground Hunting Master include Hunter-S Dread, intimidating enemies with a negative status for 115 seconds, with a slight chance of taming underground creatures. Had I succeeded? Just as I was preparing to throw the 9th capture ball, a success notification appeared before me. Initially, I had approached this endeavor with a sense of trial, having faced 7 failures. Yet today, fortune smiled upon me. Congratulations. You have tamed a juvenile hybrid starry dragon from the underground. Please select its growth direction, companion beast or soul companion. Soul companion? I was well acquainted with this concept. From the Bronze Lord strategy, I learned that companion beasts come in various forms, including combat, guardians, and healing support. In contrast, soul companions are a more advanced category of pets, akin to soul rings, amplifying the Lord's attributes during battle and growing in synergy with their master. In essence, all abilities possessed by companion beasts are also inherent to soul companions, which are comparatively rare and unavailable in the Myriad World Marketplace, where only companion beast eggs are sold. I chose the growth path of a soul companion. Subsequently, the juvenile hybrid starry dragon, which I had rendered unconscious, transformed into a radiant light and attached itself to my arm. Soul companion, hybrid starry dragon juvenile. Race, none. Abandoned. Affiliation, Jiangchun, Chenruwa. Status, injured. In slumber. Attributes, combat, wind system, ice system. Racial talents, unawakened. 3 combat talents, unawakened. Mysterious talent, unawakened. Note, this is a wild hybrid juvenile dragon abandoned by the Starry Dragon clan, lacking recognition from its kin. Its racial talents are sealed. You are truly fortunate to have tamed it, as it was inadvertently trapped in the underground space. Could it be? Such formidable attributes. Upon examining the Starry Dragon's characteristics, I was left in a state of astonishment. This juvenile dragon possessed 5 unawakened talents. While it was understandable for a young Starry Dragon to have unawakened talents, the fact that it began with 5 unawakened talents was nothing short of terrifying. If this time I could activate the 100-fold reward, would that not render me truly divine? Upon reflection, I realized that during our earlier encounter, it did not unleash a single ultimate move. I, Shinrumo, could not help but feel a wave of relief. The opponent had yet to awaken its ultimate ability. Merely flapping its dragon wings generated a gale that toppled its companion beast. Those seemingly formidable ice spikes were likely mere experiments of that dragon itself. What devastation might ensue if it were to awaken its full potential? I marveled inwardly. Truly, it is no wonder that this creature belongs to one of the top 10 powerful clans across the myriad realms. And yet, this was but a forsaken young dragon. After inflicting such punishment upon it, surely it would not harbor any grudges now that I had tamed it? I mused. Having been subdued, it would naturally not betray me. However, whether it would heed my commands remained uncertain, as it was a fruit of coercion. I cast a glance at the black and blue dragon emblem etched upon my left arm, then surveyed my remaining beasts. The previous warning beast had perished, necessitating a trip to the interdimensional marketplace for a replacement. Additionally, the scythe mantis had lost a blade, reducing its dual size to a solitary one, thereby having its combat effectiveness. Thus, I would need to revoke our contract and find it a new master upon exiting. After interring the fallen warning beast, I procured an egg of a new warning beast, instantly transforming the 100-fold reward into a warning beast egg, which summoned forth a new companion. As for the scythe mantis, I resolved to allow it to accompany me further. Continuing my exploration, I opted to delve deeper. After consuming a property restoration fruit, my attributes reached an unprecedented saturation. I intended to engage more actively in the forthcoming cavernous spaces, striving to enhance my own strength. Alas, my skills were significantly limited. I lamented silently. Currently, I possessed only 2 skills. One was a silver skill with a cooldown period, and the other was a talent skill, the true word of control, of which I had only mastered the character for movement, without uncovering its offensive potential. Setting aside the silver skill, the heavenly dragon diamond palm, which was still in cooldown, I found myself devoid of usable techniques. Perhaps I should experiment with the techniques from the Arhit body method? I recalled the vigorous exercises I learned from Abbot Jingshan at the Wenshan Temple, which bore no inherent offensive power nor qualified as any Shaolin secret arts. Yet, in a brawl, I could manage 5 opponents without issue. Moreover, with my current physique being 7 times stronger than before, the power I could unleash might very well be 7-fold as well. I decided to halt my advance. Shinrumo called a stop to his progress. With several beasts observing him intently, they watched as he suddenly stood still, gestured, and executed a series of fluid motions in a seamless display. You have comprehended the unnamed boxing skill of no quality. Civilization points, 10. Upon retracting my fists, I was met with a notification from the myriad civilizations. A skill? Is this even possible? I was taken aback. I shall name it Arhut Fist. This was something I had been taught by Abbot Jingshan in my youth, and I had made modest progress. Naming successful. However, at that very moment, the 100-fold reward was triggered. 100-fold reward. Arhut Fist 1, bronze level. Civilization points, 1000. Is there truly a 100-fold reward for this as well? Skill, Arhut Fist. Level, bronze. Consumption, 20 stamina points every 10 minutes. Skill trait 1, 18 Arhut's Fist. Doubles one's defensive capabilities. Skill trait 2, 5 Elements Fist. The hand forms the 5 beasts, doubling the power of punches. The current self-created technique has low consumption, no cooldown duration, and can increase proficiency. Is this truly possible? These 2 skills seem to broadly encapsulate some of his original techniques. For instance, the 5 Elements Fist, which is an evolution of traditional martial arts combined with Buddhist practices, consists of 5 distinct styles. However, it has now been condensed into a singular skill. In truth, these 2 techniques serve merely as a means for Chunrumo to exercise his body. Nevertheless, this is a significant gain. Upon activating the skill, his combat strength has quadrupled compared to his prelord capabilities. With the emergence of the tiger form of the 5 Elements Fist, he strikes like a fierce tiger, instantly shattering a stone pillar several centimeters wide within the cave. Astonishing. Shinrumo silently revels in the thrill. The skills lack flamboyant finishing moves, and their power may appear modest, yet they possess a crucial attribute. There is no cooldown time. This means, as long as his stamina remains sufficient, he can wield them at will. Onward. Shinrumo presses forward into the 51st cavern space. You have discovered the cavern creature, 2-headed red serpent, bronze low tier. Do not move, leave this to me. Shinrumo brandishes his weapon, the Star Scar sword, and once again employs his innate skill alongside the bronze technique, Arhut Fist. Instantaneous defense. Initially, he aimed to test the fist technique, but against a serpent, he naturally cannot fight barehanded. With a swift motion, the 2-headed serpent is beheaded. Strangely, even after losing its head, the serpent's body continues to writhe, appearing to prepare for an attack. The 2 severed heads reveal their fangs, seemingly poised to unleash venom. Such tenacity in life. Move. Shinrumo activates his skill once more, but this time, instead of relocating himself, he shifts the 2 disconnected serpent heads away. With a grand maneuver, the 2-headed red serpent, both body and severed heads, is swiftly transported beneath the feet of the rock-splitting master. Simultaneously, the serpent's venom is shot forth, landing at the master's feet. Crush it, Shinrumo commands. The rock-splitting master then brings down his rocky foot. As for the serpent, now reduced to a pulp, Shunrumo chooses not to collect it. Proceeding to the next destination. Chapter 54. The Elemental Heart Spring of Water and Fire. Cavern Dwellers, Ancient Tribe. Congratulations on slaying the cavern creature, Iron-Tailed Wolf X3. You have acquired Wolf Pelts X3, Iron Needle Wolf Fur X 1 pound, Wolf Meat X 30 pounds. Shunrumo lays down the black wolf he just dispatched with his fists. 100-fold reward follows. Subsequently, Shunrumo receives bronze quality wolf pelts, wolf fur, and 300 pounds of excellent wolf meat. He gathers all of these, for even if he does not consume the meat, it can be reserved for his subjects, the hunting falcons, or the bloodthorn wall. The other materials can also be retained for weapon crafting or other purposes. You have discovered the bronze common geothermal heart spring, available for collection. Continuing onward, Shunrumo personally takes charge of the hunt, as his title of cave hunting expert continually rose in proficiency upon reaching the 60th cave space. Shunrumo stumbled upon a remarkable find, a collectible hot spring. You have acquired Geothermal Heart Spring 1. Simultaneously, a 100-fold reward was triggered. The options for this reward were as follows. 1. Fire Element Geothermal Spring 1, quality, Bronze Perfect. 2. Water Element Geothermal Spring 1, quality, Bronze Perfect. 3. Water and Fire Element Geothermal Spring 1, quality, Bronze Good. Faced with such choices, Shunrumo could not help but chuckle wryly, shaking his head. It was reminiscent of his previous encounters with the combat-focused hunting falcon. After some contemplation, he opted for the third choice, believing that possessing 2 elements was preferable to just 1, even if the quality was a tier lower. You have acquired Water and Fire Element Geothermal Spring 1. To his surprise, this spring could yield water infused with 2 elements. Upon reviewing the details of the geothermal spring, he realized that although his territory's water tower stored elemental water, there was a distinction from this water and fire element geothermal spring. Shunrumo chose to proceed onward. You have discovered Treasure Chest 1, acquiring a bronze quality fine steel axe. You have slain corrupted cockroaches 3. You have discovered a mysterious small secret realm. As Shunrumo arrived at the 70th cave space, his vision suddenly broadened. No longer was he in the dark, narrow confines of the cave. Although the sun and white clouds were absent from the sky, it was a clear, azure expanse, surrounded by flourishing bamboo groves, with what appeared to be several houses ahead. In the distance loomed the towering pillar of heaven. This cave space was utterly unlike the cramped, shadowy ones he had encountered before. A small secret realm? Shunruo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This place had been mentioned in the illustrations of the Myriad Realms caves. Similar to the temporary cave space he had previously encountered, it held both opportunities and dangers, but most importantly, it might be home to the remnants of the Myriad Realms caves. With cautious steps, Shunruo approached the cluster of houses, and the alert beast did not signal any danger. For now, it appeared safe. There were people. He spotted several children playing beside the houses. They resembled humans, yet their skin bore a bronze hue, and the language they spoke was not the common tongue of the Myriad Realms. However, Shunruo understood it. It bore a striking resemblance to a language of an ancient clan from the 100 tribes known as the Gu clan. The Gu clan resembled humanity but ranked higher than them, placing 5th among all tribes. Though they appeared human, their veins coursed not with blood but with a mystical power, their racial gift enabling them to transform into primal beasts. Rarely did they encounter opponents in one-on-one combat. Yet, their reproductive capabilities were weak, resulting in a sparse population. The Gu clan? Shunruo felt a spark of anticipation within. Ah, mother, there are monsters outside. The 3 children, having spotted Shunruo and his oddly shaped pet beast, panicked and fled, crying out for their parents. Their fearful wails quickly stirred the small village into commotion. Shunruo found himself in a perplexing situation. Yet he harbored no intention of frightening them, lest misunderstandings arise. Soon, a gathering of 18 individuals of various ages from the ancient clan assembled before him, each casting wary glances in his direction. The elder of the wild serpent seemed to materialize out of nowhere. In a moment, a path parted within the crowd, and an elderly figure from the ancient clan approached, leaning upon a staff. The elder's skin resembled dark bronze, adorned with terrifying serpent patterns that spiraled towards his brow, encircling a black gemstone embedded there. The elder, known as the Wild Serpent Elder, stood directly before Shunruo. His diminutive stature contrasted by the piercing gaze he directed at him, unperturbed by the presence of Shunruo, who was accompanied by 5 formidable beasts. Shunruo felt unnerved under that intense scrutiny, as if confronted by some primordial beast. The alert creature he had relied upon suddenly succumbed inexplicably, while the remaining 4 beasts trembled in fear, prostrating themselves on the ground. Greetings. I inadvertently arrived here and apologize for the intrusion, Shunruo said, a shiver coursing through him, recognizing the extraordinary nature of the elder before him. His mind swirled with ominous warnings. This was indeed a moment of significance. Yet, that thought was swiftly dismissed as he found himself unable to summon his innate abilities. Human clan leader? The wild serpent elder scrutinized Chunruo with an intensity that suggested he was attempting to see through him. Suddenly, a small, concealed sapling emerged in Chunruo's mind, shimmering with ethereal light, only to recede into obscurity moments later. The wild serpent elder seemed to sense something, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. It appears we have a visitor from afar. Please, follow me. With that, the elder revealed a disconcerting smile, resembling that of a dark serpent, and, with his staff in hand, he led the way deeper into the village. The ancient clan members looked on in astonishment, their curiosity piqued. They had never encountered outsiders, let alone guests. Meanwhile, Chunruo furrowed his brow, puzzled by the elder's intentions. However, having chosen this path, he resolved to observe the unfolding situation. Beside a bronze tree stump, broad as a dozen meters, the elder took a seat at a table adorned with chairs. In the distance loomed towering mountains, shrouded in clouds, exuding an air of sanctity. The last time our ancient god village received guests was 700 years ago, the wild serpent elder remarked, sipping from a cup of unknown tea. At that moment, Chunruo was handed a cup of dark tea as well, sitting stiffly, displaying a demeanor of nervousness. And how old might you be? Chunruo inquired in the ancient clan's tongue, grateful for having passively learned the languages of the myriad clans during his previous encounters. The universal tongue would have proven ineffective here. Over 1,700 years, the wild serpent elder replied nonchalantly. Goodness! Chunruo gasped, astonished. This individual was a veritable relic of antiquity. Human clan leader, from whence do you hail? The elder suddenly inquired. The abyss of the 10,000 realms, came Chunruo's response. The elder of the wild serpent nodded in realization and chuckled. I had forgotten. What is the situation on the battlefield of myriad realms? Has everyone perished? Chunruo, with a wry smile, replied, Senior, I have only just become a lord and am not well versed in the circumstances of the battlefield. However, it appears that the various clans are faring quite well. Indeed, he was unaware of the true state of the battlefield. Yet he could glean some insights from the black market of the myriad realms. The elder of the wild serpent took a sip of black tea, nodding thoughtfully. Lost in contemplation, after a prolonged silence, he spoke again. So, you intend to select your subjects as well? Chunruo hesitated, then replied with a bitter smile. I fear that the seniors may not agree. He wished to do so, but these survivors seemed far from ordinary. Little did he anticipate encountering the people of the ancient clan, specifically, the remnants of the ancient clan. Upon hearing Chunruo's words, the elder of the wild serpent chuckled. Last time, a celestial clan visited us twice, but he met his demise. Chapter 55, The Enigmatic Tea. Acquiring subjects according to the rules. Comprehending the silver skill transformation of the wild god. Chunruo's heart sank. What could this mean? Afraid? The elder of the wild serpent chuckled again. Not at all. Merely curious. Chunruo awkwardly smiled. The elder's expression turned enigmatic. Rest assured, the demise of that fellow had nothing to do with our ancient god village. We are as much in the dark about his death as anyone else. Perhaps he was slain by someone, for he did have a rather troublesome disposition. Slain? At this, Chunruo fell silent, simultaneously feeling a sense of relief. It seemed the other party was merely trying to intimidate him. It is a pity for our two clansmen. The elder of the wild serpent remarked softly. Chunruo nodded silently in agreement. Well, it appears you are quite uninformed. The elder glanced at Chunruo and scoffed. If you wish to take our clansmen, it is not impossible. We shall adhere to the rules. It is quite simple. Do you see the 10 tree rings on the tree stump? For every ring you cross, you may take 2. Upon reaching the center, our entire ancient god village shall acknowledge you as our lord. The elder pointed to a nearby bronze tree stump. Following his gesture, Chunruo beheld the stump, which was a staggering width of over 10 meters. The 10 rings were spaced more than a meter apart. Mysterious tree stump, 6-star civilization landscape. Attribute: 6-star civilization landscape. This truly seemed extraordinary, and Chunruo was inwardly astonished. He then inquired, may I utilize my innate skills? The elder of the wild serpent nodded. Watching as Chunruo set down his untouched tea, he smiled warmly. Is my welcoming tea not to your liking? Not at all. I simply forgot in my moment of tension. Chunruo replied with an apologetic smile, raising the cup to drink it all in one go. After all, this tea appeared akin to dark culinary art. You have consumed the secret brew, permanently increasing health by 200, stamina by 200, and energy by 200. Skill cooldown refreshed. Cough. Chunruo nearly spat the tea out upon reading this notification. Permanently 200 points. His current personal attribute values had all reached 500 points, including a temporary cap of 100. If the 500 temporary attribute points from the attribute restoration fruit had not expired, combined with an additional 100-point cap, then his individual attribute value would have successfully surpassed 1,000. Is this tea truly that extraordinary? Chunruo expressed his disbelief. Such an item is not even found in the universal marketplace. How about my welcoming tea? A splendid brew. Thank you for the tea, esteemed elder. Chunruo expressed his gratitude. Now that the tea has been enjoyed, let us proceed without delay. Elder Huang, she glanced at Chunruo with indifference. Very well. Shinru nodded in agreement. If one could achieve 200 points with a mere sip, wouldn't that be astonishing? Yet it appeared that such an endeavor was futile. Soon after, he was unceremoniously kicked by Elder Huang Shi, landing abruptly at the edge of the bronze tree stump. Rubbing his rear, Shinru stood upon the bark of the stump, puzzled. I feel nothing at all. He cautiously lifted his foot, only to discover he could not step down. This is peculiar. Shinru frowned inwardly. Indeed, a 6-star civilization landscape should not be underestimated. Meanwhile, Elder Huang Shi wore an enigmatic smile, while the villagers gathered around, eagerly watching the spectacle. Move. Shinru instantly activated his innate skill, the word of control, to move. In a heartbeat, he found himself above the center of the bronze tree stump, stepping down. He made contact, but not entirely. Bang. In the next instant, he was met with a tremendous backlash of force, sending him flying. Move. Hiss. Shinru rubbed his shoulder. The impact felt akin to an electric shock, leaving him tingling all over. So close. Elder Huang Shi chuckled, offering a reminder. Shinru activated his innate skill once more, attempting to land firmly at the center of the bronze tree stump. However, he was launched away again, this time even farther. This is absurd. Shinru, undeterred, employed the Arhut fist, doubling his defense, and attempted to teleport for the third time. Failure. For the fourth attempt, Shinru took a step back, trying to approach the edge, utilizing every skill and equipment at his disposal. Still, he failed. A task that seemed simple transformed into an unfathomable enigma here. How on earth can I successfully step down? Shinru furrowed his brow, this time choosing to calm himself and ponder. Hey, you cannot simply walk up to the sacred tree. One must consider. Suddenly, a gap-toothed child from the ancient clan shouted this reminder. However, as soon as the little brat finished speaking, his mother seized him, yanked down his pants, and began to spank him. The child, having revealed the method, cried out in distress. Consider? What should I consider? How should I think? Shinru's mind raced with thoughts. Could it be meditation? Enlightenment? His gaze swept over the bronze tree stump before him, observing the concentric rings of the ancient tree. Then he looked at the crowd gathered below. What connection might there be? The sacred tree? The ancient god village? The ancient clan? The primordial ferocious beasts? Shinru decided to sit cross-legged upon the bark, contemplating the endless scars of time etched into the tree rings before him. The tree stump is evidently not an ordinary one. Its texture exhibits a rich bronze hue, resembling a stump forged from bronze, with an extraordinarily smooth surface. Given its girth, one can only imagine the towering stature of the tree it once belonged to. The 6-star civilization landscape appears unremarkable at first glance, yet it boasts such a high rating. As I pondered this, time slipped away unnoticed. Simultaneously, the image of a small white sapling resurfaced in my mind, gradually emanating a radiant glow as it slowly ascended. A peculiar force began to flow gently from the stump into my being. Subsequently, a small, ancient bronze flower blossomed on the sapling's branches, only to wither and give way to a bronze fruit, upon which an odd shape began to emerge. Initially, I was oblivious to these changes. It wasn't until the reminder from the multiverse civilization jolted me from my reverie that I expressed my astonishment. What transformation? At that moment, a 100-fold reward was triggered. The options for the 100-fold reward were the 4 spirits transformation of the ancient god, tier 3, quality, silver. The beast transformation of the ancient god, tier 3, quality, silver. Could these truly be skill sets? I found myself bewildered. I had been contemplating how to step upon the first ring of the bronze tree stump, only to unexpectedly comprehend a skill instead. Could it be linked to the sapling? I noticed that the sapling in my mind seemed to have grown a bit taller, adorned with my innate abilities fruit alongside a peculiar bronze fruit bearing the label Ancient God Transformation. What exactly is the origin of this sapling? How did it achieve this? It reminded me of the peculiar farmhouse I had visited earlier, leaving me perplexed. The 4 spirits? The 100 beasts? They resemble the innate skills of ancient clans, don't they? Chapter 56. The potent 4 spirits of the Ancient God Transformation. Are the 4 spirits the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise? Or something else? As for the 100 beasts, after some contemplation, I chose the first skill, the 4 spirits transformation, as it seemed more prestigious. Congratulations. You have mastered the silver skill, 4 spirits of the Ancient God Transformation, tier 3. In an instant, a mysterious aura enveloped me. Suddenly, the elder of the wild serpent beneath the stump sensed something amiss, casting a questioning glance in my direction, though he seemed to discern nothing. Skill, 4 spirits of the Ancient God Transformation, tier 3. Level, silver, upgradable, proficiency, 0-100. Consumption, 200 stamina, 200 energy, can be activated for 3 minutes. With flexible usage time. Cooldown duration, 2 days. Dragon Spirit Transformation, tier 3. Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, Dragon Scale transforms into a Dragon Man. Attack power, 5. Defense power, 2. Additional effect, Dragon's Might. Phoenix Transformation, triple. Phoenix Eye, Phoenix Feather, Phoenix Crown transforms into a Phoenix Envoy. Movement speed 5. Attack power 2. Additional effect, Hallucination. Turtle transformation, triple, turtle shell, turtle claw, turtle beak transforms into a turtle man. Defense 8, health 2, movement speed reduced by 50. Additional effect, rock solid. Cheelin transformation, triple, Cheelin arm, Cheelin horn, Cheelin armor transforms into a Cheelin envoy, health 5, recovery rate 2. Additional effect, luck. Note, the 4 spirit transformations cannot be stacked. Astonished, Shinruo's expression sharpened, his heart racing. Truly divine skills. Staring at the extensive skill descriptions, Shinruo was utterly dumbfounded. This is the embodiment of true power. However, the cooldown period is quite lengthy, 2 days. He lamented silently. With only 3 minutes of activation and a cooldown of 2 days, it seemed somewhat impractical. After the initial surprise, Shinruo composed himself. Such formidable skills, where could they possibly originate? He furrowed his brow in contemplation. It was evident that the mysterious sapling in his mind had not birthed these abilities. Previously, he had comprehended the bronze divine art, the true words of the Emperor, within the Hall of the Emperor. Thus, it was clear that the source of these skills lay within the Hall of the Emperor. Might this time stem from the bronze tree stump of the 6-star civilization? The sacred tree at the entrance of the ancient god village? There must be an undeniable connection. Shinruo rose to his feet, attempting once more to step upon the edge of the tree rings. Yet, he was still thwarted, unable to penetrate their barrier. Hey, just give it up. Someone mocked, advising Shinruo. Indeed, you lack our ancient transformation, you won't get past. Another child chimed in, grinning with mischief. Consequently, that very child was swiftly reprimanded by his mother, receiving a stern spanking. Why are you hitting me, Mom? He wailed. Meanwhile, Shinruo raised an eyebrow, inwardly acknowledging, so it is. Ancient transformation? Wilderness god transformation? It appears there are indeed connections at play here. Regardless, why dwell on it? Only experimentation will reveal the truth. Huh, Shinruo proclaimed, taking a decisive step. The newly acquired wilderness god transformation activated instantaneously. Dragon spirit transformation. Instantly, a layer of golden dragon scales enveloped his form. His hands were clad in sharp dragon claw gauntlets, and from his back materialized an extraordinary dragon tail, measuring 2 to 3 meters in length. It exuded an aura of both sanctity and wildness. What? The onlookers, including Elder Huangshi, were taken aback, their expressions frozen in disbelief, their hearts tumultuous with astonishment. How could he possess our wilderness transformation? Elder Huangshi furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Shinruo with uncertainty. Muttering, this does not seem like wilderness transformation. At the same time, Shinruo glanced down at his own condition, similarly astonished, as he slowly remarked, incredible. He clenched his claws, noting an attack power of 5 and defense of 2, an unprecedented strength. An inexplicable swell of confidence filled him, as he felt capable of overpowering everyone present. He successfully took his first step, the first circle of tree rings, the second circle. The audience gasped in astonishment. How did he achieve this? What realm has awakened within him? Even I could sense an instinctive fear. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Shinruo had already successfully entered the 3rd layer of tree rings. Elder Huangshi was also somewhat incredulous. How could he grasp the 3rd level of the primordial transformation in such a short time? Stepping into the 3rd tree ring signifies that the individual has comprehended the 3rd level of the primordial transformation. If he had never studied this talent, it is evident how terrifying this human leader's innate gifts are. Just as Shinruo prepared to advance to the 4th circle of tree rings, he encountered a situation akin to his previous experience. He could not proceed, experiencing a slight rebound. Fengling transformation. Shinruo silently exclaimed. His exterior underwent another transformation. The dragon claws and scales swiftly faded away, vibrant feathers adorned his form, and atop his head rested a crown emblazoned with colorful phoenix patterns. A tricolored phoenix seal appeared on his forehead, and his eyes morphed into mesmerizing double pupils. He appeared somewhat otherworldly and strikingly beautiful, akin to the Phoenix King descending from the Phoenix clan. The audience, including Elder Huangshi, was once again taken aback. Dual systems? How did he accomplish that? However, Shinruo did not truly step into the 4th circle of the tree rings. He fell short by a mere fraction and was rebuffed once more. Meanwhile, Shinruo's primordial transformation had entered its cooldown phase. The illusion of the 4 spirits had dissipated. He felt a tinge of regret for not stepping into the 4th circle. Nevertheless, he speculated that the preceding circles likely corresponded to the skill levels. Human Lord, how did you manage this? Elder Huangshi fixed his gaze on Shinruo, as if attempting to see through him. It seemed he had underestimated him. This was also thanks to the prompt from that young lad. Shinruo glanced at one of the children and smiled, saying, as for how I did it, naturally, he would not disclose that. Elder Huangshi seemed to recall something, casting a sidelong glance at Shinruo, and remarked nonchalantly, a reminder from our clansmen should not lead you to directly grasp the primordial transformation, should it? Upon hearing this, Shinruo was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. The villagers of ancient god village, young and old, were left in stunned silence, collectively astonished. The primordial transformation? This is legendary. Yet, Elder Huangshi grinned, interrupting the astonishment of all present, and said, "Very well. According to the rules, you may take 6 individuals from our village." Upon hearing that they could leave, before Chinruo could respond, the villagers' shocked expressions suddenly brightened, each displaying flickering emotions. "Ahem, great human lord. What do you think of me?" One robust figure flexed his muscles. Who could refuse an honest, simple, yet powerful ancient clansman? Someone tousled their hair, exuding confidence. Uncle, big brother, how about me? Don't be deceived by my size. I have the most potential in the village." "Humph, crybaby. Big brother, don't believe him. Look at me. I'm better than him. Hitting him feels just like my mother hitting me. He screams just the same." Witnessing this scene, Chinruo also felt a pang of astonishment. Previously, these individuals exhibited an air of aloofness, but now their fervor nearly melted one's heart. In Chapter 57, the new inhabitants of the ancient clan, a return. Elder Huangshi ultimately had to intervene to quell the uproar. The selection of the new inhabitants was made, comprising 5 children from the ancient god village and a middle-aged man. The remaining individuals chose to stay in the ancient god village. As for why they did not all follow Chinruo, they must have their own customs for remaining behind, or perhaps there were unspeakable restrictions. Chinruo discovered the passage leading to the next level of the cavernous space, located at the foot of the towering mountain behind them. However, even if they found the passage, without a cavern entry ticket, they could not enter the other subterranean spaces. In short, the passage was there. Yet they were unable to depart from this place. Nevertheless, upon becoming inhabitants, they would be entitled to a return teleportation to the myriad realms, akin to that of the Lord. "Senior, we shall meet again," Chinruo remarked with a smile. The passage to this small secret realm had been established, the space fixed, ensuring they would not lose their way back. Otherwise, how could that celestial being have returned to this place a second time? When the time comes, it is to be anticipated that the teleportation via the cavern entry ticket will suffice, albeit for him alone. "I hope you are still alive by then," Elder Huangshi chuckled, gripping his staff. "I thank you for your well wishes," Chinruo replied, nodding in acknowledgement. In a flash, the 5 somewhat unruly children of the ancient clan scampered outside, gazing up at the world beyond. "Wow, what is that glaring luminous object above? It feels so vast here. Oh, are those silver creatures in the sky birds? They're enormous. Can we eat them?" The children exclaimed in wonder, as if they had never seen the world before. Beside them, the middle-aged man, Huang Masan, wore a stern expression and promptly admonished them. The 5 children instantly straightened their posture, scurrying to follow Chinruo. "They are quite mischievous. I apologize for their behavior." "My lord," Huang Masan said with regret. "Haha, it's quite all right," Chinruo replied with a smile, subsequently explaining the conditions of his territory as they descended the mountain. Despite their playful demeanor, these children had already attained the low tier of bronze in strength. Once they utilized their racial talents, they could likely reach the mid-tier of bronze. Moreover, this middle-aged man, Huang Masan, was a silver-tier expert, serving as a teacher to those children, rich in combat experience. Yet, this did not diminish Huang Masan's potential role. He would serve as a mentor, guiding the inhabitants of the territory and enhancing their combat prowess. Utilizing his authority as lord, Chinruo notified all within the territory. Simultaneously, his gaze swept across the surroundings of the forested valley. Most of the trees had been felled, leaving the area sparse and no longer dense and ominous. He noted the stack of ordinary timber beside the houses, along with various small to medium-sized wild animals enclosed within pens. "Well done," Chinruo thought to himself, as the cry of an eagle echoed in the distance. Subsequently, the subjects gathered together, old and new alike, sizing each other up. From this moment forth, we welcome 6 new members: Huang Masan, Gu Xiaoshou, Gu Tianyu, Huang Xianxi, Huang Yulang, and Gu Ke Quebec. Applause erupted as a gesture of welcome, while the werewolves howled in approval. It was announced that all of you would be guided by Huang Masan, who would serve as your tactical instructor, your teacher. Should anyone contest this arrangement, they may challenge him for the position. Here, strength reigns supreme. Those endowed with power shall be rewarded with abundant resources. After presiding over the meeting for a while, I allowed them to engage in free conversation. As for whether conflicts would arise, or other matters, I chose not to intervene, provided no lives were lost. You have slain a wild boar, acquiring 200 pounds of boar meat, for boar hooves, and 1 boar head. Subsequently, I, Chinruo, effortlessly seized a black wild boar weighing over 200 pounds from the pen. With a strength of 400, I was able to dispatch an unremarkable wild boar without the use of skills or weapons in an instant. I was no longer the feeble individual who exhausted half of his stamina merely by chopping a few logs. Thus, I decided against unlocking the free mode for now. The effects of the silver attribute restoration fruit I had consumed earlier were still in effect, allowing me to engage in activities of silver grade and below without exhausting stamina or energy. 100-fold reward was triggered: 120,000 pounds of wild boar meat. For 100 hooves, without quality. 2,000 pounds of non-gamey wild boar meat. 40 non-gamey wild boar hooves, quality, bronze, ordinary. 3 200 pounds of good breed wild boar meat, quality, bronze, good breed. Considering that there were nearly 30 subjects in the territory, along with the need to nurture the falcons, I opted for the second choice. The black wild boar fell to the ground, instantly transforming into thick, non-gamey cuts of meat and other parts, amounting to a small mountain of 2,000 pounds of pork. I stored 500 pounds of the meat and other parts in my personal warehouse and then informed the subjects, there is meat over there. Take the opportunity to cook it. Additionally, set aside a portion for feeding the falcons. With a wave of my hand, I purchased 30 new pots from the Universal Marketplace, all of which were bronze-grade fine cooking pots, thanks to the 100-fold reward. Thank you, my lord. The subjects expressed their gratitude. I paid them no further mind and proceeded to the bloodthorn wall, discarding inedible items from my warehouse, including wolf meat, venomous snake meat, and the spoils from the dungeon, into the bloodthorn wall. After clearing out the debris from my personal storage, I glanced at the data of the bloodthorn wall and then surveyed the toxic swamp outside. The toxic swamp could also be upgraded. However, its enhancement required the consumption of poisonous items or water elemental materials to become even more toxic and adhesive. Lacking such materials for the time being, I chose to set them aside for now. Once again, my expedition into the dungeon had yielded bountiful rewards. After reviewing the techniques, I acquired a bronze skill. The Arhut Fist, the geothermal spring of water and fire elements, and the soul pet, the starry dragon, along with a silver skill, the transformation of the four spirits, and 6 ancient clan cave dwellers. The bounty was substantial, yet the perils encountered nearly cost me my life, particularly in the face of the terrifying abyssal demon general. Nevertheless, the losses were minimal, with only 2 warning beasts perishing and the hand of the giant scythe, Flash Mantis, breaking. I resorted to using a silver-grade perfect attribute restoration fruit. Chapter 58, Special Building 1. Is there a task template unlocked upon signing in? The wood elf, yeah, was curiously observing Chunrumo beside her. She sensed a suddenly more intimidating, elvish aura emanating from him. However, seeing no malice in his demeanor, combined with their established contract, the wood elfia grew bolder and approached him. Giant, what are you searching for? She noticed Chunrumo's gaze wandering around, seemingly in search of something, intending to place an object. Chunrumo smiled. Suddenly, his gaze fixed upon the elven treehouse. He intended to position the geothermal spring of water and fire elements beside the elven sapling. He had not forgotten the necessity of watering the elven tree. Yet upon witnessing the little elf secretly watering it, he felt no concern. Placing it next to the elven tree would allow it to absorb the moisture directly. However, he pondered aloud to the little elf. Will your wood elves or the elven tree encounter any issues absorbing the water containing fire elements? The elemental water of fire? No problem, just a bit spicy, she replied. Chunrumo raised an eyebrow. Spicy? Fire elements signify spiciness? Quite intriguing. I am setting up a special building that can emanate both water and fire elemental springs, Chunrumo stated, addressing the hovering elfia beside the elven tree. Oh. She widened her eyes in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Chunrumo retrieved a miniature version of the geothermal spring of water and fire elements, positioned it appropriately, and confirmed its placement. Soon after, a notification from the myriad civilizations appeared. Special Building 1 in the territory. Civilization points, 20. Simultaneously, a 100-fold reward was triggered. However, only civilization points, 2,000, were accrued. Chunrumo paid little heed to the quantity of civilization points, engrossed in the peculiar geothermal spring before him. A small pond measuring 5 or 6 square meters, yet the water within was remarkable. One side contained a light blue spring, while the other held a light red spring. The 2 colors distinctly separated despite flowing together. It was quite magical. As Chunrumo marveled, a green figure suddenly plunged into the light blue spring with a splash. Wow, water element, gurgled the figure. Chunrumo, exasperated, remarked, Hey, come out. I was preparing a little bath for you. How bold. Now unafraid of him. Daring to use the geothermal spring as a bathing pool? Would the water still be drinkable? My apologies. The wood elf exclaimed, recalling something as she flew out from the elemental pool, offering an awkward smile. The wood elf, yeah, exclaimed, I can hardly contain myself. What can I say? My utmost delight lies in the element of water. Furthermore, the absence of the life forest and the thinness of the elemental essence here only intensified her longing for the familiar sense of home. In a moment of distraction, she even forgot that a reservoir of another elemental spring was nearby, including the fact that she had been secretly bathing within it. Subsequently, Chunrumo expended some cultural points to relocate and create a small pool beside her, directing its water flow towards the elf tree. This small pool shall serve as your bathing area. If you wish to soak, that is the place to go, understood? Chunrumo gestured towards the newly established pool. Oh, okay. Yia eagerly nodded, her eyes sparkling with delight. With a nod of approval, Chunrumo chose to continue the modifications, establishing pipelines to divert water flow and connect it to the reservoir. The water intake pipe, previously drawing from the mountain, was transformed into an outflow pipe leading down, providing the residents with high-quality water. After completing these tasks, Shinrumo glanced at the eager Yia, who had already immersed herself in the exclusive hot spring pool, seemingly unconcerned with the presence of a male figure as she began to bathe. Giant, the spring water you brought is truly remarkable. Shinrumo chuckled and shook his head, pondering whether this could be considered a peculiar variation of a hot pot for elves. Of course, he harbored no such thoughts regarding this little sprite. The physiological structure of the elven race, aside from their diminutive stature, did not possess any openings. Contemplating such matters felt trivial, akin to pondering over candy. This meat field is quite well tended, he remarked as he turned away, patrolling the 3 plots of meat fields. The dual-type meat field he had planted earlier would yield its first harvest in a couple of days. It seemed that assigning the wood elves to manage the cultivation of meat fields was indeed a commendable choice. Regrettably, there were no elven tree houses available. Shinrumo silently lamented. He had attempted to purchase wooden houses, hoping to earn the reward of elven tree houses or even recruit another wood elf. Alas, such rewards had not reappeared. If he needed another wood elf, he would likely have to venture to the black market of the myriad realms. However, he was not inclined to do so just yet. Returning to his residence, Shinrumo stood on the second-floor balcony, surveying half of his territory. After toiling in the depths of the myriad realms for such an extended period, it was only now 3 in the afternoon. The population in his territory remained alarmingly sparse. He mused to himself about the territory he envisioned, a complete circle capable of developing into a self-sustaining entity, fostering a robust social order. Otherwise, with so few inhabitants, what could truly be called a territory? It seemed he would have to resort to the black market to acquire funds for purchasing slaves to bolster his numbers. He lacked no resources, thus the basic needs of his residents posed no concern. Unlike other novice lords, such as the Bronze Lords, who struggled in dire circumstances, barely scraping by, Shinrumo was truly living the life of a lord. What of Nai-Tang, he wondered. Earlier in the afternoon, she had sent a message, indicating she had found the shield of the territory and successfully passed through. Her shield was unlike his. It encircled the water's edge of the island in her territory's lake, functioning similarly to the legendary weak water described in ancient lore, which could not support even a feather's weight. The general direction may be correct, yet the actual results fall considerably short. Nai-Tang, how are you faring? Shinru sent me a message. Quite well. I have now located the shield of territory and also purchased a fine wooden cabin. I am currently exploring the surroundings, and it appears there is no imminent danger. I shall see if there are any treasures to be found. As long as everyone is safe, that is what matters. Please exercise caution. Do not hesitate to use the protective talismans I provided you in the event of danger. Should you require anything, feel free to procure it from the Multiverse Mall. Shinru sent another message to Jiang Tang. All right, you focus on earning a living, while I shall indulge in extravagance. Upon reading this, he couldn't help but chuckle softly, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. Her demeanor had not shattered. Shinru was worried that such circumstances might lead her into depression or other troubles, especially since Uncle Xiong and the others had yet to be found. I wonder if there is any news from the black market, Shinru pondered. Perhaps I shall check later. After contemplating on the balcony for a while, he recalled the chat group in his region. He opened the regional chat group to take a look. Shinru raised an eyebrow. So many fewer people? After perusing their chat history, he exclaimed in surprise. Is it true that checking in today can unlock a task template? Chapter 59. Check-in. Earn millions of civilization points. From their chat records, he learned that this task template is a small benefit bestowed by the multiverse civilization upon the lords. It is also referred to as the territory task template. It contains daily tasks, and by fulfilling the requirements, one can earn 110 civilization points. For these novice players, this is an invaluable small benefit. He proceeded to check in. The heavens reward diligence. Check-in successful. On the 4th day of check-in, the Lord Development Task Template has been unlocked. Today's check-in did not trigger the 100-fold reward. Shinru reviewed the task template, Territory Daily and Territory Development. He clicked on the daily tasks. There were 5 random daily tasks. 1. Chop down 10 units of timber. Reward, 1 civilization point. 2. Catch 1 fish. Reward, 3 civilization points. 3. Gather 1 edible fruit. Reward, 3 civilization points. 4. Manufacture once. Reward, 2 points. 5. Patrol the territory once. Reward, 1 point. After reviewing the daily tasks, they indeed resembled what others had described in the group. However, the rewards of 1 or 2 civilization points did not impress Shinru. With such idle time, it would be better to open for business at the bronze black market. Shinru then examined another template, Territory Development, which is akin to the main storyline tasks, and he discovered several tasks he had already completed. 1. Reach a territory area of 1 billion square meters to 1,000 square meters. Reward, 10 civilization points. 2. Construct special buildings in the territory, 91. Reward, 10 civilization points. 3. Have subjects under your command, 3010. Reward, 100 civilization points. Oh, Shinru raised an eyebrow. He claimed the rewards directly. Success. Territory area achievement reached 6 times, earning civilization points. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. His territory spans an impressive 100 square kilometers, equivalent to 100 million square meters. The 1,000 reward grants 10 points, while the 10,000 yields 100 points. Thus, merely from the territory development tasks related to area, he has accrued points 6 times, resulting in a staggering total of 31,110 civilization points. Regrettably, once a certain area is achieved, the rewards become fixed. Chun, with a hint of disappointment, mused about the astronomical rewards had he multiplied his accomplishments tenfold. Unbeknownst to him, his territory had long surpassed the standards set for high-ranking lords. Typically, the area for novice lords is 1,000, while bronze lords possess 10,000, and silver lords command 100,000. Therefore, the maximum reward cap for civilization points is set at 10,000, a measure to prevent lords from excessively exploiting the system. Chun continued to claim his rewards. Success. Special building achievement reached 9 times, earning civilization points. 10, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 8,000. His total points now amounted to 30,610. The multiplier for the second reward took a sudden turn. The reason he possessed 9 special buildings, such as the Bloodthorn Wall, Meat Field, and Nest, was due to his acquisitions from the Black Market and the Myriad Realms Caverns. The initial reward of 10 points for the special buildings likely accounted for the Thorn Wall, as most lords possessed the Territory Shield. With Chin's explosive territorial growth, his index had significantly exceeded normal standards, akin to claiming future rewards ahead of schedule. It appeared rather extravagant. He pressed on to claim the one-time task rewards. Yet for the population milestone, he only garnered 300 civilization points. After receiving several other minor rewards and completing all the eligible task claims, Chun conducted a thorough tally and discovered he had amassed a total of 69,420 civilization points. In an instant, he felt as if he had struck gold. No, he realized he had miscalculated. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Concurrently, the 100-fold reward system activated. The 100-fold reward. 1. 69,420 civilization points x 100. Upon witnessing this monumental 100-fold reward, Chin's heart skipped a beat. From tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. Congratulations. You have received 6,942,000 civilization points. 694,000. Chin stared in astonishment at the balance displayed on his Lord identity card, swallowing hard. The magnitude of the 100-fold reward was indeed terrifying. 60,000 transformed into 6 million. How could others possibly compete? Chin envisioned a multitude of ginger candies, countless subjects, and resources beckoning to him. Coupled with the remaining 100,000 civilization points at his disposal, he now held a staggering total of 7 million. It was evident that his territory was poised for a meteoric rise. The 100-fold reward seems excessively generous, Chin Rumao murmured. A smile then graced his lips. However, I rather enjoy it. After claiming the reward, Chun Rumao felt an exhilarating sense of joy, akin to winning a 10 million lottery, instantly catapulting him into wealth. Senior, may I inquire how many civilization points you currently possess? Chun Rumao pondered for a moment and sent a private message to his friend, Baihu Qianshan, seeking a comparison. The latter was an epic-tier denizen. Surely this esteemed figure had amassed a considerable fortune, hadn't he? No, merely out of curiosity. Chun Rumao's lips curled into a humble smile as he asked. It might be disheartening for you to hear. Not at all. Please, senior, do share boldly. I wish to gaze upon the prowess of a high-level player. Let me put it this way. I currently have 730,000 civilization points. Upon hearing this, Chun Rumao raised an eyebrow. An epic-tier powerhouse has only 700,000? Is that all? He mused inwardly, feeling a swell of pride. How could one accumulate such a vast number of civilization points? 700,000 points, without the 100-fold reward, would likely take a lifetime to amass. The sources of points differ from yours. A portion is granted by the Lord, while the majority is obtained from the multiverse battlefield and the abyss. He then inquired how Baihu Qianshan earned points in the multiverse battlefield and the abyss, but the latter remained reticent. Merely stating, Chapter 60, the grand opening of the first store in the multiverse black market. Chun Rumao shook his head with a smile. Very well then. He subsequently concluded his conversation with Baihu Qianshan. The sun was nearing its descent, adjusting the protective range of the multiverse. He could restore the original barrier at any given moment. The purpose of this contraction was to allow the Bloodthorn Wall and the Venomous Marsh to hunt dark creatures for growth. Even if these two were breached, the overarching multiverse protection would remain. Maintaining a protective range of 100 square kilometers was undeniably safe in the long run. Yet his territorial shield would inevitably deteriorate over time. Relocating the Bloodthorn Wall and the Venomous Marsh to the island's edge was currently unfeasible due to the short perimeter. Tonight, I shall leave a passage on the eastern Bloodthorn Wall, Chun Rumao slowly declared, his voice resonating throughout the territory. All denizens and creatures paused to listen intently. As night fell, dark creatures would surely emerge. They posed a certain level of danger. However, Those wishing to hone their skills could silently request individual protection from the territorial barrier, rendering them immune to the perils of the night. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed various expressions and engaged in spirited discussions. Having given out all necessary instructions, Chen Rumao felt satisfied that there was little else to attend to in his territory. He then activated the bronze black market, 1 day, permit. Before long, he arrived at the 818th bronze black market. Chen Rumao donned a concealed mask, obscuring his identity, and entered the market. Jiang Chen's store. A day had passed, and many still lingered around his shop. However, compared to the previous night, the number of onlookers had diminished by a tenth. Unbeknownst to many, the Bronze Lord, who had arrived from myriad realms last night, nearly caused an explosion at the number 818 bronze black market. Uncle Xiong and the others had yet to arrive. Shen Ruo perused the records of the shop's gatekeeper puppet, sighing silently to himself. Subsequently, before the gathered crowd, he strode directly into the Jiang Chen store. Someone has entered? Could he be the proprietor of the establishment? Shen Ruo? Soon, his actions captured the attention of the onlookers. Meanwhile, Shen Ruo intended to invest further in enhancing the internal space of his shop. With a wealth of civilization points exceeding 1 million, the modest 20 square meter shop seemed insufficient. Without delay, he expended 50,000 civilization points to upgrade the establishment. Instantly, the exterior structure of Jiang Chen's store transformed into a 5-story edifice, appearing significantly larger. However, the interior environment had undergone a radical metamorphosis. Each floor now boasted an area of 200 square meters, adorned with various storage racks and intricate rune formations. These formations included surveillance, protection for the store, and mechanisms for dust removal and fragrance enhancement. The lower 4 floors were designated for various goods, the first for assorted materials, the second for weapons, the third for pet eggs, and the fourth for potions. The topmost 5th floor served as his private space. It appeared that the individual who had just entered was indeed the proprietor of Jiang Chen's store, Chen Ruo. Such a renovation hinted at significant resources. Seasoned bronze lords, frequent patrons of the black market, gazed in astonishment at the sudden elevation of the store to 5 stories. On another front, Chen Ruo Wholesale procured a plethora of goods from the Myriad Realms marketplace, benefiting from the 100-fold rewards of a divine system. A batch of impeccably crafted, high-end bronze items was freshly produced and automatically stocked on the relative shelves of Jiang Chen's store, priced at a generous 50% discount compared to the market. After some contemplation, Chen Ruo set the prices and then surveyed the dazzling array of merchandise. While the 50% pricing was indeed attractive, competitors in the black market typically charged between 79% of the original price from the Myriad Realms marketplace. To swiftly capture the existing market landscape, a unique and striking strategy was imperative to attract a greater clientele. The marketplace resembled a battlefield, and Chen Ruo possessed considerable experience in this realm. He aimed to act swiftly and decisively, undercutting rivals with the lowest possible prices, overwhelming them in an instant. Though goods were sold at half price, his profit margins remained an impressive 10 to 20 times. Yet, it seemed something was amiss within the store. After a thorough inspection, Chen Ruo expressed mild dissatisfaction. A moment of contemplation brought forth an epiphany, an eye-catching signboard. Without a significant draw, he felt his offerings lacked. The 50% discount was indeed a powerful incentive, yet something innovative was required to stand out. Perhaps the bronze piece tokens would serve this purpose? Chen Ruo mused, as he held 100 bronze piece tokens, valid for 7 days. Such a surplus was more than he could utilize. Even if he gifted a few to Jiang Tang, he still had plenty left. What if he implemented a unique version of a 1 yuan flash sale hunger marketing strategy from another realm? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a mysterious smile gradually emerged upon his face. In the realm of commerce, one must possess a captivating gimmick. A store worth hundreds of thousands is opened with the intention of not merely making a profit, but rather for the sheer enjoyment of the endeavor. With this thought in mind, I, Chen Ru, retrieved 3 bronze non-combat tokens from my personal storage and displayed them prominently in the lobby on the 1st floor. Engraved upon them was a bold inscription, Daily Flash Sale, 3 bronze non-combat tokens. The condition for participation in the flash sale was simple. Any purchase of 20 points of civilization credits would grant access to the buying frenzy. Simultaneously, another announcement appeared near the entrance, bearing a new bold declaration, Daily Luck, 1 bronze non-combat token. The criteria for the lottery were equally straightforward. A payment of 1 civilization credit would allow entry into the lucky draw, with higher civilization credits increasing the chances of winning. The lottery would commence once the participant pool reached 200 individuals, with a limit of 3 draws per day. The bronze non-combat tokens were available for a duration of 7 days. I clapped my hands, feeling quite pleased with my arrangements. Everything was set. The store was ready for business. However, I pondered whether I should recruit a couple of attendants. After some contemplation, I decided to postpone that decision. The shop as self-management was impressively intelligent, akin to an unmanned supermarket, allowing customers to pay directly for their chosen items. Even in my absence, the operation could continue seamlessly. Moreover, having already paid for protection from the Wanja black market, I was not concerned about any potential disturbances. Milk candy, I am ready to open. Would you like to come over? I sent a private message to Jiang Tang. Shortly thereafter, I utilized a bronze trumpet in the world chat group to broadcast a tenfold announcement to the bronze lords across the myriad realms. The 818th bronze black market Jiangchen store is about to open. Grand promotional event. Weapons, pets, potions, and all items at perfect bronze quality. Official prices here are slashed to half. This tenfold broadcast cost me 20,000 civilization credits. But I still possessed over 50 bronze trumpets from the Wanjia, making further announcements effortless. Money was plentiful, and this venture incurred no expenses. Is this Chunru truly so audacious? Is it real that he is offering items at half price? Which human faction is this from? Such advertising is audacious. As the bronze lords engaged in speculation, I closed the barrier of the store and opened the doors wide to welcome customers. Today marks the grand opening. Chapter 61. A thriving inauguration. Upon witnessing the opening of the Jiangchen store, a throng of individuals exchanged glances before congregating eagerly. They were intrigued to discover who this Chunru was, daring to be so ostentatious, and whether the claims of perfect bronze items at half price held any truth. If the entire store was indeed half-priced, it would be an extraordinary boon, an unexpected windfall. When had our human race ever encountered such a wealthy patron? Who could say? Groups of human lords entered together, as did various alien lords, whether independent bronze lords or subordinate ones, all seeking to assess the situation. The crowd was visibly awestruck. What a marvel! The interior space is so vast, it must have cost a fortune. Wait, are there really this many items for sale? As they beheld a floor adorned with a dazzling array of materials, ranging from subpar bronze to exquisite perfection, they gasped in unison. It seemed that the items offered by the universal marketplace were indeed available here. Was this yet another treasure trove in the black market? No. Perhaps it could be termed a people-friendly version of such a place. Upon glancing at the prices, they were genuinely astonished. For instance, an item priced at 1,000 civilization points in the universal marketplace was being sold here for merely 500. How could the proprietor of this shop not fear bankruptcy? A thought crossed their minds. With prices so low, wouldn't other merchants simply come here to stock up? Yet, Shinruo had his strategies to counteract scalpers. Hey, look over here at the special benefits section. Someone exclaimed. Daily luck? What is this? No way. A lottery for a truce token. Is the shopkeeper really that generous? A lord exclaimed in frustration, wishing to snatch the prizes from the lottery. Those who had experienced the trials of lordship understood the rarity of such tokens. They were akin to little artifacts for turning the tide in battle. Come quickly. There are bronze truce tokens for sale here. You can seize them with your purchases. Today, there are 3 opportunities to snatch them up. Suddenly, there was a rush as a throng of people surged forward, the space quickly becoming overcrowded. The one who had called out regretted his words. Had he known, he would have kept silent and reaped his fortune quietly. Spending just 20 points allowed one to participate in the snatching. Upon reading this, the crowd turned their attention to the other merchandise in the shop, eagerly making purchases. In no time, the lords were calling upon their friends, rallying support to help secure their coveted items. The newly opened Jiangchen store was bustling with activity. Wait, where's the shopkeeper Chunruo? We entered first, but haven't seen him in the shop. As the crowd swelled, it became increasingly difficult to discern who Chunruo was among the masked lords. Unbeknownst to them, Chunruo was observing the situation from the 5th floor through a surveillance eye. There are quite a number of customers, he mused, stroking his chin in wonder. Beside him was a screen displaying continuously rising figures. 230 items sold, with revenue amounting to 109,270. Having just opened, the revenue had already surpassed 100,000, with an average spending of 450 per customer. Subtracting negligible costs, his profit reached an impressive 10,000. From the surveillance, Shinruo noted that the reason for the swift purchases was that many customers were buying multiple items, as if fearing sudden price increases or stock shortages. After enduring the exploitation of the universal marketplace and the unscrupulousness of black market shops, they had finally discovered a store where they could seize advantageous deals. Thus, those seasoned lords began to frenzy over the goods. Some even nearly came to blows over the same item, only to quickly realize, oh, the item sold out? Let us purchase more. It has been restocked? It seems as though the store possesses an inexhaustible supply. With each purchase, the limit imposed on the number of items was reached, and prices surged by 20%. Some clever individuals attempted to acquire 10 bronze-grade weapons, each valued at 40 civilization points, with the intent to resell them for profit. However, upon purchasing 5, when they were about to acquire the 6th, they discovered the price had increased. For others, a single item still cost 40 civilization points, while they found themselves needing 45. The prices continued to climb. The 7th weapon's price rose by 30%, and the 8th surged by 50. It appeared that the more one bought, the higher the price escalated, surpassing the original prices in the universal marketplace. Meanwhile, Shunrumo observed the purchasing frequency of customers on the sales leaderboard, all under his vigilant scrutiny. Faced with the big data algorithm that favored seasoned buyers, Did they still wish to engage in scalping? Chun Rumo chuckled softly. The prices of his merchandise were fundamentally set to exploit this very familiarity. Naturally, such markups would refresh weekly. If a sudden influx of purchases occurred, restrictive measures would be imposed, and those buyers would find themselves on a watch list. Chun Rumo had the ability to blacklist them and refuse transactions. His motives were clear: to prevent scalpers and competitors from maliciously purchasing in bulk. If they sought to treat his establishment as a wholesale outlet, they would need to inquire whether he was amenable to such dealings. Of course, should a significant business collaboration arise, he might consider selling in large quantities. He had not forgotten the original purpose of his shop: to generate profit, expand connections for the development of his territory, and assist Uncle Xiong and the others in their endeavors. Let us descend and see, Chun Rumo mused. There were many people, and they wouldn't recognize him anyway. He then took the elevator, a small teleportation array, down to the first floor. His arrival went unnoticed amidst the throng, as everyone else was using the small teleportation array to navigate the multiple levels of the four-story shop. On the other side, Jiang Tang had reached the entrance of the Jiangchen store. Yet, as she gazed at the unfamiliar establishment, her expression was one of skepticism, her delicate features revealing astonishment and confusion. Were it not for the sign reading Jiangchen store, she might have thought she had come to the wrong place. The crowd was overwhelming. A glance revealed the shop brimming with customers. Various foreign lords, each with distinct appearances and forms, were busily selecting their goods. Naturally, there were also irascible and hostile factions that resorted to brawling. However, they were swiftly ensnared by an unexpected black cage and transported to the dungeons of the black market order. Upon witnessing this, some remained unfazed, continuing their shopping, while others expressed their surprise and engaged in lively discussions. There are simply too many people, Jiang Tang exclaimed inwardly, shocked by the bustling scene within the store. Moreover, she wondered how the inventory had suddenly increased. The prices of the items were so enticing that she felt compelled to make a purchase. When Jiang Tang finally managed to contact Chun Rumo, they both removed their concealing masks and ascended to the 5th floor. As she gazed upon the expanding house, Jiang Tang could not contain her curiosity and hastily inquired, "How did you manage this?" In Chapter 62, on the night of calamity, the people, led by Jiang Chun, took the initiative to engage in battle. Upon hearing her question, Chun Ruo offered a mysterious smile. At that moment, Jiang Tang stood on her tiptoes and pecked his cheek lightly, akin to a dragonfly skimming over water. "Come on, tell me quickly, no more teasing," she said, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. Chun Ruo was momentarily taken aback, instinctively touching the spot that had just been kissed. His brow arched as he regarded her slightly flushed face, feeling a peculiar sensation within. "What are you doing?" he inquired playfully. Jiang Tang, momentarily bewildered, hesitated and replied, "Didn't you say I had to kiss you for you to tell me?" Chun Ruo chuckled heartily, his expression filled with mischief. "When did I ever say that?" Observing his feigned ignorance, she became flustered and kicked him lightly, retorting, "What's this? Are you being unreasonable? You used to be like this, especially with that grin." Whenever Jiang Tang had questions in the past, he would deliberately act oblivious and demand a kiss before divulging any information. She was well acquainted with that smile of his. And whenever he wore that intriguing grin, a kiss from her would often lead to the answer she sought. "That won't do. I haven't made my request yet. You need to kiss me again," Chun Ruo teased. She lifted her foot and playfully stepped on his instep. "Humph, if you want to say it, then don't say it." Observing her haughty demeanor, Chun Ruo tousled her hair with a chuckle. "I can't say it now, but I'll tell you later." This was indeed something he could not disclose. After speaking, he leaned down and kissed her forehead. Jiang Tang's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly pushed him away, retreating a few steps. "I am your sister. What are you trying to do?" Chun Ruo was momentarily speechless and replied with a grin. "Is it the biological sister then? Didn't we just kiss?" Jiang Tang shot him a glare. He laughed heartily. "Is that the kind of kiss a biological sister gets? What if it were a foster sister?" Jiang Tang rolled her eyes at him. "What's that?" she asked, noticing the screen nearby as a means to change the subject. Chun Ruo smiled and explained, "This is the real-time transaction record of the shop, essentially the shop's ledger." The earlier topic had seamlessly shifted. Subsequently, Chun Ruo produced a shop key and handed it to her. "Here, take this. You can manage the shop when I'm not around." Jiang Tang received the key with a feigned annoyance. "What do you mean, when you're not around? That sounds a bit odd." He chuckled. "That's not what I meant. I meant that when I'm busy, you can open the shop." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tang nodded. "MHM, and you must take care of yourself. Don't make me worry." Chun Ruo smiled, cupping her face in his hands. "Understood. With this key, you are essentially the second manager of the shop, capable of overseeing everything," he added. Jiang Tang nodded again. "All right, but I prefer being called the shopkeeper." They exchanged glances and shared a smile. After a while, "Isn't this sales figure rather exorbitant?" Jiang Tang exclaimed, gazing at the astonishing 30,000 points of civilization credits. "How long has it been since we started?" "Rest assured, this is merely the beginning." Chun Ruo replied with a serene smile. "The shop requires little oversight. When you wish to take on the role of shopkeeper, you may simply sit at the counter on the first floor. If you desire to hire a couple of charming hostesses, that is also an option." Oh, how delightful. She nodded earnestly, then playfully added, however, I would prefer a handsome gentleman to greet at the entrance. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. Jiang Tang winced as a jolt of discomfort shot through her, her face flushed with annoyance as she rubbed her backside. With a playful glare directed at Chen Ruo, she retorted, you should really work on your physique. As a 21-year-old woman, a shapely rear should possess some elasticity. Chen Ruo pointed at his palm. Adopting a critical demeanor, let us see if you dare to act up again. Hearing his words, she hesitated, pressing her hand against her rear. It feels quite nice, actually. Are you courting disaster? Jiang Tang growled, her teeth grinding in frustration as she playfully bit his arm. You're the one calling a 21-year-old an old lady. Amidst their light-hearted banter, they soon found themselves at a black market establishment for selling slaves. Both donned obscuring masks as they entered the venue. Welcome, esteemed guests. What can we assist you with? We guarantee your satisfaction, the alluring and versatile foxwoman in charge greeted them. Chen Ruo replied smoothly, I have a significant business proposition. I wonder if you can handle it. Meanwhile, in Chen Ruo's territory, known as Jiangchun, his subjects were fully armed, preparing for battle. The night had long descended. Cloaked in a deep crimson hue, the immense, blood-red eye loomed in the sky, coldly surveying the myriad realms below. Mysterious spatial rifts appeared beyond the borders of every territory, exuding a continuous stream of black smoke. This smoke fused with the darkness of night, enveloping the land, from which emerged creatures with glowing red eyes. They disregarded the flora and fauna around them, as if they had caught the scent of precious treasures within the territories that drove them to madness. Devour. Consume all life within. Outside the realms of the fledgling lords, hordes of red-eyed monsters howled in a cacophony akin to that of starving wolves and wailing infants. Yet this was merely the beginning. Even more sinister beings and extreme weather phenomena manifested, unleashing storms of thunder, snow, heat, and cold. For Chen Ruo's territory, Jiangchun, today marked a significant departure from the norm. His subjects no longer cowered within their borders. Instead, they were led by the ancient warrior, Guzhuahong Ma San, who chose to probe the enemy by launching a tentative assault against the dark creatures, seeking to hone the courage, cooperation, and strength of his people. Such audacity was typically reserved for only the higher echelons of bronze or silver-tier lords. Remember, we will operate in groups of 4. Should any casualties arise, we retreat immediately. Ma San declared with a steely countenance. The lord had long given instructions. They could venture forth, but the consequences of life and death would rest solely upon them. Indeed, the list of combatants consists of 10 werewolves, 9 humans, 1 from the Blade clan, 6 from the Ancient clan, and 20 falcons, a total of 26 individuals divided into 7 groups. Among them, the 3 members of the Wild Horse team are tasked with surveillance and will intervene should a crisis arise. Are you certain you wish to go alone? Wild Horse 3 inquired, casting a glance at the coldly composed Blade clan youth, Chen Dao. Chen Dao nodded, drawing forth the bone blade that melded seamlessly with his back. In that moment, the blade flashed with a chilling crimson glow, exuding an aura of extraordinary sharpness. Excellent. Wild Horse 3 acknowledged. The Lord had also stated that if this Blade clan member wished to act independently, he should be permitted to do so. Now, there would be half a minute to recheck one's equipment. Furthermore, you 9 pirates, being the weakest and lacking night vision, should not venture too far. Should anyone inadvertently perish, the Lord would not place blame. However, those who perform commendably shall be rewarded by the Lord. With that, the crowd erupted in cheers, requesting territorial protection. Raise your weapons. Kill. The subjects of Jiangchun shouted in unison, their morale soaring. Suddenly, from the fissure outside the territory, 3 colossal monsters emerged, their lantern-like crimson eyes glinting ominously as they emitted terrifying shrieks. Chapter 63, The Advancing Youths. The night is not only the realm of dark creatures, but also a battlefield for various alien beings. The werewolf slaves, wielding their bronze-tier strength, swept forth with ease, dispatching the low-tier canine dark creatures as if they were mere cabbages, each strike felling one with a single blow. As described in the chronicles of myriad civilizations, these are but cannon fodder dark beings. Territorial contribution value, 1. Territorial contribution value, 1. With each dark creature they vanquished, numbers would flash in the minds of the onlookers. Contribution value? It seems a valuable asset. The crowd's spirits ignited, brimming with battle fervor. Brothers, we cannot lag behind. Take up your weapons and slay. At last, we behold the fabled blood moon, and it is indeed as terrifying as the tales foretold. Yet, with the protection of our territory, what is there to fear? The Lord shall forever be our deity. Those subjects from pirate origins, fortified by the territorial protection, withstood the encroaching harm from the blood-red eyes above. The luminous orbs of light, along with each individual brandishing a torch, ensured visibility remained adequate. Haha, the corrupted monsters do not seem so fearsome after all. 1 strike, 1 kill, how exhilarating, they exclaimed, grateful for the divine artifacts and armor provided by the Lord. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. The number of dark creatures outside the territory appeared manageable, with many stragglers. However, exterminating them all at once would prove difficult, as they continuously emerged from the smog of the fissure, spreading around the blood-thorned walls of the territory, seeking to breach the defenses. Meanwhile, the 5 young members of the ancient clan were clustered closely together, engaging in lively conversation. Guxiashu pointed at the grotesque, canine-like dark creature lying on the ground, exclaiming, "How hideous it is! Indeed, it doesn't seem particularly formidable. Why is everyone so afraid of it?" Gakik nodded in agreement, kicking the hefty corpse of the dark creature effortlessly. "Perhaps they fear its ugliness," suggested Huang Yulong. "Why don't we sneak off to see what other amusements await?" proposed another child of the ancient clan, Guxianyu. "He-shu," whispered Huang Shuinch with a mischievous grin. Subsequently, the 5 young members of the ancient clan quietly slipped away from the group. Meanwhile, the leader of this operation, Huang Masan, noticed the 5 children sneaking off and found himself more concerned about them than the nearby, less capable human beings. Guxiashu and his companions were strong enough to defeat low-tier bronze opponents. Their racial talents activated, they posed no challenge even to average mid-tier bronze foes. In contrast, the dark creatures in the area possessed no ranks or qualities, making them easy to handle. "Wow, is that a head? It looks freshly severed." The young members of the ancient clan, brandishing torches, were startled to discover several bloody dog heads lying on the ground, their eyes wide open. However, one brave soul kicked one of the severed heads, declaring, "It's dead, still as ugly as ever." Who did this? The group gazed curiously at the neatly sliced necks of the dog heads and followed the trail of the fallen dark creatures. On their way, they encountered 2 more canine dark creatures emerging from the shadows, which they swiftly dispatched with a few kicks, showcasing their ruthless prowess. "Hey, is there a fight up ahead? Is that him?" Guxiashu and his companions heard the commotion and turned to see what was happening. To their surprise, it was that fellow from the knife clan, Chun Dao. "Oh, it seems he might be struggling." They watched as Chun Dao was flung away by a massive tail. He certainly cannot contend with San. Yet those 3 monsters appear formidable. Gakik, eager for action, rubbed her hands together and exclaimed, "Shall we go assist him?" Allow me." Guxianyu was the first to speak up. He struck a pose and shouted, "Behold, the mightiest transformation of the ancient fish." His companions exchanged glances, silently urging him to abandon his overzealous antics. In an instant, Guxianyu's mouth transformed into a massive fish maw. "Watch this. Fish god cannon." With a grin, he puckered his lips, and with a series of puff sounds, a barrage of golden bubbles, each the size of a fist, erupted from his mouth like cannonballs. In the next moment, the bubbles struck the 3 monstrous adversaries. "Roar!" They cried out in pain, their attention abruptly shifting from Chun Dao to the ancient clan children. Their animosity now directed toward Guxiashu and his friends. "Aggro level, 1000. Gugu, it's all yours, brothers." "I'm taking a breather," Guxianyu declared. "Damn it, useless at everything," he taunted. Gakik huffed in discontent. Meanwhile, without hesitation, Huang Yulong howled, his hand transforming into a glowing silver wolf claw. "Let me take the lead." Ancient transformation. Ancient beast, unwilling to concede defeat, let out a fierce roar as a black, chitinous layer rapidly enveloped its body, rendering it entirely obsidian in hue. Thud thud. Nearby, the legs of the desolate serpent transformed into a long, thick serpent tail, which struck the ground with a resounding thud. "Charge! Let us vanquish them." The 4 members of the ancient clan, along with the swimming ancient sky fish, recklessly surged forward. The 5 of them engaged in battle against 3 unknown dark creatures. This sight caught the attention of Chun Dao, who had been lurking in the shadows. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, frowning, seeking death. Were it not for the artillery support from ancient sky fish, he might have already met his demise. Chun Dao was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that those individuals could contend equally with the dark creatures. To be precise, they were overpowering the bronze-tier, low-level dark beings. What kind of individuals had the master brought into the territory? Astonishment flooded Chun Dao's mind. He had believed that he could slay 30 or 40 canine dark creatures on his own and felt a sense of pride in that. Little did he know, outside Jiang Chun's territory, the battle raged on as the citizens systematically hunted the expendable dark entities. On the other side, within the 818th Bronze Black Market, the reception hall, a place for the sale of slaves, was abuzz. A lucrative deal? The Fox Maiden observed Chen Ruo and Jiang Tang, pondering what substantial business these masked human lords could possibly engage in. However, with a seductive smile, she cast flirtatious glances at the 2 and licked her lips. "Naturally, I adore grand transactions." Chen Ruo promptly noticed the seductive magic she was employing. Jiang Tang, unable to restrain herself, clutched his arm tightly, her breath quickening, seemingly affected by the charm. If it were an ordinary male, he would have likely succumbed to foolishness by now. Yet, Chen Ruo had no interest in the Fox Maiden, and with his own 500 points of energy, he remained impervious to her low-level enchantment, responding coolly, "If you truly wish to collaborate, I would prefer not to witness a second occurrence." As for what he referred to, she was well aware. The last time, this Fox Maiden acted similarly, though this time she did not recognize Chen Ruo. as the obscuring mask shielded personal information from prying eyes. Do not take offense. Please, have some tea. Our fox tribe is born with an alluring essence, and our charm is simply overwhelming. I sincerely apologize. She offered tea to Chunruo with an apologetic smile, feigning innocence. Chunruo chuckled coldly within, declining the tea she proffered, and stated coolly, enough of this banter. I have a significant transaction to propose. I wonder if you can handle it. Chunruo inquired once more. The fox maiden smiled seductively, giggling. I can handle anything you present, no matter the magnitude. Are you the one in charge of this establishment? Chunruo was aware that she managed the place, yet she must have a powerful backing. She nodded, proudly declaring, Indeed. I am in charge of the reception hall at the 818th Black Market. Chunruo nodded and extended 2 fingers. Can you manage this amount? The fox maiden was momentarily taken aback, lowered her head to sip her tea, then smiled brightly. Even if you were to multiply it by 10, I could still manage. I asserted. Are you certain? Chunruo raised an eyebrow, clarifying, I am referring to 2,000 individuals. A spray of tea erupted in surprise. How many? You require 2,000 people? Who may? Her charming visage struck with disbelief, gazed incredulously at both Chunruo and Jiang Tang. Chapter 64. The Proposal to Acquire 2,000 Slaves. The Bronze Combat Platform. The astonishing sales figures of the shop. You two gentlemen are not jesting with this little lady, are you? Hume regarded Chunruo and Jiang Tang with an odd expression. 2,000. What does that even signify? In her experience, 20 was already considered a substantial transaction. Unlike other bronze lords, who meticulously procured slaves 1 or 2 at a time, yearning to acquire more yet constrained by finances, she had grown accustomed to such piecemeal purchases. Yet suddenly, someone was requesting, please procure 2,000 slaves for me. What constitutes a surprise? This is it. Territories boasting thousands of subjects are the realm of silver or even golden tiers. Moreover, the audacity to purchase 2,000 slaves outright is exceedingly rare among lords below the golden tier. Surely, they cannot be jesting with me? Hume questioned internally. I am not joking. Can you handle 2,000? Chunruo inquired, nodding slightly. I can manage. I absolutely must. Hume hastily affirmed. 2,000. This represents an extraordinarily significant client. Should her establishment lack the requisite number of slaves, she could always summon headquarters to arrange a custom batch for delivery. Without a moment's hesitation to ponder the origins of Chunruo and Jiang Tang, she enthusiastically invited, esteemed guests, shall we converse in our VIP room? Exchanging a glance with Jiang Tang, Chunruo nodded in agreement. An hour later, Chunruo, hand in hand with Jiang Tang, exited the reception hall. Isn't the number a bit excessive? Jiang Tang quietly inquired, gazing at him. Not at all. Chunruo chuckled, shaking his head. His intention was to expand his influence, and he decided to make a bold move all at once to avoid the tedious process of gradual recruitment. Have you resolved the issues concerning provisions? With so many mouths to feed, Jiang Tang expressed her concern. 2,000 means 2,000 additional mouths. The demand for food reserves instantly multiplies by 2,000. Rest assured, I have a plan. If you find yourself in need, do not hesitate to inform me, Chunruo replied with a smile. He had ordered 2,000 slaves, and casually arranged for an additional 100 for Jiang Tang. For Jiang Tang, who had yet to ascend to the bronze tier, acquiring 100 individuals would already exceed her territorial limits. Among them, 20 were low-tier bronze slaves, significantly enhancing the security of her territory. More inhabitants might not necessarily be beneficial for her. Conversely, Chunruo's acquisition of 2,000 slaves to transform them into citizens would not be a simple matter of mere sustenance. Once the population of a territory surpasses 100, 2 new pathways would be unlocked: Bronze Combat Platform and Multiverse Battlefield. The activation of these pathways signifies that lords may embark on expeditions to compete for supremacy. The rankings on the Bronze list are not solely determined by points acquired through the Lord's Promotion War. They are also influenced by the Bronze Battle Stage. The functionality of the Bronze Battle Stage is akin to that of the Lord's Declaration of War. Yet victory in the Bronze Battle Stage yields a certain number of points and rewards. In contrast, the Declaration of War forces a confrontation to the death, allowing the victor to consume the vanquished and grow in strength. The passive effect of the Peace Declaration, however, allows for a temporary cessation of hostilities. Once activated, it provides the user's territory with additional time for development, while the declaring party does not benefit from this reprieve. It is worth noting that the activation of the Peace Declaration necessitates a challenge initiated by the Declaration of War. The passage to the battlefield of all realms refers to the true battlefield of myriad realms. All this information was gleaned by Chunruo from the tome titled Human Lord Strategy, which he found to be quite valuable. In contrast, other novice lords might take a considerable amount of time to uncover such crucial details. The 2,000 slaves he procured at great expense were selected with stringent quality criteria. He had no interest in inferior specimens. Is there really still that many people? Jiang Tang whispered. The first floor of the shop, spanning 200 square meters, was currently teeming with patrons, bustling with noise and excitement. Chunruo nodded in acknowledgement. Observing the daily luck section, He noted that customers had already exhausted their 3 chances for the day's lottery. Each round of the lottery required 200 participants, with a minimum investment of 200 civilization points. The higher the civilization points contributed, the greater the likelihood of winning. Shinruo discreetly reviewed the lottery situation for the day. He had expended 3 of his bronze peace declarations, but upon discovering the amount in the prize pool, he was momentarily taken aback. There are over 40,000 civilization points in here, with 3 rounds of the lottery drawing 3 peace declarations. The typical number of participants totaled 600, equating to 600 civilization points. Yet, astonishingly, the 40,000 points had been contributed by participants each investing 70 points. Who could be so foolish? Shinruo chuckled inwardly, realizing the wisdom of steering clear of gambling. In any case, this was a profitable venture for him. Even though the bronze peace declaration, lasting 7 days, is quite rare, such bronze-level disposable items could hardly exceed 10,000 civilization points. Moreover, the flash sales had proven effective. Shinruo grinned. In the first round of the sale, 1,507 individuals participated. This indicated that there were over 1,500 lords in the shop, each contributing a minimum of 20 civilization points. Indeed, this number was quite substantial. Shinruo couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. After all, the clientele hailed from countless civilizations throughout the myriad realms. In comparison, this number was hardly significant. "Let us head upstairs," Shinruo whispered to Jiang Tang, who nodded in agreement. "Wow, no way. The sales have exceeded 1.2 million. Jiang Tang was astounded as she glanced at the shop's display of accounts. Sales quantity, 2857. Sales amount, 1,224, 605 civilization points. Shinruo raised an eyebrow, equally shocked. He had not anticipated such formidable purchasing power among the lords of the myriad realms. If calculated based on a minimum of 1,500 participants, that would mean an average expenditure of 800 points per person. Of course, this was merely an average. Some lords can only afford goods worth a few dozen civilization points, while others can lavishly spend thousands of points. When considering the quantity of goods, the disparity is significant. Setting aside costs, he earned a remarkable 1 million points. This newfound wealth alleviated any monetary concerns. Shinruo smiled softly. In truth, he had never been in want. Now, with the flourishing Jiangchen store, his future fortune promises to be even more astonishing. However, replenishing stock and expanding the store's internal space became necessary, Shinruo mused. After just opening, business was remarkably thriving. "How much have we earned?" Jiang Tang inquired with delight. After a moment of contemplation, Shinruo replied, "Approximately 200,000. He refrained from sharing the true figures with Jiang Tang, for the staggering profits were simply too phenomenal to disclose. 200,000. That is still quite substantial," Jiang Tang exclaimed, her youthful face displaying surprise. She had not anticipated such profitability from the store's launch. Reflecting on her previous financial struggles, a bittersweet sensation washed over her. Just a fraction of the sales exceeded her past earnings by 1,000-fold. After spending some time on the 5th floor, Jiang Tang tugged at his sleeve and said, "Shinruo, how can I buy our own products?" Shinruo chuckled at her naivety. "As the shopkeeper, do you really need to spend money?" "Downstairs." Jiang Tang looked at him. "Which pet egg do you think I should choose?" "Of course, opt for the higher quality and level. The type depends on your needs," Shinruo advised with a smile. They played the roles of customers in their own store, purchasing various items. The experience was quite pleasant, though the surrounding crowd was rather dense, making the space feel somewhat cramped. What about the Heart of Bronze? What is its purpose?" Jiang Tang asked, pointing at a shelf marked with Heart of Bronze, sold out. In the special items section, her curiosity piqued by the item valued at 999 points. The Heart of Bronze, Shinruo pondered briefly before explaining. Name, Heart of Bronze. Level, perfect bronze quality. Effect 1, negates 50 points of Dark Abyss negative energy damage, first layer. Effect 2, exempts 50 points of foreign battlefield combat damage. Description, the Heart of Bronze is the cornerstone on the path of the strong. Despite its hefty price, this special item appeared unremarkable at first glance. However, for those frequently traversing the myriad battlefields or abyss, such an item is undeniably valuable. Conversely, for lower-tier lords or those not engaging in such ventures, it is hardly worth the expense. Investing in weaponry and territorial development would be far more prudent. Thus, the price of 999 points serves as a threshold, accessible primarily to those high-ranking bronze lords who have successfully survived and established a formidable domain. Subsequently, Shinruo shared the information about the Heart of Bronze with Jiang Tang. Yet, for reasons perhaps tied to the restrictions of the myriad civilizations, she remained unable to view it. Thus, Shinruo could only articulate his thoughts to her. "Oh well, it seems I have no use for that at the moment." After listening to Shinruo's words, Jiang Tang nodded in understanding. Shinruo offered a slight smile in return. He too needed to utilize the Heart of Bronze, yet there was no rush. Discussing such matters with Jiang Tang at this juncture seemed rather futile, as it felt like a far-fetched fantasy, too distant to grasp. The newly appointed lords were preoccupied with considerations of how to confront the terrifying calamities of this world, pondering the very essence of survival. Survival was their singular objective. To endure was to harbor hope. In a world where strength commanded respect, only those who adapted and thrived had the opportunity to progress and engage in discussions about empowerment. Having completed most of their shopping, Jiang Tang had not purchased much, merely 2 pets and a few miscellaneous necessities, spending most of her time browsing. The remaining items were already in her possession. Gifts from Chunru. Well then, let us ascend to take a bath and chat about life, Chunru proposed, nodding affirmatively. Jiang Tang blinked in slight surprise, casting him a sidelong glance. What do you mean by chat? Chunru playfully tapped her on the head, clarifying that he was referring to a deeper understanding of the development of their territory. She scoffed lightly, her expression suggesting skepticism. The room's decor bore no difference from a modern bedroom, complete with an ensuite bathroom. After Chunru finished his bath, he waited for half an hour before proceeding to Jiang Tang's room, only to find her still in the bathroom. Women do take their time in the shower, don't they? Are you not worried about catching a chill, Nai Tang? Chunru inquired from the small sofa by the bed, his voice projecting through the bathroom door. What are you doing in my room? Jiang Tang exclaimed, clearly startled. I was just concerned you might faint in there after taking so long. Chunru chuckled. Hurry up and come out. Jiang Tang's heart raced. How audacious of her little brother to engage her in conversation while she was bathing. It left her feeling quite uncomfortable, as if someone was peeking through the door's crack. What are you so afraid of? Chunru teased, deliberately chuckling. It's not like we Haven Tea bathed together before. When he had first arrived at the Jiang family at the tender age of 10, many amusing incidents had unfolded. The nickname Nai Tang had originated from that time, when she had affectionately referred to him as her little brother, a title she had since outgrown. Ugh, Jiang Tang retorted from behind the door. How dare you bring up our childhood? The context is entirely different now. In her youth, she often playfully expressed to her parents her desire to become his bride. Such innocent musings were a mere child's play then, but now that they were adults, the implications of such statements had shifted profoundly. Chunru shook his head with a smile, deciding not to tease her further. By the way, did you clock in for today's attendance? I did. I completed my daily tasks too. I earned 10 civilization points. I'm quite pleased, Jiang Tang replied, a hint of glee in her voice. What about the 20,000 civilization points I gave you earlier? Aren't you thrilled? Chunru asked with a grin. With a creak, the door swung open. Jiang Tang tilted her head, drying her damp hair, her figure draped in a white towel that half revealed her graceful silhouette. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Her exquisite visage was touched with a faint blush as she cast a sidelong glance at Chunru, chiding, how can this be the same? Completing tasks to earn points is the fruit of hard labor, which naturally brings joy. However, what you offer me is happiness. The affection of a bothersome little brother. Surely that cannot be compared to mere happiness. When did you learn to be so flirtatious? Chunru looked at her with a smirk, admiring the beauty before him. Jiang Tang was aloof and proud towards outsiders, yet she was an exception when it came to Chunru. Humph. She shot him a glare. Her pretty face flushed with annoyance, raising her leg as if to kick him. Who is flirting with you? Have some humility. Jiang Tang exclaimed as Chunru deftly caught her raised foot. Her other foot slipped unexpectedly, causing her to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. Life points, too. She rubbed her backside while glaring at Chunru, teeth clenched in indignation. Bothersome little brother. Chunru, reveling in her misfortune, chuckled. What is so funny? Come help me up. Are you doing this on purpose? Jiang Tang fumed. Or should I offer you a massage? I've learned a thing or two about massage therapy since childhood, Chunru quipped, only to receive a roll of her eyes in response. However, a while later, Jiang Tang lay sprawled on the couch, softly murmuring, be gentle on my thighs. It feels so good. As Chunru massaged her back, he asked with a grin, are you satisfied? I'm quite the skilled artisan. Not too bad, I suppose, Jiang Tang replied, trying to mask her pleasure with a feigned discontent. Chunru was momentarily speechless. Was she still pretending to be unsatisfied? Take it easy. Oh, come on. It's just a massage. Don't overreact. He jested. After some time, Jiang Tang lay limply on the sofa, her clothes damp with perspiration, using a pillow to hide her flushed face. She thought to herself, no wonder so many people enjoy massages. The sensation is truly indescribable. Finally, Chunru, observing Jiang Tang's bashful demeanor, smiled and said, is that enough? Shall we discuss more serious matters? His smile faded slightly as he continued. I noticed that Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xian have not yet arrived. Upon hearing this, the color in Jiang Tang's cheeks faded, her face reflecting an unnatural expression, her beautiful eyes flashing with sorrow. The excitement within her dissipated, replaced by a wave of anxious unease. With a silent sigh, the intimate atmosphere immediately dulled. She lowered the pillow, gazing at Chunru. The next day, Chunru awoke at 3 a.m, unable to find sleep again. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was still holding the slumbering Nai Tang. How did they end up sleeping together? Chunru felt a bit dazed, soon realizing, wait a minute, this is my room. It seemed someone had stealthily slipped in, explaining why he had slept so soundly, yet felt oddly uncomfortable. With a beautiful woman in his embrace, how could it not feel strange? Clearing his throat, he quietly shifted. Had he not slept for very long? After glancing at the time, he found it was merely 3 in the morning. Yet, he did not feel weary. His energy remained at 500, devoid of any inclination to sleep. Shall I venture outside? Chun Ruo pondered, observing the peacefully slumbering Jiang Tang. He gently tucked her in, aware of her lingering insecurity. Last night, upon learning of her parents' absence, Jiang Tang had indeed appeared despondent, resembling a frightened and helpless little girl. Though he was there to comfort her, Chun Ruo cast a glance and smiled softly. However, my skills are improving. Childhood friends, was it not akin to nurturing a young maiden? Upon stepping outside, he was taken aback. What? Out of stock? Chun Ruo discovered that the display screen revealed. All shelves are empty, please restock. The sales figures indicated a staggering 10,000 items sold, amounting to 6 million in revenue. He fell silent, astonished. Over a single night, more than 6 million civilization points had been sold. Were people truly this fanatical? Little did they know, his discount was remarkably ruthless. The reputation of the Jiangchen store had long since spread throughout the bronze domain. Now, lords from various realms flocked to his shop, with visitor numbers surpassing 10,000. Regrettably, the shelves had been completely cleared, sold out in a frenzy. Merchants outside selling weapons, pets, potions, and more were eager to dismantle Chun Ruo's establishment. His pricing was excessively aggressive, half price. He left no room for others to thrive. Currently, among the 10 visitors in the black market, 9 were drawn to the Jiangchen store. Nonetheless, the substantial influx of customers had also brought a wealth of clientele to the 818th bronze black market, allowing other merchants and stall owners to reap greater profits than ever before. Yet, the envy towards the Jiangchen store lingered. Perhaps I should expand and renovate the shop's area, Chun Ruo contemplated. He spent 500,000 civilization points to multiply the shop's size tenfold. The first floor could now accommodate 20,000 items. He couldn't help but recall his earlier notion of operating a modest little shop. With a quiet sigh, he mused, indeed. Poverty restricts the imagination. Subsequently, Chun Ruo procured another batch of goods, this time with a more audacious approach. He purchased a total of 40,000 items from the Myriad Realms marketplace, expending 1.2 million civilization points on ordinary items priced at an average of 30 points each. However, under the 100-fold reward system, their value escalated dramatically. He did not seek exorbitant profits. A mere 50 markup would suffice to earn several million civilization points in a single night. By this calculation, after excluding costs, he had garnered 4.7 million points the previous day. This figure also accounted for the 2,000 slaves he had purchased at the reception hall, which cost him 660,000 civilization points. Some slaves were valuable, while others were quite inexpensive. He had acquired 100 ordinary healthy slaves for 20,000 points, 500 low-tier bronze slaves for 100,000 points, 300 mid-tier bronze slaves for 500,000 points, and 100 various logistical slaves valued at 40,000 civilization points. The 100 slaves purchased for Jiang Tang were generously gifted by the guest house, recognizing the substantial transaction. With 660,000 civilization points, one could elevate a bronze lord to the golden tier. However, the overall prowess cannot compare to the elite army acquired through those 660,000 points. Should Chun Ruo ascend the bronze battle platform now, even against high-ranking lords on the bronze leaderboard, the outcome would be unequivocal, unstoppable dominance. If outsiders were to learn of his actions, spending 660,000 on slaves, they would undoubtedly condemn Chun Ruo as extravagant. Yet for him, that sum merely constituted a fraction of his shop's earnings in a single night. Why hoard such wealth? Should he simply wait for demise? Rapid ascension is the true path to supremacy. The principle of investing to grow stronger holds true universally. Similar to Chun Ruo's investment-driven approach, many methods of development abound throughout the myriad realms, including those where lineage plays a pivotal role. Imagine a bronze-level lord possessing the protection of a golden-level guardian. One cannot help but feel envious. Are there any skill books available today? Chun Ruo inquired as he approached the black market, arriving at Wanbao Tower, presenting his VIP card. Currently, there are none. Our channels have not secured new skill pre-sales recently. However, esteemed guest, you may place a deposit to reserve, and we shall notify you at the earliest opportunity. The proprietor of Wanbao Tower personally attended to Chun Ruo. Very well, he replied, shaking his head and departing. After perusing various stalls in the black market for any overlooked treasures, he found nothing but mundane wares, which did not pique his interest. Returning to his shop, he withdrew all his sales earnings, 123 civilization points. With over 6 million civilization points credited, combined with the remaining 400,000 in his lord account, his civilization point balance soared past 10 million. At this juncture, he remained a low-tier bronze lord. Congratulations to Lord number 015 for surpassing 10 million in assets. The universal wealth rankings have been activated, and you are now listed at position 99, 999, 310. The Universal Wealth Rankings? Chen Ruo mused, perplexed by such a high number. Concurrently, a 100-fold reward was triggered. King level. Chen Ruo's eyes widened in astonishment. What does this entail? He hastily claimed the reward. Scrutinizing the item details. Level. King level. Acquisition method. Personal assets must reach 100 million civilization points. Effect 1. Fortune enhancement. Luck value 100 points. Significantly increasing the chance of attracting quality subjects and discovering treasures. Effect 2. Divine protection. 1 chance to avoid death. Upon demise, full resurrection, with random teleportation across realms. Effect 3. Imposing presence. A certain probability of encountering mysterious merchants. Description. The joy of the wealthy is beyond your comprehension. Note. No wearing restrictions. Effects do not stack when worn. Please do not misplace. After reviewing the attributes, Chen Ruo gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, "These attributes. This must be a cheat." Luck value. Immunity to death. However, my personal asset balance does not even amount to 100 million civilization points. Chen Ru looked at his own civilization points, which barely exceeded 10 million, and expressed his confusion. The civilization points acquired in the black market do not receive a 100-fold reward. It was, in fact, the items rewarded by the 10,000 realm civilization during the journey that triggered the 100-fold bonus. Are you unable to comprehend the joy of wealth? Apologies. I am experiencing it in a 100-fold manner. Beyond legendary strength, one might reach the level of a sovereign. 100 million is likely the benchmark for these sovereigns. In contrast, for those of bronze and silver status, this goal appears far too distant. I must hasten my advancement. I feel somewhat embarrassed remaining among the bronze ranks. Chen Ru thought to himself. Meanwhile, Jiang Tang soon awakened. After a brief conversation, Chen Ru transferred 200,000 civilization points to her. Take good care of it. Chen Ru smiled. Jiang Tang nodded earnestly, refraining from inquiring about the origin of the sovereign quality item. However, she truly could not find a use for those 200,000 civilization points. As for the slave purchased yesterday, she could only await notification from the guest house, which should arrive today. Upon returning to the territory, the notifications read, Lord of Territory number 015. Your subjects successfully hunted 3 low-tier bronze dark creatures and 100 unranked dark creatures last night. Territory contribution value, 400 points. Current territory level, 1, bronze 5. Hunting dark creatures? How intriguing. Upon seeing this notification, Chen Ru was somewhat astonished. Chapter 67. The True Word of Domination Hard. The successfully hatched forest horned turtle. He stepped out of the Lord's manor. Outside, the sky was overcast, and the scarlet giant eye hanging above gradually faded. The territory was enveloped in silence. Just past 5 in the morning, Chen Ru plucked the sea tribe's small night pearl from the entrance to illuminate and checked the territory's state at dawn. The first batch of fruits from the dual-type meat fields was about to ripen. Chen Ru tended to the 3 meat fields nearby, when a prompt appeared before him. Dual-type passion meat field, food-type treasure fruit seedlings 20, medicine-type wine bottle flower seedlings 20. Status, healthy, ripening, 16 hours until maturity. I must say, the growth speed of the meat fields has indeed accelerated significantly with that little sprite present. Of course, it is also due to the contribution of elemental water. The other fields, including the fried explosion fruit meat field and ice fruit cake meat field, are expected to mature by tomorrow morning at the latest. Normally, it would take at least 10 days to half a month for them to mature. Has the sprite tree also grown a tad taller? Chen Ru stood beside the water and fire dual-type Earth's core spring, gazing at the sprite treehouse before him. The branches and leaves of the little sprite tree emitted a captivating glow, while the red and blue spring water of the elemental water's Earth's core spring radiated a gentle light. This scene felt as if it belonged in a fairy tale. In the next moment, Chen Ru silently uttered, "Move," activating his innate ability, the true word of domination. In an instant, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Wait a moment. Chen Ru suddenly noticed something amiss. No, this seems to be the next day, he pondered hesitantly. Name, the true words of the Emperor. Level, bronze divine skill. Consumption, 20 life force. Description, 1 word per day, the galaxy's reverse. The phrase 1 word per day does not imply that one can only utilize a single word daily, but rather that one accumulates the knowledge of a word of truth each day. Chen Ruo gradually turned to stone, his expression reflecting shock as he murmured, "Is this the effect of a bronze divine skill? If he were granted more time, would he not become invincible?" It is no wonder this is classified as a bronze divine skill. Other skills are merely labeled as bronze or silver, lacking the divine skill suffix. What exactly is the origin of the Emperor's Temple? Chen Ruo exclaimed in astonishment. To comprehend such an invincible divine skill, there must be something extraordinary about that place. Under normal circumstances, it is beyond his reach. This is akin to a divine-level technique bestowed upon a common lord. However, this is also thanks to that mysterious little sapling. Alas, the ticket to the Talent Ancestral Source Temple is no longer available. Chen Ruo expressed some regret. He then checked which word of truth he awakened today. Soon, his expression turned peculiar. Hard? What could this possibly mean? Once again, It was a simple character, devoid of any explanation. Much like the move, character awakened yesterday. It required personal exploration. Is it the hardness of solid objects or the rigidity of immobility? Or could it possess multiple meanings like the move character? It must be said, this word could evoke a plethora of thoughts in some individuals. Ahem, hard. This term made him somewhat reluctant to utter it. Shinruo silently recited it, tentatively attempting to apply this word of truth to his arm, imbuing it with the essence of hardness. In an instant, Life Force 20. You have utilized a talent skill. Your right arm has become extraordinarily hard, significantly enhancing both attack and defense power, with strength equivalent to a bronze excellent level weapon. Effect duration, 20 minutes. Note, the strength of the talent skill correlates with the Lord's attribute values. The higher the attributes, the stronger the effect. If this could be applied to his entire body, would he not effectively don a complete set of bronze excellent level armor? Shinruo stroked his chin, marveling. Thus, merely through this skill, he could achieve such feats. Indeed impressive. However, it is only of bronze excellent level, which, while remarkable to others, pales in comparison to his own equipment, all of which are of bronze perfect level. Even the weapon he currently wields, the Star Scar sword, is of bronze perfect exquisite quality, a pinnacle among the perfect. A mere bronze excellent level might barely catch his eye. Nonetheless, the cost of utilizing this skill is a significant drain of 20 life force. Shinruo frowned. Previously, a loss of 1 or 200 points in attribute values was inconsequential, but now he possesses 400 points, with 100 points being temporary, making a single use equate to a loss of 80 life force. Using it once would be akin to a newcomer lord like Jiang Tang losing a substantial portion of their life. An average person possessing such a skill could at most use it 3 or 4 times. Otherwise, they risk inflicting themselves with greater harm than they cause to their foes. The attributes of this divine skill are remarkable, and its required consumption naturally corresponds in proportion. It appears that I must seek out more high-quality life restoration items. I mused to myself that the effects of the attribute restoration fruit are still active, allowing me to temporarily disregard consumption concerns. However, items akin to elemental fruits cannot restore the life force expended by the art of command. I had already tested this in the abyss of all realms. Subsequently, I endeavored to explore another interpretation of the art of command rigid. Changing hands, I found that my entire hand became instantly paralyzed and stiff, rendering it immobile for a duration of 30 seconds. Such multifaceted utility truly befits a divine skill. After this reflection, I turned my gaze towards the valley stream within the forest. At the foot of the mountain stood a row of neatly arranged wooden houses, a few of which illuminated their surroundings with warm light. I was aware of those who had not yet retired for the night, but chose not to intrude. Nest, forest horn tortoise. Level, no quality. Hatching successful. This time, 18 forest horn tortoise hatchlings emerged. I observed 4 turtles, each boasting a shell 1 meter in width, partially submerged in the stream. The remaining turtles were scattered across the hillside or elsewhere. The shells of the forest horn tortoise were large and thick, resembling withered leaves, while their heads bore a resemblance to that of a triceratops, adorned with 2 long, sharp bone horns of varying lengths. Although they lacked combat prowess, nurturing them to a larger size could allow for their use as vessels at sea, scavenging for food or treasures from the ocean floor. I nodded to myself, acknowledging that the shells of these tortoises could expand to 2 meters in width, capable of carrying both people and goods. While they could also be consumed as meat, I had yet to experience their flavor. With a casual motion, I retrieved a few inconsequential fruits from my personal storage and tossed them to the 4 forest horn tortoises that had approached me affectionately. The owners of the nest were indeed their masters. In the next moment, I arrived at the periphery of the bloodthorn wall, surveying the scattered corpses of dark creatures upon the ground. It seemed that the events of the previous night had culminated in an overwhelming victory. I walked slowly, my gaze sweeping the surroundings. The bodies of the dark creatures congregated in one area, revealing 2 distinct causes of death. One was slain by blades. The other had its head crushed. 10 low-tier bronze werewolves, accompanied by 6 ancient beings capable of beast transformation, faced off against 100 unranked dark creatures and 3 low-tier bronze dark beings. The subjects of Jiangchun could effortlessly dominate those monsters. Were these the 3 low-tier bronze dark beings that had attacked during the calamity of the previous night? I gazed upon the lamentable scene of the 3 dark beings, a newly emerging species. At that moment, the emblem of my lordly identity projected a spectral book, its pages fluttering as a white sigil emerged and descended upon the corpse of the dark creature before me. In that instant, I gleaned the information about the dark creature. Chapter 68, Raising Poultry in the Territory. The Starry Sky Dragon Awakens. Encyclopedia of Multiversal Species. Dark creature, low-tier serpent neck hybrid beast. Level, low-tier bronze. Attribute, dark. Introduction, beware of the venomous serpent man, particularly its elongated neck. Weakness, averse to pungent gases, fears fire. The serpent neck beast? The snake soup beast? This latest dark creature is indeed more terrifying, yet I, Shinruo, feel no fear. Such a creature, without the use of skills, could be effortlessly dispatched with a single blow. My physical attributes and strength are on par with that of a mid-tier bronze warrior. Confronting low-tier bronze creatures is akin to slaughtering chickens. Congratulations, Lord, for cataloging a new dark creature in the bestiary. Reward: 300 civilization points. Simultaneously, a 100-fold reward is triggered. 100-fold reward. Receive 30,000 civilization points. Such a sum of civilization points feels trivial. Observing this 100-fold reward, I felt no stirrings of excitement. Just a few days prior, this reward would have brought me joy for half a day. After all, 30,000 points is a considerable fortune. Yet now, it seems rather mundane. I have grown weary of accumulating points. As dawn breaks, I instructed my subordinates to dispose of the remains of these dark creatures, feeding them to the venomous marsh and the bloodthorn wall. However, 5 dark creatures prompted 10 werewolf slaves to request their retention. They expressed a desire to use the universal noodle machine I provided to transform these dark creatures into bread. At that moment, my sentiment was clear. Indeed, werewolves possess a touch more humanity than brutal beings. Nevertheless, I paid little heed to this, consenting to their proposal. Previously, these werewolves feasted upon the corpses of other animals, and in dire circumstances, even consumed carrion and refuse. Their innate survival conditions are poor, rendering them weak. Otherwise, they would not have been captured and relegated to the status of the lowest slaves. Now, gazing upon the blood-thorn wall and the venomous marsh, I contemplated the duality of my territories. Some matters require my attention. Perhaps I shall postpone the upgrade and relocation of the territorial defenses. After all, these 2 structures are currently sufficient to repel incursions from bronze-level dark creatures. Returning to the foot of the mountain, I observed my subjects skillfully drawing water from the geothermal elemental conduit I had established, preparing meals, and utilizing the universal noodle machine to craft various dishes. The contrasting red and blue waters flowed distinctly. I inquired, "How does the water suit you? Do you experience any discomfort?" This is high-quality dual-element water of bronze level. In other territories, it would be hoarded as a treasure to be sold for profit. Yet I, Shinruo, squander it freely for the benefit of my people. We are immensely grateful for your lordship's generous gift of this spirit water. We find no ill effects from consuming it. Rather, it enhances our constitution, making us stronger. They responded in unison. "My lord, we hesitate to use this spirit water for irrigation," lamented Shermu Yang, who oversees our agricultural endeavors. "For them, this is a rare and precious resource. To use it for planting feels like a grievous waste. It pains my heart. Fear not, use it boldly. There is an abundance. We shall never lack." Shunru smiled gently and continued, "This water is known as the elemental spring of water and fire, containing both elements. You may utilize these elements separately as per your requirements." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in acknowledgement and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you, Lord." Shunru nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded, "Furthermore, I have 2 matters to address today." The assembled subjects gazed at him, attentively listening. First, continue with yesterday's task of clearing the surrounding trees and capturing the animals within our territory. You are to refrain from taking any wild fruits or medicinal herbs without permission. Shenru surveyed the expressions of the crowd, pleased by their compliance, and continued, "Second, I plan to establish a breeding ground. I need a few individuals to classify and cultivate the captured animals, ensuring they are well fed. Feed them. Aren't we meant to slaughter them all?" The crowd was puzzled, having assumed that the Lord intended to kill these creatures for meat. However, this was an edict from Shenru, and they held no authority to question it. "Let us confine those wild chickens and boars in the nearby mountain. Ensure that food and water are adequately supplied," Shenru instructed, pointing towards another forested mountain in the valley. This mountain, now largely deforested, appeared less ominous than before. The reason Shenru sought to breed the carnivorous animals was that only through his own hunting would he receive a 100-fold reward. If his subordinates were to kill them, he would not reap the same benefits. Moreover, by breeding them, they could continuously produce, fostering a sustainable cycle. After arranging for the establishment of the breeding ground, Shenru addressed his 20 or so subjects, saying, "Additionally, I have an important announcement to make. Today, our Jiangchuan territory is poised to welcome a significant influx of new inhabitants. You must prepare yourselves mentally. The arrival of 2,000 new subjects will undoubtedly overwhelm those who arrived earlier. These new arrivals, having transitioned from pirates and even including werewolf slaves, would render the current inhabitants, aside from a few from the ancient clan, rather insignificant. A large-scale influx of population? How substantial?" The crowd was perplexed, observing the Lord's serious demeanor, which instilled a sense of unease among them. Also, Shenru pointed out a forest tortoise that had come to drink water. "Do not harm these tortoises. If you wish, you may attempt to tame them, which would grant you aquatic mounts. Remember to deliver 100 pounds of any meat to the tortoise nest on the opposite mountain every 8 hours. Today, you can also attempt to tame the falcons again, but be sure to feed them." The crowd nodded in understanding. Shenru acknowledged them with a nod and did not join them for a meal. As he ascended the mountain, He took the opportunity to deliver 100 pounds of meat and 50 pounds of elemental water to the falcon nest, preparing to hatch the second batch of combat falcons. Upon reaching the summit, he spotted the sprite, Elia, frolicking in the field. She no longer feared him, and watching her hum a cheerful tune while blissfully collecting dew from budding fruits brought a smile to his face. "Good day, giant." "Oh, she even greeted me first?" Upon hearing this, Chunrua smiled and inquired, "Why do you collect this dew every day? The spirit dew?" She was somewhat perplexed. Was she, perhaps, pouring the collected dew into the holes of the spirit tree each morning to concoct something? A celestial brew from another realm? Observing her gather dew amidst the fields of meat, Chunrua found it quite amusing. Shaking her head, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Awake yet still feigning sleep? He suddenly remarked, glancing at the starry dragon pattern that emerged on his arm. In the next instant, the dragon pattern transformed into a streak of light and soared away. Chapter 69. Arranging a dragon dwelling for the starry dragon. Elemental abode. In a fleeting moment, a hybrid starry dragon, adorned with white horns, black scales, and blue wings, towering 5 to 6 meters high, materialized in the air not far from Chunrua. The colossal creature spread its wings and emitted a roar reminiscent of a fierce dragon. This dragon's bellow echoed throughout the forested valley, startling the nearby fauna. Creatures of lesser rank immediately prostrated themselves, trembling in fear. Even the poultry raised by Chunrua succumbed to terror, with some dying from fright. Most beings on the island, akin to startled birds, were clearly intimidated by the roar of this formidable and unknown creature. The imprint of fear regarding higher-order beings in the biological chain was etched deeply into their genetic makeup. However, in the next moment, the starry dragon suddenly lost its balance in the air and plummeted to the ground with a thud. It turned out that its wings had been injured by Chunrua previously and had yet to heal. Temporarily incapable of flight, the wounded dragon could not support its massive weight, resulting in a thundering crash. Chunrua observed the seemingly formidable young starry dragon, now appearing somewhat disheveled. The dragon stared back at her, and their gazes met. Through the soul pet contract, Chunrua sensed the dragon's emotions of embarrassment and anger. Its dragon prestige diminished. It faced a kind of social embarrassment. "I have some restorative potions and fruit items. Would you like some?" Chunrua approached the starry dragon. The dragon, with its amber-like golden eyes, flashed a look of disdain and snorted. Not convinced, Chunrua laughed suddenly. Although the powerful combat skill divine transformation of the four spirits he had inadvertently learned was still on cooldown, his innate abilities and silver skill Heavenly Dragon's Diamond Palm, among others, were ready for use. Moreover, his attributes had doubled compared to when he battled the starry dragon previously. Furthermore, within his territory, his combat power could be amplified. No matter how tough its skin, it could not withstand a beating. Observing the starry dragon's silence as it gazed at the sky, it was evident that it understood its predicament. Yet, the inherent pride of dragons made it reluctant to readily submit to this seemingly weaker master. This starry dragon was one Chunrua had forcibly claimed. It was unlikely to be obedient, but as long as it could be utilized, that was sufficient. "These are the restorative potions." With a graceful wave of my hand, I summoned the restorative potions from my inventory and placed them before the celestial dragon. There was no need to leave it injured. This creature had become my sole companion, inescapably bound to me. It would do well to acclimate to this environment, for henceforth, my territory would become its home. I warned it not to recklessly damage anything here, lest I be compelled to brew a broth of dragon bones for supper. Allow it some time to adjust, other matters could be addressed later. Having spoken, I ascended to another peak within the verdant valley. I drew forth the star-marked sword. Instantly activating its unique ability, Lunar Slash unleashes a crescent blade of energy, 5 meters wide and 3 meters long. The sword also possessed a feature known as Star Flow, which could propel the Lunar Slash up to 20 meters, allowing for distant harvesting. This exquisite bronze sword, unparalleled in its craftsmanship, surpassed standard bronze weapons in potency. Items of such quality were exceedingly rare. A hum resonated as the trees atop the mountain were swiftly leveled. Gained 600 units of ordinary wood. Tidal effect triggered, granting an additional 20 units, totaling 120 units of ordinary wood. Soon after, a 100-fold reward was activated. 1. 72,000 units of ordinary wood, unrefined. 2. 7. 200 units of multipurpose wood, quality bronze, ordinary. 3. 720 units of multipurpose wood, quality bronze, good. Subsequently, I chose the second option, resulting in a sprawling accumulation of 7. 200 units of multipurpose wood. Surveying my surroundings, I deemed the elevation sufficient for constructing a nest for the celestial dragon, though the summit was somewhat uneven. After contemplation, I decided to summon my pet, the Rockmaster, to level the jagged peaks. I then instructed several werewolves to ascend the mountain and carry the wood down. Next, I perused the beast section of the multiverse mall, seeking a suitable dwelling for my companion. Soul companions could be housed within the Lord's identity card, allowing them to reside externally. You have acquired a large beast house, quality bronze, perfect. Thus, I expended 500 to procure a spacious beast house. measuring 10 meters in each dimension, to create a makeshift dragon lair for the celestial dragon. Typically, dragons reside in caves, but with none available here, we would have to make do. At that moment, the 100-fold reward activated once more. 1. 100 large beast houses, quality bronze, perfect. 2. 10 super large beast houses, quality bronze, perfect. 3. 1 super large single element beast house, quality bronze, perfect. The prospect of a super large single element beast house piqued my interest. Recognizing that such elemental houses were not available in the bronze multiverse mall, I surmised that this might be a boon from the divine 100-fold reward system. Perhaps pilfered from some ethereal realm, akin to an elven treehouse. You have acquired 1 super large single element beast house, quality bronze, perfect. Please select a fixed elemental option for the beast house: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, dark. Upon noticing the prompt from the myriad realms of civilization, Manhwaaudiobook contemplated and selected an attribute that perfectly aligned with the starry dragon, wind. Subsequently, a miniature elemental abode materialized within Manhwaaudiobook's personal storage. Almost immediately, pertinent information appeared before Manhwaaudiobook's eyes. Building, super large monospecies elemental beast house. Level, bronze perfect. Attribute, wind. Data, internal dimensions, length 150 meters, width 150 meters, height 150 meters, internal environment simulation, wind tunnel. Energy consumption required. Any bronze perfect grade elemental water, 1 ton per month. This dwelling seems even superior to my current residence. Manhwaaudiobook mused silently. Is my living space inferior to that of a dragon? Perhaps I should consider relocating? A monthly consumption of 1 ton of elemental water, and of the bronze perfect caliber? It appears I have yet another resource-intensive endeavor on my hands. Manhwaaudiobook remarked with a wry smile. Once Master Koyan flattened the summit, he instructed the populace to vacate the area. Subsequently, the elemental beast abode was established. A 10-meter long, wide, and tall elemental house was promptly situated on another peak beside the rocky mountain. Its design was peculiar, appearing modest in size, yet the interior was an enchanting expanse, its volume exceeding that of the exterior by 1,000-fold. For now, this shall suffice, Manhwaaudiobook thought, clapping his hands. You all are advised against intruding upon this area, as it is reserved for a rather significant occupant. Manhwaaudiobook addressed the laboring citizens while gesturing towards the elemental beast abode. Yes, my lord. They acknowledged, nodding in compliance. As soon as Manhwaaudiobook concluded his statement, his lord identity badge vibrated unexpectedly. Chapter 70, Ding. Citizens, 2000. Unlocking bronze battle platform. Territory upgrade. It turned out that Jiang Tang had sent him a message. The personnel from the guest pavilion informed that the purchased slaves had arrived, prompting us to verify their condition. So swiftly? Manhwaaudiobook was taken aback by the efficiency of the guest pavilion. Do you have any arrangements for the territory? If not, shall we meet at the black market number 818? Manhwaaudiobook messaged Jiang Tang. Soon after, the two met at the entrance of the black market, donned attribute masking masks, and proceeded directly to the guest pavilion, which specialized in slave trading. Manhwaaudiobook presented his bronze VIP card, and the alluring fox lady emerged forthwith. Accompanying her was a robust middle-aged human male, dressed in opulent attire, with a keen and fierce gaze. Ah, esteemed guest, shall we converse in the VIP room? The fox lady cooed sweetly. Manhwaaudiobook glanced at the man beside her and nodded in agreement. This gentleman is our esteemed manager of the guest pavilion in the bronze domain, Lord Zhang, the fox lady introduced. Greetings, Zhang Xiao. The man smiled slightly and extended his hand for an introduction. Outside, who does not possess a pseudonym? Even now, he remains unaware of Manhwaaudiobook and his companion's true identities. Their communication is facilitated through Jiang Tang, not as friends, but via a medium known as the communication talisman. Such talismans are commonplace across the myriad realms. Have you brought the items? After the customary pleasantries, Manhwaaudiobook spoke up. It seems Mr. Chi is also a man of straightforward disposition. Zhang Xiao nodded, breaking into a hearty smile. With a wave of his hand, 11 black rings and a golden, intricately patterned jade card appeared on the table. 2,100 slaves were contained within the spatial rings. By dripping blood on the rings, the master-servant contract could be established. This is the golden VIP card of our reception hall, which entitles holders to a 10% discount and exclusive VIP services at any branch across the realms. Should Mr. Chi have any further needs, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall ensure your arrangements are impeccable. In the bronze domain, those who can spend 660,000 civilization points at the reception hall are exceedingly rare. Such esteemed guests are revered anywhere. Manhwaaudiobook accepted the spatial rings and the golden card, nodding with a smile. Meanwhile, he discreetly examined the items. The 11 spatial rings were one-time sealed artifacts. Once opened to release their contents, the rings would become ineffective. Among the 10 rings, 200 slaves of various races were contained, while one ring held 100 individuals belonging to Jiang Tang. The negotiation concluded amicably. After a brief exchange, the transaction was complete. Manhwaaudiobook departed with Jiang Tang, while Zhang Xiao leisurely sipped his tea, observing the retreating figures of the two. "My lord, have you discovered anything about their background?" Hume inquired with a flutter of her eyelashes, her voice sweet. The other party shook his head, responding nonchalantly. "Even if I uncover something, what of it? The myriad realms are not so simple." Chunrua whispered to Jiang Tang. "If we head straight to the Jiangchen store after leaving the reception hall, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Then we might as well arrange for the 100 newcomers to the territory," Jiang Tang suggested with a nod. Chunrua agreed, saying, "Do not hesitate to spend your points. Feel free to purchase anything available in the Myriad Worlds marketplace." "I understand," Jiang Tang replied with a smile, playfully kissing his cheek while both wore masks, a mere gesture to alleviate their solitude. Suddenly, "My lord, trouble has arisen." Chunrua swiftly teleported, asking, "What has happened?" Startled, Gu Tianyu, the young ancient clan member who had just spoken, exclaimed, "A monstrous creature has stolen the grand house you just constructed." Chunrua raised an eyebrow. "What creature? Has the elemental house been taken?" Glancing at the mountain opposite, he confirmed the elemental house was indeed missing. Which audacious individual would dare? Utilizing his lordly authority, he monitored the territory situation. Soon, he discovered the truth, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. The starry sky dragon, having consumed the potion Chunrua provided, had nearly recovered from its injuries. It seemed to sense his departure and, realizing the value of the elemental house, brazenly seized it in broad daylight, attempting to make a swift escape to the distant isle of Heart Lake. The elemental house he had previously constructed was placed next to the Heart Lake by the dragon. The creature seemed somewhat pleased with itself as it plunged into the icy waters of the lake for a bath, accompanied by the wild horse, San. Chunrua thought to himself that San was keeping an eye on the starry dragon, yet he might not be a match for it. There was no immediate concern, so he chose to disregard them for the time being. Addressing Gu Tianyu, Chunrua commented, "This foolish dragon shall be dealt with later." With Gu Tianyu by his side, he descended to the foot of the mountain, where his subjects were engaged in logging in the distance. Subsequently, Chunrua produced 10 rings capable of containing 2,000 slaves, and with a swift cut of his finger, blood dripped onto the rings. In an instant, 200 master-servant contract details manifested in his mind, clearly presenting the status of each slave. This meant that the blood oath had been completed in a moment, making 200 slaves recognize him as their master. It was truly astonishing, Chunrua mused. The next moment, 200 slaves of bronze-tier intermediate strength materialized before him. Among them were 100 human slaves and 100 from various other races. Most of them looked up at Chunrua, some appearing dazed and puppet-like. A glance revealed their spirits were languid. While their physical health seemed intact, their mental state was undoubtedly compromised. The torment they had endured as slaves was self-evident. Chunrua chose not to offer words of comfort and instead proceeded to unseal the remaining 9 rings. After half an hour, Chunrua surveyed the 2,000 slaves before him, noting that a large portion were of his own kind, humans, while a smaller fraction consisted of diverse races. 500 individuals had reached the low tier of bronze, with 300 attaining the intermediate tier. Additionally, 100 possessed various skills, including farmers, cooks, and apothecaries, all of whom would play a crucial role in the development of his territory. Once he completed the unsealing, the number of slaves transformed into that of subjects. Suddenly, the myriad civilizations prompted, "Congratulations, the population of subjects under Lord Jiangchun has reached 2,030. Successfully opened a passage to the myriad battlefields. Successfully opened the passage to the bronze arena of the myriad realms. Jiangchen's territory has been upgraded, current level, 2 stars. Your lordship privileges have been enhanced. The exclusive template for internal subjects has been activated. Gained 1,000 civilization points." Chapter 71, Territory Upgrade, 1-star Civilization Landscape Enhancement. Appointment of Subject Representatives. In the next moment, a colossal beam of colorful light enveloped the entire island. It was as if a mysterious force had infused Chunrua's territory, resulting in tremendous changes across the land. The peak he resided upon, originally elevated to a height of 200 meters, soared once more to over 400 meters. Midway up the rocky mountain, an ethereal layer of mist suddenly appeared, obscuring the view of the summit. A variety of precious and rare herbal flora has begun to sprout across the entire island. The once dense forests are witnessing the trees ascend relentlessly, basking in and absorbing mysterious energies. Consequently, the quality of the trees' flowers and fruits is gradually elevating, undergoing mutations. The fauna on the island is also experiencing some effects. The 1-star civilization landscape in the valley has integrated unique structures, elemental springs of water and fire, turtle nests of the forest corners, falcon nests for warfare, elven tree houses, dual-element passion fruit fields, explosive meat fields, and ice fruit cake meat fields, which have all contributed to new transformations in the attributes of the civilization landscape. The 1-star civilization landscape has been upgraded and renamed as the Elemental Valley, now reaching the threshold of a 3-star civilization landscape. The terrain is undergoing alterations. What has transpired? Observing the visible changes around them, the populace erupted into discussions, filled with anxiety and trepidation. The territorial upgrade has been completed. Finally, I, Chunruawa, received notifications from the myriad civilizations, along with a plethora of information. For instance, the decision-making rights regarding the placement of 2 new passageways and the exclusive templates for the citizens, along with limitations on their sizes. It is noteworthy that my lordship has been further enhanced, granting me the ability to extensively reshape the terrain and structures of my territory, provided that I expend civilization points. As the Lord, my combat prowess and health recovery attributes within my territory have now tripled. Who would have anticipated that transforming these 2,000 slaves into citizens would yield such a formidable chain reaction? It seems the Lord's strategy they sold had its flaws. I was utterly astonished. I had not expected that this influx of individuals would instantly fill my level 1 territorial experience. Unbeknownst to me, this territorial upgrade was largely propelled by the 800 bronze tier slaves, geometrically increasing the comprehensive strength of my domain. Naturally, the improvement of my territory is entirely beneficial to me. There is no cause for alarm. The recent disturbances signify the strengthening of my domain. I spoke, my voice soft yet resonant throughout the island. Subsequently, I gazed at the 2,000 newly acquired slaves and stated, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chunra, the Lord of the Jiangchen territory. From this day forth, you are all part of Jiangchen. Regardless of where you hailed from or the shameful or honorable experiences you may have had, here, you are granted a chance for rebirth. Each of you is afforded a fresh start. In my territory, as long as you perform satisfactorily, rewards will certainly follow. Should anyone dare to act deceitfully or disruptively, I will meet them with a cold smile, my gaze icy as I surveyed the crowd. Within my domain, none can escape my watchful eye. Their loyalty and thoughts are laid bare before me, as if I possessed a divine perspective. These 2,000 recently purchased slaves currently possess little in the way of loyalty. Were it not for the bonds of the slave contract, they would have already incited chaos. All of this can be transformed with the passage of time. Once they experience the treatment here, their loyalty will naturally increase. Should loyalty remain persistently low, I, Chenru, do not hesitate to utilize them as disposable resources, casting them into the nest to nurture a new flock of falcons. After I publicly announced the general rules of the territory, I selected 2 representatives from among the more than 2,000 subjects, one to command the military forces and another to manage the internal order and development of the territory. For sustained progress within the realm, the emergence of both civil and military officials is essential. Otherwise, with the growing population, relying solely on my decisions would surely overwhelm me, blurring the lines of day and night. Without capable subordinates, chaos would inevitably ensue within the territory. Huang Ma-san, I hereby appoint you as the military commander of the Jiangchen territory, tasked with organizing a force of 1,000 soldiers. Furthermore, I grant you the authority over life and death. Any who disobey will be executed. Should you execute your duties splendidly, a grand reward awaits you. If not, I shall not concern myself with your lineage. I indicated Huang Ma-san, instructing him accordingly. Huang Ma-san, possessing silver tier strength and serving as an instructor to the offspring of the ancient clan of the Old God Village, despite being suppressed to bronze, remains one of the most formidable within the territory. Crucially, his loyalty has reached 89, ensuring he will not betray. Yes, Huang Ma-san shall not disappoint the Lord's trust. He stepped forward, his expression one of gratitude, bowing in thanks. He had not anticipated such significance placed upon him by the Lord. The military leader for the territory had been provisionally chosen, and the powers bestowed were likewise temporary. The finer distinctions of official titles would be optimized once the newly arrived 2,000 inhabitants settled in. The management of internal order shall temporarily fall to you. The Four-Eyed Clan's representative. I gestured towards an elder among the crowd, distinguished by his 4 eyes and blue skin. This individual, known as Simu Guan, hurried forward to kneel in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed Lord, for your recognition. This is merely a temporary arrangement. However, should you perform excellently, there may be an opportunity for a permanent position, I replied with a nod, my tone nonchalant. The individual known as Simu Guan had once served as a chancellor in a small nation of the Four-Eyed Clan before becoming a slave after his homeland was conquered. His strength diminished to the bronze tier. After years of servitude, he was sold into my possession. I appointed him due to his extensive experience and acceptable attributes. I had considered appointing a human for the role, but the adage "those not of my kind must have different hearts" holds no weight for me. Even those of the same kin may harbor divergent intentions. I adhere to a singular belief: the capable shall take the helm. I understand that some among you may harbor discontent or disdain regarding my appointments. After issuing the necessary commands, I surveyed the assembly once more, my gaze penetrating. Many, particularly those of other races, could not withstand my all-seeing scrutiny, lowering their heads in unease, unable to meet my eyes. Certainly, there exist several defiant individuals of bronze-tier strength, displaying a demeanor akin to that of a pig unperturbed by boiling water, disdainfully gazing at Chunrumo. At this moment, Chunrumo continued to speak, coldly advising, "However, I urge you to conceal your rebelliousness." Chapter 72, The Territory Contribution List. Opening the Territory Mall. For those who have become slaves, yet harbor thoughts of rebellion, Shinrumo grants them a day for reflection, as these slaves were purchased at a cost. Should they persist in their defiance, Shinrumo believes that both the Falcon's Nest and the Bloodthorn Wall could be further fortified. Opportunities are reserved for those who exhibit understanding. You may establish your residences within this designated area of the island, but the boundaries must not exceed 300 square meters. Shinrumo gestured towards the vicinity of the quasi-3-star civilization landscape, the Elemental Valley, including the valley itself, which he also permits. The crowd nodded in agreement, while some scanned their surroundings with keen interest. "My lord, I have a query," spoke out Simo, stepping forward. Shinrumo regarded him, gesturing for him to proceed. The issue of accommodating over 2,000 residents was raised. Allowing them to sleep outdoors might be feasible, yet it would likely be far from ideal. With a slight smile, Shinrumo indicated he had something to announce. All eyes turned towards him as he pointed into the air beside the foot of the mountain. A 7 to 8 meter tall white jade monument materialized, standing majestically. "This is the territory contribution list. Henceforth, all your contributions and achievements towards the development of this territory will be recorded here. You may now queue to receive your exclusive resident identification cards. Simply place your palm against the jade monument. Each resident identification card contains a subsidy of 200 civilization points. These cards will assist in addressing some of your needs." As his words fell, those familiar with civilization points were left speechless. Is it true? 200 civilization points for each person, with 2,000 individuals present. Does this mean our lord is prepared to expend 400,000 civilization points? Is he truly gifting these newly acquired slaves such a fortune? This is exceedingly generous. The understanding individuals were left in awe, their loyalty subtly increasing. Meanwhile, those who were unacquainted with the concept of civilization points were filled with confusion. What are civilization points? The reason Shinrumo was so generous was twofold. He possessed a significant amount of civilization points, and he understood the principle that one must invest in the foundation of the territory to foster its development. This is also known as currency circulation. Only when the residents possess civilization points can they engage in trade. The money earned will ultimately flow back to him. Hence, small gains must precede larger profits. "I am now providing you with a benefit, and I hope you will cherish it," Shinrumo declared. "A benefit?" The crowd responded with curiosity as they continued to queue for their resident identification cards. Upon receiving their cards, those fortunate enough to do so were taken aback, soon revealing expressions of delight, as if they had grasped the significance of the moment. "Thank you, my lord." The crowd expressed their gratitude in unison. Those who had yet to receive their citizen identity cards wore expressions of bewilderment, questioning what had transpired. However, they soon grasped the situation at hand. The lord had established a territorial marketplace for them, where they could procure the necessities, including houses. This marketplace was ingeniously crafted by Shinrumo, using a specialized template for his subjects. It resembled a diminutive version of the bronze multiverse marketplace, akin to the distinction between a grand supermarket and a humble convenience store. Shinruo had only granted access to categories such as materials, medicines, and buildings. The remaining shelves were obscured from their view. The category pertaining to weapons had been significantly reduced, allowing only for practical tools like lumber and excavation instruments. As for the pricing, aside from a generous tenfold discount on housing, the rest remained at their original prices. Subsequently, Shinruo placed 2 entrances shrouded in mist, black holes, as it were, slightly above the contribution monument for the citizens. These areas were strictly off-limits, with dire consequences for trespassers. He addressed the assembly, clarifying that these entrances represented the multiverse battlefield passage and the bronze battle platform passage. Without his express permission, no one could sneak into these locations. Upon receiving their exclusive identity cards, they were free to roam within the territory, advised to engage in their usual activities without causing disruption. Shinruo elaborated on prohibited behaviors within the territory, then called forth 2 individuals, the trio, named Huang Ma-san and Simu Guan, instructing them to follow him up the mountain. He refrained from excessive pleasantries, urging them to diligently fulfill the tasks assigned, encouraging them to choose capable associates while eschewing any nepotism. He elevated their territorial authority, hoping they would execute their responsibilities with due diligence. The prompt from the multiverse civilization indicated that the power of the 2 individuals within Jiangchen's territory had indeed been enhanced, leading to a contemplative silence among the 3. Upon reaching a height of 200 meters on the mountainside, they beheld the Bloodthorn Wall. Shinruo then declared his intention to organize an expedition to explore the outside world, inviting their opinions. Nodding in acknowledgement, he added, "Furthermore, I have credited your citizen identity cards with an additional 2,000 civilization points." At this, the 2 individuals displayed expressions of joy, exclaiming their gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Following this, Shinruo ascended towards the mountain's peak, while Huang Ma-san and Simu Guan paused beside the inner wall of the Bloodthorn, conversing as they descended. With the development of the territory, matters within and between territories grew increasingly complex and cumbersome. Shinruo sighed. acknowledging the need to cultivate a cadre of elites capable of adeptly managing the territory and forging a formidable military force. Such powerful subordinates were not readily available, and discovering such talents within the territory would require time to assess their true capabilities. Although he held reservations about Huang Ma-san and Simu Guan, he found himself compelled to select from the limited options available. However, the development of my territory is quite satisfactory, likely surpassing that of most novice lords by a small margin, I mused. Hence, there is no need to rush. If all goes according to plan, the novice lords in the same group as I are still in a state of poverty, struggling to meet their basic needs, isolated and alone. They have yet to discover any subjects, spending their days in the wilderness, struggling to survive, gathering wood, mining stones, and hunting, merely earning those 10 civilization points through daily tasks. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. When it comes time for the advancement competition, will I also have to initiate Lord Wars? For all novice lords, once they reach a certain time threshold, a unified Lord Advancement War is triggered. This is akin to a check-in system. After a designated duration, one receives rewards. If I too must engage with those contemporaneous novice lords, would it not lead to their swift downfall? Surely not, I thought, shaking my head with a smile. Chapter 73, Changes at the Summit. The dual-element fragrant meat fields have ripened. Giants, giants, the heavens have changed. The heavens have changed. As I ascended the mountain, a small green sprite hurriedly flew towards me, exclaiming in a state of alarm. It turned out that the sprite, Yaya, had been gathering dew from the meat fields when the plants suddenly surged upwards, and the fruits expanded rapidly. At first glance, all 3 sections of the meat fields had ripened. To my astonishment, her home, the sprite treehouse, had also undergone a transformation. The treehouse, which stood at 8 meters, had suddenly risen to 16 meters, its height comparable to her sister's dwelling. Strangely, 2 saplings, half a meter tall, one red and one blue, sprouted beside the elemental springs, seemingly of a different species than the trees of her treehouse. Not only had her home changed, but even the giant's abode had transformed. The bathing springs and farming areas had experienced significant alterations. Upon noticing my arrival, she hastened towards me, saying, "Good person, safe and sound." After understanding the situation, I was taken aback. I smiled at her and inquired, "Did you not hear what I said earlier?" I had broadcasted throughout the territory, assuring everyone to remain calm and not to panic. Yaya's expression turned contemplative as she replied, "I think I did." But in that moment, I was so startled that I could hardly absorb any words. I shook my head and then surveyed the situation atop the mountain. From the 400-meter summit, the view was unobstructed by any mist or clouds, allowing for a sweeping gaze over the entire territory. The sky was a brilliant blue, clouds were white, and the islands appeared lush and verdant. In the distance, the boundless ocean seemed to be encircled by a delicate veil of mist. At the summit, my residence had once again transformed, now resembling a magnificent and grand castle, marked as the Lord's Manor. The area at the summit had significantly expanded, and the meat fields had likewise increased in size. The previous location of the elemental springs had given rise to a small hillock of red and blue hues, from which water continuously surged through the rocky crevices, gathering into a flowing stream. Moreover, on either side of the artificial hill, there flourished 2 saplings of enchanting trees, one adorned in red and the other in blue, precisely as described by the ethereal Elvinia. Fear not, for these transformations are but a chain reaction stemming from the elevation of my domain. Elvinia nodded, seemingly grasping the essence of my words. I then took purposeful strides towards the meat fields nearby, where 3 patches of land bore fruit that had ripened ahead of schedule. Each patch was laden with plump fruits, exuding a unique fragrance, their sizes astonishing, with the smallest akin to a basketball. The dual-type meat fields yielded 2 varieties of produce, the food type, essence fruit, of perfect bronze quality, and the medicinal type, bottled flower. I mused upon the information related to these dual-type fields. The flavor profile of the products from these fields, once matured, would vary according to the energy absorption concentration, capable of producing 100 distinct flavors of food and medicinal wines. Without hesitation, I plucked an essence fruit, its weight substantial in my hand. You have harvested a food-type essence fruit. Simultaneously, a 100-fold reward was triggered. The options for this bounty were as follows. 1. Random food-type essence fruits x 100. Quality, perfect bronze. 2. Savory essence fruits x 100. Quality, perfect bronze. 3. Vegetarian essence fruits x 100. Quality, perfect bronze. What a delightful bonus. I was filled with astonishment. The dual-type meat field bore a total of 40 fruits. If each were to trigger a 100-fold reward, it would amount to a staggering 4,000 fruits. What a waste it would be not to cultivate my abilities. After contemplation, I opted for the first choice. The randomness of the flavors was akin to opening a surprise box, each one a delightful revelation. Upon receiving the 100 random food-type essence fruits, 99 of them were directly stored in my personal repository, occupying a single storage slot. Beside me, Elvinia gazed intently, her eyes wide, and then bit her lip, watching as I effortlessly opened the fruit. As I sliced through the outer layer of the fruit, I encountered a resilient membrane safeguarding the delectable flesh within. Milk tea flavor? My expression turned peculiar. I was astonished to detect the familiar aroma of milk tea in this place. Once I fully opened the fruit, the sight of its white flesh unleashed an intoxicating fragrance that enveloped the surroundings in rich dairy notes. I retrieved a small knife from my repository, cut a piece of the fruit, and tasted it. My eyes widened in sheer astonishment. How is it? Is it delicious? Elvenia inquired eagerly, her mouth watering. Clearly on the verge of tears from anticipation, I remained silent, cutting another small piece to savor. The white flesh melted in my mouth, transforming into a sweet, yet not cloying juice, filling my palate with the robust flavor of milk tea. It was evident that the taste of this essence fruit was pure milk tea. What a marvel! I exclaimed in admiration. It felt as though I were sipping milk tea, and the flavor was remarkably authentic. Most importantly, this fruit could replenish 300 points of stamina and vitality, essentially allowing me to forego meals for 2 days after consuming just one. It can be said that it is worth every penny. No wonder the meat field is so expensive and rare, attracting the admiration of lords. Under normal circumstances, the average person could hardly afford to cultivate it. Once it is fully grown, there will be no worries about sustenance for quite some time. Here you go. Shinrumo handed the remaining yin treasure fruit to the little sprite, Yia, who was on the verge of tears from longing. Upon seeing this, Yia's eyes widened in astonishment. With a hint of caution, she exclaimed, "But this is a gift from you to me. We had agreed on a ratio of 9 to 1. My share hasn't been claimed yet." Taken aback for a moment, Shinrumo burst into laughter and nodded. "Indeed, it is a gift for you. As per our agreement, you are entitled to 1/10 of the fruits. This expenditure is negligible for me. The meat field can continuously produce fruits, and as long as he secures this little sprite, the maturation period of the meat field will shorten. Soon enough, there shall be an abundance of fruits to feast upon. Besides, with the 100-fold reward system at his disposal, every fruit he picks yields 100 in return. Even if he consumes one or discards another, there is no fear of running out of provisions." "Thank you. Oh my!" the little sprite exclaimed, lifting her hands to receive the massive fruit, which was several times her size. The enormous fruit immediately weighed her down, causing her to lose altitude in her flight. "Do you need assistance?" Shinrumo inquired. Shortly thereafter, he observed a white sphere soaring away, heading towards a treehouse that was several meters high. "Is she a glutton?" Shinrumo chuckled to himself. Chapter 74, A Bountiful Harvest of Fruits for a Certain Lord. He continued to examine another type of fruit from the dual-type meat field, the medicinal, vase wine fruit. He attempted to pluck one. The 100-fold reward was triggered once more. 1. Random passion fruit vase wine x 100, quality, bronze perfect. 2. Life-type passion fruit vase wine x 100, quality, bronze perfect. 3. Combat-type passion fruit vase wine x 100, quality, bronze perfect. 4. Defense-type passion fruit vase wine x 100, quality, bronze perfect. Shinrumo was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the 100-fold rewards this time. There were actually 4 options. Not only were they distinct from the previous food types, but the categories were also quite detailed. Combat type, defense type. Understanding dawned upon Shinrumo. These 2 categories represented a potion, vase wine, that enhances combat prowess, while the other signified a vase wine that bolsters defense. As for the life type, it referred to the ability to restore health. The selection was entirely random. "I choose option 1. Shinrumo made his decision. "You have obtained random passion fruit vase wine x 100. Nothing could be more exhilarating than unboxing a mystery box. Shinrumo then sliced open the fruit in his hand, revealing a bottle of medicinal wine within, weighing approximately a pound. The material of the bottle was unidentifiable, yet it felt akin to glass, radiating a deep blue hue. It was hard to fathom that a bottle of wine could grow from within a fruit. This marvel left Shinrumo in awe once again. The meat field truly is a wondrous entity. It can yield food, produce weapons, and perhaps even conjure exotic companions from distant realms. The multiverse is indeed fascinating. He uncorked the azure bottle of medicinal liquor, and an enchanting fragrance wafted forth. Could it be a blueberry-flavored elixir of the Guardian system? As Chunruo took a sip, he was somewhat astonished. It had a certain charm. This medicinal wine possessed a degree of potency. Although the alcohol content was not particularly high, approximately 10, he could still discern it. You have consumed the Guardian system's passionflower bottle liquor, temporarily boosting your defense by 100 points, your health by 150 points, and providing a brief immunity to mental effects. Remarkable. Shinruo marveled. The effects were slightly inferior to those of the potions purchased from the universal marketplace, yet still significantly noticeable. Most importantly, the efficacy of this concoction rivaled that of the fruit from the meaty fields, which, with a little watering and fertilization, could be cultivated in abundance. The fruits of the explosive meat field were also ripe. Shinruo approached the adjacent explosive meat field, gazing at the clusters of black fruits hanging down. Noting that there were 50 mature fruits, the explosive fruit, also known as the bomb fruit, served the purpose of functioning as a bomb, to be hurled at a distance. However, the quality of the explosive meat field before him was only of bronze, ordinary grade. Thus, the fruits produced were merely of bronze, ordinary quality. Shinruo plucked one. At that moment, the hundredfold reward was triggered once again. Hundredfold reward. Options: 1. Explosive fruit x 100, quality, bronze ordinary. 2. Enhanced explosive fruit x 10, quality, bronze good. 3. Perfect explosive fruit x 1, quality, bronze perfect. The options for this hundredfold reward had transformed once more. It appeared that bronze perfect was the highest quality he could currently acquire, and it was also the most accessible. Once the item quality reached bronze perfect, the options would become richer and rarer. Conversely, if the quality fell below bronze perfect, the rewards would favor quality enhancement over quantity. As for the silver options, he had only encountered them twice. After some contemplation, Shinruo chose option 1. The surplus could be allocated for his subjects, placed in the territory marketplace, perhaps yielding some points through resale. However, he would not opt to place the bombs in the territory marketplace for their use just yet. The time frame was too brief, and there were still some unstable factors at play. Weapon: explosive fruit, single use. Level: bronze, ordinary. Attributes: fire. Usage: throw berry. Description: upon receiving an impact force of 5 pounds or more, the explosive fruit will detonate, generating a shockwave capable of slaying bronze-tier low-level foes, with a theoretical impact range of 15. Is this a landmine or grenade from another realm? Shinruo gazed at the black fruit in his hand, rendered speechless. Such weapons were indeed available in the universal marketplace, albeit in rare varieties and quantities, with prices skewed higher. Quite impressive. Shinruo did not attempt to use it. Instead, he stored it in his personal inventory. Next, he arrived at the final meat field, which was filled with pale blue fruits. This too was a food-type meat field, though it produced bronze, ordinary grade pastries known as ice fruit cakes, an otherworldly delicacy with a naturally icy texture. Shinruo also plucked one, triggering the hundredfold reward once more. He ultimately opted for the perfect bronze tier, selecting an item known as Little Ice Fairy Fruit Cake, of which there was only one. Upon opening the fruit, the temperature around him dropped a few degrees, and the air exuded a gentle coolness. Intriguing. Shinruo took a bite, and his eyes widened in astonishment. A chilling sensation enveloped his entire being, coursing through his veins like a refreshing dip in crystalline spring water on a sweltering summer day. This feeling was indescribably pleasant. Exhilarating. Shinruo marveled. As he looked down, he suddenly noticed that the little sprite had stealthily approached. Having already taken a small piece of the fruitcake from his hand, cradling it in her palms and licking it as if savoring ice cream, displaying an expression of utter delight. This little creature was becoming increasingly audacious. Is it delicious? Shinruo inquired after she finished her morsel. The sprite, Yaya, was taken aback, realizing Shinruo was gazing at her with a warm smile. She chuckled awkwardly, concealing her small hand behind her back, remnants of blue cake lingering on her lips, and stammered, "It's quite tasty. Could I trade with you for this delectable treat? You get 9, I get 1. Her timid demeanor was irresistibly amusing. Aren't there plenty in the field? Shinruo replied with a playful smirk. Oh, Shinruo expressed mild surprise. Is the elemental content different? Can you discern such details? It appeared that the sprite folk possessed some remarkable abilities. Given this, among the 2,000 newcomers to the territory, there were likely a dozen or so sprites who might prove useful. Shinruo casually handed her the remaining portion of the Little Ice Fairy Fruit Cake and proceeded to gather the harvest from the meat field. 19 passionfruit treasure fruits, 19 passionflower wine, 49 explosive fruits, and 39 ice fruit cakes. However, with the activation of the hundredfold reward due to Shinruo's choices, he received 900 random passionfruit treasure fruits, 500 savory treasure fruits, and 500 vegetarian treasure fruits, 1,000 life-type wine, 500 combat type, and 400 defense type. Additionally, Shinruo had selections across all tiers. The combined yield from the 3 meat fields amounted to a total of 130 meat field fruits. Yet, under the hundredfold reward, his final harvest soared to an astonishing 130,000 fruits. In the end, Shinruo generously split the bounty with Yaya, each receiving 65 meat field fruits. This gesture raised Yaya's favorability. What a good person. I will diligently cultivate the land. Chapter 75, Sign in, Refreshing Pills. In the regional chat group, the crowd expressed their approval. Well done, splendid job. There's a chance for a 9-to-1 split. You 9, I 1. Shinruo smiled gently, resembling a benevolent landowner. While it appeared to be a 9-to-1 split, in truth, Shinruo profited immensely. Their contract did not specify that it pertained to his hundredfold reward. Really? This is incredible, Yaya exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. The giant is such a good person. 1,000 times better. Shinruo nodded with a smile, gesturing toward the meat field fruits on the ground. Let us first take care of your wages. All right. Yaya was exceptionally obedient at that moment. Observing her, he shook his head, so adorably foolish. Nevertheless, this is rather intriguing. Contemplating this, Shinru glanced at the harvested meat field seedlings, which lay wilted and drooping on the ground, visibly transformed into the fertilizer of the meat field. It appeared that soon a new batch of meat field seedlings would emerge. Chun-Ru murmured, lifting his gaze to the adjacent double-story villa, which had undergone a remarkable transformation since its purchase and renovation. The property was now rebranded as the Jiangchun Lord's Manor. The internal space had doubled, with the original 2 floors now expanded into 3. The previous first and second floors had been elevated, creating a spacious ground floor that served as his administrative dominion. On the walls, a miniature 3-dimensional map of the territory materialized, depicting the distribution of resources and buildings within, including timber, ores, special constructions, and water sources. Additionally, a large black door had appeared on the opposite wall. Chun-Ru promptly received information regarding this black door, prison of the territory, a place where the territory suppresses evil. When the territory's evil value reaches a certain threshold, it will attract more powerful dark creatures. However, this prison had yet to be activated. Upon activation, it would grant 2 complementary cells of 10 square meters each. The number of layers and cells, as well as the strength of suppression, would require the unlocking of civilization points, which were not insignificant in cost. Chun-Ru possessed ample civilization points, but was in no hurry to open the prison door, as it was not immediately necessary. Within the house, aside from the staircase transforming into a teleportation array connecting the upper and lower floors, there were no significant changes. Checking in, he suddenly recalled that he had yet to complete today's sign-in. Sign-in successful, 5 consecutive days logged. Heaven rewards diligence. You have received 1 refresh pill. Upon seeing the notification from the myriad world civilization, Chun-Ru was momentarily taken aback. Refresh pill? What might this be? It had not appeared in the myriad worlds marketplace, nor was it found in the illustrated guide of the first 3 levels of the myriad worlds abyss. While he pondered this, a 100-fold reward was triggered. You have received 100 refresh pills, quality, universal. Chun-Ru was astonished. It was the first time he had encountered a 100-fold reward system notification for an item of universal quality. Moreover, this time he received only 1 reward, with no options to choose from. Universal quality? A look of confusion crossed Chun-Ru's face as a small jade vial materialized in his hand. Upon opening the vial, he discovered a collection of small white pills. Name, refresh pill. Level, universal. Description, consuming 1 refreshes personal status and skills, restoring them to peak condition. The brevity of the item description hinted at its formidable effect. Could it be akin to the sacred beans from Dragon Ball? 1 pill, an instant revival to full health. A miraculous elixir. To receive such a powerful item from the first sign-in as a novice? Should I give it a try? Chun-Ru contemplated consuming the refresh pill. Upon reflection, he was curious to see if those in the chat group were also receiving the same rewards for today's check-in. The regional chat group, 1-892-2000, buzzed with activity. Bronze black market token, 1 day, for 15 civilization points. Is anyone looking to crowdfund? I can assist with the purchase. I have a trustworthy history in procurement. Deceivers shall meet their demise. Is the procurement at the 818 bronze black market, Jiangchen store? Indeed. Hurry if you want it. Jiangchen store is selling out fast. I'm on my way. To the brother above, I previously crowdfunded with you. Please assist me in purchasing a bottle of energy candy valued at 15 from Jiangchen store. Thank you. I can help with sales. If you have items to sell, send them my way. I charge a 10% fee. If you're concerned, we can sign a contract. I've gathered 7 herbs. I hope to sell them, alas. I'm out of civilization points. The chat was lively and vibrant. In just a few days, the communication style among the members had transformed dramatically. No longer filled with lamentations and fears, they harnessed the power of the chat group for mutual collaboration, working together towards progress. Particularly, the influential figure, Chun-Ru, illuminated the path for these novice lords amid the darkness. Chun-Ru had previously broadcasted in the bronze domain, and although he did not explicitly disclose the origins of the 818 black market, he had alluded to its safety. In this unknown and terrifying world, the term safety held profound significance for them. Consequently, those lords in the group who had yet to utilize the bronze black market, 1 day, token began to venture to the 818 black market. Before long, they discovered that the 818 black market was indeed safe, devoid of the robbery incidents that plagued other bronze black markets. The excitement among the new lords in the group was palpable. Meanwhile, those without a black market token sought to befriend lords who had access, persuading them to procure affordable goods from Jiangchen store. Some were deceived, while others successfully evolved into small leaders, engaging in sales and procurement. In a chat group of nearly 2,000, small factions began to emerge in mere days, each assisting one another in their development. Procurement? Chun-Ru perused the chat records, raising an eyebrow in surprise. This is quite intriguing. He anticipated that members of the group would eventually seek to purchase items from his store. He contemplated using a loudspeaker to inform Uncle Xiong and Aunt Xian that they could confidently visit him at the 818 bronze black market. Coupled with subsequent promotional campaigns offering 50% discounts, he unabashedly invited everyone to shop at Jiangchen store. Such overt actions were bound to be known by all bronze lords and novice leaders. It appeared that the peers within the group were off to a promising start. Shinruo chuckled softly, offering a mere nod of approval. A simple compliment was all he deemed necessary. He did not harbor concerns that the lords within the group might eventually become adversaries. Shinruo understood that he and all others who joined the group were fundamentally on different tiers. As for harboring hostile or resentful thoughts towards aiding these individuals, such narrow-mindedness was beneath him. The half-price promotion at his store was merely one facet of his strategy to expand his influence. It was the only way to achieve rapid growth. While others benefited, he reaped substantial profits, all in tandem. Moreover, everyone in this group hailed from the same place. So out of a sense of camaraderie, he felt inclined to offer guidance whenever possible. After all, just days prior, he had also benefited from the pioneering efforts of some group members. Furthermore, he commanded a following of 2,000 and possessed millions in civilization points. Among the nascent lords across all realms, who could rival him? Chapter 76, a slightly deceptive refreshing pill. Further confrontation with the celestial dragon. Setting aside superfluous thoughts, Shinruo swiftly uncovered the answers he sought. The chat group was abuzz with messages. Breaking news. Someone in the black market is willing to pay 500 civilization points for a refreshing pill. No way. Really? In no time, the entire chat exploded with excitement. It appeared that today's attendance had granted everyone a refreshing pill. Shinruo mused quietly. However, they had all merely received a single refreshing pill. Observing the chaotic flurry of messages, he lost interest in participating in the chat. A glance at his private messages revealed several new notifications. Upon opening them, he found messages from his junior, Liu. Senior, may I timidly ask, is the Jiangchen store yours? Senior, do you need a consignment? I have now become the head of a 20-person black market sales team. Senior, do you think I should sell that refreshing pill? Shinruo raised an eyebrow, responding evasively. Can you see my lord? No, I can't. We only added each other in private messages, so I can't see it. Oh, Shinruo nodded inwardly, dismissing any potential risks. She couldn't see his either. What's wrong, senior? Liu inquired. He was uncertain whether this item could refresh the cooldown of silver skills. His God of Ruin was still on cooldown. I think you could sell it for more useful resources, Liu suggested. That's a good idea. Shinruo agreed with a nod. Meanwhile, he retrieved a refreshing pill and consumed it. You have consumed the refreshing pill. Your attribute status and skill cooldowns have been refreshed. Wait, when he checked his attributes, he discovered that his previously cooling silver skill, God of Ruin, for spirits, along with other skills, had their cooldowns reset to 0. It can be used now. He gasped, astonished. This thing is powerful. But soon, his expression shifted to one of shock. Why did the effects of the attribute restoration fruit I consumed earlier get wiped away? The skills have been refreshed, but the full status of my attributes, temporary boosts of 100, has vanished, and my health points and stamina have reverted to a maximum of 400. However, the precious effect of his silver-grade skill, which automatically restored health, was also nullified. A significant loss, Shinruo lamented with a wry smile. The effects of his attribute restoration fruit, which had 2 days of recovery left, had simply vanished. It is indeed a remarkable item, capable of refreshing cooldown durations and restoring attributes. However, it may not necessarily be beneficial. One must refrain from indiscriminately consuming potions. Should one ingest any other items that provide additional enhancements, the use of the refreshing elixir would be rendered incompatible, thus negating its effects. As I gazed upon the small jade vial before me, a quiet sigh escaped my lips, and I shook my head. Perhaps it would prove advantageous for those with potent skill attributes, yet for others relying on potions, it could be counterproductive. After spending a brief moment in the Lord's Manor, I found myself at the heart of the 2-star civilization's scenic island lake. With 20 health points remaining, I stumbled slightly. Noting that my health did not restore as it had previously, I shook my head with a wry smile. It seemed I must refrain from recklessly utilizing my talent skills for the time being. My backpack contained restorative potions and food, including 2 perfect quality silver fruits for health recovery. However, I was in no rush to use them. With the Lord's blessings upon the territory, my health was gradually recovering. Had that fellow retreated into the elemental dwelling? My gaze swept across the surroundings. The azure waters of the lake emitted a misty chill, and the trees nearby were coated in a light frost. Beside the Heart Lake stood a cavernous abode. Come out, I called as I approached. If you do not emerge, I shall dismantle your new home. I stated calmly while seated by the lake. Through the soul pet contract, I learned that the starry dragon was nestled within the elemental dwelling's wind cave, leisurely slumbering. However, upon my approach, it had stirred. Yet, once it recognized me, it feigned death within. Then, I stood with my hands clasped behind my back and extended a finger, tapping the air lightly. The Lord's capacity to modify the territory allowed me to elevate the 10-meter-wide elemental house, which began to ascend slowly toward the frigid lake. At that moment, a dragon's roar echoed from within. A shadow erupted forth, and the starry dragon materialized above the island lake, roaring in protest as if to convey its displeasure, as though to say, "Do not provoke me," or else nevertheless, I disregarded its imposing presence. scrutinizing the starry dragon and remarking, "It seems your injuries have mostly healed. Come down, permit me to ride you. A dragon knight, is that acceptable?" Upon hearing this, the starry dragon grasped my meaning and cast me a disdainful glance, as if to say, "You? Huh? Do you believe I would not crush you with a single claw?" The recovering starry dragon swelled with arrogance, ignoring its master. "Is that how you wish to play?" I replied with a smile. The starry dragon looked down at me with contempt. "Excellent." I chuckled lightly and retrieved a life-restoring fruit from my inventory, swallowing it whole. Transformation of the divine dragon spirit. I instantly activated this upgradable silver skill I had learned in the ancient god village. In the next moment, my limbs transformed into golden dragon claws, and a golden dragon tail several meters long coalesced behind me, my body enveloped in a layer of shimmering, radiant dragon scales. Dragon spirit transformation, transformed into a dragon humanoid, boasting an attack power of 5 and a defense power of 2. My attack power surged 5-fold, while my defense doubled. With the exclusive enhancement from the lord of the territory, my attributes surged 3-fold. In an instant, my strength ascended to the mid-level of silver, an unprecedented power. Not only that, but an aura of terrifying dread, reminiscent of the ancient dragon clan, radiated from me. At that moment, the starry sky dragon hovering above the Heart Island Lake was momentarily taken aback by the changes of its so-called master. Particularly, the aura emanating from me instilled a profound sense of unease deep within its soul. How could such a feeble being possess an aura that invoked both fear and familiarity? The starry sky dragon was bewildered. Meanwhile, I unleashed the power of this skill, the godly dragon fist. I propelled myself upward with great force, soaring to a height of 7 or 8 meters. Clenching my fist, a golden dragon silhouette materialized, enveloping my arm. I struck with a punch. The sound of wind tearing through the air resonated. A flash of golden light. The starry sky dragon, momentarily stunned by my dragon spirit, failed to react in time and was directly hammered into the Heart Island Lake by my blow. Its colossal form crashed into the water, creating enormous waves and unleashing a chilling aura all around. In the next moment, a pair of golden red wings, composed of shimmering feathers, manifested behind me. I stood upon the water's surface and then gracefully descended onto a nearby tree, avoiding the splashing waves. Soon, this skill entered its cool-down phase. Perched on the tree branch, I gazed at the undulating, frigid waters of the lake, inwardly lamenting, what a magnificent display of prowess, yet regrettably brief. This transformation indeed was remarkable, but the duration of its cool-down rendered it a significant shortcoming. I felt an exhilarating surge of power, as if I could easily vanquish the elder of the ancient god village. Just then, the starry sky dragon burst forth from the water, creating yet another wave as it soared into the air, its gaze fixed upon me, revealing a hint of complexity in its expression. "Are you convinced?" I asked nonchalantly. I still had 99 refresh pills remaining. Chapter 77, Riding the Dragon. An islandless territory? A resounding roar echoed across the entire island. A magnificent creature, with black scales and blue wings, spanning an impressive width of 17 to 18 meters, glided gracefully through the sky. It was hard to fathom that this was merely a young dragon. One could only imagine the enormity of a fully grown starry sky dragon. At that moment, a dashing young man clad in a green lord's battle attire stood atop the hybrid starry sky dragon's back, hands clasped behind him as he faced the strong winds in the air, his hair dancing in the breeze. The thrill of riding a dragon was exhilarating. My expression remained calm, yet my heart brimmed with excitement. Riding a dragon, a dream cherished by countless souls, had become my reality today. I could discern that this starry sky dragon was fiercely untamed, embodying a wild spirit. Even after being brought here from the elemental house, it remained fiercely independent. However, I never anticipated that after having subdued it once again, the speed at which the starry sky dragon yielded to me would exceed my expectations. He had initially considered striking a few more blows, yet abruptly, the dragon yielded. It was uncertain whether this young dragon had been stunned by the blows, rendered daft by the frigid waters of the lake, or influenced by some other factor. In any case, this juvenile dragon was successfully tamed by him. They soared away from the island, eager to explore the vast world beyond. Chun Ruo spoke up, and shortly thereafter, the starry sky dragon emitted a resonant roar, accelerating as it departed from Chun Ruo's territory, heading towards the ocean. The majority of the island's inhabitants trembled in fear. Was that black dragon truly the steed of their lord? Their lord must be extraordinarily powerful. Such a magnificent lord. The reverberating roar of the starry sky dragon instilled a profound awareness among the newly arrived subjects regarding the might of their new lord. A dragon, a formidable and rare creature among the myriad realms, was indeed the mount of their sovereign. This revelation triggered a chain reaction, significantly elevating the loyalty of most individuals. Meanwhile, on the vast and boundless ocean, half an hour later, Chun Ruo's gaze continuously scanned the waters below and around him. Given the speed of the starry sky dragon, they must have already traveled at least 100 kilometers from the island. What does 100 kilometers signify? It is roughly equivalent to a car traveling on a highway for an hour. How peculiar that the island remains unseen. A look of confusion crossed Shenruo's face. Logically, such a distance should reveal the island. Furthermore, his vision could penetrate even further, yet he discerned no protruding rocks, islands, or any hint of land on the horizon. How did those 10 individuals from Amber Island manage to drift here by boat? Shenruo pondered, feeling increasingly perplexed. After another half-hour of flight, he sensed something was amiss in this world. Continuing to fly would merely squander time. He resolved to construct a vessel later and send someone to investigate. Upon reaching the summit of a rocky mountain, he presented the Starry Sky Dragon with an upgraded version of an ice fruit cake, the Little Ice Fairy Cake. The dragon gulped it down in one swift motion, barely allowing for any residue to linger. It suddenly emitted a low murmur, releasing a puff of dragon breath. As if to express something. Still hungry? Shenruo understood its meaning as it nodded eagerly. Very well, I don't have many of these Little Ice Fairy Cakes, but I can spare this one for you. Shenruo chuckled, shaking his head as he retrieved 100 bronze-quality ice fruit cakes from his personal storage. He had recently harvested 130,000 meat fruit, and after excluding the explosive and medicinal fruits, he theoretically possessed 6,000 food fruits. In reality, however, he had only 110 food-related fruits, some of which were of superior quality. The 100 ice fruit cakes were just enough to satisfy the dragon's cravings. Yet their attributes had already satiated the Starry Sky Dragon's hunger. With a contented burp, the dragon emitted a low rumble of dissatisfaction, as if to say, "The flavor is quite lacking." Haha, delicious things are naturally rare, Shenruo remarked with a smile, realizing he possessed very few of the bronze-perfect quality Little Ice Fairy Cakes. As he observed the intimacy level of the Starry Sky Dragon rise slightly, he spoke up. "You may roam freely, but refrain from unnecessary roaring. You've scared off the meat I've been raising. And please, do not cause any destruction, exercise some restraint." After delivering this admonition, Shenruo descended the mountain. Speaking of meat and sustenance, he recalled that the 2,000 newcomers had yet to receive any food. He subsequently took out 100 food-grade passion fruit, instructing the territory's marketplace to divide them into 200 portions for temporary listing under the food category, pricing them at 2 civilization points, limited to 1 purchase per person. This was akin to providing a gift to his subjects. Without managing a household, one cannot appreciate the value of essentials, Shenruo mused with a wry smile. The Bloodthorn Wall and the Venomous Marsh required nourishment for growth and evolution. The Falcon's Nest and the Forest Tortoise's Den also necessitated meat for hatching and nurturing. The over 2,000 inhabitants of his territory depended on their lord for sustenance and aid. After all, the territory was still in its nascent stages, and its residents had not yet reached a point of self-sufficiency. Should he withhold food and compel them to fend for themselves, it would undoubtedly lead to starvation for many. What, then, would be the significance of acquiring these people? In essence, it was akin to raising children. Initial investment was crucial. The Starry Sky Dragon had inadvertently frightened off a multitude of wild chickens. Upon arriving at the newly established breeding grounds within his territory, Shenruo witnessed that a small fraction of the captive wildlife had succumbed to the dragon's roar, predominantly timid creatures like wild chickens and rabbits. Regrettably, he did not trigger the 100-fold reward. He picked up a deceased chicken and, after a swift execution, received no notification of the 100-fold reward. Switching to a live wild chicken, he struck it down. You have hunted a forest wild chicken, acquiring 5 pounds of low-quality forest chicken meat and half a pound of feathers. Simultaneously, the 100-fold reward was activated. 100-fold reward. 1. Forest chicken meat 5 pounds 100. Chicken feathers half a 100-pound, low quality. Instantly, he obtained 500 pounds of chicken meat. It seemed he could only hunt the living. Shenruo did not collect the 500 pounds of chicken meat, leaving it aside for others to gather. He assessed the losses, planned to reinforce the fences, and decided to slaughter a wild boar to celebrate the arrival of the new residents. Subsequently, he purchased several specialized fence structures from the Universal Marketplace, intended for raising livestock, enclosing a small hill for this purpose. These fenced buildings would significantly mitigate external influences, ensuring the healthy growth of the bred creatures. With over 120 chickens and more than 80 rabbits lost, Shenruo felt a pang of sorrow as he listened to his subordinates report. To him, this represented a substantial loss. Truly, a prodigal dragon. Dispose of the deceased chickens and prepare a grand feast for everyone in the territory today. Additionally, seek out individuals with experience or talent in animal husbandry to serve as caretakers, with weekly wages, Shenruo instructed. Meanwhile, the steward, Sumu Guan, nodded in agreement. Yes, my lord. Chapter 78. The Poised Territory of Jiangchun. The territory's abyss, the Black Prison, establishing a territorial force. 2 hours later, Shenruo stood atop a rocky mountain, gazing down upon his domain. At this moment, the territory was adorned with clusters of buildings, wooden cabins, stone houses, and metal shelters had all been relocated from the territory's marketplace. The cleared forest areas now bore homes, arranged in a staggered manner, forming orderly alleys, exuding a sense of human warmth. This was the true semblance of what a territory ought to embody. My domain shall flourish increasingly. Chunruo observed the gathering of his subjects at the foot of the mountain, reflecting, with just over 2,000 citizens, if we can initiate momentum and foster development, our self-sustaining efforts will undoubtedly ensure the healthy growth of the territory. The road ahead is long and arduous, he murmured, hearing the collective response from the crowd as he descended the mountain. At this moment, the majority below were swallowing hard, their faces lit with joyful smiles. Some even moved to tears. It has been so long since we tasted meat, exclaimed one. Indeed, in my former abode, I had meat only once and have since been deprived of the intoxicating aroma. Is this delightful fragrance truly the scent of meat? I had heard from my father that it was a treasure reserved for nobles, yet I had never experienced it myself. The new lord of our territory is remarkably benevolent. Praise be to our Lord. I pledge my eternal loyalty. The myriad expressions of the crowd reflected the diverse backgrounds of these individuals, many of whom had never savored what meat truly was. In the myriad realms, scarcity of food is a common plight among lower-tier lordly civilizations, where most edible flora has been exhausted. Among these 2,000 souls, many had been sold off by their former lord for civilization points and resources. Such instances of selling one's own subjects are not uncommon, for not all possess the wealth of Chunruo. As Chunruo observed the rising average loyalty among his subjects, a subtle smile graced his lips. I have stated before, loyalty to me will not go unrewarded. The provisions before you are but a modest beginning. I aspire for a day when each of my citizens is as formidable as a dragon, capable of overshadowing the heavens and traversing the myriad realms. He refrained from delivering a lengthy oration, opting instead to impart a few words to uplift the spirits of his people. Meanwhile, the two responsible for managing the citizens, the duo known as Huang Ma-san and Si Mu, exchanged a glance and nodded in silent agreement. In the next moment, they knelt before Chunruo, proclaiming loudly, "May our Lord reign supreme across the universe. We pledge everlasting loyalty." The citizens, now aware of the unfolding scene, knelt in unison, echoing, "May our Lord reign supreme across the universe. We pledge eternal loyalty." Their voices reverberated throughout the territory, creating a grand spectacle. Only a handful, with expressions of unease and shifting gazes, feigned kneeling. Chunruo was taken aback by the sudden display of reverence from the 2,000 individuals. Upon hearing their fervent declarations, a tempest of tumultuous emotions stirred deep within him. A seed of ambition for dominance took root in his mind. Subsequently, Chunruo chuckled softly, shaking his head inwardly. How could I discuss conquest when I have yet to leave the novice village? I must first ensure stable development. Nevertheless, Chunruo sensed that his second war was approaching rapidly. He instructed everyone to rise, and then commanded the distribution of meat broth. Each person would receive a single portion, while those with larger appetites could claim an additional 1 or 2 servings. Chunruo continued, announcing a 100-fold reward of 30,000 pounds of wild boar meat, supplemented by an additional 1,200 pounds of other meats. He set aside 4,000 pounds for broth preparation and allocated 10,000 pounds for distribution, 5 pounds per individual. The surplus would be reserved for the territory's army, consisting of 1,000 newly recruited soldiers. Additionally, some of the residents, due to their ethnic backgrounds, abstained from meat. To accommodate them, Chunruo produced 900 loaves of bread from his inventory, which he had previously acquired in the abyss of 10,000 realms, and had gifted some to Jiang Tang. Since he had no need for it himself, he decided to clear his backpack. "Thank you, my lord." The crowd expressed their gratitude in unison. Indeed, Chunruo nodded. "Remember, do not fight over the distributed food. Should I discover anyone attempting to seize another's belongings or provisions?" His tone shifted, his gaze turning icy as it fell upon the dozen or so residents with low loyalty. The mere sight of him made them avert their eyes and lower their heads. It was not yet time to set an example through harsh measures. A swift strike might yield unintended consequences. Chunruo then gestured into the void, and a building resembling a snake's head, entirely black, materialized. Its gaping maw revealed a blood-red door, adorned with the images of 2 ferocious beasts. "Lord No. 015 has established the territory prison, successfully named the Black Prison. You have expended 100,000 points of civilization to upgrade the Black Prison to level 6, creating 6 internal layers and opening 601 cells. You have acquired a new title, Great Prison Master, with a reward of 5,000 civilization points. Only lords who have established at least 2 layers of territory prisons are eligible for such titles, and this is the title of a newly appointed prison master." Simultaneously, the 100-fold reward was triggered. Chunruo's new title transformed into Guardian of the Realm Prison. The 5,000 civilization points multiplied to 500,000. Yet, Chunruo was not eager to examine the attributes conferred by this new title. Instead, he pointed towards the black snakehead structure adjacent to the battlefield portal and addressed the crowd. "This is the place for suppressing wrongdoers in our territory, known as the Black Prison. As for the horrors contained within, I hope certain individuals refrain from provoking the rules of our domain. Otherwise, I may allow them to experience it firsthand." The Black Prison, upgraded to 6 levels, was far from a mere ordinary jail. The crowd shuddered at the sight of the foreboding, pitch-black snakehead building, instinctively feeling dread towards this ominous structure. May you all understand the distinction between the honor and the evil of our territory. To the criminals, I shall reiterate, do not harbor any illusions of escape. Otherwise, the outcome shall be singular, a fate of neither survival nor death. With a measured tone, I, Chunruo, addressed the assembly, observing the rise in their loyalty metrics. Nodding in satisfaction. The Black Prison now requires 7 guards. Any individual may volunteer, with Simumu overseeing the registration. Additionally, I shall establish a Lord's Guard, comprising 10 members. Those interested should seek out Huang Ma-san for registration. Subsequently, I will orchestrate a selection competition. Only those who pass my assessment shall be granted employment. Moreover, a 1,000-strong battle unit must be formed within the territory. All individuals of bronze strength are required to participate without exception. Should there be any special circumstances, they must be reported to me. Failure to comply will result in charges of desertion, punishable by execution within the Black Prison. My tone turned frigid as I delivered this message. After a prolonged silence, I softened my demeanor and added, the Jiangqin territory has only just begun. We are in dire need of personnel. I hope everyone will participate actively. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in surprise, their faces lighting up with eagerness. Chapter 79, The Territorial Arena Selection Competition, Part 1. After finalizing the registration for various positions within the territory, I signaled for everyone to commence their meal before further deliberations. Following this, I strolled through the territory, accompanied by my 3 companion beasts, the Luminal Bunny, the Rockbreaker Master, and the Puppet Warrior. These creatures still served a purpose, and their fate of eventual obsolescence remained uncertain. As long as they could keep pace with my progress, they would remain by my side. The architectural layout of the territory must also be meticulously planned, encompassing residential, commercial, agricultural, and military zones. As I surveyed my surroundings, I mused inwardly. The trees near the Elemental Valley had been decimated, replaced by a series of new dwellings. My territory spans 100 square kilometers, ample space to accommodate up to 400,000 inhabitants in the future. Presently, with merely 2,000 individuals, it is still insufficient, just managing to form a nascent community ecosystem. I lamented the scarcity of personnel, particularly elite leaders and managerial talents. I realized I needed 2 secretaries. Thus far, I had not encountered any particularly satisfactory individuals among the residents of my territory. Divine Protection grants 1 resurrection. Noble Presence provides a certain probability of encountering a mysterious merchant. It seems I must venture into the multiverse abyss once more to test my fortune, I contemplated. Should I encounter the mysterious merchant again? I believe I could soar to great heights. With 10 million civilization points, is there any need to question my monetary prowess? Lord of the Territory. The registration lists for the Black Prison Guards and the Lord-S Guard have been compiled. I received the forms and, upon a cursory glance, was somewhat astonished. Good heavens! The number of applicants for the Black Prison Guard stands at 803, while the Lord-S Guard has 723 applicants, with some overlap. If we were to conduct a grand selection, it might take days to complete. I decided to retain the forms for now, promising to inform them of the results later. Swiftly, from the list, those without strength would be eliminated, as would those lacking special skills, individuals with loyalty below 75 points, and those with mediocre attributes. The positions contested in this election are of considerable significance, necessitating an authoritative presence that ordinary individuals may find challenging to embody. Utilizing the template of the populous information from the Lord's estate, Chunru swiftly filtered through the candidates, ultimately selecting 30 individuals. Among them, 11 are pre-selected members for the Black Prison Wardens, while 19 belong to the pre-selected members of the Lord's Guard. The majority, 27, possess mid-level bronze strength, with 3 at the lower bronze tier, including the previous werewolf, Lang Jun. Additionally, there is 1 candidate from the Blade Clan, Chen Dao, who opted for the Black Prison Wardens. Remarkably, Chen Dao had just advanced to the lower bronze tier last night, showcasing his rapid progression. This indicates that the residents do not require advancement wars to level up. However, it is evident that individuals of the same tier cannot surpass their lords. With 11 vying for 7 slots and 19 for 10, it seems fitting to arrange a contest to determine the final selections. Observing the list of chosen candidates, Chunru decisively resolved to proceed. As for the matchup between the lower and mid-level bronze candidates, he could easily adjust their strengths to a comparable level. As the afternoon unfolded, Chunru announced the 30 pre-selected candidates to all the inhabitants of the territory, informing them of a small arena selection competition to be held later that day. He invested 300 civilization points to construct 2 square arenas, each measuring 10 meters by 10 meters. Standing atop the arena, he surveyed the crowd gathered below. The 11 pre-selected members for the Black Prison Wardens, please line up at that arena. The 19 pre-selected members of the Lord's Guard, assemble at this arena. He continued, each of you will compete by defending your respective arena to secure a winning slot. You are allowed 2 failures. Those who successfully defend twice will be prioritized for selection. Surrender or death will result in your exit. In his realm, the notion of friendship taking precedence over competition simply did not exist. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in excitement, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Some even whistled in encouragement, clearly anticipating the two arena contests scheduled for the day. Who will be the first to defend the arena? Shinru inquired, his gaze sweeping over the assembly with a calm demeanor. Today, he would serve as the referee for the Lord's Guard arena, while Huang Ma-san would officiate the Black Prison Warden's arena. I will. A woman dressed in red, her sultry figure partially obscured by her flowing hair, leaped gracefully onto the Black Prison Warden's arena. Her crimson vertical pupils scanned the audience with an indifferent gaze. The crowd responded with renewed fervor, cheering. Good. Shinru took note of her presence, and her details soon materialized in his mind. Name, Nana. Race, Naya tribe. Level, mid-level bronze. Loyalty, 76. Data, height 171 centimeters. Measurements, status, healthy, health points 200. Energy points 400, stamina points 300, specialties, illusory eye technique, serpent whip style. The Naya tribe ranks beyond 1,000 among the myriad of races. Before Chun-Ru could contemplate further, Nana was met by her opponent, a mid-level bronze human male named Zayu. At this moment, on the selection platform of the Lord's Guard team, a challenger named Ingyu, a young man from the Eagle clan, stepped forward. His opponent was a charming cat girl known as Cat Ningning from the Cat clan, both possessing the strength of the bronze intermediate level. My lord, may we use weapons? Someone inquired. Shinruo nodded. Yes, unleash your full potential. However, he considered that these individuals had arrived unarmed, lacking any weapons. The territory shop did not offer a wide variety of arms either. Consequently, Shinruo procured a selection of bronze low-tier weapons from the multiverse marketplace, none possessing particularly formidable attributes. The weapons are here. Choose what you prefer, he announced, waving his hand to reveal 2 rows of weapon racks on the platform. The crowd erupted in cheers. Real weapons. Exciting. A light laugh escaped Shinruo's lips as he surveyed the surroundings and declared, let the match begin. The first 2 victors will secure a place. No sooner had he spoken than the 2 platforms erupted into combat. The audience roared in excitement, shouting, go, hit harder. Chapter 80, The Selection Tournament of the Territory, Part 2. On the platform of the Black Prison Warden, Zayu inadvertently fell victim to Nana's eye technique, instantly ensnared in her temporary illusion. In that brief moment of distraction, he was struck by Nana's whip and fell to the ground, unconscious. Bravo. Ha ha ha, so weak. Defeated by a girl. The crowd erupted in mockery. After being a slave for so long, they finally had a spectacle to witness. Seeing her opponent downed, Nana retreated a few steps, her expression guarded. Huang Ma-san observed the situation before announcing, Nana wins. Meanwhile, on the platform presided over by Chun-Ruo, a victor was also emerging. Both the Eagle clan and the Cat clan excelled in speed, but the latter demonstrated even greater agility. At that moment, Cat Ningning had left 4 gashes across Ingyu's face, leaving the arena littered with feathers. Enraged, Ingyu soared into the air, intent on pouncing upon the cat girl. In the next instant, 2 afterimages collided, followed by a cry of despair. The outcome was swiftly determined. Cat Ningning emerged victorious. Chun-Ruo glanced at the scene and remarked coolly, Ingyu's eyes have been blinded, and the back of his head has been brutally struck by Cat Ningning's innate skill. She then delivered a finishing blow, and Ingyu fell lifelessly to the ground. My lord, I accidentally killed him, Cat Ningning said timidly, appearing harmless. It's of no consequence. Shinruo replied with a nod, just dispose of the body. Nonetheless, this seemingly adorable girl displayed a ruthless side, yet to Shinruo, she was precisely the type of subordinate he needed. The prospective challengers below, witnessing this brutal scene, felt a chill run through them. One had died. This was serious. Most importantly, the Lord supported this. Shall we continue guarding the platform, or rest and return later? Shinruo inquired. She only needs to win one more match. Cat Ningning remarked. I choose to take a break. He nodded, casting his gaze over the audience, inquiring, the competition continues. Who else wishes to ascend the stage for the duel? For a moment, the crowd exchanged glances. I will. At that moment, the werewolf, Wolf Jun, stepped forward. My lord, may I bring my beast companion? Wolf Jun asked. Shinru, understanding his intention to summon a falcon, pondered briefly before shaking his head. No, what you require are subordinates of strength and potential, not those who rely on external forces to secure victory. I will challenge you. Then, a towering figure from the ape clan, a mid-bronze rank, ascended the stage, pounding his chest and letting out a fierce roar. Wolf Jun's expression turned vigilant, his body taut. Given the disparity in your ranks, I must temporarily adjust your powers to low bronze, Chun-Ru declared. Instantly, the Lord's authority bore down upon the ape named Ape Dabi, suppressing his mid-bronze strength to low bronze. Within his territory, he was king. Let the battle commence. No sooner had the words left his lips than the two engaged in combat. Both competitors relied on brute strength, yet in terms of raw power, Ape Dabi far surpassed Wolf Jun. Bang! A punch from Ape Dabi nearly sent Wolf Jun flying off the platform. Bravo! The crowd erupted in cheers. Oh whoa! Some werewolf subjects below howled in encouragement. On the stage, Wolf Jun raised his head and let out a howl, his body suddenly swelling to twice its size. Seeing this, Ape Dabi activated his own skills, his arms expanding as well. The Ape Clan's enhancement focused on strength and attack, albeit at the cost of agility. Conversely, the Wolf Clan bolstered speed and attack, their swiftness doubling. As the two prepared to clash, Ape Dabi smirked. A wolf dares to contend with me in strength? Suddenly, Wolf Jun executed a rapid slide, his sharp claws striking out to the sides. Tear. Caught off guard, Ape Dabi failed to evade the attack, resulting in 10 deep gashes along the inner sides of his thighs, the claws embedding into the bone. Ape Dabi shrieked in agony, his mobility severely compromised. His face contorted in rage as he roared, "I will kill you." However, as he attempted to move, the searing pain rendered him convulsing and nearly caused him to collapse. Wolf Jun seized the moment, deftly using his speed to toy with Ape Dabi. Marvelous, Chun-Ru observed, glancing at the fallen Ape Dabi, now incapacitated in a pool of blood, before turning his attention to the panting, utterly exhausted Wolf Jun. Wolf Jun is victorious, Chun-Ru announced. Though victorious, in his current state, the next match seemed precarious. After a brief respite, 2 out of 30 contenders had been directly eliminated, leaving 28 remaining. It must be noted that most races of the myriad civilizations were indeed ruthless in their approach. Defeat equated to death. Of course, this was also tacitly permitted by Chun-Ru, otherwise, they would not dare to fight so fiercely. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nani, the warden of the Black Prison, faced defeat in the second match against a 3-eyed opponent, reluctantly conceding and awaiting her next turn on stage. The competition pressed on. Chun-Ru noted that their fighting style grew increasingly brutal, unleashing powerful moves right from the outset, fighting for survival. 19 candidates for the Lord's Guard met with dire consequences, as 5 were swiftly eliminated, while the remainder bore grievous injuries. In contrast, 11 contenders from the Black Prison Wardens also fought valiantly, resulting in the demise of 3. This left Chun Dao of the Blade Clan with an unexpected advantage, having won 2 matches despite sustaining significant injuries and taking down 1 opponent. An hour later, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the contests on both arenas came to a close. Chun-Ruo announced the results. Only 6 from the Black Prison Wardens emerged victorious, while 5 had perished outright. In the Lord's Guard, 10 triumphed, 9 were eliminated, and 6 lost their lives. The arenas were marred and stained with the vivid hues of blood, transforming the event from mere competition into a battlefield of life and death. Congratulations on your qualifications. Chun-Ruo surveyed the 16 individuals before him, each adorned with various wounds. Yet, every one of them radiated fierce determination and a resolute gaze, filling Chun-Ruo with satisfaction. Nana, Heishan, Chun Dao, from this day forth, you shall serve as the Black Prison Wardens of the Jiangshan territory. With a wave of his hand, 6 black serpent-headed tokens materialized, floating before them. These are the Warden tokens. Activate them, and you shall henceforth oversee the Black Prison. Yes, my lord. The 6 bowed in gratitude as they received the tokens. Chun-Ruo nodded. Moreover, I have prepared the privileges associated with your positions. Each Black Prison Warden shall receive a daily wage of 200 civilization points, a monthly salary of 6,000, a 30 discount at the territory's marketplace, along with a monthly provision of quality food, medicinal supplies, and access to the black market. For the moment, their roles were largely nominal. Yet the benefits they were to receive would surely incite envy among the majority of Bronze Lords. Mao Ningning, swordsman, Ing, you 10 shall serve as my lord's guard, directly under my command. Here are your guard tokens. Chun-Ruo continued to distribute tokens, offering similar benefits to those of the Black Prison Wardens. Thank you, my lord. We shall not disappoint your expectations. The 10 knelt in gratitude. As for Lang Zhan, he was not included among the chosen, having been eliminated yet still alive. His single victory was commendable, and he could potentially contribute significantly within a 1,000-man team. The onlookers below observed with envy as Chun-Ruo rewarded those on stage. Clearly, the rewards bestowed by the Lord were substantial. Mao Ningning, you 10, follow me, he summoned the guard. Additionally, Huang Ma-san, you are responsible for assembling today as 1,000-man team. Training must intensify over the next few days. In a couple of days, I will lead a contingent to challenge other lords on the bronze list. I hope for your commendable performance. Chun-Ruo turned to Huang Ma-san. It is time to make a mark on the leaderboard. Allowing these new recruits 2 days for training to adapt was already a generous gesture. For in the realm of interdimensional civilization, time was a scarce commodity for lords, who thrived under the principle of survival of the fittest, regardless of their circumstances. Exposure to combat would foster their growth. Yes, Huang Ma-san nodded solemnly, as Chun-Ru took his newly formed contingent of 10 guards up the mountain. The voice of Amma resonated loudly. All participants of the 1,000-man battle team, gather around me. The rest disperse. Chapter 81. The True Strength of Chun-Ru. At the summit of the Rocky Mountain, he addressed his newly appointed guards. I have observed your performance today. Upon arriving at the Lord's Manor, he turned to his 10 new elite guards and spoke. Perhaps some of you are still struggling to adapt to this place, still entangled in the mindset of a slave. Yet your courage has proven your worth, awakening you from your stupor. Do you know why I have organized the Lord's Guard? Shinru gazed at the 10 individuals hailing from various races, including the Cat Clan, Sword Clan, Human Clan, and Shadow Clan. To protect our Lord. They replied in unison. He nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Yes, but also no. Currently, I do not require your protection, for combined, you are no match for me. To be candid. While they were all formidable experts of the mid-bronze level, Shinru could easily overpower each of them in a one-on-one encounter, even in a 1-against-10 scenario. It was not beyond the realm of possibility, especially if he summoned the Starry Dragon, with its capabilities enhancing his own. In such a case, even those of the high bronze level would fall swiftly. However, the 10 before him regarded Chunru's words with skepticism, not out of disdain, but rather due to the reality that their lord was merely at the low bronze level. Although a lord inherently possesses greater strength than their subjects, this superiority is contingent upon being of the same tier, and Shinru stood a level below them. My intention in establishing the Lord's Guard was to cultivate a team that could grow alongside me, to face battles together. As our territory expands, you, as esteemed veterans, may yet wield the power to command a domain, Shinru articulated. He had painted a grand vision, and now it was up to them to consider it. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to our Lord. They proclaimed in unison, kneeling on one knee. They had little choice in the matter. Even if some could escape the Jiangchen territory, where could they possibly flee? Born as subjects, they could never ascend to the status of a lord, forever homeless. The perils of the myriad civilizations were far beyond their capacity to confront. Why not follow a potential and powerful lord, sharing both fortune and fate? Shinru nodded and said, Now, let us engage in a sparring match to gauge your abilities. His personal attributes averaged at 400 points, surpassing the individual attribute values of these mid-bronze level warriors. Moreover, within the confines of his territory, his attributes could triple, making him more than capable of handling them. He had gleaned much about their capabilities during the arena matches, but it was essential to personally test their skills, as well as to validate his own strength. A spar? The crowd responded in astonishment. Is that appropriate? What if our new lord accidentally harms himself? Are you worried that a low bronze level will struggle against you? Shinru chuckled. Allow me to demonstrate. At that moment, a man clad in a gray robe, with a small sword embedded between his brows and a formidable iron sword strapped to his back, emerged. He hailed from the Sword Clan, known as the Sword Master. Similar to Chun Dao of the Blade Clan, he wielded a sword and nurtured it within his very being. In response to Chun Ruo's repeated provocations, the Sword Master's lips twitched slightly. You have offended the Lord, he remarked, grasping his sword, his presence transforming into that of a drawn blade, sharp and commanding. Chun Ruo nodded and donned his perfect bronze gauntlets, activating his mastery of the bronze skill, Arhut Fist. Simultaneously, the Sword Master bellowed, Sword Technique, Sword Shadow. The blade rushed forth like a swift shadow, aimed directly at Chun Ruo. 18 Arhut Hands. The 18 Arhut Hands technique doubled his defensive capabilities. Naturally, Chun Ruo would not remain passive. His fists moved like shadows, deftly countering the sword's onslaught. The spectators gasped in astonishment. The Lord is quite formidable, isn't he? Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. The Sword Master's low-grade bronze iron sword was crushed by the might of his gauntlets. After all, Chun Ruo's gauntlets were of perfect bronze quality, a superior match against inferior weaponry. What? The Sword Master's eyes widened in disbelief. This turn of events was entirely unexpected. Danger loomed in the next instant. Yet Chun Ruo did not afford him a moment's respite. With a punch that slithered like a serpent, cunning and treacherous, he struck the Sword Master in the abdomen. Serpent Fist of the 5 Elements. The 5 Elements Fist. Embodying the forms of 5 beasts, it doubled the damage of his punches, delivering an attack of 800 points. The Sword Master was instantly sent flying, and as he soared through the air, the small sword between his brows transformed into a shield to protect him. He had not anticipated such a swift defeat. The remaining 9 were left in stunned silence. No way. He lost just like that? Surely, this must be a farce. After all, the Sword Master ranked 5th among them, making it quite a challenge to defeat him in a single move. Or could it be that the Lord is genuinely powerful? At that moment, Chun Ruo spoke. You haven't lost too miserably. The Sword Master had sustained some injuries prior to the duel, and could only exert about 80% of his strength. Here are 5 medicinal vase fruit, which will aid in your recovery. Consider them your reward. Subsequently, Chun Ruo tossed some vase fruits cultivated from his meat fields into the air. Perfect bronze-grade medicine. Thank you, my lord. The Sword Master exclaimed, his expression transformed by surprise upon receiving the bounty. Perfect bronze-grade? Such treasures were unheard of in their lifetime. Just recently, they had heard tales of the Lord's generosity in the territory. Indeed, it was true. Who else wishes to challenge? Chun Ruo inquired. He acknowledged the advantages of their weapons and gear, yet to him, these matters held little significance. He was merely assessing the strength of the 10 individuals before him, not engaging in a fair contest. I shall. Mao Ningning stepped forward timidly, saying, My lord, please go easy on me. Shinruo glanced at her. This adorable girl was the first to vanquish her opponent. Nevertheless, he nodded. Very well, I shall show mercy. In the next moment, as Shinru, the master of battle and strategy, activated the Aoki Lord set, the unique ability known as Chains of Binding was unleashed. 2 vines, each extending 10 meters in length, rose from the ground like tendrils, standing guard beside him. Each vine possessed the capacity to strangle objects of bronze perfection and below, and their sensitivity was quite formidable. Upon witnessing Chunru summon these colossal manifestations of power, Cat Ningning was momentarily rendered speechless. The dangerous aura emanating from the 2 massive wooden entities was palpable. If ensnared, she feared she would be reduced to mere pulp. However, with her proficiency in agility and speed, she was confident she could evade the oncoming assault from these beasts. Just as Cat Ningning advanced to attack, Chunru's gaze fixed upon her, and he subsequently activated his innate skill. Skill successfully employed. Target is now in a state of bodily rigidity for 3 seconds. This rigidity was considerably shorter than the duration he could impose upon himself. Yet, 3 seconds was ample time to sway the tide of battle between skilled opponents. What? Cat Ningning stumbled, her momentum overwhelming, nearly losing her balance. A sudden jolt coursed through her, as she felt her limbs betray her, becoming exceedingly stiff. Before she could react, the chains of binding swept through, sending Cat Ningning crashing away. What transpired? Why did she suddenly halt? The onlookers were left baffled, their hearts gripped with awe. The Lord is incredibly powerful. So powerful it seems uncanny. The battle concluded far too swiftly. Are you truly this weak? After administering a healing potion to the injured Cat Ningning, Shinru inquired. Who else wishes to challenge me? Silence enveloped the crowd as they hesitated. Huh. With a disdainful smile, Shinru sought to provoke them further. How about this? I shall remove my armor and fight you. Chapter 82. The Formation of the Guard Squad. Utilizing the Heart of Bronze and the Heart of Thunder, the Silver Tier Lord set. Chunru's derisive laughter effectively ignited the fighting spirit of the others. I shall rise to the occasion, they declared, rallying to challenge him. As he shed his lordly attire. Yet, they faltered either against Chunru's formidable attributes or his overwhelming skills. His elusive teleportation and terrifying rigidity technique, combined with strength and speed that matched theirs, rendered them unable to withstand even when activating their racial skills. However, one individual nearly succeeded in injuring Chunru, the shadowy entity known as Shadow. His methods of attack were exceedingly peculiar, as he transformed into a shadow to strike. During their confrontation, Chunru found himself on the defensive, for the shadow state rendered him immune to most physical assaults. Ultimately, as the duration of Shadow's racial talent expired, his form materialized, leading to his concession. Chunru had merely sought to gauge their strength to understand their capabilities. Your performances were commendable. I reiterate, I am quite satisfied with your efforts. Therefore, from this day forth, the Jiangchun Lord's Guard Squad is established. As members of this squad, each of you shall enjoy exclusive benefits. A set of Lord's Guard armor, crafted from perfect bronze, is available for customization. Should you have any demands, feel free to approach me, Chunru remarked. Bearing the title of Scholar of Manufacturing, unique weapons can be meticulously crafted through the art of creation, with a certain probability of enhancing their quality. Coupled with the prospect of 100-fold rewards, it is truly impeccable. Additionally, each day, you will receive 10 meat field fruits as reserve supplies. Furthermore, you may adopt 2 perfect bronze-level pets. If there are any specific needs regarding the pets, you may also consult me, and I shall endeavor to accommodate you, Chunru said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. Our Lord is exceedingly generous. To offer perfect bronze-level equipment is something we could scarcely have imagined before, they thought, their hearts filled with gratitude and admiration for Chunru's magnanimity. Is the treatment satisfactory? Chunru inquired with a smile. Indeed. Thank you, my lord. The crowd responded with heartfelt thanks. This is more than satisfactory. We have food and drink. An entire set of perfect bronze-level equipment, perfect pets, and substantial civilization points to claim. This level of treatment surpasses that of most bronze lords. Chunru nodded and continued. While the rewards are plentiful, you must also understand an essential matter. He paused, gazing at them intently. The crowd met his gaze, their expressions growing serious. High-paying positions come with significant risks. You must comprehend that I cannot sustain those who do not contribute, Chunru stated calmly. Understood. You may rest and recuperate tonight. Tomorrow, I shall take you to the multiverse battlefield to scout as vanguards, Chunru announced. The expedition to the multiverse battlefield allows for the accompaniment of subordinates. There is no need to await the assembly of the 1,000-man team. They will have their roles to play in due time. The multiverse battlefield. The crowd shuddered at the thought, fully aware of this locale. It is a realm where all lordly civilizations converge, yet it does not entirely encompass the battlefield. The multiverse battlefield is a nexus for all lordly civilizations. Indeed, they had no reason to resist Chunru's words. Do you possess the Heart of Bronze? Chunru asked, pleased with their response. Some among them appeared puzzled, while others shook their heads, indicating not all were familiar with this special item. Very well. I shall list 9 unique items in the territory shop. You may select 2. I shall additionally grant you 20,000 civilization points for purchases, Shinru casually stated. Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in astonishment. 20,000 civilization points. Even if they sold us, it would not amount to such a sum. 2,000 each. 10 individuals total 20,000. The implications are terrifying. Our Lord's financial prowess is truly remarkable. He is undoubtedly a pillar of support. In that moment, Shinru noted their loyalty levels rising significantly, approaching 90 points. Very well, gather your items and later check the latest updates in the territory shop. Oh, you may also construct houses on the hillside, Shinru instructed. Thus, a contingent known as the Lord Jiangqin's Guardian Brigade came into existence. Upon descending the mountain, Shunrama procured 9 unique items, each valued at 999 civilization points, from the Myriad Realms marketplace, expending nearly 90,000 in total. Subsequently, a 100-fold reward was triggered. Heart of Bronze 100, Heart of Gold 100, Heart of Wood 100, Heart of Thunder 100. The quantity of such items may fluctuate, yet their quality remains unchanged. Following this, Shunrama listed 99 of each item in the territory marketplace, maintaining the same price of 999. The middleman profits from the price differences, ensuring a perpetual gain. You have consumed the Heart of Bronze, acquiring a new attribute. You have consumed the Heart of Thunder, acquiring a new attribute. You have consumed the Heart of Gold. The attributes are full and ineffective. Heart of Wood. The attributes are full and ineffective. Shunrama was well aware of the attributes associated with these items. Even if one were to consume 10 or 100 Hearts of Bronze consecutively, the effect would only be activated once, without triggering any special constitution. Shunrama endeavored to try each one, and indeed, the effects were as described. The Heart of Bronze bestowed upon him 2 additional attributes. First, it mitigated 50 points of negative energy damage from the Abyss of Darkness, first layer. Second, it provided immunity to 500,000 points of battle intent damage from the extraneous realms. As for the Heart of Thunder, an elemental heart, it currently had no significant effects. Yet it did present 2 notable new attributes. First, it grants basic immunity to lightning attacks. Second, during combat, there is a 50 chance to incorporate lightning into both attack and defense. Similar to the Heart of Bronze, the Heart of Thunder possesses a latent attribute. The Heart of Bronze is essential for advancement to Silver, while the Heart of Thunder will yield additional lightning-related skills upon reaching Silver. This principle applies to other elemental hearts as well. Regrettably, this did not trigger the 100-fold reward, which left Shinrama somewhat disheartened. If only this could have activated the 100-fold reward, it would have been remarkable. Meanwhile, the Myriad Realms civilization announced, due to the effects of the Heart of Bronze and the Heart of Thunder, your battle-oriented Greenwood Elemental Lord set has undergone a transformation. Congratulations, you have acquired the battle-oriented Blue Thunder Elemental Lord set, 7 pieces, quality, perfect bronze, exquisite. Concurrently, the 100-fold reward unexpectedly activated. 100-fold rewards, selectable, 1, battle-oriented Blue Thunder Elemental Lord set 1, quality, ordinary silver. 2, battle-oriented Thunder Elemental Lord set 1, quality, ordinary silver. 3, battle-oriented Greenwood Elemental Lord set 1, quality, ordinary silver. Shunrama was momentarily taken aback, pleasantly surprised. This time, a silver-level equipment reward had been bestowed. However, I sense that the differences between these 3 options are rather minimal. Chapter 83, The Formidable Blue Thunder Elemental Lord Set. The 100-fold reward elevated the items of perfect bronze quality to the ordinary silver, lower tier, quality within the Myriad Realms civilization framework. It appears that the first option, Blue Thunder, seems to be dual element. The latter 2 options resemble pure single element sets. Thus, I shall opt for the Blue Thunder set, Shinrama contemplated and resolved. Thus, my first set of silver equipment was born. Subsequently, the myriad civilizations of the realms heralded, congratulations, your Lord's ensemble has successfully upgraded. You have acquired the Azure Thunder Elemental Lord set, of ordinary silver quality. Immediately, the lordly attire and battle boots adorning me underwent a remarkable transformation. Ethereal patterns intertwining azure tree motifs and violet lightning flickered across the gear, radiating a captivating yet fierce luminescence. The visual splendor was akin to that of special effects, magnified several times compared to before. Upon inspecting the details of this silver-grade equipment, I was taken aback. The information was extensive, revealing not only upgrades from the original foundation, but also several additional attributes. Name, Battle Attack Type Azure Thunder Elemental Lord's Attire, set of 7 pieces. Level, Ordinary Silver Quality. Elemental Attributes, Battle Attack Type Thunder, Wood. Common Trait, Wood Escape, Medium consumes 1 energy point. Enables concealment using wood-based elements, such as trees. Duration of Wood Escape can last up to 324 hours, consuming 1 energy point every 2 hours. If energy points fall below 10, the Wood Escape becomes ineffective, with a cooldown duration of 5 minutes. Common Trait, Thunder Control, medium consumes 20 stamina points. When encountering low-intensity lightning, it can absorb and store the lightning, short-term charging, in the equipment, which can be released when needed. Set trait, chain of entangled wood, medium requires 50 stamina points and 50 energy points. Can coalesce wood and thunder elemental attributes within a radius of 200 meters to form an 18-meter controllable chain, with a maximum quantity of 8, can be recoalesced. Capable of ensnaring creatures of ordinary silver quality and below. Duration of activation lasts until the chain of entangled wood is destroyed, with a maximum existence of 3 hours and a cooldown period of 3 hours. Set trait, vitality enhancement. Medium requires 50 stamina points and 50 energy points. Can forcibly infuse wood elements into creatures within a 200-meter radius for either killing or healing. Activation duration is 30 minutes, with a cooldown period of 3 hours. Upon reaching this point, I marveled inwardly. The same set of traits, after upgrading, transcended mere incremental improvement. While the consumption of stamina and energy points remained unchanged, the potency and duration of the skills had significantly increased, with the cooldown period reduced to 1/4. Yet, the effects of this equipment were not limited to these attributes. There remained a segment detailing 2 special trait skills, approximately as follows. Call Thunder. Beginner requires 50 energy points. During stormy weather, there is a 50 chance to attract lightning. This skill appeared rather inconsequential, with rather stringent conditions. When I noticed the note beside the skill, when summoning lightning, please ensure proper equipment is worn to avoid being struck. Consuming the Heart of Thunder grants immunity, it seemed somewhat dubious. Lastly, there was one more skill, belonging to a particularly potent combat category. Equipment feature, Azure Thunder Release. Consumes 1,500 stamina points, absorbing or harnessing the lightning power generated by the Heart of Thunder Spirit, temporarily converting electrical energy into internal Azure Thunder power. This power can be unleashed through physical skills or medium weapons, adding Azure Thunder attacks which can counteract gold, water, and dark element creatures. The strength and duration of the attack depend on the intensity of the internal lightning, with activation lasting up to 30 minutes and a cooldown period of 1 hour. After reviewing these skills, Shunrumo summarized 3 key points. The duration of the skills has changed, their potency has increased, and the freedom of use has improved. The absorbable low-intensity lightning refers to the ordinary lightning found in silver-tier intermediate civilizations, Shunrumo murmured. In other words, does this mean immunity to lightning damage from bronze-tier worlds? Entwined wood chains. Shunrumo promptly commenced testing the might of his new equipment. In the next moment, 2 new entwined wood chains erupted from the ground beside him, soaring skyward and reaching an impressive height of 18 meters. Although the diameter remained unchanged, the length, surface patterns, hardness, and speed had multiplied several times. Is this summoned by a giant? How astonishing! Exclaimed the elf Yia, peering through the window of the elven treehouse, captivated by the spectacle. Shunrumo continued his summoning, and soon 6 entwined wood chains ascended, resembling 8 towering pillars, forming a colossal cage that ensnared him. If he could control the length of the chains, perhaps he could create a temporary prison for enemies, even launching surprise attacks. In the next moment, the 8 entwined wood chains swiftly shortened from 18 meters to 3 meters, their sharp tips intertwining above Shunrumo's head. Feasible, he mused with a smile as he surveyed his surroundings. Although he was confined, a sense of excitement filled him. Under his control, the 8 entwined wood chains further contracted, their tails extending beneath him, lifting him skyward. It appeared that this type of equipment skill not only had the effect of ensnaring foes, but also offered a myriad of tactical possibilities to explore. Elevated 18 meters above the ground, Shunrumo gazed around, one side revealing a water tower and the other, the elven tree. Azure Thunder Release. Returning to the ground, Shunrumo continued to experiment with the attributes of his new equipment. A peculiar current coursed through him, tingling and slightly numbing. However, he quickly acclimated to this newfound power. The more stamina he expended, the more potent the internal current became. He could see azure purple flames flickering across his skin. Raising his hand, the Azure Thunder power coiled around it, transforming into a small, flickering azure purple thunder serpent. In the next instant, the energy enveloping his hand intensified, and the azure purple serpent multiplied, as if his palm had morphed into a bicolored orb of electricity. Remarkable, Shunrumo marveled. He felt no sensation of electric shock, as if truly immune to lightning. With a swift punch, he channeled part of the Azure Thunder power, unleashing it with force. His fist struck the entwined wood chains with a resounding impact. Boom! A burst of flames erupted. The entwined wooden chains were instantly shattered, leaving a large, charred gap that hung precariously. The majority of this formidable effect could be attributed to the power of the Silver-Tier Lord's gauntlets, though the influence of the Azure Thunders should not be underestimated. With 8 of the entwined chains removed, Shunruo drew forth the Starlight Sword, activating it and attempting to infuse it with the Azure Thunder's energy. As he unleashed a strike, he observed the sword aura, initially a silvery crescent, transform into a dazzling blend of azure, violet, and white hues, exuding an impressive spectacle. The additional attack method proved effective, amplifying its power by 2 or 3-fold. Unbeknownst to him, he had grown stronger once again. After testing the new equipment, Shinruo mused to himself, contemplating that if he fully unleashed his strength, his combat prowess could potentially multiply several times. Faced with a silver-tier expert, he felt confident that he could hold his ground. Eager to challenge himself in the outside world and ascertain his true standing, Shinruo's heart raced with anticipation. After a while, he summoned his pet, the rock-splitting master, to level the ground atop the mountain. At that moment, the elf, Yaya, flew over, her eyes wide with curiosity, exclaiming, "Giant, what happened to your hair?" Chapter 84, The Territorial Legion, the Multitude Legion. She approached and poked at him inquisitively. "Hair?" Shinruo raised an eyebrow. The elf pointed at his hair, inquiring if he meant the strands. "Everyone has hair. Are you referring to this?" Shinruo instinctively touched his head, discovering something amiss. His hair was standing up. Astonishingly, the Azure Thunder had transformed his locks into an outrageous style, as if he had applied hair gel, stiff and spiky. After channeling all the Azure Thunder's energy into his equipment, his hair finally softened. It seemed he had stumbled upon an extraordinary skill. As the sun began to set, signaling the end of daylight, Shinruo consumed a refreshing pill to restore his attributes and skills to their peak. "My lord, the 1,000-man team has assembled. Would you like to name this legion?" Upon seeing Shinruo descend to patrol, Huang Ma-san approached directly, inquiring straightforwardly. "Name it." Shinruo raised an eyebrow. This colossal assembly of 1,000 warriors indeed lacked a fitting name. Simply calling it the 1,000-man team felt inadequate given its size. Thus, he decided to name it the Multitude Legion, a title that resonated with grandeur. This aptly reflected his territory's essence, as the inhabitants hailed from myriad realms. The Multitude Legion? Huang Ma-san's expression was one of astonishment before he nodded in agreement. Just then, the cold voice of the multiverse battlefield echoed. "Congratulations to Lord Shinruo, number 015. On establishing the Territory Legion, named the Multitude Legion. Legion name conflict, automatically renamed to Jiangqin's Multitude Legion. Legion number, Human Race 857857. Your territory has unlocked the Bronze Legion leaderboard. Current Legion strength ranks 5003 in the Bronze Legion. You have acquired the Legion banner, upgradable, 1, level, none. You have obtained the Legion Commander's seal, upgradable, 1, level, none. Civilization points, 3000. Upon receiving this notification, Shinruo felt a sudden realization. He had forgotten that the territorial 1,000-person battle team required a name to be recognized by the myriad civilizations and thus be granted the title of a legion. Only 5,003 members? Shinruo was somewhat dissatisfied with this ranking, unable to even break into the top 1,000. After all, his territory boasted 300 mid-tier bronze and 500 low-tier bronze warriors. He felt that if these individuals were unleashed, they could easily dominate all opponents. However, this also confirmed that the bronze realm across the myriad worlds was not as simple as he had imagined. Those struggling for survival could hardly compare to the second-generation leaders. Subsequently, a 100-fold reward was triggered, interrupting Shinruo's contemplation. 100-fold reward, non-selectable 1. Legion banner, upgradable, capable of condensing the bronze military soul sacred beast, 1, level, bronze. 2. Legion seal, upgradable, 1, level, bronze. 3. Civilization points, 300,000. Shinruo claimed the rewards and proceeded to examine the basic information of these two new items. Legion banner, upgradable, capable of condensing the bronze military soul sacred beast. As long as the Legion banner stands, it can activate an enhancement of 580 in combat power and willpower for the entire army. The requirements for the next level of upgrade are threefold. Shinruo gazed at the territorial map in his hand, with the Legion banner emblazoned upon it. The banner felt weighty yet compact, but it could also expand. The territory's Legion banner could not be stored in his personal warehouse. It could only be shrunk and embedded within the groove of the Lord's identity badge. Holding it in his hand, it felt as though it weighed dozens of pounds. Name, Legion seal. Level, bronze, upgradable. Exclusive master, Shinruo default. Description, the supreme seal of the Legion, commanding the entire army. Exclusive trait, guardian, within the territory. It can enhance the defense value of the citizens by 20. Exclusive trait, comrades, when declaring war. Soldiers may share the damage immunity of the Legion commander on the battlefield of the myriad worlds and the abyss. Exclusive trait, military soul. There were various other effects, allowing the appointment of military ranks within the Legion. What a precious treasure, Shinruo mused. Meanwhile, beside him, Huang Ma-san silently observed. From this day forth, Huang Ma-san, you are temporarily appointed as the Grand General of the Jiangxin Territory's Myriad Races Legion, responsible for managing the Legion, Shinruo announced. Although his legion now bore the prefix Jiangxin, he still preferred to call it the Myriad Races Legion. Once he grew stronger, he would certainly remove the prefix. Then, a small bronze token coalesced from within the Legion seal in his hand, soaring into the air. The token then enlarged, revealing the character, General. Yes, Huang Ma-san hurriedly knelt. excitedly raising both hands to receive the token. From this moment forth, you shall be known as General Huang, Chunrua declared. The situation of the army tonight will be arranged according to circumstances. I have once again contracted the barrier of the myriad realms, reducing it to the inner side of the Bloodthorn Wall, allowing you to train outside. Additionally, I must remind you that the number of bronze-level beings in our territory has surged dramatically. I fear that the calamity of the night may also bring forth dark creatures in proportion to their strength. I recalled an important matter and cautioned. The terror of the calamity is directly related to the strength of our territory. The more powerful beings we possess, the more formidable the calamity becomes. Within his realm, the Myriad Realm's protection lasts for over 690 days, so there is no immediate concern regarding an invasion by dark creatures. However, the threat of calamity remains constant. Dark creatures continue to proliferate and grow stronger. Should they venture out to combat these dark beings, it is essential to remind them not to let their guard down. Yes, I will inform them, replied Huang Ma with a nod. Very well, I acknowledged. The territory continues to cultivate its fields and nurture its livestock, progressing in an orderly fashion. I discreetly monitored a select few with the lowest loyalty values, who have shown no sign of change. They are rather adept at putting on a facade. I mused with a light chuckle, shaking my head inwardly. I decided to leave them be for now. I need a scapegoat. Nai Tang, how is the arrangement for the 100 individuals coming along? I sent a private message to Jiang Tang. Originally, I intended for them to construct their own shelters, but after reconsideration, I spent 10,000 points to procure a fine wooden house for them. Such an expense, and they are short on food. So I instructed them to catch fish, though that proves to be quite the challenge. Save your points, spend freely as you did back home, purchase whatever you desire. I dispatched 220 edible treasures to her, sufficient sustenance for 2 days. What will you do about yourself? Your territory has many inhabitants, necessitating a larger food supply. Jiang Tang initially refrained from accepting the items I sent. Alas, it is my duty to assist when Nai Tang is in need. If you could find time to compensate me later, that would be splendid, I messaged, feigning a pitiful tone. 200 meat fruit might seem trivial to me. I can harvest another batch in a few days. Yet, it allows for a playful interaction with Nai Tang. Jiang Tang has declined this delivery. I was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Tang seems concerned that accepting it might cause issues within her territory. Haha, take it. My current food supply is adequate, I encouraged. Eventually, after much inquiry, she confirmed that it would not affect me, and only then did she dare to accept. Thank you. We shall meet at the black market tonight. Compensation is not out of the question, she added, raising an eyebrow. Hee, I shall not be attending the black market tonight. I have matters to attend to. I informed Jiang Tang. Sigh, I am avoiding any ambiguity. I shall let it linger. Oh, do take care, Jiang Tang reminded, not probing further into my activities. Indeed, I replied, having no intention of revealing that I was heading to the abyss of the myriad realms. After all, venturing into the perilous expanse of the abyss of all realms would only serve to incite unnecessary worry within her. Concluding his conversation with Jiang Tang, Shenrua summoned the starry dragon through the soul pet contract, beckoning it forth. Subsequently, accompanied by his remaining 3 pets, he arrived at the entrance of the abyss, preparing to re-enter with the intent to conquer the first layer and progress to the next. Chapter 85, A Return to the Ancient God Village in the Abyss. A triad of treasures, weaponry, and meat fields. Shenrua, along with his trio of pets and 1 soul companion, directly traversed to the 70th cavern space of the first layer of the abyss, the quaint secret realm, Ancient God Village. Observing this rustic and timeless village, which had undoubtedly endured for countless years, he was soon noticed by the villagers. Hey, you there, human lord. How is my child faring under your guidance? A matronly figure, wielding a hoe, approached with a cheerful inquiry. Shenrua recognized her, realizing she was the mother of Gu Tianyu, an ordinary farmer. Gu Tianyu is thriving in the territory, adapting well alongside Gu Xiaoshou and the others. Shenrua replied with a smile. If anyone is audacious within the territory, it would surely be those 5 little rascals from the Gu clan, brimming with vigor. Ah, splendid. But as the Lord, do not indulge them too much. A firm hand is sometimes necessary. Feel free to discipline them as needed. They are robust enough to withstand it. Gu Tianyu's mother chuckled innocently. Dear mother, Gu Tianyu exclaimed. Hearing her candid remarks, Shenrua found himself both amused and exasperated. Yet, he nodded appreciatively and responded, rest assured, I shall keep a vigilant eye on them. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, some villagers emerged, eager to engage Shenrua in conversation. As they spoke, he discreetly noted the apparent absence of many villagers, including Elder Hushing. I must inquire, where has Elder Hushing gone? He casually mentioned, recalling his fondness for the Elder's tea, which boasted an impressive 200 points of all attributes. Oh, Elder Hushing has accompanied the village chief to the sacred mountain, one villager explained. The village chief? Shenrua expressed surprise, having assumed that Elder Hushing held the position of authority in Ancient God Village, unaware of the existence of a village chief. Indeed, along with the village chief, the high priest, and the elders, the villager began, but their words were abruptly stifled by another, who covered their mouth. cutting the conversation short. Apologies. But matters concerning ancient god village are of a sensitive nature, and we cannot divulge them. Please forgive us, young human, another villager clarified to Chunrua. Chunrua nodded in understanding, a semblance of realization dawning upon him. I see, he mused inwardly. It appears that ancient god village is far more intricate than it initially seems. With the absence of their leaders, the villagers were reluctant to guide him to explore further. Even the previously accessible bronze tree stump was now off limits. According to their reasoning, without a powerful figure to suppress it, he, as a mere novice, might be overwhelmed by the aura emanating from the stump. This rationale struck him as rather absurd. Hadn't he felt fine the last time? Nevertheless, Chunrua chose to place his trust in their words. This time, his primary purpose was merely to traverse the pathway. The last cavern he excavated concluded at this very spot. Thus, to forge a new passage, he must commence from here. Esteemed guests, I apologize for the intrusion today. As Chunrua approached the stone wall of the cave, breaching this barrier would allow him access to the next subterranean realm. I hope I am not disturbing you. But Lord Chun, could you kindly deliver a few items to my child? From the ancient sparrow, perhaps? A voice suddenly interjected. Chunrua nodded in acknowledgement. Soon, 5 bags appeared in his possession. You have acquired 5 spatial pouches. The 100-fold reward was not triggered, as this was not a reward he earned himself. Spatial pouches? Chunruo's expression turned peculiar. It is worth noting that his personal storage had been upgraded to 300, with 3,000 compartments. Subsequently, he could only attach these seemingly ordinary cloth bags to his waist, allowing the master rockbreaker to breach the stone wall. Before bidding farewell to the villagers of the ancient god village, thanks to the function of the multiverse dungeon entry ticket, Chunruo successfully entered the next cavern space. Alas, it is a pity we cannot traverse through. Haha, perhaps venturing back would lead to being ensnared in a rift of time and space. Observing the newly opened cave passage, Chunrua departed, prompting a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. It seemed they too understood one vital truth. Within the multiverse dungeon, lacking an entry ticket, wandering freely between cavern spaces was an impossibility. Even if the next cavern space lay just within reach, they could not cross. Meanwhile, in the 71st cavern space, Chunrua, glancing back at the crowd discussing him, felt assured of one thing. They could neither see him nor were they aware that he could hear their conversations. This further validated the wondrous phenomenon of temporal displacement within the multiverse dungeon. A curious expression crossed his face. Why do I have the peculiar impression that among the villagers in the desolate territory, the horseman is the weakest? He shook his head. Never mind. Even if they harbor secrets, they are beyond my grasp at present. For tonight, let me first breach the 100th space of the first layer. The multiverse dungeon, a realm of high risk, high mortality, and high reward, was not merely a tale spun from imagination. You have obtained the blueprint for the production of a bronze-quality excellent weapon, glowing armor 1. Upon opening it, he sensed a stroke of fortune today. A weapon blueprint? With such blueprints, the production cost would be significantly lower than purchasing from the multiverse mall. Moreover, certain rare blueprints, such as the noodle-making machine he had previously acquired, were unavailable in the multiverse mall. Just as Chunrua was marveling at this, the 100-fold reward was triggered. 100-fold reward, selectable, 1. Silverlight armor production blueprint 1, quality bronze perfect. 2. Glowing armor production blueprint 1, quality bronze perfect. Chunrua was unsure of the origins of these items, though both types of equipment were indeed available in the multiverse mall. After weighing his options, he chose the first reward. You have acquired Silverlight armor production blueprint 1. Accepting the reward, Chunrua continued on his journey. You have discovered a pickable weapon, a meat-field steel axe of bronze quality. Upon entering the 72nd dungeon space, you have stumbled upon something remarkable. It appears to be a meat field capable of cultivating weapons. However, it is somewhat unfortunate that the steel axe does not pique your interest at present. Simultaneously, a 100-fold reward has been triggered once more. The options for the 100-fold reward are as follows. 1. A 1,000-forged long axe meat field of perfect bronze quality. 2. A condensed steel flying axe meat field of perfect bronze quality. After careful contemplation, you make your choice. The second option demands considerable weaponry, while the first is more commercially viable and popular in the black market. Even if you do not cultivate such a meat field, it can be sold or gifted to Jiang Tang for development. You have acquired a 1,000-forged long axe meat field. Upon placing it in your personal storage, it instantly occupies 80 storage units. However, with a personal storage capacity of 300 cubic meters and over 2,000 available storage slots, this is not a concern for you. With the alert beast indicating no danger, you proceed to the 73rd dungeon space, where yet another treasure chest awaits. You have obtained an equipment attribute stone of refined bronze quality. It seems luck is on your side, as you exclaim in astonishment. A trifecta of treasures, each of commendable quality. Chapter 86, The Luck Bonus, Consecutive Harvests. A divine martial training ground? You have acquired a schematic for a bronze training tower, you murmur. The 100 points of luck bonus are evidently yielding remarkable results. The 100-fold reward is triggered again, offering the following options. 1. 1,000 equipment attribute stones of ordinary bronze quality. 2. 100 equipment attribute stones of refined bronze quality. 3. 10 equipment attribute stones of perfect bronze quality. Another splendid find. Equipment attribute stones are rare, not available in the Myriad Realms marketplace, and seldom seen in the black market. These stones function similarly to weapon enhancement gems, providing a chance to slightly elevate the attributes of equipment, though they may also alter the original properties or even ruin the equipment altogether. Such items are typically reserved for wealthy lords, while the unfortunate ones loathe them. You have received 10 equipment attribute stones of perfect bronze quality. After accepting your reward, you continue onward to the next dungeon space. The 74th dungeon space is empty, yet it features 5 branching passages. The abundance of newly opened dungeon spaces raises concerns about potential dangers. You inquire of your companion, the alert beast, regarding which path may be perilous. The new alert beast gestures animatedly, and you soon grasp its message. Passages 1 to 4 on the left are fraught with danger. If you were to enter, would you also face peril? You ponder, weighing the high risk against high reward. If it is akin to the previous temporary dungeon space, you might consider taking the risk. However, should it resemble the previous encounter with a formidable abyssal demon general, you might truly be unable to withstand such an onslaught. Subsequently, the alert beast gestured to him, affirming, "Yes, let us proceed to investigate," Chunrua declared. Wealth is often found amidst peril. However, in the spirit of caution, Chunrua produced a perfect bronze-level scouting puppet, previously utilized in a temporary dungeon space, of which he still had 99 in his inventory. Dead? Never mind, let us replace it with another. He directed the rock-splitting master to breach the stone wall of the second passage on the left, deploying yet another scouting puppet. The puppet met its demise once more. Lava? This poses quite the challenge, Chunrua mused, shaking his head. He continued to dispatch scouting puppets into the mire space, the magma space, the unknown toxic mist space, and the abyssal void space, thereby exhausting 4 of his perfect bronze items to ascertain the dangers lurking within these dungeon environments. If converted into civilization points, this would equate to a loss of 5,000 points. Yet for him, it was merely a promotional buy of 1 for 99. Were it an ordinary individual faced with such circumstances, a single misstep could result in immediate demise. A survival rate of 1 in 5, the high mortality rate was no exaggeration. It appeared that he had no choice but to venture into the 5th passage. Chunrua thought to himself. Behind the 5th passage, he observed a serene lake alongside a narrow path. The alert beast signaled that there was no danger. Upon entering the 75th dungeon space, the scene before Chunrua expanded into a vast expanse. A stone pathway, wide enough to lead to the next passage, bordered a grand lake, approximately 100 acres in size. The water shimmered with a soft blue hue, and the lakebed seemed to glisten with radiant gemstones and corals as robust as trees. The scenery was breathtakingly exquisite. Initially contemplating the temporary acquisition of a water-type beast for reconnaissance, he ultimately decided to deploy another scouting puppet instead. Through the puppet's perspective, Chunrua beheld the enchanting landscape at the lake's bottom, a sea of blue crystal stones and vibrant red coral trees, as if he were immersed in a fairy tale realm beneath the waves. Quite impressive, he noted, observing a small fragment of coral and a blue crystal retrieved by the puppet. Millennial red coral fragment, defective, X1, quality, bronze, ordinary. Millennial blue crystal X1, quality, bronze, ordinary. Following this, a 100-fold reward was triggered, yielding 2 new items. Beyond these 2 discoveries, the lakebed revealed no further treasures. There were no underwater structures or fish to be found. Chunrua did not linger and pressed onward. In the 76th dungeon space, you have obtained bread X10. A 100-fold reward was triggered, bread X1000. He proceeded smoothly to the 89th dungeon space, where he either discovered weapons from chests or acquired seeds, along with food rewards and beast eggs. He encountered no terrifying dungeon creatures. His fortune today was unparalleled, truly remarkable. These king-level items, Chunrua mused as he arrived at the 90th dungeon space. You have entered a temporary dungeon space. You have discovered the special structure, Divine Demon Training Grounds. In the next moment, an immensely spacious plaza materialized before him. 2 towering statues, one black and one white, loomed majestically in the center of the square. In the distance, a colossal and grand edifice emerged, partially shrouded in mist and darkness. At this moment, I, Chunrua, instinctively lifted my gaze to these extraordinary sculptures, feeling as minuscule as an ant beneath the feet of giants. A temporary dungeon space? I found myself in a state of bewilderment. Wasn't this the 90th dungeon space on the first layer of the Myriad Realms? It appeared to be a newly manifested temporary dungeon that I had inadvertently stumbled upon. A battlefield of gods and demons? I murmured to myself. Clearly, I had arrived at a truly remarkable place. What a captivating name it bore. I should investigate the building over there. However, before I could gather my thoughts, it felt as if someone had delivered a swift kick to my rear. You have left the battlefield of gods and demons. You have acquired the blueprint for the bronze training tower. The pain caused me to gasp in surprise, my expression one of utter confusion. What on earth? I arrived here inexplicably, and am now departing just as mysteriously. As I gazed at the unexpected item that had appeared in my personal storage, I was momentarily taken aback. Blueprint for Bronze Training Tower. Relevant information materialized before my eyes. Special Building Blueprint. Bronze Training Tower. Level: Bronze, capable of growth. Feature 1, Training Ground. Feature 2, Dream Battlefield. Feature 3, Blood Nourishing Pool. Required materials: 100 bloodstones of all races, 100 bronze war intent weapons, 100 dream heartstones, and 100,000 civilization points. Upon reading the description of this new item, I was left dumbfounded. What on earth was all this? It felt exceedingly complex. After all, I was only familiar with civilization points. I had never encountered the others before. Wait, I knew a bit about the war intent weapons. They had been mentioned in the Lord's Strategy Guide. These items appeared at the edges of the Myriad Realms battlefield, mutated weapons tainted by the war intent of the battlefield. However, typically, these weapons could not be wielded by anyone other than their original owners. Yet, how did I acquire this blueprint for the training tower? I was utterly perplexed, unable to make sense of it. Dazed, I was kicked, and suddenly I had this item in hand. Shaking my head with a wry smile, I thought, truly, this is the bizarre Myriad Realms dungeon, where risks and opportunities coexist. You opened a treasure chest and obtained a stone. You opened a treasure chest and received a lump of dung. Amused. You encountered a dungeon creature, corrosive giant scorpion, bronze intermediate. You encountered a dungeon creature, paralyzing thorny forest. However, in the subsequent dungeon spaces, it seemed as though my luck had entirely run out. I was either confronted by fierce dungeon creatures or faced perilous environments that were difficult to traverse. Nevertheless, despite the treacherous nature of the later dungeon spaces, I persevered, cutting through obstacles to step into the 100th dungeon space of the first layer. Once I passed through this 100th dungeon space, I would have the option to ascend to the second layer. Yet, the scene before him left him somewhat bewildered. Chapter 87. The Guardian of the 100th Level. Immortal Invincible. The 100th Cave Space. After the Master of Rock splitting open the stone wall, there stood an unbarred ink-white Taiji gate. On the door, inscribed on the left and right, were the words, "Contemplate mistakes, enlighten the path." The script was an ancient language of the Immortal Clan, which happened to align with what Chunru had previously learned in the language of the Myriad Clans. Contemplate mistakes? Enlighten the path? Surely, the 100th level does not harbor a formidable guardian, does it? The Immortal Clan? As Chunru pondered, he pushed open the grand door. Upon witnessing the interior, his expression turned perplexed. Behind the door lay a study, its walls adorned with shelves brimming with books of various sizes. A massive piece of calligraphy hung on the wall, inscribed in the immortal script, "Only I am immortal." To Chunru's astonishment, it was not the environment that surprised him, but rather the sight of a young man seated at a desk beneath the calligraphy. Dressed in ink-white garments, he possessed a handsome visage and an air of nonchalance. At that moment, the immortal Invincible propped his chin on one hand, idly twirling a pen with the other, exuding an aura of utter boredom. Upon hearing a rustle at the entrance, he cast a casual glance, only for the pen to clatter to the floor. Immortal Invincible observed as the door gradually swung open, revealing a stone figure, followed by two small creatures, and then he stared blankly at Chunru. Their gazes met. Immortal Invincible raised an eyebrow, appraising Chunru, and hesitantly inquired, "Who are you?" He felt a twinge of confusion. How could a human appear in the forbidden ground? How did they gain entry? Immortal Invincible appeared perplexed. What was this cave of myriad worlds? Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind, and he realized something. Wait, the cave of myriad worlds? Oh. Just as Immortal Invincible was about to deny it, his pale golden eyes shifted, contemplating. Wasn't the cave of myriad worlds a realm reserved for the lords? Could it be that this individual before him is a lord? Rumors suggested that within the internal spaces of the cave of myriad worlds, some areas could connect to the myriad realms. Could it be that this place overlaps with a certain cave space? It seemed plausible. Otherwise, how could an outsider enter? There were whispers that those lords could freely traverse the cave of myriad worlds in search of treasures and their subjects. With this thought, Immortal Invincible suddenly grasped the situation. A chance has presented itself. So, this is indeed the cave of myriad worlds? It must be. Immortal Invincible nodded, his previously casual demeanor transforming as he stood upright, chest out, hands clasped behind his back, and declared nonchalantly, "Indeed. I am Immortal Invincible, the guardian of this level. Should you wish to pass and leave this place, you must undergo my trial." Upon hearing his words, Chunru felt an odd sensation. A guardian? Why was there no mention of this in the illustrations of the cave of myriad worlds? Yet, the name Immortal Invincible was striking and rather flamboyant. Returning to the matter at hand, this is the Dream Battle Book. Our conflict shall be resolved within its pages. If you defeat me, you may proceed to your next destination. Xian Wudi casually retrieved a black tome from a shelf, his demeanor exuding a sense of calm, as if to ask, "Are you prepared?" Observing the book in his grasp, Chunruo was taken aback. Is it truly that extraordinary? One can engage in combat within its pages? How intriguing. Thus, Shinruo entered the book alongside Xianwudi to engage in battle. Name, Xianwudi. Race, Celestial. Level. Notes, Invincible at the same rank. Upon seeing the note regarding the myriad civilizations, Shinruo raised an eyebrow. Invincible at the same rank? This youth before me, seemingly a few years my junior, is designated thus by the myriad civilizations? Surely this cannot be true. If he is so formidable, why is he confined within the spatial abyss of the myriad realms? What is your strength? Shinruo inquired. My strength mirrors yours, Xianwudi replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Shinruo. Oh, you are of the lowly bronze tier? Well, wait a moment. In the next instant, Xianwudi appeared to be adjusting his power, yet Shinruo felt nothing. Just how strong is he? Shinruo pondered, perplexed. Could it be that Xianwudi is merely a projection left by a powerful being? To advance, must he be defeated? Typically, the gatekeeper retains a record of their prowess. Thus, the title of invincibility would indeed hold true. Defeating you is all that is required? Shinruo asked. The other nodded in affirmation. May I utilize my pets? Shinruo inquired again, and the other nodded once more, indicating that any trump cards could be employed. You may strike first. Such a trivial bronze tier. I could defeat him with a mere pluck of a nose hair. In the Dream Battle Tome, Shinruo commanded, Master Rockbreaker, Puppet Warrior, and Light Sphere Rabbit, advance. Upon hearing this, his 3 combat-ready pets surged forth. Boom, boom, girdle, girdle. The Master Rockbreaker hammered his colossal stone fist against his chest, showcasing his formidable presence. The Light Sphere Rabbit leaped from Shinruo's head to that of the Puppet Warrior, radiating a blinding luminescence. Thus, his trio of battle pets charged ahead. Shinruo squinted, struggling to discern the unfolding battle. The dazzling punch of the Light Sphere Rabbit was indeed magnificent. It not only blinded others, but also could potentially dazzle itself. Yet, in an instant, the brilliant light extinguished. How is this possible? Shinruo exclaimed in shock. In less than a second, the Master Rockbreaker and his companions had been defeated? How could they fall so easily? They were, after all, perfect tier bronze pets, not so fragile as to be easily vanquished. It is your turn, Xianwudi remarked, shrugging as he regarded Shinruo, seemingly unimpressed by such an effortless victory. Alas, the opponent was even weaker than anticipated. Feeling a sudden chill in his heart at Xianwudi's nonchalant demeanor, Shinruo realized. He is a master. Starry Dragon, arise. Without hesitation, he summoned his powerful ally. Roar. In the next moment, the dragon markings upon Shinruo's arm transformed into a streak of radiant light, manifesting as a dragon with black scales and blue wings, towering 5 to 6 meters high. A dragon? Xianwudi observed the emerging starry dragon, seemingly taken aback. Let us join forces. On the other side, Shinruo secretly communicated with the starry sky dragon. He unleashed the dragon spirit transformation from the raging god transformation, instantly morphing into a golden-scaled dragon man. How remarkable! There is indeed a hint of the ancient lineage here. Xianwudi was astonished, pondering the origins of this human. How had he never heard of him before? At that moment, Shinruo struck forth, delivering a dragon-shaped phantom, the heavenly dragon diamond palm. The power of the heavenly dragon palm surged, amplified 8-fold by the dragon spirit transformation, transforming an attack capable of vanquishing a mid-tier silver opponent into a force that threatened even high-tier silver foes. Impressive indeed. For a low-tier bronze to possess such strength is truly exceptional. Xianwudi silently assessed Shinruo's technique, yet lamented that ultimately, it was all flash and no substance. Easily countered. Chapter 88, an unexpected new subject of the celestial race. Upon returning, a 3-meter-wide, 9-meter-long dragon-shaped shockwave surged forth, its momentum fierce and intimidating. The ice spear attack from the starry sky dragon followed suit. However, Xianwudi did not evade. He faced the combined onslaught of Shinruo and the starry sky dragon head-on. Boom. In an instant, he was struck. Xianwudi exclaimed before collapsing to the ground, seemingly lifeless. After a moment, he clutched his chest, appearing gravely wounded. I have lost. Shinruo gazed at Xianwudi, impeccably dressed and with not a hair out of place. Wounded? This was how victory was claimed? Shinruo's expression turned peculiar, completely taken aback. Did he sense a hint of mockery in this outcome? Was this victory truly so trivial? Was he feigning injury? Congratulations on your victory, mighty lord. You may take me with you, Xianwudi said, a grin spreading across his face. Shinruo raised an eyebrow, questioning, is there no other reward? What was this? According to reason, defeating the projection of Xianwudi should have resulted in his immediate disappearance, leaving behind a reward. Yet, not only did he remain, but he also requested to be taken along. What an astonishing turn of events. Reward? Indeed, indeed. Are you not in dire need of techniques and skills, my lord? This is your reward. Xianwudi casually pulled a book from the nearby bookshelf and handed it to Shinruo. Furthermore, he had a request to become his subject. This confirmed that Xianwudi was not merely a projection, but a living member of the celestial race. Chen Ruo felt he had encountered an eccentric individual who did not adhere to conventional norms. Xian Wudi joins Jiang Chen's territory. You have obtained record of prognostication 1. Then, the myriad civilizations notified him. It was uncertain whether this was a gift from Xian Wudi, but this time, the 100-fold reward did not trigger. Thus, in a bewildering manner, Chen Ruo inexplicably accepted an unusual new subject. Moreover, Xian Wudi was urging him to depart. However, Chen Ruo pondered and chose not to rush away, instead wishing to explore for any valuable items and to locate the entrance to the next passage. Oh, you cannot touch these books, Xian Wudi cautioned. This place is protected by a barrier, and the items within are solely for the use of my celestial kin. If outsiders recklessly intrude, they will face dire consequences. Before Xian Wudi could finish his sentence, Chen Ruo grabbed a book from the shelf and inquired, "Is it forbidden to take this?" With a sharp clap, Xian Wudi responded, "Why are there no words in this book?" Chen Ruo pointed at the blank pages and posed the question to Xian Wudi. Confused, Xian Wudi pondered why he was still alive. However, it was absurd that a single book occupied 800 slots in his storage space. He continued to flip through the next volume, only to find it was yet another blank tome. Witnessing this, Xian Wudi twitched his lips and asked, "So, my lord, can we leave now? If his ancestors arrive, we may not be able to escape." Strangely, he wondered why there was no passage to the next level. Disappointed by the lack of discoveries among the many books, Chen Ruo decided to search for the passage to the next layer, yet found no exit. It felt akin to encountering a dead end in a cavern. Where is the passage to the next level?" Chen Ruo inquired, glancing at Xian Wudi. "Passage? How could I possibly know?" Xian Wudi replied casually. "Oh, because I became your subject, the passage has closed. Next time, try a different direction," he added. Chen Ruo eyed him suspiciously. "You must be a false guardian, right? You claimed that defeating you would unlock the next passage, yet upon surrendering, becoming a subject resulted in the closure of the passage? How could that be true? How could I be a false guardian? If I weren't, I wouldn't be here." Xian Wudi patted his chest. The more Chen Ruo thought about it, the more convinced he became that Xian Wudi was indeed a false guardian. Nevertheless, he could not locate the entrance to the next cavern space. Given Xian Wudi's loyalty as a subject, which was quite ordinary, he had no objections, albeit his expression appeared somewhat unnatural. Just as they vanished, the entrance to the cavern space from which Chen Ruo had arrived dissipated as well. Such audacity. In the next moment, a stunning celestial maiden, adorned in resplendent and vibrant attire that radiated ethereal light, appeared in the room. She detected the absence of Xian Wudi and the unfamiliar presence that lingered. Her brows furrowed sharply, and the air crackled with thunder. After observing the situation, her expression turned contemplative, though she did not linger, seeking to pursue Xian Wudi through the recently sealed rift in space. "And I, Xian Wang, why did you intrude upon the domain of my human race?" Soon, a formidable figure intervened to halt her advance. Meanwhile, Chen Ruo remained unaware of the events unfolding behind him. Upon arriving in Jiang Chen's territory, Xian Wudi felt a mysterious force restraining his power. Has he fallen to the bronze level? Well, he quickly accepted this reality. "Oh, is this your domain, my lord? The air here is rather unpleasant," Xian Wudi remarked without a hint of trepidation, stepping out of the cave with a curious demeanor. Everything felt so intriguing, though he was somewhat displeased with the environment. Chen Ruo paid no mind to his complaints and walked straight out of the cave. Why is it still dark? As I, Chen Ru, gazed at the sky outside. That vast crimson eye still loomed high in the night. Xian Wudi also took note of the scarlet orb, his demeanor instantly shifting to one of seriousness. His brow furrowed as if a thought had crossed his mind, rendering him somewhat silent. This phenomenon, Chen Ru discovered that his lord's identity badge had suddenly accumulated over 20 private messages. Upon inspection, apart from one from Liu, the rest were sent by Jiang Tang. It seemed that his sojourn in the myriad realms abyss had extended longer than anticipated. "How long had it been since I sent you that message?" Chapter 89. The Mysterious Xian Wudi. Jiang Chen's shop accrued 10 million. A whole day had already passed. A day just slipped away like that? It couldn't be. Within the abyss, he felt that no more than 8 hours had elapsed. He hadn't expected such a significant time difference. Was it already the evening of the 6th day? Sign in. Heaven rewards diligence. Sign in successful. Continuing the sign in for the 6th day, Perseverance rewarded you with a box of gold, 10 pounds. Observing the reminder from the myriad civilizations, Chen Ru quietly acknowledged that indeed it was the 6th day. Thankfully, he had maintained consistent check-ins. Subsequently, a 100-fold reward was triggered. Gold, 10 pounds, 100 boxes. Gold. Chen Ru examined it further. Ordinary pure gold would have fetched millions in his previous world. In this realm, it was merely worth some civilization points. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements. The black market shop had completely sold out, which was within his expectations. However, the vast time difference between the myriad abyss and his territory was something he had not anticipated. Securing the Lord's identity badge, Chen Ru turned to Xian Wudi and introduced, "This is my territory, named Jiangchun, currently at a mere 2-star level." The other responded with an acknowledgement. Hands cradling the back of his head, gazing at the starry sky. You must frequently encounter dark creatures here, right? Indeed, Shunru nodded as they descended the mountain. Conversing, I have just begun, and such encounters are indeed prevalent. Are they formidable? Xianwudi inquired. To speak frankly, the current dark creatures are easily managed by the denizens of my territory. There seems to be quite a ruckus over there. Your people? Xianwudi suddenly remarked. Shunru was momentarily taken aback, sensing an implication, and nodded. It is my subjects engaged in combat with the dark creatures from the Night of Calamity. But from the looks of it, they can handle themselves. He had deliberately contracted the protective barrier of the myriad realms, allowing those dark creatures to descend into the forest, facilitating the training of his soldiers' combat abilities. Oh, the commotion sounds rather significant. How many people reside in your territory? Xianwudi casually asked. Currently, there are 2,000 individuals. 2,000. Upon hearing this, Xianwudi's eyes brightened. Thus, the two made their way down the mountain. The houses below were aglow with luminous pearls, illuminating the surroundings. In the distance, amidst the darkness, roars, cries, and a cacophony of sounds intertwined, creating a scene of utter chaos. The sound emanated from the direction of the passageway on the bloodthorn wall. This is your citizen identity token. You may purchase anything you require at the territory marketplace. Shunruo retrieved a citizen identity token from the territory contribution monument and handed it to Xianwudi. The latter weighed it in his hand and chuckled. All right. Feel free to wander around. Just be sure not to violate the territory's rules. Shunruo cautioned. Otherwise, I will treat everyone equally. Penalties will be imposed as necessary. Xianwudi grinned mischievously. No problem. It seems you have matters to attend to? Go ahead. I'll manage things here. A sense of apprehension washed over Shunruo. He couldn't quite grasp Xianwudi's character, as the displayed information was rather ambiguous. Name, Xianwudi. Level, High Bronze sealed. Race, Celestial. Affiliation, Jiangchen Territory citizen. Celestial Court. Loyalty, 70 attributes. Health? Stamina? Energy? It appeared that this unexpected citizen not only held a remarkably mysterious identity, but also possessed a noteworthy background. Nevertheless, he seemed more friend than foe, and his loyalty was acceptable. After transferring 1,000 civilization points to Xianwudi, Shunruo allowed him to roam freely. He had scanned the territory and found no significant issues. At that moment, the warrior Ama-san was leading 1,000 soldiers from the recently formed Myriad Races Legion to confront the dark creatures descending that night. The number and overall strength of the dark creatures were exponentially greater than before. There were approximately 50 mid-tier bronze creatures, 200 low-tier bronze creatures, and over 1,000 unranked dark creatures, an imposing array indeed. This was likely tied to the number of powerful beings within the territory. The stronger the territory, the more formidable and numerous the dark creatures during the disaster night. However, the Myriad Races Legion was capable of handling tonight's intensity, with 300 mid-tier bronze and 500 low-tier bronze warriors sufficient for the task. After Shunruo departed from the territory, Xianwudi soared into the air, quickly appearing outside the bloodthorn wall, gazing downwards. This is inadequate. They're all too weak. 1,000 men against so few monsters? If they wish to grow stronger, this level of challenge is insufficient. With a gleeful smirk, he declared, allow me to lend you a hand. Dear Lord, you shall surely thank me later. In the next moment, Xianwudi stood before a spatial rift releasing dark creatures outside the bloodthorn wall. He brandished a simple jade sword, gently slicing at the rift. The dark spatial rift, which even epic-level warriors dared not approach casually, was suddenly widened significantly. From within, a large, pig-like dark creature of high bronze rank emerged, followed closely by a 3-meter-tall, lizard-like dark creature. 1, 2, 3 high bronze creatures appeared. Just perfect. Subsequently, with another swift stroke of his sword, Xianwudi obliterated the spatial rift. Soon, the battlefield was graced by the presence of the 3 high bronze dark creatures. Alas, a formidable bronze-tier dark creature has emerged. The entire army must remain vigilant. The territory of Jiangchen was once capable of effortlessly dealing with the dark entities of the myriad races. But now the pressure on our combat prowess has significantly intensified. Fear not, valiant warriors, for the Invincible Master shall come to your rescue. Haha. On another front, Shinru, arrived at the bronze black market number 818, specifically at the Jiangchen shop. This evening, the Jiangchen shop attracted a considerable clientele. Although most patrons entered only to exit shortly thereafter, why has the Jiangchen shop not restocked? Could it be that the proprietor has met his demise? If he were dead, this establishment would have vanished entirely. As a group of people engaged in speculation, I donned a concealing mask and entered the shop. Ding! The store's revenue has generated 10 million. I gazed upon the previously listed 20,000 items, now entirely sold out, translating into a sales figure of 10 million civilization points. After deducting costs, I still garnered a profit of 10 million. With this influx of civilization points, my personal assets reached a total of 20 million. My ranking on the wealth leaderboard surged by 5 million positions, now standing at an impressive 39 million. With bountiful returns, It would be a disservice to my earnings not to invest in enhancing my strength with these civilization points. In the next moment, I expended 500,000 civilization points to expand each floor of the shop to 4,000 square meters, effectively doubling the storage capacity of the shelves. Subsequently, I invested over 200,000 civilization points to list tens of thousands of diverse commodities, ranging from common items to perfect bronze-grade goods. A larger shop means greater profits. I shall eventually hire staff and establish a chain throughout the myriad world's black markets. Chapter 90. What is love? It is only you for me. For him. Under the condition of 100-fold rewards, the cost of these items is exceedingly low, akin to a buy one get 99 free deal. Even at a 50% discount, the profit margins remain astonishingly high. He also noted that several shops within the black market had begun offering various discount promotions, some as low as 70%. Without such enticing offers, a mere 60 or 70% discount would not yield such rapid returns. After listing the items, I added 6 bronze, 7-day, piece orders to the shop. Although business was thriving, maintaining this promotional activity was still essential. Oh, it has been listed. Brothers, the Jiangchen shop has new items in stock. Hurry and seize them. Soon after I completed the listing, those perusing the store discovered the new arrivals. Excitement erupted within the ranks of novice lords and bronze lord groups. However, some lords assisting with group purchases wore expressions of dismay. We are on the verge of unemployment. Brothers, we cannot buy excessively. They never anticipated that purchasing an excessive quantity of the same item would lead to a price increase. For instance, if they wished to buy 10 exquisite weapons, the original price in the market was 200, while here it was only 100. However, when they acquired their 4th item, the cost escalated to 120 civilization points per piece. This effectively curtailed their ability to purchase large quantities of the same low-priced goods from the shop. Nonetheless, some clever individuals learned to exploit the system slightly by purchasing different items. Yet, for Chun Ruo, it was a matter of no loss regardless of the outcome. I have arrived at the black market. Have you come? Jiang Tang messaged him. Soon, the two met on the 5th floor of the Jiangchen store. Jiang Tang, with her long hair pinned up by a jade hairpin, donned a light blue long gown paired with a skirt, and at her waist hung a delicate sword, all crafted from exquisite bronze quality gear. Where have you been all day? Jiang Tang asked, pouting her lips and gazing at him with concern. She was not angry, but rather worried, thinking something might have happened to him, which left her feeling unsettled and unable to focus on managing her territory that day. Chun Ruo chuckled awkwardly, scratching his nose. I went to a place, intending to see if I could encounter a mysterious merchant and purchase some items to find Uncle Xiong and the others. Unfortunately, I did not come across any mysterious merchants from the 71st to the 100th cave space. Otherwise, I could have procured some items from them to search for Jiang Tianxiong. Logically speaking, Jiang Tianxiong and his wife should be able to come to the black market to find them, unless they lacked the black market token or had other reasons. Mysterious merchant? Jiang Tang's delicate face displayed confusion. Did you go to the 10,000 Realms cave? She was aware of the concept of the mysterious merchant from her Lord's strategy guide and cave manual. Indeed, Chun Ruo nodded, observing Jiang Tang. At that moment, her almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, and she exclaimed, "Why didn't you inform me?" She too wished to locate her parents. But she did not want Chun Ruo to venture into danger. The 10,000 Realms cave was fraught with peril. The mortality rate was alarmingly high. It would be wise to wait until one was stronger before embarking on such a journey. I didn't want you to worry, Chun Ruo replied with an awkward smile. I am already worried. Jiang Tang bit her lip, gazing at him. This foolish younger brother was truly naive. An awkward silence enveloped them. Chun Ruo cleared his throat, sensing her irritation, and shifted his gaze to the side. Worrying won't change anything. Who says it's of no use? If you had told me, I could have at least prepared myself for widowhood. Jiang Tang retorted with a huff. Widowhood? Sister, you truly dare to speak such words. However, with Jiang Tang's banter, the atmosphere between them lightened considerably. Choose your words carefully, sister. Our relationship is entirely innocent, Chun Ruo reminded her. Jiang Tang shot him a glance. Chun Ruo coughed again, comprehending her expression. That night, you were the one who came into my space. Is that why someone stayed up all night? Jiang Tang's face flushed slightly as she replied with a scoff. With such vitality, how could one sleep soundly? If you were pretending to be asleep, at least do it convincingly. You were there the entire night. I am entirely innocent of any wrongdoing. Chun Ruo blinked innocently. I swear to the heavens, I was truly in a deep slumber that night. Upon seeing Jiang Tang's mocking expression, he quickly added with an awkward smile. Perhaps I merely had a beautiful dream, and in my dream, I inadvertently became a bit too touchy. This cannot be blamed on me, can it? It is not my fault. Who blames you? Jiang Tang retorted with annoyance. Noticing this, Chun Ruo blinked. Today, Jiang Tang seemed somewhat out of sorts. What is the matter? He inquired. Suddenly, she collapsed into Chun Ruo's embrace, whispering, I have only you now. Upon hearing this, Chun Ruo fell silent, the playful intentions in his heart waning. In response to Jiang Tang's words, Chun Ruo refrained from saying much, gently stroking her back. The two shared a moment of intimacy. After tomorrow, the protective barrier of the myriad realms will vanish. Do you have any preparations? Jiang Tang, her face slightly flushed, shifted the topic. The protective barrier of the myriad realms will disappear? Shun Rumo pondered, considering that he still had 694 days left of his barrier, which seemed not to be a concern for him. I have no issues on my end. However, you, Nai Tang, must renew your barrier. Shun Rumo reminded her. The protective barrier of the myriad realms can indeed be renewed. There are options for individual protection as well as for entire territories. However, the cost depends on the area being protected. Individual protection below bronze level costs 10 civilization points per person and 1 point per square meter. It appears quite affordable. Yet for a novice lord, it is undoubtedly an added burden. That would require a significant amount of civilization points. What are you afraid of? It won't cost too much anyway. You must have seen last night's sales, right? Shin Rumo remarked. With that, Jiang Tang fell silent. She had indeed seen the sales figures from the Jiangchen shop and was at a loss for how to express her astonishment. She was utterly dumbfounded. 10 million civilization points. She could hardly fathom that such an amount was generated by Chun Rumo's newly opened shop in just 2 or 3 days. To her, 100 civilization points would be considered a vast fortune among her fellow newcomers, let alone an amount 100,000 times greater. So, are you still worried about not having enough money? Shin Rumo chuckled. How much can you take? Jiang Tang inquired. She remembered that these civilization points were not solely his. Cough, around 200,000, Shin Rumo casually replied. I had to understate it. Jiang Tang fell silent. Was 200,000 civilization points considered little? What was she thinking? Shin Rumo, observing her contemplative expression, cupped her face and said, What are you pondering? She shook her head. What are we discussing? Let us talk about matters of love. Shin Rumo chuckled. Who is discussing romance with you? What is love? Can it be consumed? Jiang Tang retorted, raising an eyebrow at him. Love can indeed be consumed. Shin Rumo replied with a knowing look. Ouch. A sudden pain in his waist made Chun Rumo wince, gasping. I was joking. Take it easy, sister. All right, be serious. With 7 days left, we should discuss the future of the territory and the development of the shop. Chapter 91. Jiang Tang's proposal, Chun Rumo's speculation. All right, let us talk business. Chun Rumo raised his hand in surrender. He was genuinely afraid she might pinch a vital point. After a while, indoors, the two sat at the table, with Jiang Tang focused on writing something, several sheets of paper spread across the table. You currently possess a considerable amount of civilization points. They should be utilized wisely, remarked Jiang Tang. Chun Ruo nodded in acknowledgement and reminded her, You ought to say we. Oh well, it amounts to the same, she replied. Is your supply channel to Jiangchen's shop stable? Jiang Tang shot him a playful glance, her heart fluttering, as she inquired. Indeed, it is stable. Chun Ruo confirmed with a nod. Naturally, stability is assured. As long as the Myriad Realm Mall thrives, his sales will flourish. Jiang Tang gazed at him in surprise, then simply acknowledged without further questioning. But do exercise caution regarding your identity. Furthermore, be wary of the other shops in the black market targeting us. Based on my observations over the past few days, I have discerned that the inhabitants of this world are far more ruthless and terrifying than those from the world we previously inhabited. Chun Ruo nodded, acknowledging her concerns. You are worried that our shop may be coerced into shutting down, correct? Jiang Tang nodded, indeed harboring such fears, especially regarding Wanbao Tower. I've noticed that the items we sell at Jiang Chen's shop conflict with theirs. Moreover, they seem to possess significant influence, which alarms me. In the few days since opening, Jiang Chen's shop has attracted a vast clientele, demonstrating remarkable potential. Wanbao Tower and those shops dealing in weapons and drugs have lost nearly half their customers to us. Undoubtedly, this encroachment on their business threatens their livelihoods and could engender fierce animosity. Chun Ruo chuckled softly, shaking his head. Rest assured, within the Myriad Realm black market, they lack the power to forcibly shut us down. The Myriad Realm black market is not beholden to anyone. Even the influential characters overseeing the 818 bronze black market have no authority to directly intervene in the closure of a lord's shop. Their primary power lies in ensuring safety within the black market, maintaining order, and collecting protection fees, merely skimming a profit. Besides, the large establishments like Wanbao Tower have extensive operations throughout the Myriad Realms. This is but one of their many ventures. Their substantial income primarily derives from high-level lords and races, with a single day's earnings surpassing an entire year's revenue of the bronze black market. In short, a modest establishment like Jiang Chen's shop is hardly worthy of their attention. Furthermore, should others fail to thrive in the 818 black market, there are alternative black markets available. This concern need not preoccupy us for now, Chun Ruo reassured. Jiang Tang nodded thoughtfully. Well then, she said, pondering further. Now that we have points, have you considered opening a shop in another black market? Or perhaps, would you be interested in developing a group purchasing system akin to chat groups? I've noticed many individuals lack sufficient points to access the black market, leading to the emergence of group purchasing behaviors. Jiang Tang's proposal was to appoint a courier agent within each lord's group, who would liaise with the lords in their respective groups, thereby connecting them to Jiang Chen's shop for discounted purchases and delivery services. If successful, This could potentially establish a unique channel exclusive to Chunruo and his associates, facilitating future information and item collection. One must admit, Jiang Tang possessed remarkable foresight, seamlessly integrating concepts from reality into the fabric of the myriad realm civilization. It was certainly not an unfeasible idea. Chunruo stated, without dismissing her ideas, that it was worth a try. Even in failure, one could mitigate losses. He perceived that most individuals in the myriad realms focused predominantly on the enhancement of their strength, seldom contemplating alternative, innovative avenues for development. For instance, the perfect delivery channel of private messages across the realms should not be squandered. She was also aware of the limitations imposed by Jiang Chen's shop, where one could not purchase multiple items without incurring increased prices, which contradicted her proposal. While restrictions on purchases were indeed necessary, I had established a system where the purchase data would reset weekly. However, if we were to follow your proposed method of development, we could offer them a small privilege. Yet, I must point out that your suggestion contains several inconsistencies, Chunruo remarked. If we were to implement Jiang Tang's approach, this would essentially transform our establishment into a wholesale market, consequently impacting his black market shop. Moreover, if not approached with caution, a surge in sales could inadvertently bolster others, aiding their development. Furthermore, for certain powerful lords who operate independently in the black market, such proxy purchasing actions would not inspire confidence. Only items acquired personally would provide true assurance. In the end, Chunruo and Jiang Tang engaged in a serious discussion for 2 hours, ultimately deciding to open a branch in the black market. She also proposed the idea of cultivating agents within various groups, which they resolved to tentatively arrange, albeit with a limited initial number of participants. Should it prove effective, they would amplify their efforts. If successful, they might well establish their own alliance in the future. This represented a modest experiment by the two within the myriad realms, the outcome of which would reveal its merit through practice. Even if they faced failure, it was a risk they could afford. There's a shortage of personnel. Chunruo and Jiang Tang exchanged glances, whether opening a branch or developing agents. They currently lacked suitable candidates. As they were just beginning, a shortage of manpower was entirely reasonable. Let us take our time, Chunruo said, shaking her head with a smile. Could we perhaps post a bounty on Myriad Realms Communications to see if we can recruit some elite talents? Jiang Tang suggested. Myriad Realms Communications was a place not only for gathering and selling information, but also for posting bounties to find individuals. All right. Let us also post a bounty to locate Uncle Xiong and the others, Chunruo replied. However, searching for individuals in the Myriad Realms was undoubtedly a task infinitely more challenging than finding a needle in a haystack. Rather than placing their hopes here, it would be wiser to venture into the depths of the Myriad Realms to seek out mysterious merchants. Jiang Tang glanced at him and sighed silently. Let us proceed with caution regarding my parents' situation. She too wished to reunite with her parents, but given their capabilities, they would have found opportunities or sent word long ago, rather than leaving her in suspense. Chunruo chuckled as he ruffled her hair, assuring her, rest assured, I will do my utmost. Moreover, I have a hypothesis I wish to validate. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tang furrowed her brow in confusion, looking at him questioningly. I suspect that Uncle Xiong and the others have not arrived in the Myriad Realms, Chunruo whispered to her. What? They haven't come? How is that possible? Jiang Tang's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Then, hesitantly shaking her head, she frowned and asked, but isn't everyone supposed to traverse the realms? Chunru nodded, acknowledging the statement, yet a doubt lingered in her mind. After a brief pause, she inquired, have there been any children or elderly new lords among your group? She produced her lord's identity card and opened the chat group for a moment, then shook her head. Indeed, she had not encountered avatars of either demographic. The majority appeared to be youthful individuals. Are you suggesting that those who are either too young or too old do not traverse here with us? But my parents are not that old, Jiang Tang hesitated to express. Chunru shook her head, clarifying. What I mean is that we might be part of the initial batch of test players. My venture to the Myriad Realms Abyss is also to facilitate the validation of this hypothesis. If we cannot locate them, it is likely due to this reason. Should there be staggered entries, it implies. Chapter 92, Bounty and Recruitment of Employees Across the Realms. Is there a pitfall in today's sign-in? Both pondered optimistically, avoiding thoughts of calamity as they speculated. Then we must strive harder, Jiang Tang declared, tilting her charming chin, her face aglow with delight. All right, from today onward, let us invest and grow stronger. Chunru lowered her head to plant a kiss on her forehead. How reckless. Jiang Tang shot him a glance, playfully biting her lip in protest. Did you not promise me compensation yesterday? Chunru bantered. Jiang Tang's cheeks flushed as she shot him a reproachful look. You advanced to second base that night. What more compensation do you require? What base? I am unaware of such matters, he coughed, adding, that was the night before, and the compensation was discussed last night. She pushed Chunru away, giving him a sidelong glance. I don't care. You've already compensated me in advance. With that, she shyly darted away. Chunru watched her retreat with a smile, silently wishing, may all unfold as I envision. Half an hour later, at the Black Market Myriad Realms Connection, looking for someone? Apologies. Our search services cater only to targets of gold rank or above. Upon learning that Chun-Ru and Jiang Tang sought a newcomer lord of bronze rank or lower, the supervisor stationed at the bronze market promptly declined. It is not merely a matter of points. Such individuals are virtually untraceable. Throughout the myriad realms, bronze ranks are innumerable. Not to mention the countless untapped newcomers lurking in obscurity. Although our myriad realms connection boasts the most accurate information, accepting such a low-level task would undoubtedly be time-consuming and laborious, with uncertain outcomes, ultimately tarnishing our reputation. New lords are prone to demise. Very well. Chun-Ru exchanged glances with Jiang Tang, acknowledging the rejection with a resigned nod. They accepted the answer. We wish to issue a bounty for recruiting individuals within your jurisdiction. Chun-Ru stated. Welcome. Please specify your requirements. The counterpart smiled, adding, however, one point to note. Applicants must not exceed the high bronze rank, as this area falls under the bronze domain. Chun-Ru and Jiang Tang nodded in agreement and subsequently articulated their needs. We seek to recruit 4 astute individuals skilled in managing territorial development, along with 2 shopkeepers adept in store management. The bronze-level bounty recruitment entails a service fee of 200 civilization points for each individual hired, with additional charges for any further requirements. Concurrently, Wang Jiatong will endeavor to find superior and more qualified employees for clients. The myriad civilizations are not devoid of managerial talent. Certain formidable races possess academies or sects dedicated to cultivating specialized individuals to serve the lords of the myriad realms. May I inquire when you might require these services? A representative from Wang Jiatong asked. Subsequently, both parties agreed to meet here at noon the following day. I have another bounty request. I wish to post a certain item. Chun-Ru stated. Please, go on, the representative prompted. An epic-level missing persons notice, Chun-Ru replied. The other party raised an eyebrow, then shook his head with a wry smile. You jest, my dear guest. Our bronze-level authority does not accommodate bounties exceeding the bronze tier. They would be keen to accept, but were constrained by regulations that prohibit the influx of higher-tier items into lower-tier domains. They dared not act recklessly, lest chaos ensue. Very well, Chun-Ru shrugged, leading Jiang Tang out. Meanwhile, the supervisor of Wang Jiatong furrowed his brow, lost in thought. It seems Wang Jiatong is not as omnipotent as one might presume, Jiang Tang whispered in Chun-Ru's vicinity, expressing her dissatisfaction. Chun-Ru shook his head. The two wandered through the Wanbao building, yet they found nothing to their liking. Nai Tang, should you encounter items such as nests or meat fields, make sure to acquire them, Chun-Ru advised. Today, the Wanbao building had no stock of those strategic resources. Prior reservations were necessary to secure them. Rumor had it that material shortages had recently arisen due to excessive consumption. Both items were crucial for sustaining meat supplies. Jiang Tang, relying on Chun-Ru for sustenance, felt hesitant to ask him for more. She aspired to develop her territory independently, seeking self-sufficiency without being a burden to Chun-Ru. If it comes to it, once you advance to bronze, I shall merge your territory with mine, and we shall thrive together, Chun-Ru said with a smile. Among lords, the concept of subordinate lords exists. A powerful lord commands not only strong individuals, but also other lords. Such a leader truly deserves the title of excellence. However, Chun-Ru's intention to merge territories with Jiang Tang was not to subordinate her, but rather to provide her with better care. Do you look down on me, sister? Jiang Tang huffed, her pride ignited. I can become strong too, you know? Chun-Ru chuckled, shaking his head. All right, the mightiest Nai Tang. They chose not to visit the guest house, as the slaves within their territory had yet to acclimate. What do you think tomorrow's sign-in will yield? Jiang Tang asked, reclining on the sofa and glancing at Chun-Ru. I believe there is a high probability of receiving a treasure chest reward, he replied. The introduction to the sign-in system had indicated that after accumulating a certain amount of time, a treasure chest reward would be granted. Logically, after 7 days of sign-ins, one would expect a commendable reward. However, due to the appearance of a refresh pill on the 5th day, the outcome remained uncertain. A treasure chest? I hope it's not another one of those disappointing stone axes, Jiang Tang grimaced. Had she not encountered Chun-Ru, she might still be enduring a life of wilderness survival. Where else could one don exquisite and pristine garments, reveling in the splendor of such a luxurious abode, while simultaneously having a sturdy chest to lean upon? Chun-Ru chuckled heartily, pondering the improbability of such a situation. Has it truly been the 7th day already? He glanced at the newly acquired Universal Standard Clock, suddenly exclaiming, Jiang Tang caught a glimpse of the time, and indeed it was so. Signing in, she activated her Lord Identity badge. Perseverance rewarded, sign-in successful. Heaven's way favors the diligent. Having signed in for the 7th consecutive day, you have received a Lord's treasure chest. In the next moment, a treasure chest appeared before Jiang Tang. Her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Is that truly a treasure chest? She turned to Chun-Ru, exclaiming in surprise. Shall I assist you in opening it? Chun-Ru offered with a smile. Jiang Tang had no objections. Meanwhile, Chun-Ru mused. I wonder if this will yield a 100-fold reward. Exclusive Lord's treasure chest. Opening failed. He could not unlock Jiang Tang's Lord's treasure chest. Shinrumo shrugged, stating, "It appears you must do this on your own." He had intended to help Jiang Tang open the chest, hoping to also grant her a 100-fold reward, but had not anticipated the binding nature of such an item. It even possesses an anti-theft feature? Jiang Tang was somewhat taken aback, before proceeding to open the chest. You have successfully reserved eligibility for the advancement to Bronze Lord's War, to be uniformly initiated 3 days hence. Your Lord's task template has been upgraded, daily task template enhanced, with a maximum of 50 civilization points per day. You have received a small medical kit. You have received a small food supply box. 2 notifications regarding experience, and 2 concerning provisions appeared. Shinrumo too observed the 2 small boxes, 1 red and 1 blue, within her chest, noting Jiang Tang's astonished expression. "What is it? Is there another notification?" he inquired. "This is bad." Jiang Tang stammered. "This chest is a trap." The newcomer Lord group was in an uproar. Damn. Make sure not to open the chest after today's sign-in. Chapter 93. Preheating the Lord's War. Great treasure chest too. Some bewildered individuals within the group questioned, "Why can't we open it? Are we being swindled?" Soon, the newcomers who had yet to rest discovered the issue with today's sign-in. The treasure chest obtained post-sign-in cannot be opened. Once opened, it automatically defaults to commencing some advancement to Lord's War in 3 days. The chat group erupted in comments. What kind of battle is this? I don't even have a single subject here. What if the opposing side has dozens of people? Same here. Just barely managing to feed myself. And now I have to fight. This is too much. I did manage to find 5 subjects by the seaside, but they are disobedient, driving me mad. I was luckier, encountering 3 fishermen. They are all willing to assist me. With the daily task point limit now raised, I believe this is an opportunity. I have decided to sell the refresh pills for some currency. Even at night, the Lord group remained lively, sharing their respective situations. They had gradually acclimated to the myriad civilizations, realizing that as long as their energy and stamina were sufficient, there was no need to sleep when darkness fell. Unlike certain individuals who, under the guise of slumber, engage in dubious activities, I, Shinru, found myself stifling a laugh upon hearing Jiang Tang's recounting. It appeared that such circumstances existed. With the imminent commencement of the Lord Wars merely days away, it was indeed a predicament for others. Just as the journey was beginning, the prospect of conflict loomed. If both parties were novice lords, devoid of any subordinates, a one-on-one duel would certainly be entertaining. Noticing someone still chuckling, Jiang Tang delivered a playful punch, exclaiming in frustration, "What is so funny? Is the advancement war truly a jest? Trouble is bound to ensue." Observing this, I cleared my throat and nodded. However, I believe if you are a novice lord advancing to the low bronze tier, there is no need for excessive anxiety. Jiang Tang gazed at me, and as I met her curious eyes, I smiled and continued. When I advanced previously, the victory was almost effortless, akin to slaughtering a chicken. My opponent in that advancement challenge was an alien of low bronze tier strength, yet its intellect was rather lacking. Reflecting on the unfortunate fate of that one-eyed silverback lizard lord, I could not help but lament. It perished too swiftly. It was swiftly overwhelmed by a pack of werewolves. Given how effortlessly I dealt with a low bronze tier lord, one could only imagine how much easier it would be for Jiang Tang, who was to face a similarly ranked novice lord. Jiang Tang's territory currently boasted 100 subjects, 20 of whom possessed low bronze tier strength, a significant improvement over my previous circumstances. After listening to my account, Jiang Tang raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Don't make it sound so simple. It makes me feel as though I could handle it too. If something goes awry, that would be a serious issue." Yet, a part of her felt a sense of relief, hoping for minimal difficulty. I chuckled heartily. With an abundance of civilization points, are you truly worried about running out? Just imagine if all 100 subjects were equipped with perfect bronze quality weapons and armor. The mere thought was daunting. Indeed, Jiang Tang's expression shifted as if enlightenment had dawned upon her. This. I was momentarily taken aback, then could only chuckle helplessly. "So, you want to be sleeping tonight? Waiting until dawn to discuss it?" Jiang Tang shot me a glare, retorting, "Sleep? You wish. Always trying to take advantage of me. With my energy levels at their peak, do you think I can sleep?" "All right then," I replied, shaking my head with a smile, rising to accompany her outside. She nodded. Soon, we arrived outside the black market. Jiang Tang was quite decisive in her actions at times. I shook my head, smiling. It was unfortunate that tonight's compensation had gone awry. Staying up in the middle of the night is detrimental to one's health. I assented. Upon signing in, a treasure chest appeared before us, its size matching Jiang Tang's. "You have opened the treasure chest. Congratulations. You have successfully reserved a qualification for advancing to the mid-bronze tier Lord War, which will commence in 3 days. Your Lord task template has been upgraded. You have received a small medical treasure chest. You have received a small food treasure chest." The rewards from the treasure chest were quite similar to those Jiang Tang had acquired. A subtle distinction lies in the fact that he has scheduled a promotion to the mid-tier Bronze Lord War, which is a level higher than theirs. Nevertheless, it poses no significant issue, Shinruo thought to himself. Concurrently, a 100-fold reward was triggered. The options for the 100-fold reward included 1. Small healing chest x 100, Quality, bronze common. 2. Medium healing chest x10, quality, bronze fine. 3. Large healing chest x1, quality, bronze perfect. Additionally, 1. Small food chest. Shenhua decisively selected the highest quality rewards, opting for 2 perfect level chests. Inside the large healing chest, there were 20 vials, each capable of replenishing 600 points of life, stamina, energy, and other personal attributes. Meanwhile, the large food chest contained 30 sumptuous meal sets. Each set comprised 5 portions of meat, 3 of vegetables, a soup, and fruit, all appearing freshly prepared. Each meal could restore a certain amount of life and hunger points. The newly acquired food was an indescribable blessing for the famished novice lords. This food chest is rather impressive, Shenhua remarked in surprise. The small food chest could yield 3 meal sets, each consisting of 1 meat and 1 vegetable. The medium chest offered 10 sets, with 3 meats and 1 vegetable, albeit with lesser quantities and attribute restoration. In contrast, Shenhua possessed 30 sets, sufficient for 1 meal a day for 30 days. It seemed that the myriad civilizations were intent on giving the novice lords a head start. They received only 3 sets of food, enough for a maximum of 3 days, just enough to satiate the newcomers. In addition, the small healing chest contained 3 vials that could heal life, stamina, and energy points. Furthermore, the myriad civilizations had adjusted the daily task templates for these newcomers, raising the point cap from 10 to 50 civilization points. With 50 points daily, that amounts to 150 points over 3 days, plus the accumulation from previous days. If spent wisely, they could at least prepare to purchase a bronze common level weapon or item to enhance their capabilities. With 2 to 3 days remaining and the opportunity to sign in for 3 additional days, the strength of those territories might witness a transformation. However, this also heralded an impending crisis, as the protection of the myriad civilizations would soon dissipate. Chapter 94. The True Word of Command Shield and Straight. The Invincible Immortal had a notion. Do not rush to buy slaves to fill your ranks. Your current populace is sufficient. An excessive number may become unwieldy, and the monsters of the disaster night will proportionately grow stronger. Shenhua suddenly recalled something and cautioned Jiang Tang. The number of inhabitants in a territory is not inherently advantageous. It is best to enhance it under balanced supply conditions. Once you have equipped yourself adequately, allow your populace to practice. This will not only bolster their strength, but also eliminate those who seek to take advantage, Shenhua suggested. Survival of the fittest. The strong thrive, while the weak perish. Remaining idle leads to gradual demise. After concluding his conversation with Jiang Tang, Shenhua approached the edge of the rocky precipice, gazing into the distant, shadowy forest, where the lights of houses flickered brightly at the foot of the mountain. Had the first battle of the myriad legions come to an end? As Shenhua observed the territory, he discovered the grim state of affairs beyond the blood-thorn wall. The ground was strewn with the remains of numerous dark creatures, their lifeless bodies littered across the expanse. At that moment, he did not perceive any living dark beings. Instead, he witnessed the soldiers of the myriad races searching for their fallen comrades, each body being lifted back into the territory. This sight caused Shenhua to furrow his brow. Just as he contemplated employing his innate skill, the art of command shift, to investigate further, he suddenly recalled a crucial detail. What was the character of today's incantation? Upon inspection, he found that the art of command not only included shift and sturdy, but also 2 additional characters, shield and straight. These were the characters from yesterday and today. Shield, straight. Raising an eyebrow, he pondered the implications. The meaning of shield was clear, serving a defensive purpose. However, he found himself slightly perplexed by straight. What could its utility be? Upright. Shenhua was at a loss, prompting him to experiment. Shield. Vitality 20. In the next moment, a shield, towering above him, materialized before Shenhua. He immediately gleaned the shield's information. It could withstand attacks from mid-tier bronze foes and would last for 10 minutes. Quite commendable. Furthermore, this shield could be enhanced. By repeatedly sacrificing vitality, its strength could be augmented. Straight. Shenhua discerned that this incantation required a target to be effective. Casually, he tossed a long rope from his inventory onto the ground. Vitality 20. In an instant, the rope snapped taut. Shenhua twisted and tugged at the rope, but it quickly returned to its straightened state. Intriguing. However, the rope maintained its rigidity for only about 10 minutes before losing its effect. He muttered to himself that he would delve deeper into this later. It appeared that the incantations of the art of command leaned towards a defensive orientation. Shift. In the blink of an eye, Shenhua found himself outside the blood-thorn wall. Simultaneously, he retrieved a bottle of passion-flower wine to replenish his lost vitality. How many lives were claimed? Shenhua turned to the side to gauge the expression of Xian Wudi, who was merely spectating. Hey, my dear lord. How do you manage to walk so silently, like a ghost? Xian Wudi gazed at Shenhua in astonishment. Shenhua, at a loss for words, chose to ignore the teasing remark and inquired, how could 3 high-tier bronze beings appear here? When he visited the black market, the highest level encountered was only mid-tier bronze. Not entirely sure. Perhaps your subordinates are simply too formidable, Xian Wudi shrugged. proving himself to be an unreliable companion. Observing the group of individuals wielding luminous lamps as they sought something in the night, Shinruo spotted the trio of Ama and approached them directly. Curious, Xianwudi wondered whether Shinruo had just used a teleportation skill, as there were no spatial fluctuations. How many lives were lost? Shinruo inquired upon reaching Ama. At that moment, Ama was clad in garments stained with vast patches of dark blood. My lord, I am currently assessing the situation. I miscalculated, failing to anticipate the appearance of high-tier bronze dark creatures, which resulted in significant casualties. Thankfully, we managed to eliminate them in time. In the recent confrontation against the dark creatures, the casualties among their 1,000-strong battalion were notably high, primarily consisting of unranked warriors and a dozen low-tier bronze fighters. Conversely, the mid-tier bronze warriors, representing the elite forces on this battlefield, suffered almost no losses, although many sustained injuries. This, of course, reflects some of your shortcomings, Shinruo stated. Do not presume that training is devoid of battlefield significance. In the myriad realms of warfare, all dominant civilizations may transform into battlegrounds. Perhaps, the initial night of combat for the coalition of myriad races was deceptively easy. However, by the second evening, yesterday, this led to a sense of complacency among the ranks. And when confronted with the unexpected arrival of high-tier bronze dark creatures, chaos ensued, causing panic among them. Yet, the blame cannot rest solely upon you. Casualties are not inherently detrimental, Shinruo continued. Immediately assess the losses and allow some time for reflection. At dawn, all of you must gather before the tablet of contributions in the territory. This battle has unveiled the shortcomings and deficiencies of his coalition. But this revelation is not entirely negative. Identifying weaknesses implies an opportunity for early rectification, transforming flaws into stepping stones towards greater strength for the coalition as a whole. The injured will receive medical assistance from him. However, those with fractures or severe injuries will require proper treatment before healing can commence. Otherwise, while superficial wounds may heal, internal injuries might remain uncorrected. Subsequently, he must establish a medical pavilion within the territory, recruiting a cadre of physicians dedicated to this cause. My lord, it appears that your forces are rather lacking in combat prowess, remarked Xianwudi, who approached after the departure of Huang Ma-san. Shinruo cast a sidelong glance at him, nodding in acknowledgement. It was acceptable, considering they were merely at the beginning stages. He then proceeded deeper into the territory. Xianwudi chuckled, and Shinruo paused to face him. What is on your mind? He inquired, curious about Xianwudi's sudden enthusiasm. Perhaps I could send over 200 men for training? Xianwudi suggested, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. Do you believe you are capable? Shinruo raised an eyebrow. Such unsolicited eagerness was indeed perplexing. How about I assist you in nurturing a military soul beast? A military soul beast? Shinruo regarded him with a look of intrigue. Chapter 95. The Blood War Frenzy of the Myriad Races? The Bronze Training Grounds. Ultimately, Shinruo acquiesced to Xianwudi's request, allocating 200 warriors to him for the formation of a new unit. Shinruo was also eager to witness what kind of military soul beast Xianwudi intended to cultivate, as he himself had yet to grasp the concept. Thus, the Invincible Legion, led by Xianwudi, was born. Subsequently, Xianwudi discreetly utilized his communication talisman to exuberantly broadcast several new messages. Come on. I am currently training new recruits in the bronze domain. If you dare, come challenge me. I welcome defeat. Most of the necessary materials he sought were unavailable in the Myriad Realms marketplace. Therefore, he ventured once more to the bronze black market, arriving at Wanbao Tower. We possess myriad bloodstones and bronze weaponry, all at the bronze level. However, the Dreamstone and Bloodwood are currently out of stock, my lord. The clerk at Wanbao Tower said with a wry smile, while looking at the esteemed Shinruo. If they are unavailable, then apply for more. I am in urgent need. Shinruo replied nonchalantly. I shall inquire with our manager. Soon, the manager of Wanbao Tower personally attended to Shinruo. Rest assured, the Dreamstone and Bloodwood are en route and will arrive shortly. Please wait a moment. Currently, we can offer you a maximum of 200 pieces. Beyond that, our branch cannot provide. I hope for your understanding. The other party smiled apologetically, his demeanor respectful. They too aspired to conduct more substantial business. For a single Dreamstone is worth 1,000 civilization points. 200 pieces total 200,000. Coupled with other items, this transaction exceeds 300,000. The individual before him was undoubtedly a formidable client. Regrettably, the quantity of rare items allocated to each branch of Wanbao Tower is predetermined based on performance. Completing this transaction for Shinruo would significantly increase their future allocation. 200 pieces will suffice, Shinruo nodded. He required only 100, which was ample. However, if you need a large quantity of bronze bloodstones and battle-intent weapons, we have an abundance. As for other strategic resources, we may not be able to supply them. The manager of Wanbao Tower said with a bitter smile. Unable to supply? Shinruo gazed at him in puzzlement. Understanding dawned on Shinruo. It was apparent that the upcoming Lord War in 3 days involved not only newcomers leveling up, but also a multitude of mid to high-tier lords competing in ranked matches. No wonder he mused. The resources such as meat fields had required prior reservations lately. If you still have needs, and we at Wanbao Tower are temporarily short, you might consider the black market auction. There are customary pre-war auctions taking place in the coming days, the other party advised. Chen Rumo nodded in realization. After conversing a while longer, he was informed to keep an eye on the food shelves at the Multiverse Mall this evening, as they would be restocked, if needed. He should act swiftly to purchase. An hour later, Chen Rumo departed from Wanbao Tower with all the necessary items. Aside from the building materials required for the bronze training tower, he also procured the heart of wood needed for the bloodthorn wall's growth and the venomous liquid required for upgrading the toxic marsh, along with various miscellaneous blueprints. Unfortunately, transactions in the black market did not trigger the 100-fold reward. Nevertheless, for Chen Rumo, this was sufficient. Upon returning to the Jiangqin territory, dawn broke. He decided to manufacture some items from the blueprints first. Meanwhile, Chen Rumo shopped for additional materials in the Multiverse Mall for crafting. Multiverse Civilization Notification. Manufacturing successful. You have acquired a standard building. Medical Hall X1. Quality. Bronze Ordinary. Territory Index has risen. Manufacturing successful. You have acquired a standard building. Forge X1. Territory Index has risen. 100-fold reward. Standard building. Hospital X1. Quality. Bronze Perfect. Standard building. Forge X1. Quality. Bronze Perfect. Thus, several substantial objects were crafted by Chen Ruo, consuming a considerable amount of civilization points. The myriad civilizations prompted. Your manufacturing skills have improved, advancing to intermediate manufacturing technology. Reward, 200 civilization points. At last, the upgrade was achieved. Chen Ruo rejoiced. Now he could forge the bronze training tower. Special building blueprint, bronze training tower. Level, bronze. Capable of growth. Feature 1, training ground. Feature 2, dream battlefield. Feature 3, blood nourishing pool. Required materials, 100 bloodstones from various races. 100 bronze wool weapons, 100 dream heart stones, 100,000 civilization points. Required forging level, intermediate manufacturing technology. Chen Ruo subsequently retrieved the blueprint, initiating the manufacturing process, diligently following the prompts to input the necessary materials. Half an hour later, a chime echoed. Manufacturing successful. Congratulations on acquiring the special building, bronze training tower. Fortunately, there was no failure, Chen Ruo exclaimed. Whether it was the effect of the title manufacturing scholar or sheer luck, the construction was successful. Had the manufacturing failed, the blueprint would have been rendered useless. However, at that moment, a 100-fold reward was triggered. You have obtained the special building, bronze training ground level bronze. It was still bronze? Chen Ruo was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that the bronze training tower would directly upgrade to silver. Nevertheless, this bronze training tower evolving into a training ground bore a resemblance to the previous divine demon training ground. Subsequently, Chen Ruo examined the information regarding this new structure. Special building, bronze training ground. Includes sub-buildings, training tower, summoning platform, sacred soul mountain. Level, bronze, capable of growth. Feature 1, training ground. With troops, traverse thousands of armies. Effect 1, gravity field of hundreds or thousands of pounds. Feature 2, dream battlefield, battle within dreams. Cultivating souls to shatter illusions. Effect 1, solidifying the dream battle body, 100 training of soul power. Feature 3, blood nourishing pool, forge my body with the enemy's blood. Effect 1, blood nourishment and restoration. Feature 4, recruiting soldiers and seeking generals. Summon troops from myriad races, seek generals from 1,000 realms. Effect 1, summoning. Feature 5, united with companions. With generals, the soul endures. Gasp, a training ground with 3 buildings and 9 features. This is the embryo of a divine artifact, isn't it? Chen Ruo found himself at a loss for words, utterly astonished by the attributes of this bronze training ground. Each of the 9 features was immensely powerful. Time and fate indeed, Chen Ruo mused. With that thought, Chen Ruo descended the mountain as dawn broke.